Chapter 1. The Lord of Miao Peak. In the southern realm, within the province of Nanli, lies the illustrious Taihua Sect. Among the 7 principal peaks of Taihua Sect, Miao Peak stands as the tallest, resembling a sword that cleaves the heavens, towering into the clouds with perilous terrain. Beneath the celestial canopy, under the vast expanse of the night sky, countless stars cascaded down like a shimmering waterfall. Atop the summit of the sea of clouds, a solitary figure sat in meditation, exuding a radiant aura that resembled a resplendent sun, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. After a considerable time, ethereal purple mist began to rise in the east, heralding the dawn as the moon faded and the stars vanished. The brilliant light gradually receded, revealing the true form of a blurred figure. It was a young man, clad in a robe that shimmered like moonlight, adorned with embroidered patterns of starlit borders. The wind danced around his ethereal garments, and his hair flowed like silken threads. His features were striking, with a sharp brilliance in his eyes and a mysterious and exquisite starry tattoo upon his forehead. A 3-foot-long sword circled around him, glinting like a celestial being in the golden morning light. 3 years have passed since my master's departure. From this day forth, I shall preside over Miao Peak, he murmured softly, gazing into the distance, encompassing the entirety of Taihua Sect within his sight. His name was Zhou Qingchen, who had traversed from his homeland to this world decades prior. He had been taken in as a closed-door disciple by the Lord of Miao Peak, one of the 7 peak masters of Taihua Sect. His extraordinary talents garnered him fame throughout Nanli province, making him the most remarkable prodigy in a millennium. 3 years ago, he had already reached the Yuanying realm, yet his master had met his end, departing from this world and passing the esteemed position of Miao Peak to him. For the past 3 years, Zhou Qingchen often reflected on the past, cherishing the comfort and companionship his master had provided him in this foreign realm. Ding! Detecting the profound bond between host and master, officially activating the Supreme Master System. Activating. Activation progress, 99. Activation successful. Please await the task release patiently. Zhou Qingchen was taken aback by the sudden voice echoing in his mind, his brow furrowing in confusion. System? Having perused various web novels in his previous life, he was aware of what a system entailed, yet he had never bound to one over the years. Why then did such a master system emerge now? After pondering for a while, he could not decipher the mystery. The system remained silent thereafter. How peculiar! This master system, could it be a system for taking on disciples? Zhou Qingchen murmured to himself. Ah well, I shall take it one step at a time. After 3 years of seclusion, my cultivation is now stable. It is only fitting that I take my rightful place as the head of Miao Peak. I should first pay a visit to my senior brother. With that thought, Zhou Qingchen transformed into a streak of light, heading toward the main peak of Taihua Sect, known as Taishan Peak. Zhou Qingchen's senior brother was Taihua Yuan, the Sect Master of Taihua Sect, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Yuanying realm, standing atop the hierarchy of Nanli province. Among the 7 principal peaks of Taihua Sect, the other 6 peak masters were his senior brothers and sisters, all of the same generation. Zhou Qingchen's master belonged to the previous generation, having roamed the world for many years, which led to Miao Peak being sealed for an extended period. It was only a century ago that his master returned to Taihua Sect, fortuitously taking Zhou Qingchen as a closed-door disciple. The peak masters treated this long-absent elder with utmost respect and naturally doted on Zhou Qingchen, the young disciple. However, for many years, Miao Peak had only Zhou Qingchen and his master. After his master's passing, Zhou Qingchen felt the weight of change, often reminiscing about the past. In Nanli province, Yuanying cultivators were regarded as sovereigns, honored as true lords, capable of establishing sects and dominating territories. Their magical prowess allowed for astonishing flight speeds. Within moments, Zhou Qingchen arrived at Taishan Peak. Taishan Peak served as the central hub of Taihua Sect, robust and bustling, teeming with disciples. As a brilliant streak of light darted into Taishan Peak, a fearsome aura emanated, sparking a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. What a formidable presence! Which peak master has descended? Exclaimed a disciple, his eyes filled with reverence. I suspect it pertains to discussions with the sect master regarding the upcoming triennial recruitment of disciples. In the grand and imposing main hall of the sect master, a man adorned with a purple gold crown, exuding a commanding presence and possessing striking features, sat at the high seat, resting with closed eyes. With each breath, spiritual energy surged around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Soon, an elder emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully to the man on the dais, reporting, Sect Master. The 5 Peak Masters have received the summons and will soon arrive at the Sect Masters Hall to discuss the upcoming recruitment of disciples. The man at the high seat replied nonchalantly. In the next moment, his eyes flared open, radiating with intensity as he gazed toward the hall's entrance. There, a radiant streak of light descended, transforming into a young man in white, stepping into the Sect Master's Hall. "Brother, your junior brother pays his respects." The young man in white offered a slight bow, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The once stern countenance of the man at the high seat instantly brightened, revealing his delight as he boisterously exclaimed, "Little junior brother, you have finally deemed it fit to emerge from your Miao Peak." The newcomer was none other than Zhou Qingchen, whose poise was graceful and whose steps were assured. Having recently broken through, his aura was strikingly sharp. "Thank you for your concern, brother. I've been in seclusion for 3 years, and now that I've emerged, I find myself at your Taihua Peak," Zhou Qingchen replied. Tuo Yuan was even more pleased, causing the elder beside them to gasp in astonishment and hastily withdraw. It was said that the Sect Master and the Peak Masters held a deep affection for this young junior brother, and their joy was indeed evident. It was rare to see the usually stern Sect Master in such high spirits. "Little junior brother, your talents are indeed extraordinary, achieving Yuanying at such a young age." Tuo Yuan marveled inwardly, astonished by such rare aptitude that had not been seen in Nanli province for ages. Zhou Qingchen and Tuo Yuan engaged in conversation, the atmosphere becoming congenial. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 Peak Masters of Taihua Sect received the Sect Master's directive and transformed into streaks of light, heading towards Taishan Peak. 5 beams of light represented 5 true lords of Yuanying, the core figures of Taihua Sect, causing a ripple of excitement throughout the entire sect. The head of Taishan Peak, Su Xianjun, in the late Yuanying stage, was the most powerful figure beneath the Sect Master. The head of Taiqing Peak, by Tianling, in the mid-Yuanying stage, ranked 3rd among the sisters, proficient in both alchemy and talisman crafting. The head of Taihua Peak, Xiachun, also in the mid-Yuanying stage, approached the Tao through the zither, embodying a serene and cultured demeanor, rarely revealing his prowess. The head of Tai Kuan Peak, Zhuo Qingchen, in the late Yuanying stage, wielded the Kuan Mountain sword technique, excelling in both offense and defense. Lastly, the head of Taihua Peak, Jiang Mingyu, who had recently ascended to the mid-Yuanying stage, displayed a lively disposition, unlike her elders, yet had grown more poised since Zhou Qingchen's arrival as her junior brother. The 5 arrived in unison, descending upon the Sect Master's Hall. Zhou Qingchen and Tuo Yuan instinctively turned to see the 5, their auras retracting as they entered the hall. Paying respects to the Sect Master and senior brother, they all bowed, observing proper etiquette, before noticing Zhou Qingchen standing nearby. "Little junior brother, you have finally chosen to emerge. Had you delayed any longer, I would have been compelled to drag you out of your Miao Peak myself," exclaimed the 6th sister, Jiang Mingyu, her eyes lighting up as she darted towards him, inquiring about his well-being without regard for decorum. After a joyful exchange, they finally turned to the core subject of their gathering, the upcoming recruitment ceremony, in half a month. Chapter 2. The Master System. Within the Grand Hall, the 7 Peak Masters convened, discussing the forthcoming momentous occasion. "Little junior brother, your master has roamed the world for hundreds of years, and Miao Peak has also been closed for a prolonged period. Now that you have become the head of a peak, it is time for you to assume your responsibilities, to open the mountain and recruit disciples. It would be best to take in some apprentices to rejuvenate Miao," Tuo Yuan remarked, glancing at Zhou Qingchen, eliciting laughter from the others. It was noteworthy that when the little junior brother first returned to the sect, he was merely a child. Now, though he had achieved the Yuanying level, he was still only in his early years, much like many disciples within the sect. Given this context, the thought of recruiting disciples raised questions among them. Zhou Qingchen, seated nearby, was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for his senior brothers and sisters to entertain such notions. He had not anticipated that upon his emergence, he would coincide with the recruitment ceremony. However, he seemed to lack the desire to take on disciples. "Senior brother," Zhou Qingchen began to voice his disagreement, but at that moment, an electronic voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the host meets the conditions for recruiting disciples, the master system is now fully activated. Zhou Qingchen's words caught in his throat, swallowed back down. "What's the matter, little junior brother?" Tuo Yuan inquired with a smile. Zhou Qingchen merely shook his head. "Is the system about to stir up some trouble?" He pondered. "This system is a disciple recruitment system. The host can establish binding master-disciple relationships through recruitment, and all system tasks and rewards will pertain solely to the disciples bound to the host. The host may obtain rewards and returns through recruitment, imparting techniques, bestowing treasures, and enhancing disciples' realms, depending on the task specifics. A reminder for the host: proceed with caution in recruitment, as once bound, the relationship cannot be severed. With the electronic voice echoing in his mind, Zhou Qingchen's suspicions were confirmed. Recruit disciples. He had not anticipated that he would ultimately acquiesce to the wishes of his senior brothers and sisters. Upon task completion, in addition to receiving material rewards, you will also gain extra task points. Task points can be exchanged in the system mall for anything the host desires. The concise introduction of the system left Zhou Qingchen feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Ding! The master system now issues its first task: bind a disciple of exceptional talent during the recruitment ceremony in half a month. Zhou Qingchen felt a ripple of emotions surge within him, his thoughts racing. If this is indeed the case, this system may very well become a significant asset on my path of cultivation. Will you accept the task? Zhou Qingchen pondered carefully, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused on the phrase heavenly talent within the task. Thus, he inquired, System, what specific qualifications are required for this heavenly talent? Zhou Qingchen asked. The system responded almost instantly. The system categorizes talents into 6 ranks: mediocre, average, genius, prodigy, heavenly talent, and unparalleled brilliance. Heavenly talent signifies that one's endowment ranks among the best in the world, requiring at the very least a celestial root. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen nearly cursed inwardly. System, are you mocking me? Celestial roots are not something one encounters casually. In all these years in Nanli Prefecture, I am the only one with a celestial root, and even among the top immortal sects, there are scarcely a few. Can it be that there happens to be a genius with a celestial root who, coincidentally, arrives at Taihua Sect? Zhou Qingchen was filled with disbelief. The system then said with a hint of melancholy, upon completing the task, you may receive an unparalleled immortal scripture as a reward. At these words, Zhou Qingchen felt as if his heart might stop. An unparalleled immortal scripture, a method of the immortal path? In the realm of cultivation, the pinnacle of techniques is the 9th tier method, which is further subdivided into 4 levels: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. An immortal level technique would surely be something attainable only after one has ascended to immortality. Zhou Qingchen was struck with incredulity, his mind racing. For instance, the technique he practiced was the 6th tier exceptional method, the Xianguang star technique, passed down by his master. This technique surpassed the foundational techniques of Taihua Sect's various peaks by 1 tier and is a method for the refining void stage, obtained by his master during his travels. Unfortunately, this technique can only be cultivated by those with stellar roots. Breath refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, refining void, integration, ascension, tribulation crossing. The 9 great cultivation realms in the world of immortals differ increasingly as one progresses. Higher tier methods are simply beyond the reach of ordinary sections. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Qingchen managed to suppress the tumultuous thoughts within him. He still retained his rationality and continued to negotiate with the system. What if I accept the task, but fail to complete it? The system chimed in, its tone growing a touch more serious. Should the task fail, the host will be trifling with this system, which has dedicated itself to you. The system will retaliate fiercely. Not only will you forfeit any task rewards, but your credibility points will also be deducted. Should your credibility points fall too low, the rewards and levels for each task completed will diminish. Conversely, each successful task will enhance your credibility points, thereby increasing the rarity of task rewards. The initial credibility points stand at 100. The system's electronic voice resonated. The current host attribute panel is as follows. Name: Zhou Qingchen. Talent: stellar celestial root, heavenly talent. Cultivation level: early nascent soul. Technique: 6th tier exceptional Xianguang star technique. Skills: Tai Miao Aurora sword, type by golden light / Xianguang unification, sky cutting sword finger. Weapon: Xianji star sword 6th tier exceptional artifact. Credibility points: 100, 1000. Task points: 0. As soon as the system finished speaking, Zhou Qingchen immediately called out in his mind, accept the task. In an instant, the system was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, it spoke in a mournful tone. Task accepted successfully. This host, upon hearing that a task failure would only result in a deduction of credibility points, readily agreed to the task. His heart is indeed worthy of condemnation. Zhou Qingchen feigned ignorance of the system's tone. My talent also falls under the category of heavenly talent, likely due to my stellar celestial root. Zhou Qingchen mused inwardly. When his master took him as a disciple, he had mentioned that his talent was exceedingly rare, hoping that in the future he might journey to more prosperous regions and pursue higher realms. Cultivators must possess a spiritual root. Without one, unless one finds the legendary extraordinary objects to substitute for the spiritual root, they would be forever estranged from the immortal path. Yet, such extraordinary objects are exceedingly rare, and the limitations of recreating a spiritual root are apparent. Those who recreate their spiritual roots can only cultivate to the level of the extraordinary object, which, in some respects, lacks the potential of a naturally born spiritual root. Spiritual roots are also classified into 5 categories. 5 elemental roots, pseudo-spiritual roots, 4 roots, mixed spiritual roots, 3 roots, true spiritual roots, dual roots, earth spiritual roots, and single roots, heavenly spiritual roots. Almost everyone's spiritual root level falls within these 5 categories. The system even mentioned that legendary Tao roots are incredibly rare, their talents overshadowing epics, seldom seen throughout history. Most individuals possess spiritual roots leaning towards the 5 elemental attributes, while a few may possess roots inclined towards unique properties. Zhou Qingchen's celestial root is not a single root among the 5 elemental roots, but is attuned to the power of stars, surpassing ordinary celestial roots due to its uniqueness. Perhaps this is the basis for the system's classification of him as having heavenly talent. Then there is nothing to worry about having accepted the task. Losing credibility points is one matter, but succeeding is another. Moreover, although the system's task requirements seem preposterous, since they have been proposed, there might be an unseen destiny at play. Zhou Qingchen's mind was abuzz with thoughts. Detection indicates that the host still has an unopened traversal gift pack. Shall I open it immediately? After a moment, the system, having digested its earlier displeasure, spoke again. Zhou Qingchen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but repressed his desire, intending to first discuss the matters regarding the disciple recruitment ceremony with his senior brothers. Do not open it for now, wait for me a moment. Good system. Chapter 3. Tao Roots. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the disciple recruitment ceremony were fervently underway. In the past, the recruitment ceremonies of our 3 major sects have always been staggered. Yet now, the other 2 major sects are conducting theirs concurrently. With ours, their intentions are clearly nefarious. Tuo Baiyuan said with a serious expression. Within Nanli Prefecture, numerous cultivation factions exist, with the 3 most powerful sects at the forefront: Taihua Sect, Lingjian Sect, and Bailan Sect. As the foremost sect, Taihua Sect has suppressed the other 2 for millennia, naturally inciting their jealousy. The deepest foundation of the 3 major sects lies in the ancient ancestors hidden within their ranks, each a formidable being at the spirit transformation stage. This is the fundamental reason for their superiority among numerous factions. Taihua Sect can dominate the other 2 sects solely because it harbors 3 spirit transformation ancestors. Had Zhou Qingchen's master not passed away, Taihua Sect would have boasted 4 spirit transformation beings, while each of the other 2 sects possesses merely 1. How could this not instill fear in them? They can only restrain us in such matters. They dare not confront us openly. The head of Taiyuan Peak, Su Xianjun, snorted coldly. They merely wish to entice those with wavering resolve to join their ranks with temporary benefits. Those with foresight would not be unaware of the unparalleled advantages of our sect's 3 great secret lands, forsaking such an opportunity to join sects that are already on the decline. The 3rd senior sister, by Tian Ling, shook her head softly as she spoke. Tuo Baiyuan nodded slightly and remarked, "Nonetheless, the attitudes of the other 2 sects are quite apparent, and we must not let our guard down. Since they intend to make a move, we cannot afford to retreat. It will ultimately depend on which sect possesses superior skills." With that, Tuo Baiyuan decisively made his statement. He then turned to Zhou Qingchen, who was not far off, and smiled gently, saying, "My dear junior brother, rest assured that your senior brothers and sisters will not leave you to manage the vast Miao Peak all on your own. I shall summon a group of elders and stewards from various peaks to stabilize Miao Peak, assisting you in overseeing the disciples who will one day join your ranks." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen let out a sigh of relief, a genuine smile illuminating his face. "I am once again deeply grateful for the care extended by my esteemed senior brothers and sisters," he exclaimed. "Oh, you are too modest." A chorus of laughter responded. Then, Tuo Baiyuan stroked his chin, as if struck by an idea, and said to Zhou Qingchen, "Junior brother, since the other 2 sects have begun to engage in these subtle maneuvers, it would be fitting, now that you have emerged from seclusion, to seize this opportunity and conduct the disciple recruitment ceremony with even greater grandeur. Zhou Qingchen's gaze shifted slightly as he solemnly remarked, "What the senior brother says is true." Taihua Yuan exchanged glances with several other peak masters and ultimately chuckled. Since Miao Peak is set to recruit disciples this time, we might as well take this opportunity to announce your inheritance of the Miao Peak master title. This way, the petty schemes of the other two sects will naturally crumble. Zhou Qingchen nodded in agreement, since he intended to accept disciples according to the system's requirements. His pupils must possess extraordinary talents. In this scenario, failing to attract the most exceptional genius from Nanli Prefecture to the Taihua sect would likely lead to the failure of his mission. It was already a daunting challenge to recruit a disciple with unparalleled innate ability. The interference from the other two sects would render it even more improbable. Thus, Zhou Qingchen decided to turn the situation to his advantage and declared, "Senior brother, I plan to accept a true disciple. Should their talents meet my expectations, they may directly join my sect." The peak masters present were momentarily taken aback, and Taihua Yuan, astonished, inquired, "Weren't you just resistant to the idea? How is it that you now wish to establish a sect and recruit a true disciple?" The sixth senior sister, Jiang Mingwei, interjected, "Junior brother, securing a direct disciple is no simple task. Presently, the true disciples under our various peak masters possess earth spirit root qualities. However, individuals with such a talent are exceedingly rare, not only in Nanli Prefecture but throughout the entire realm of cultivation. The proportion of those with earth spirit roots is not significantly high." Zhou Qingchen naturally understood the situation, yet he felt compelled to give it a try. Jiang Mingwei sighed and continued, "It has been over a decade since a prodigy with a spiritual root of the earth has appeared in Nanli Prefecture. I have yet to receive a true disciple." The third senior sister, Bai Danling, smiled and remarked, "However, if our junior brother wishes to recruit a true disciple, spreading the word will surely attract many talented individuals to Taihua sect. Perhaps we may encounter unexpected gains, as it is often the seemingly ordinary individuals hidden among the masses who awaken remarkable spiritual roots." Zhou Qingchen shared the same sentiment, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "One cannot always expect their wishes to be fulfilled, especially given my lofty standards. At the very least, a celestial root is required. In truth, according to the system's classification, even those with celestial roots may not necessarily be deemed of unparalleled talent. Only the most exceptional among them possess the requisite qualifications." The several peak masters, upon hearing this, could not help but display expressions of distress, their eyes twitching as they replied, "Junior brother, perhaps it would be wise to temper your expectations." The others interpreted his words as mere jest and chose not to elaborate further. Ultimately, however, a decision was reached. During the upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony, Zhou Qingchen would select the most gifted individuals to take under his wing. Even if they did not meet the stringent qualifications set by the system, they could still be accepted as true disciples, for the current Miao Peak was in dire need of fresh blood. The only distinction would be the lack of a system binding. Under such enticing prospects, a significant upheaval was anticipated. After all, in Nanli Prefecture, the ascension of a peak master and the acceptance of disciples by a Yuanying true monarch was no trivial matter. Moreover, this master was none other than Zhou Qingchen, the esteemed prodigy of Taihua sect, celebrated as the foremost genius. Upon departing from Taishang Peak, Zhou Qingchen bid farewell to his senior brothers and sisters, eagerly returning to Miao Peak. At this moment, atop the summit of Miao Peak, amidst the layers of clouds, lay Zhou Qingchen's sanctuary. Here, he typically remained undisturbed, diligently cultivating and absorbing the celestial energies of the cosmos, his progress rapid and extraordinary. System, open the gift package. Zhou Qingchen had not forgotten that a delightful surprise awaited him. He silently recited and eagerly anticipated it. As the package was being opened, the system's voice announced, "Congratulations, host. The package has been received, and you have obtained the Starry Tao spiritual root." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his heart racing. Could even one's innate talent be transformed? He had not anticipated that a package from his transmigration would contain the unparalleled Tao spiritual root, a legendary quality most harmonious with the Great Way. It is worth noting that Zhou Qingchen had already possessed the heavenly spiritual root, which had allowed him to become the acknowledged first prodigy of Nanli Prefecture in just a few decades. Now, if he were to acquire the fabled Tao spiritual root, even he found it hard to fathom the heights he might reach in the future. Undoubtedly, his path to cultivation would be magnitudes broader than before. Would you like to integrate the Tao spiritual root? The system's voice jolted Zhou Qingchen from his reverie. Zhou Qingchen naturally did not hesitate and promptly chose yes. The Star Path spiritual route was in the process of merging, and it was a resounding success. The host's talent has ascended. Chapter 4. The Peak Master accepts disciples in an instant. Zhou Qingchen felt a warm current rising from his dantian, causing his entire meridian system to expand, and his physique transformed in the blink of an eye. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the system's electronic voice resonated. The current attributes of the host are as follows. Name, Zhou Qingchen. Talent, Star Path spiritual route. Unparalleled grace cultivation. Early stage of the nascent soul realm technique. Xian Guang star technique spells. Tai Miao extreme light sword. Tai by golden light slash. Xian Guang unification. Jiat Tian sword finger weapon. Xian Ji star sword reputation value. 100, 1000 task points. 0 once the internal change is settled. Zhou Qingchen immediately sensed the formidable transformations brought forth by the spiritual route. Now, not only had his absorption of the world's spiritual energy accelerated significantly, but his cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. Most crucially, he had developed an unparalleled affinity and mastery over the power of the stars. If his previous star spiritual route granted him an innate connection to the power of the stars, then at this moment, his Star Path spiritual route felt akin to the sovereign of myriad stars, commanding them without question. The power of the stars not only resonated with him, but had completely submitted to his dominion, becoming his instrument. Is this what it means to possess a spiritual root? Zhou Qingchen exhaled deeply, his eyes still shimmering with wonder. He never anticipated that the system would bestow upon him such a magnificent opportunity right from the outset. Even now, the incredulity lingered within him. What Zhou Qingchen remained oblivious to was that, following this event, the celestial patterns adorning his forehead deepened in intensity, becoming resplendent and noble, seemingly imbued with unparalleled might. At that moment, Zhou Qingchen could not resist the urge to sit cross-legged, channeling his cultivation. With each breath, his aura became extraordinarily formidable. After a prolonged period of training, he gradually opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of silvery starlight sparkled within the depths of his pupils. Upon awakening from his meditation, Zhou Qingchen smiled gently, and then, as if sensing something, he rose from the layers of the cloud sea and vanished in an instant. At this juncture, a group of elders and stewards, having received the command of the sect leader, respectfully arrived at Taihua Peak. Spanning 100 miles, Taihua Peak boasts 36 subsidiary spirit mountains, characterized by its perilous terrain, yet rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal locale for cultivation. Although it had been closed for several centuries, the pavilions, towers, and cultivation chambers within were remarkably well preserved. The assembly refrained from wandering aimlessly, choosing instead to remain patiently at the foot of Taihua Peak. Before long, a formidable aura emanating from the nascent soul realm enveloped the skies above. The gathered individuals straightened their robes and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to the Peak Master. As the words fell, a young man in white descended gracefully to the ground, exuding an otherworldly elegance. There is no need for formalities, he graciously proclaimed. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and spoke. At that moment, everyone straightened their bodies. Zhou Qingchen's consciousness subtly scanned the crowd, revealing their backgrounds. 2 were at the peak of the Golden Core stage, 5 in the late Golden Core stage, and over 10 elders in the mid to early Golden Core stages, along with 100 deacons who had completed the foundation establishment stage. Instantly, a warm feeling surged within Zhou Qingchen. He understood that even if Taihua Peak were to recruit disciples this year, the numbers would not be substantial enough to necessitate so many elders and deacons. Yet, his senior brothers and sisters offered him their utmost support. From this day forth, you shall all be the pillars of Taihua Peak. I hope you will contribute your strength and insights for the future development of our sect. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you in advance. Zhou Qingchen said with a gentle smile. The crowd felt both honored and surprised, promptly responding. It is our privilege to assist the Peak Master in the development of Taihua Peak. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and said, very well. Now, there are only a few of us from Taihua Peak. Let us first settle down. Elders of the Golden Core realm may choose any one of the 36 subordinate spiritual mountains to become its master. The other foundation establishment disciples may also select a suitable location for cultivation among the various spiritual mountains, distributing themselves evenly. You two remain here, while the rest may withdraw. Zhou Qingchen pointed at the 2 foremost individuals among the crowd, both of whom had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. The others then hastily took their leave. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and addressed the 2 individuals. You may be regarded as the first batch of elders following the resurgence of Taihua Peak. Henceforth, You shall remain by my side and heed my commands directly. There is no need for you to seek the Spirit Mountain. You may establish your presence here at Taihua Peak." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi and Li Qinglin were overwhelmed with excitement and immediately expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Peak Master, for your recognition." Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and finally instructed, "Prepare for the disciple recruitment ceremony. I hope to witness a rejuvenated Taihua Peak in the near future." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and descended back to the Sea of Clouds. "We shall faithfully obey the Master's command." Zhang Yi and his companion responded respectfully. Upon returning to the Sea of Clouds, Zhou Qingchen felt quite elated. It seems that this position of Peak Master is rather enjoyable. Indeed, Taihua Peak is gradually becoming lively. Zhou Qingchen murmured, taking a moment to withdraw his thoughts before resuming his meditative posture. Through relentless day and night cultivation, he had recently stabilized the fluctuating aura of his breakthrough into the nascent soul realm, solidifying his cultivation further. During Zhou Qingchen's cultivation period, Taihua Peak underwent significant transformations. Under the leadership of Zhang Yi and Li Qinglin, the entire Taihua Peak was meticulously organized, with the 36 spiritual mountains' original pavilions and caves rejuvenated, along with the addition of numerous martial arenas. Furthermore, the foundational facilities such as the Alchemy Hall, Weapon Hall, and Scripture Pavilion were all refurbished and are now collaboratively managed by numerous elders, awaiting the arrival of the first batch of disciples. Not only Taihua Peak and the internal affairs of Taihua Sect, but the entire Southernly Prefecture has also come alive, as the triennial grand ceremony for the three major sects to recruit disciples is once again upon us, attracting immense attention. Young talents from across the Southernly Prefecture, as well as aspiring youths yet to embark on their cultivation journey, are all making their way towards these three sections. Among them, some hail from humble beginnings, traversing mountains and rivers. Others are of noble lineage, accompanied by distinguished elders from their families. The discussions are fervent, and the excitement is unparalleled. As this year's ceremony differs from the past, the three major sects have unanimously chosen to hold their events on the same day, leaving some individuals in a quandary over their choices. Which sect should one choose? Pondered a youth, confiding in peers. Surely the foremost Taihua sect, renowned for its formidable strength and an abundance of talents and resources. Such reasoning would typically be sound. However, the Lingjian sect and Bailan sect offer an enticing incentive. All participants in the recruitment ceremony, regardless of whether they are accepted, will receive a first-tier premium qi gathering pill. This is indeed a substantial investment. The number of participants in the ceremony is countless, and if each were to receive one, it could amount to the value of fourth-tier treasures coveted by those in the nascent soul realm. Moreover, should one successfully join, further rewards await. For those with exceptional talent, the potential to be accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul true monarch is a prospect explicitly stated by these two sects. What? A nascent soul true monarch seeks to recruit disciples? The news spread like wildfire, causing a stir among the young elites of Southernly Prefecture. In Southernly Prefecture, a nascent soul true monarch is a formidable figure, serving as a core member within the three major sects, and rarely takes on disciples. Each disciple accepted is guaranteed to be a true inheritor, receiving meticulous guidance. This is merely one aspect. The more concealed value lies in the transformation of one's status. A disciple of a nascent soul true monarch can command respect throughout Southernly Prefecture, receiving deference wherever they go. In an instant, many hearts were stirred. Chapter 5. The Lin Family. In the state of Nanli, within the grand city of Yaoang, a place of considerable strength, renowned for its numerous martial families, it stood as a bastion of power. The Lin family, once one of the 5 great families of Yaoang, thrived immensely, revered for its ancestor who had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. However, in the past century, following the passing of their venerable ancestor and the collusion of other powerful families that sought to isolate and oppress them, the Lin family's status and strength plummeted, completely falling from the pedestal of the 5 great families. Currently, only the family head, who is at the mid-Golden Core stage, and another elder at the early Golden Core stage remain to uphold the family, and without a drastic change, the Lin family would inevitably face expulsion from Yaoang. Once a formidable force that instilled fear and accumulated many enemies, their sudden decline saw former allies abandon them, with even those who chose not to strike a blow appearing benevolent. Within the grand hall of the Lin family, the core members gathered, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of despair, silence reigning for an extended period. At last, a burly man could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, brimming with righteous indignation. His chest heaving. The Qin family is utterly overstepping. When our ancestor was alive, we lent them considerable support. Without us, they would not have risen to their lofty status. Shall we simply relinquish our spiritual veins, shops, and businesses without a fight? I cannot accept this. The man's fury was palpable, his words resonating, yet met with silence. After a long pause, Lin Tianong, the family head, let out a deep sigh, his expression one of utter dejection. Our Lin family has been forced into a corner. If no one extends a helping hand, we shall surely be erased from Yuanying, and the legacy built over centuries will be buried by my hands. I am ashamed before our ancestors. Tears streamed down the family head's face, overwhelmed by grief. Master, the assembly shared his sorrow, their faces etched with despair. Such was the cycle of rise and fall, a transformation over a century. As the clan meeting concluded, the Lin family's atmosphere was bleak, deeply affected by the onslaught from the four great families. In a short while, the vast hall was left with only two figures, the family head Lin Tianong and a youth who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age. Father, there may still be a way forward. At that moment, the boy's clear and composed voice broke the silence, instantly capturing Lin Tianong's attention. Chier, what did you say? Lin Tianong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the youth seated at the rear. This young man, though still possessing youthful features, exuded a demeanor of maturity and composure. He had remained silent throughout the clan meeting, unnoticed even by Lin Tianong. Yet, at this moment, the words he uttered resonated like thunder in Lin Tianong's ears. The youth spoke with unwavering conviction. Father, our opportunity does not lie with the pack of wolves and tigers in Yuanying City, but rather with the three great sects. The three great sects. Lin Tianong was perplexed, struggling to comprehend how such formidable entities could be connected to the Lin family. It seemed utterly impossible. The youth, Lin Qi, was the heir of the Lin family and Lin Tianong's youngest son. Observing Lin Tianong, now standing in astonishment, Lin Qi added with a hint of helplessness, Father, you and the elders have been preoccupied with family affairs lately, and may be unaware that the day for the three great sects to recruit disciples is approaching. And this time it is markedly different. The Bailing Sect and the Lingjian Sect have already announced that a nascent soul true monarch is seeking to take in disciples. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianong paused for several seconds, his eyes suddenly alight as if he had grasped a lifeline. A nascent soul true monarch taking in disciples. If our Lin family, Lin Tianong began but halted midway, yet Lin Qi understood his implication. Lin Tianong fixed his gaze on his still youthful son, who was beginning to reveal extraordinary potential, and felt a stirring in his heart. He inquired, Chiers, are you suggesting that joining the Lingjian sect or the Bailing sect could turn around our Lin family's precarious situation? However, Lin Qi shook his head and replied, No. We must seek admission into the Taihua sect. At these words, Lin Tianong fell silent, deep in thought. Lin Qi wasted no time and promptly elaborated. The recruitment ceremonies of the three sects are unexpectedly scheduled for the same day. And with the various announcements from the Lingjian sect and Bailing sect, it is evident they intend to focus public attention on themselves to garner the greatest advantage. It has long been known that the three sects harbor discord. Thus, it seems these two sects are united in their efforts against the Taihua sect. Yet, the Taihua sect stands as the foremost among the three, boasting formidable strength. Lin Qi asserted confidently. Such a powerful sect will not allow the other two to stir up turmoil unchallenged. Therefore, I surmise that the Taihua sect will certainly retaliate, presenting equally compelling, if not superior, conditions to counter the other two sects. At the very least, it must be on par with the conditions set forth by the nascent soul true monarch. As Lin Tianong listened, his expression transformed. Truly, as a descendant of the Lin family, Chier, your analysis strikes at the heart of the matter with precision. The head of the Lin family felt a sense of relief wash over him, calming his previously agitated mind. However, if you possess such insights, why did you not voice them during the clan meeting? Lin Tianong inquired. Observing his son, he pondered for a long while, only to realize that he had perhaps rejoiced too soon. He sighed and asked, Little Qi, are you implying that our Lin family's younger generation has the opportunity to be accepted as disciples by a great nascent soul cultivator? Although the three major sects are indeed powerful, merely being accepted as an ordinary disciple, while enviable, is insufficient to alter the fortunes of our family. The four great clans of Yuanying City have forged alliances for decades, their bonds deep and intertwined, effectively casting the Lin family out of the ranks of noble families. Their influence has reached an extraordinary level. Lin Tianong furrowed his brow, revealing the Lin family's plight to his young son, a rare display of vulnerability. He learned that the prominent masters of Taihua sect had nearly all taken personal disciples, each among the most gifted individuals in Nanli Prefecture. in the foreseeable future. They were unlikely to accept new students unless they possessed extraordinary and rare talents. The average genius would not attract their attention. Lin Tianyang was deeply concerned. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, the most gifted was Lin Qi, a cousin of his son, who stood out even among his peers in Yaoyang City. Yet, it was still insufficient. In Yaoyang City, he was an exceptional talent, but in the three major sects, that was simply inadequate. It was rumored that the true disciples there mostly possessed earth spirit roots. How could an ordinary person compare? For a moment, Lin Tianyang fell into a contemplative silence. The prospect of taking the Yuanying true monarch as a master, a path that seemed so promising, was one that only a select few could traverse. Chapter 6. Reactions from all sides. Lin Qi's gaze flickered, and he rose to his feet. Almost immediately, a faint wave of spiritual energy emanated from his body, growing stronger until it blazed like a fierce fire. Lin Tianyang's heart raced as he swiftly moved to Lin Qi's side, probing with his consciousness. 3 layers of qi refinement. This was a single attribute fire spirit root. Lin Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief, repeatedly confirming what he saw. Qi, when did you awaken your spirit root? And it's a heavenly spirit root. A surge of exhilaration swept through Lin Tianyang, as if he had been lifted from the depths of despair to the heights of joy, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lin Qi's expression turned serious as he explained. I sensed a growing affinity with the fire elements in the world several months ago, and inadvertently awakened my spirit root, stepping into the qi refinement stage. The heavens have not forsaken our Lin family. Lin Tianyang trembled with excitement, the heaviness in his heart lifting entirely. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qi continued, Father, there were too many eyes at the clan meeting, so I couldn't reveal this. Now that I've finally awaited the opportunity for the 3 sects to accept disciples, I dared to share this with you. Otherwise, if discovered, I might lose even the chance to join the sects. Lin Tianyang, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Lin Qi had been discreet during this time, and with the Lin family preoccupied with external matters, no one had noticed the young descendant. Otherwise, if the noble family spies had caught wind of it, they could never have protected Lin Qi. After taking a moment to compose himself, Lin Tianyang gazed at Lin Qi with a look of pride and bittersweet nostalgia, reflecting, Qi, you have grown up. Lin Qi couldn't help but smile, his expression taking on a youthful innocence. Just as the father and son were sharing heartfelt moments, a shadow flickered from the darkness, causing Lin Tianyang's demeanor to shift. The newcomer was his shadow guard, who whispered a few words in Lin Tianyang's ear. The joy in Lin Tianyang's eyes intensified, and he waved away the shadow guard, unable to contain his exhilarating laughter. Qi, my dear Qi, I must commend you. You were indeed correct, Lin Tianyang exclaimed, patting Lin Qi on the shoulder. This is monumental. The 7th peak master of Taihua Sect, Miao Peak, has ascended to his position, and the long-secluded Miao Peak is now open for disciples. The Taihua Sect is actively recruiting. Lin Tianyang smiled mysteriously, adding, moreover, this new peak master has declared that he will select only those with exceptional talent to become his true disciples, guiding them personally in the core teachings of Miao Peak. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Tianyang's smile was uncontainable, for he knew that no one would refuse a disciple with a fire elemental spiritual root. This nearly guaranteed that Lin Qi would become a direct disciple of the Taihua Sect. Even if not at Miao Peak, he would surely find a place among the other peaks. The affairs of the Lin family would thus be resolved, and their fate transformed. By the way, do you know who the new head of Miao Peak is? Lin Tianyang teased. Lin Qi instinctively asked, who? Zhou Qingchen, the foremost prodigy of Nanli Prefecture. Remarkably, he has already attained the Yuanying true monarch status 3 years ago. Lin Tianyang replied, waves of astonishment surging within him. Such a young Yuanying cultivator, breaking through so swiftly, was unprecedented in his experience. In the outside world, Nanli Prefecture buzzed with the news. Miao Peak was reopening, the new head, a Yuanying true monarch, was taking disciples, and the foremost prodigy of Nanli Prefecture was at the center of it all. These 4 pieces of news spread like a torrent, leaving no one in Nanli Prefecture unaware. The generous offers from Lingjian's sect and Bailan's sect were completely overlooked, merely serving as a wedding garment that only heightened the prestige of Taihua Sect. In the distant Bailan sect, the sect leader seethed with anger. Damn it, why must this happen now? His late-stage Yuanying cultivation was evident, wreaking havoc in the main hall. Beside him, a middle-aged man in a blue robe remained unperturbed, calmly observing the furious sect leader. I warned you that it was premature. Even with the return of the old peak master of Miao Peak, The current Taihua sect is not something our two sects can contend with, he remarked. Alas, it seems we are left with nothing but a wedding garment, while everyone only remembers the unparalleled prodigy, Yuanying true monarch Zhou Qingchen. After a period of furious agitation, the Bailan sect leader regained his composure and, with a blank expression, inquired, "Is there truly no way out?" The blue-robed man shrugged. In ordinary times, even if Taihua sect offered the same conditions, with our two sects joining forces, they would not gain much. After all, recruiting new disciples is a long-term strategy. No matter how infuriated the Taihua sect may be, they are powerless to resist, and can only watch as our two sects gradually squeeze the sources of new disciples. The master of the Bailan sect cast a cold glance, choosing not to respond, prompting the middle-aged man in the azure robe to continue. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident occurred. With the emergence of the first prodigy and the establishment of the seventh peak, who in the southernly prefecture can withstand such momentum? The extraordinary talents of Zhou Qingchen are unparalleled among the younger generation in southernly prefecture, creating an insurmountable gap. Those who once contended with him are still toiling in the golden core realm, while he has already ascended to the nascent soul stage. The middle-aged man's voice grew somber, his emotions inexplicable. Moreover, our two sects are about to face an unfavorable situation. Most of the most exceptional geniuses may well be flocking to the Taihua sect, and we may struggle to retain even a fraction of the second-tier talents. Conversely, many opportunistic individuals will certainly remember our enticing offer of one first grade for each person, flocking to us to take advantage of our generosity. The middle-aged man seemed to feel his words lacked sufficient sting, adding, "We have recruited few geniuses, yet we have inadvertently donated a substantial sum. And we cannot retract our generosity. After all, we are one of the three major sections." The master of the Bailan sect's expression twitched, and finally, unable to contain his fury, he exploded. "Jian Wuming, are you intentionally provoking me?" The middle-aged man in azure shook his head with a scoff. On the eve of the disciple recruitment ceremony, all the young individuals seeking to join had gathered early at the gates of the three major sections. Unexpectedly, the entrances to both the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect were also teeming with people. However, among them were likely many attempting to fish in troubled waters and exploit the benefits of the two sects. While the number truly capable of entering the top three sects was probably quite limited. Within the grand hall, the master of the Bailan sect, Song Ke, gazed through the layers of mist at the throngs outside the gates, his expression impassive as he commanded, "Convey my orders, this year." The conditions for recruitment at Bailan sect have changed. Only those under 18 may participate. Of course, those under 25 who have awakened 4 spirit roots or more will also be considered. As for other circumstances, you shall handle them as you see fit. In any case, we must minimize losses and maximize benefits. The shadow lurking in the darkness respectfully acknowledged the command and bowed in departure. "I allowed you to be greedy, yet you dare to fleece my Bailan sect without sufficient capability." The master of the Bailan sect gritted his teeth in frustration. Under normal circumstances, any young individual could participate in the recruitment ceremony, but now he could only strive to minimize losses while not overlooking certain hidden talents. This is what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. Song Ke was filled with regret. Although the loss of such a large sum was not yet causing him distress, the funds he deemed insignificant could have been a substantial resource for the talented disciples under his care. Now, to squander it on a few worthless individuals was something he found intolerable. Originally, if I could attract more talented disciples, the expenditure would be justified. If there were prodigies with dual-element spiritual roots, it would be a guaranteed profit. However, to my dismay, the plan was easily thwarted by the Taihua sect. Should we fail to acquire any geniuses this time, both our sects would suffer significant losses. Fortunately, the allure of recruiting disciples in the nascent soul stage still holds some appeal. Although they may not match the extraordinary talents of Taihua sect, they are sufficient to retain some lesser geniuses, which, with proper cultivation, would not be a loss. Song Ke continually reassured himself, which provided him with a modicum of solace. Amusingly, the Lingjian sect also undertook similar measures, inciting scorn from many who attempted to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 7. The Grand Ceremony Outside the Taihua sect. Its influence is immense, with numerous bustling towns surrounding its gates, now overcrowded with an astonishing influx of people. Many who have never visited Taihua sect are deeply captivated by its ethereal, mist-covered appearance, reminiscent of a celestial realm. The site of the Taihua sect is renowned as the most spiritually enriched land in the entire Nanli prefecture, said to have been established thousands of years ago by several fully realized masters of the Taihua sect. It boasts 7 main peaks and hundreds of subsidiary spiritual mountains. spanning thousands of miles and hosting a multitude of disciples. The Taihua sect is divided into inner and outer disciples. In addition to these, there are 100 core disciples, along with 7 true inheritors. These 100 core disciples represent the elite of the inner sect, having reached the golden core stage. Even if they do not return to their respective families, they can at least become elders of a peak within the Taihua sect. The 7 true inheritors, on the other hand, are disciples of the peak masters, possessing talents that rank among the finest in Nanli Prefecture, destined to inherit the positions of peak masters. Their status immensely prestigious. Is this truly the Taihua sect? What a splendid place! In one of the towns, a youth clad in a crimson robe gazed upward in awe at the mystical mountain shrouded in mist, his expression one of astonishment. Beside him stood an elderly man, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, yet his aura was anything but ordinary. It was indeed a scene from a dream. The old man, clearly astonished, reflected on his life confined to Yaoyang City, mired in the conflicts of noble families. He had once thought the 5 great clans to be extraordinarily powerful, but now, in comparison to a colossal entity like the Taihua sect, they appeared insignificant. I too once harbored such aspirations. The old man sighed softly, observing Lin Qi before him, his heart swelling with boundless anticipation and envy. With such a prodigious talent as my Lin family's Kirin child, it suffices. I desire nothing more. The elder of the clan sighed inwardly. He belonged to the elder generation of the Lin family, a fellow cultivator at the Golden Core stage, and was the only member of the Lin family, apart from Lin Tianyang, who was aware of Lin Qi's possession of a heavenly spiritual root. In his relentless pursuit of safeguarding Lin Qi, Lin Tianyang had exercised the utmost caution. This time, under the covert protection of the Golden Core elder, they had successfully reached Taihua sect without incident. As the sun sank in the west, the atmosphere outside Taihua sect remained vibrant and bustling. No one could find solace in sleep, and even meditation for cultivation proved challenging, as everyone was anxiously anticipating the grand inauguration of Taihua sect on the morrow. Upon returning to Miao Peak, Zhou Qingchen immersed himself in relentless training day and night. The terrifying enhancement brought by the stellar Dao spiritual root ensnared him in the fervor of cultivation, as he sensed the increasingly potent aura of the nascent soul within him, filling his heart with satisfaction. The brilliance of myriad stars cascaded down like a celestial river, the intense power of the stars being drawn into his body, rendering the starry imprint on his forehead ever more enigmatic and resplendent. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony. May it not disappoint me. As the heart of Zhou Qingchen rippled with fleeting thoughts, the dawn of a new day arrived. The sun ascended in the east, painting the sky with vibrant hues. When the resonant and profound sound of the bell echoed across the miles, countless ethereal lights erupted from the 7 great peaks. A colossal golden portal materialized in the heavens above, with the robust characters of Taihua sect gradually becoming discernible. In an instant, the throngs of eager individuals gathered at the mountain gate erupted with fervor. From the golden entrance, figures emerged, poised in midair, exuding immense power. The grand ceremony of accepting disciples had commenced. A stern and solemn voice reverberated like thunder, igniting the emotions of all present. We are the esteemed elders of the 7 peaks of Taihua sect. The 7 figures stood proudly in the sky, speaking in unison. Among them was Zhang Yi of the temporary Miao Peak, each elder a pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Behind them, numerous Golden Core elders and Foundation establishment deacons stood in attendance. This spectacle left countless newcomers to Taihua sect utterly astonished. In the crowd, Lin Qi gazed at the 7 chief elders, reflecting on the glory of the Lin family from over a century prior, when his great-grandfather, a Golden Core perfectionist, could command respect throughout the entire Yaoyang City, unmatched by any. The realization that even a mere chief elder from Taihua sect could wield such influence filled him with awe, providing him with a more tangible understanding of the sect's might. Under the orchestration of the 7 chief elders, the disciple selection ceremony commenced. All youths, step forward. An amiable elder chuckled. In that moment, a wave of nervous young men and women departed from their elders, converging towards the plaza. It's up to you now, Chia. The Lin family elder mused silently as he watched Lin Qi blend into the crowd. A benevolent chief elder nodded slightly, saying, "May you all strive to pass this first trial." The rules of the test were announced. First step, the talent assessment. The heavenly pillar is the artifact we use to evaluate your qualifications. The chief elder declared emphatically, "This pillar will thoroughly awaken the spiritual roots within you, serving as a small opportunity to discern your fate with the immortal path." With a wave of his sleeve, a stone pillar several yards long appeared out of thin air, inscribed with mystical patterns that shimmered with spiritual light. This artifact categorizes talent into 5 ranks, corresponding to the 5 types of spiritual roots. Each level capable of manifesting different phenomena, the elder explained with clarity. The colors of these phenomena correspond to the 5 elements: white, green, black, red, and yellow. The purer the color, the higher the qualifications. Now, let the testing begin. The young talents formed a long queue, embarking on the grand assessment of their spiritual root levels. Atop Miao Peak, a sea of clouds unfolded in layers. Zhou Qingchen sat in meditation, concluding his training. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting silver light shimmering within. His consciousness instantaneously enveloped the outer realm of the Taihua Sect's grand discipleship ceremony. A prodigious talent must surely be among the finest of the exceptional spiritual roots. He pondered whether such an individual might be present among them. Zhou Qingchen mused silently to himself, perceiving that within several individuals there resided a brilliant luminosity. While one person's dantian shone with a radiance akin to a resplendent sun, suggesting that their awakened spiritual root was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brows and gazed intently, discovering a composed young man standing amidst the crowd. Could it be you? Zhou Qingchen whispered softly, the passage of time unknown to him. Next, it was Lin Qi's turn. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, Lin Qi, despite his composure, was still just a boy, and his heart raced, his hands trembling. Do not be anxious. Place your hands upon it. A nearby elder gently encouraged. I can do it. Lin Qi's gaze sharpened, no longer hesitating. He was indeed a fire elemental spirit root. There could be no mistake. The instant his palm made contact with the imposing heavenly pillar, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. In the next moment, the entire stone column emanated a dazzling crimson light, and a resplendent golden sun ascended into the sky, its radiant glow enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of yards. Everyone was rendered speechless. Lin Qi, extraordinary talent. Fire elemental spirit root. The chief elder's eyes widened in astonishment, mechanically reciting these words, his heart brimming with disbelief. This was simply unbelievable. A spirit root of such caliber. In the thousands of years of Nanli Prefecture, only one such individual had existed, a unique star attribute. And that was Zhou Qingchen, now the esteemed master of a peak. Amidst the collective shock, a powerful presence suddenly descended. From the direction of Miao Peak, a figure glided through the air, robes billowing elegantly. As everyone looked on, a mysterious silver light coalesced, revealing a young man in white. Standing in midair like a celestial being, the starry patterns upon his forehead shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Chapter 8. The Grand Discipleship Ceremony Greetings, Peak Master. The elders presiding over the discipleship ceremony regained their composure and bowed respectfully. As their words fell, the eyes of the entire assembly were drawn toward the spectacle, each gaze filled with awe and reverence. The foremost prodigy of Nanli Prefecture, unmatched in elegance. Without needing further explanation, everyone understood the reason for Zhou Qingchen's presence. In the next moment, several formidable presences surged from within Taihua Sect. As the other 6 peak masters arrived in unison, their expressions grave and their demeanor steady. Slowly descending from the skies was the serious and composed Tuobi Yuan, flanked by the remaining peak masters. Clearly, they had all been captivated by the phenomenon caused by Lin Qi. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings to all peak masters. The crowd, shaken to their core, hastily bowed. As they regarded Lin Qi, the peak masters were profoundly moved, at a loss for words. Once they regained their composure, they turned to congratulate Zhou Qingchen, saying, Junior brother, congratulations on acquiring an exceptional disciple ahead of time. I truly thought you were jesting. I never expected a second extraordinary spirit root to arise. The elder brothers and sisters gasped in astonishment, their hearts stirred by the tumultuous waves of emotion that rendered them unable to maintain their composure. The Lin family patriarch was ecstatic. He clearly observed the expressions of the 7 peak masters, particularly the satisfaction radiating from the head of Miao Peak. Is Zhou Qingchen satisfied? Of course, he is. The fire attribute is a heavenly spiritual root, a supreme spiritual root. The system's electronic voice timely resonated. Ding. A prodigious talent has been detected. Name, Lin Qi. Bone age, 12. Gift, supreme fire spiritual root, fire spiritual vein, unparalleled talent. Cultivation level, 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Technique, 3rd grade superior Shenling skill. Weapon, none. Character, 98. Zhou Qingchen felt a profound sense of reassurance as his gaze traversed the sea of people, ultimately fixating on the resolute and graceful young man at the center of the square. You are exceptional. I hope you excel in the second round. Zhou Qingchen spoke gently, his voice resonating throughout the venue. As anticipated, this would be his most esteemed disciple. Lin Qi, upon hearing this, felt his heart race with exhilaration. His face flushed with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully proclaimed, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, esteemed senior." The crowd in the square gazed at Lin Qi with deep envy. "Let us proceed." Zhou Qingchen spoke, while several peak masters remained, collectively channeling their spiritual energy to form a ceremonial platform upon which they sat, observing this year's disciple recruitment ceremony. The assessments continued, revealing a remarkable array of talents among the candidates, with several possessing 3 spiritual roots of true lineage and a greater number exhibiting ordinary 4 spiritual roots. All of these individuals successfully passed the first test of the Taihua sect. Conversely, those lacking spiritual roots or possessing pseudo-spiritual roots of the 5 elements were entirely eliminated. Unless they encountered extraordinary fortune, their potential seemed regrettably limited. Suruatian, Golden Earth spiritual root. Exceptional aptitude, exclaimed a chief elder, his face alight with excitement. He was currently the most gifted individual apart from Lin Qi, as the true disciples under each peak's guidance possessed dual attributes of the Earth spiritual root, their cultivation seemingly aided by divine intervention. The boy, clad in unremarkable attire, stood momentarily dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend the revelation. "You may wait aside for now. The second round is yet to come." The chief elder nodded slightly, thoroughly pleased. "Do you know water and with dual spiritual roots?" Following closely, the chief elder expressed his astonishment once more, momentarily overwhelmed. The emergence of 2 consecutive talents with dual spiritual roots, compounded by the rarest of true spiritual roots, indicated that the Taihua sect had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The young girl, possessing an ethereal beauty and an extraordinary presence, likely hailed from a distinguished lineage. The peak masters exchanged glances, quietly astonished. The presence of 2 dual-rooted prodigies stirred within them a desire to recruit disciples. "Junior brother, surely you do not intend to take this little girl as your true disciple?" inquired the junior sister, Jiang Mingwei, from a nearby spot. Zhou Qingchen discerned her intentions. He gently shook his head and smiled, saying, "There is no need for formalities, junior sister. If you wish to accept a true disciple, the choice is yours." Jiang Mingwei immediately beamed with joy. Previously, she was the only one among the major peak masters without a true disciple, and now that she finally encountered a suitable candidate, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. However, the subsequent selections yielded no exceptions, as all were of the 3 spiritual roots and those below. When all tests were completed, it was already afternoon, with the sun descending. A total of 13,200 individuals passed, the last elder announced with a booming voice. And those who succeeded were filled with elation, while the majority who did not pass wore somber expressions. The chief elder remained impassive and calmly stated, "Do not rejoice too soon, those who have passed the first trial. The second trial tests your temperament, if your resolve is not steadfast. Even if you succeed in the first trial, you will still be eliminated." The initially exuberant youths gradually sobered, their expressions turning serious. For they had certainly heard of the peculiarities of the second trial. "Soon, you shall be drawn into an illusion, wherein you will endure various unforeseen afflictions and tribulations. However, if you can maintain your true essence, unwavering and resolute, and persist for 2/4 of an hour, you shall surely prevail." Now, the second trial commences. The chief elder of Yuanying Peak nodded, waving his sleeve, as 8 small array flags soared through the sky, positioning themselves in 8 cardinal directions, enveloping those who had passed the first trial. He then formed hand seals, and various mystical array patterns emerged as a specialized illusion for testing temperament quietly activated, drawing everyone into a phantasmal realm before they realized it. "Where's this?" Lin Qi opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar surroundings. "This is my room?" A sense of disorientation washed over him, as if he had overlooked something of great significance. "Young master, something terrible has happened." A servant rushed in, panic etched across their face. "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" Lin Qi furrowed his brow. The servant fell to the ground, struggling to speak. The family head, while guarding the family's spiritual vein, was besieged by the heads of the 4 great families, grievously injured in his escape. Not only has he lost the spiritual vein, but Lin Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. The servant bowed even lower, trembling as they continued. "Even the family head's golden core has shattered, his cultivation completely dissipated." Lin Qi felt his mind explode with chaos, and his eyes turned crimson. Ignoring the servant's cries, he dashed towards the family hall. The expressions of those he passed were filled with alarm. Upon reaching the hall, he found many high-ranking members of the clan already gathered. His father sat at the head, drenched in blood, his aura waning. "Father!" Lin Qi exclaimed in horror, overwhelmed with grief. "Cheer! The Lin family is doomed. My golden core has been destroyed, and I am beyond saving. You must take the remaining elite and the younger generation and flee from Yaoyang City." Lin Tianyang spoke with a despondent expression. Lin Qi shook his head incessantly, asserting, "It is impossible. I could never abandon you, father." Lin Tianyang erupted into a fit of violent coughing, cursing, "Unfilial son, do you wish to see the Lin family perish in our generation? You must leave, or I will force you." Lin Qi's countenance darkened with sorrow, his mind blank as a tempest of rage threatened to engulf him, rendering coherent thought elusive. This turmoil persisted for an indeterminate duration. Yet, at a certain moment, a flicker of doubt ignited within Lin Qi. "Father, did I not accompany our ancestor to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony of Taihua Sect?" he inquired, finding a semblance of calm. "Cheer, what are you speaking of? The recruitment ceremony of the three sects has long concluded." Lin Tianyang replied weakly. "That cannot be. I distinctly awakened the heavenly spiritual root." Lin Qi shook his head, turning inward to examine himself, only to be horrified to discover the absence of any such root. His dantian was shrouded in chaos, devoid of even the slightest cultivation of spiritual energy. Was it merely a fleeting dream? Lin Qi stood in stunned silence. "Chiefs, we can delay no longer. I shall summon several clan elders to escort you." Lin Tianyang trembled as he rose unsteadily. "Leave? Where shall we go? None of you will leave here today." A mocking voice echoed, transforming the expressions of those present into one of alarm as they exited the grand hall. Above the Lin estate loomed four formidable figures. Their terrifying auras palpable. For late-stage golden core cultivators. Lin Tianyang's face fell into despair, collapsing to the ground, a chill gripping Lin Qi's heart as well. The Lin family was doomed. This thought, like a sinister incantation, intensified within Lin Qi's mind, causing him profound anguish and igniting a boundless fear. Who will save the Lin family? Lin Qi roared internally, lamenting his own helplessness, reduced to a mere spectator as the enemy prepared to strike. If only he were stronger. "You are exceptional. I hope you perform brilliantly in the next challenge." In a fleeting moment, a memory of that remarkably talented young man's gentle words surged forth in Lin Qi's mind. No, it is a deception. At that instant, it felt as though shackles had been shattered. Lin Qi's spirit attained an unprecedented clarity, impervious to the influences of the surrounding chaos. He sensed a newfound lucidity, and the overwhelming despair, anger, and fear that had previously consumed him evaporated in an instant, along with the disintegrating scenery around him. In the external world, the head of the seven peaks observed the youths in the illusionary array, struggling and tormented, his expression calm, yet his consciousness engaged in fervent discourse. In just a quarter of an hour, 2,000 had succumbed to unconsciousness. Tuo Ba Yuan remarked, his voice even and measured. Su Xianjun bowed his head, surveying the few among the group who exhibited remarkable resilience, nodding as he said, "Only those who endure are true geniuses." Amid their telepathic exchanges, they continued to identify the most promising candidates, these prodigies being their utmost favorites. Zhou Qingchen's attention was predominantly focused on Lin Qi, as he witnessed the agony and struggle etched upon Lin Qi's features. However, as time progressed, fleeting moments of clarity occasionally graced Lin Qi's countenance, ultimately culminating in a profound tranquility. In the next instant, Lin Qi opened his eyes, and the previous haze of confusion dissipated like a receding tide, revealing a state of utter clarity. Zhou Qingchen smiled. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Lin Qi, who had just regained his senses, felt the world spin around him, and, in an instant, found himself before Zhou Qingchen's altar. "Congratulations on passing the trial," Zhou declared. Lin Qi's heart raced violently. The once unattainable figure, akin to the luminous moon in the mortal realm, was now right before him. Zhou Qingchen reined in his smile, his expression transforming into one of solemnity and authority. He parted his lips slightly, yet his voice resonated clearly in Lin Qi's ears. "Lin Qi, do you wish to join Taihua Peak and become my foremost disciple?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qi knelt down. Performing the ritual of 3 bows and 9 kowtows, disciple pays respects to master. Chapter 9, the supreme celestial scripture. Lin Qi gazed at Zhou Qingchen, and the restlessness that had plagued his heart finally settled. The affairs of the Lin family had reached a conclusion. Zhou Qingchen would be his master for all eternity. The crowd erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Congratulations, junior brother, on acquiring such an exceptional disciple." Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and said to Lin Qi quickly, "Greet your esteemed masters." Taking a deep breath, Lin Qi respectfully bowed to Tuo Ba Yuan and the others, declaring, disciple Lin Chi pays his respects to all esteemed masters. Tuoba Yuan let out a hearty laugh, clearly in high spirits. Nephew, there is no need for such formalities. As he spoke, a flicker of light emanated from the spatial ring on his finger, and a small porcelain vial materialized seemingly out of thin air. This contains a fourth-tier lower-grade Yuan Hongdan. Although you cannot consume it immediately, gradual refinement will significantly expedite your cultivation progress, Tuoba Yuan said gently. Lin Chi's expression turned to one of astonishment. This was indeed a pill meant for the Yuanying realm. He instinctively glanced towards his master. Zhou Qingchen nodded and said, "Quickly express your gratitude to the master uncle." Lin Chi obediently accepted the gifts, while the others kindly presented their own offerings, all of which were valuable treasures. "All right. Let us set these items aside for now," Zhou Qingchen remarked with a smile, casually handing Lin Chi a spatial ring. Upon receiving it, Lin Chi discovered that the inner space of the ring was remarkably vast, surpassing even that of his father's storage artifacts. In that moment, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Those who once stood high above him were now within his reach, while things that had previously seemed unattainable were now firmly grasped in his hands. The value of the gifts from the several master uncles alone far exceeded the accumulated wealth of the Lin family over centuries. The transformation in status was stark and profound. Lin Chi pondered. The second round of the examination was nearing its conclusion, with a portion of disciples awakening before its end, all exhibiting outstanding performance. Among the remaining candidates, those who persevered were deemed successful, while those who succumbed to unconsciousness were eliminated. Ultimately, a total of 8,700 disciples successfully passed both rounds and gained entry to the Taihua Sect, nearly 3,000 more than in previous years. The elders expressed their astonishment. The disciples who had triumphed in joining the Taihua Sect appeared relaxed and exhilarated, while those who were eliminated in the second round felt a deep sense of frustration. Out of over 67,000 participants, only 8,700 remained, prompting a collective sigh from the crowd. As the disciple recruitment ceremony concluded, the previously agreed-upon peak masters began selecting their disciples. "Du Yuner, would you be willing to become my first true disciple?" Jiang Mingyue, maintaining her dignified demeanor before outsiders, softly inquired. Du Yuner was thrilled. She had not anticipated that the master of Taihua Peak would also accept direct disciples. Immediately, she nodded fervently, exclaiming, "I am willing. I pay my respects to my master." The unexpected outcome elicited envy among the young men and women in the square, many wishing they could take her place. Alas, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. "Little junior brother?" Several senior disciples smiled and nodded at Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen comprehended the situation and first chose Zhou Qingchen, who possessed dual spiritual roots. "You may enter the inner sanctum of my Miao Peak, thus becoming the second true disciple of Miao Peak. Are you willing?" Zhou Qingchen inquired. Zhou Qingchen was instantly filled with immense joy. Coming from an ordinary background, he had recently discovered his exceptional talents. However, he did not dare to hope for the opportunity to join under the esteemed peak master, especially with the extraordinary Lin Chi already in place. To his astonishment, the peak master was willing to accept him as the second true disciple. This was indeed a monumental and unexpected delight. "I am willing to be a disciple," Zhou Qingchen replied respectfully. Zhou Qingchen possesses his own thoughts. Although Zhou Qingchen does not meet the criteria for apprentice selection by the system, he is nonetheless endowed with a spiritual root and his talents have reached the level of the true disciples of various peaks. Currently, Miao Peak is in dire need of disciples, and Zhou Qingchen does not mind accepting another true disciple, thereby infusing the peak with fresh vitality. With proper guidance, one might even ascend to the position of the next master of Miao Peak. After all, Lin Chi's talent is exceptionally high, and he may not necessarily devote himself to the management of Miao Peak in the future. Of course, this is merely a fleeting thought of Zhou Qingchen. The specifics will have to be addressed in due time. Subsequently, the assembly proceeded to select a group of outstanding disciples to enter the inner sect, while the remaining disciples were free to choose a peak according to their personal wishes, thereby becoming outer disciples. The grand ceremony for the establishment of the sect concluded with great success. Those who needed to relay matters to their elders at home could return to the mountain gate tomorrow morning, where the elders of the sect would assist in their arrangements. If there were no further matters to discuss, they were welcome to accompany us back to the sect now, the chief elder advised the gathered disciples. Consequently, a small portion of the disciples chose to return to the sect directly with the elders, while the majority opted to first reunite with their elders at home. Zhou Qingchen learned that Lin Chi and Zhou Qingchen had matters to discuss, and after giving them a few instructions, he allowed them to depart. The crowd gradually dispersed, marking a flawless conclusion to the grand ceremony amidst the vast sea of clouds. Zhou Qingchen finally found some leisure time to examine the rewards bestowed by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the inaugural task. A supreme celestial scripture has been awarded. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck. Having acquired an imperial-level cultivation technique for the first time, Zhou Qingchen was instantly taken aback. An emperor-level cultivation technique. The very name suggests its unparalleled excellence. And it is undoubtedly among the most prestigious methods within the celestial realm. A notification chimed. The system is currently adapting and simulating the cultivation technique. Upon successful adaptation, it proclaimed, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the emperor-level technique, the Emperor Qin's Hunyuan scripture." In that fleeting moment, Zhou Qingchen felt an incessant resonance of the Tao's melody echoing from the depths of his consciousness, as the image of an emperor manifested in the firmament. Celestial radiance enveloped him, and a brilliant silver star occupied the center, surrounded by countless smaller stars that orbited around it, exuding an aura of regal authority, nobility, and mystery. The entire realm of his divine consciousness trembled with reverberations. Nothing could compare to this enlightening experience. Zhou Qingchen, in that instant, grasped the essence of the technique and settled down to refine it. Under the system's direct guidance, he seemed to possess an innate affinity for this method, mastering it with remarkable ease. Bathed in the silver starlight, his aura ascended progressively. Late-stage nascent soul, perfected nascent soul. Eventually, Zhou Qingchen opened his eyes. The silver starlight swirling around him, his aura firmly established in this realm, continuously solidifying. The Emperor Qin's Hunyuan scripture comprises 18 tiers, and as per his current strength, he had only been enlightened to the 4th tier. The subsequent levels would require his own diligent cultivation over time. A notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned 200,000 task points and gained 50 reputation points. The current attributes of the host are as follows. Name, Zhou Qingchen. Talent, Stellar Tao Spirit Root. Cultivation, Perfected Nascent Soul Realm. Technique, Emperor Qin's Hunyuan Scripture. Skills, Taimao Extreme Light Sword, Tai-Bai Golden Light Slash, Xian Light Unification, Heaven Cutting Sword Point. Weapon, Shuaji Stellar Sword. Reputation points, 150-1000. Task points, 200-000. The system shop is now open. Would you like to take a look? Zhou Qingchen immediately clicked to view, and was instantly dazzled by the array of mesmerizing items before him. The Chaotic Creation Technique, an emperor-level skill, priced at 100 million task points. The Yin-Yang Duality Scripture, another emperor-level skill, also at 100 million task points. The Eternal Undying Cannon, yet again an emperor-level skill, similarly valued at 100 million task points. The emperor-level weapon, the Chaotic Bell, was priced at 90 million task points. The sight of these celestial-grade treasures nearly blinded Zhou Qingchen, yet also made him falter. They were simply beyond his means. Ultimately, he shifted his gaze to the array of items beneath the celestial tier, where the prices were significantly more affordable. The 9th tier Supreme Spirit Treasure, the Overlapping Heaven Ruler, was available for 150,000 task points. The 9th tier Supreme Technique, the Celestial Origin Skill, was priced at 160,000 task points. The 8th tier Supreme Elixir, the 9 Yuan Sacred Spirit Pill, cost 130,000 task points. The 8th tier Earthly Wonder, the Qian Tian Return 1 Herb, was also priced at 130,000 task points. The 7th tier Supreme Heavenly Artifact, the Xian Bing Tower, was available for 100,000 task points. The 6th tier Supreme Mysterious Artifact, the Fire Source Spear, cost 80,000 task points. The 6th tier Supreme Mysterious Artifact, the Celestial Spirit Pearl, was priced at 75,000 task points. Zhou Qingchen inwardly clicked his tongue. It appeared that his 200,000 task points were indeed quite valuable, capable of being exchanged for a 9th tier treasure, a true artifact of the Tribulation Realm. However, such considerations could wait until later, as he currently had no particular thoughts on the matter. First, he must focus on his cultivation, with a slight inclination towards being a cultivation fanatic. Zhou Qingchen once again settled into a meditative position atop the peak of the cloud sea, where the atmosphere was awe-inspiring, with turbulent clouds and the brilliance of the stars shining brilliantly. The other 6 peaks watched in bewilderment, their masters casting uncertain glances towards the summit of Taihua Peak. Hidden beneath the array, they could only vaguely sense an incredibly potent aura. This aura left everyone in disbelief. Had the junior brother truly broken through? Chapter 10, Majesty Outside Taihua Sect. Within an inn, the creaking of a door announced the entrance of a strikingly handsome youth. around 12 or 13 years of age, Lin Qi. Qi, the elder exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. Elder, Lin Qi replied, his voice brimming with excitement. The crisis facing the Lin family has been completely resolved. In an instant, the elder's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling that all the oppression endured over the years had been worth it. With Lin Qi present, the future of the Lin family would be tenfold, or even 100-fold stronger than before. Once he managed to stabilize his emotions, the elder continued. I have already conveyed the news of your acceptance as a direct disciple to the family head. Moreover, news travels swiftly, with the Yuanying true monarch accepting disciples. Especially from the esteemed Taihua sect, it is likely that soon the entire Nanli prefecture will know that our Lin family's prodigy is a true disciple of Taihua Peak. Lin Qi smiled in response, Elder. I believe the 4 families that once sought to marginalize us among the 5 great families of Yaoyang City will no longer dare to bully the Lin family. Should they have the audacity to disturb us again, you may present them with this. Lin Qi said coldly, producing an object from his hand. Sensing the faint energy emanating from it, the elder inquired, What is this? Lin Qi raised his head slightly and replied, This is a 4th-tier low-grade talisman gifted to me by Master Bai from Yuanying Peak, capable of unleashing the full power of a Yuanying realm cultivator's strike. The elder was taken aback and quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, This is utterly unacceptable. How can you bring back a protective talisman given to you by the Peak Master to use within the Lin family? Lin Qi reassured him, It's all right. I will be in deep seclusion at Taihua Peak for a considerable time. Without establishing my foundation, my master will not allow me to descend the mountain. You should take this talisman back to the clan so that I may feel at ease. Lin Qi asserted firmly, without a force to deter the other families. Even from the distant Taihua sect, should the Lin family face threats, I would hesitate to trouble my master. My status alone may command their respect. But when it comes to interests, conflicts may arise. Possessing formidable strength is essential for negotiating on equal terms. Lin Qi had a clear understanding of the Lin family's position and spoke earnestly. At last, the venerable ancestor of the Lin family solemnly accepted the 4th-tier talisman. Meanwhile, news of the grand ceremony at the Taihua sect gradually spread throughout the southerly prefecture as the crowd grew. The names of Lin Qi, Su Ruotian, and Diyuna resonated throughout the region, akin to the 7 esteemed disciples. Their statuses suddenly elevated to an unattainable height, particularly Lin Qi, whose extraordinary celestial root could not be concealed. Many speculated whether he would become the next Zhou Qingchen, the next young nascent soul true monarch in a century. At the Bailing sect, Song Ke stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing outside the hall with a countenance shrouded in uncertainty. Jian Wuming, come forth for a discussion, he commanded coldly at a certain moment, producing a sound transmission talisman that flickered before settling down. Taihua Peak, extraordinary celestial root. The sect leader murmured, his gaze sharpening. In Yaoyang City, within the Lin family, the atmosphere at the clan meeting was vibrant, with no one able to suppress their joy. Excellent! 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 Exclaimed Lin Tianong, the family head, repeatedly, his fists tightly clenched. Head, the heads of the Wei, Shin, and Lu families request an audience. Came a message from outside the hall. The individuals within could hardly contain their derisive laughter. These treacherous wolves, hoping to profit from our misfortune, now dare to seek an audience. A clan elder remarked coldly. Once news of Lin Qi's achievements reached the clan, the members realized that their head and young master had secretly accomplished such a significant feat. Their young master had indeed become a true disciple of the Taihua sect. In an instant, their status underwent a monumental transformation. While these opportunists acted swiftly, the remaining 4 great families in Yaoyang City, Qin, Ling, He, and Gu, had already convened. The heads of the 4 families wore expressions of uncertainty. What shall we do? The head of the Qin family asked, his face darkened. His own child had also joined Taihua Mountain, but merely as an ordinary inner disciple, far inferior to a peak true disciple. Who would have thought the Lin family would rise from the brink of demise? Had he known Lin Qi possessed such remarkable abilities, he would have ensured the Lin family's downfall. The head of the He family, with a rather simple mind, exclaimed angrily. Is it merely because they recently joined the Taihua sect? Shall we just let this opportunity slip away? I propose we take advantage of their revelry and annihilate the Lin family. I refuse to believe that a nascent soul true monarch would eliminate all 4 of our families. The other 3 heads looked at the He family head as though he were a fool, chuckling derisively. We know not whether our families would be wiped out. But should you dare to act on such folly, you would be publicly slain by the nascent soul true monarch the very next day. The head of the Ling family sighed. If this continues, the rise of the Lin family is inevitable. It is not merely a matter of the Taihua sect's influence. Consider Lin Qi's extraordinary talent. The head of the Gu family gasped, with a heavenly spirit root. Coupled with the guidance of a master in the nascent soul realm who is also a prodigy, it is truly unimaginable. He is bound to become a nascent soul. You are rather narrow-minded, retorted the head of the Qin family, casting a sidelong glance. Such a formidable prodigy cannot possibly be limited to merely reaching the nascent soul. Ascending to the transformation stage is not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, the three major sects boast powerful beings in the transformation stage. Given the talents of this master and disciple, their future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of the transformation stage experts within their sect. Do you think they might reach beyond the transformation stage? The head of the Qin family concluded ambiguously. The other three fell silent. What did it mean to reach beyond the transformation stage? They did not know, but across the entire southern wilderness and even in the surrounding dozen or so great states, such figures were non-existent. The strongest among the four great families were merely at the late golden core stage, not even reaching the nascent soul, lacking the qualifications to contend with the Lin family of today. The Lin family, oppressed by us for decades yet still surviving, has now given rise to a child of a Qilin, elevating them to unprecedented heights. Who does not understand what a disciple with a heavenly spirit root represents? Among prodigies, the esteem that the peak master holds for Lin Qi is beyond our comprehension, lamented the head of the Ling family. The heads of the various families were astute, capable of discerning the underlying truths. They realized that their only path forward was to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Lin family, at least hoping that when they grew stronger, they would not enact vengeance upon them. Would they? The heads of the families were uncertain, for they had previously exerted considerable pressure on the Lin family. Chapter 11. Soul Lantern. The following day, all disciples who had passed the examination gathered early at the entrance of the Taihua sect after concluding their affairs with their family elders, awaiting the elders of the sect to usher them inside. Among the thousands present, a select few, favored by the various peak masters, were ushered to the forefront as inner disciples. However, the true focus of attention was not on them but rather on Lin Qi, Su Ruotian, and Du Yun'er, the three direct disciples of the peak master. A multitude of young talents approached them, eager to establish connections, as the status of the trio had become quite extraordinary. Through their interactions, they became better acquainted with one another. Du Yun'er indeed hailed from a distinguished lineage. She was the daughter of the Du family in Lihua City. This city, within the southern Li prefecture, wielded considerable power, ranking among the top 3 cities. Furthermore, the head of the Du family, her father, was a formidable Golden Core Grandmaster. Even more remarkable, their clan boasted an ancestor who was a powerful cultivator in the early nascent soul stage. Although it may not rival the 3 great sects, it remains a formidable force among the next tier of powers. Su Ruotian, hailing from a relatively ordinary background, comes from a lineage devoid of even a single golden core cultivator. After a considerable exchange among the several thousand disciples, a dozen figures soared forth from the Taihua sect, comprising the stewards and elders of the 7 peaks. Zhang Yi located Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, enveloping them in spiritual energy as they directly ascended towards Miao Peak. The remaining elders took charge of the other disciples who had joined Miao Peak. Moments later, Zhang Yi, accompanied by the 2, approached the summit of Miao Peak. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian gazed in astonishment at the mountain, piercing the clouds like a sword cleaving the heavens. Zhang Yi, with a smile, introduced, "This is our Miao Peak." Each of the 7 peaks of Taihua sect possesses its unique characteristics, yet Miao Peak is renowned for its steepness. Standing as the highest peak of the sect, the peak is the domain of the peak master and the true disciples, while the outer and inner disciples are settled in the 36 spiritual mountains surrounding Miao Peak. The peak master has already issued commands. I shall lead you directly to him. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian could not suppress their excitement. Henceforth, they would cultivate within the confines of Miao Peak. Finally, the trio reached the pinnacle. The scene was nothing short of a celestial paradise, with ethereal clouds swirling, a vast bamboo grove flourishing, and an abundance of rare flowers and herbs. Amongst them stood intricately carved railings and elegant pavilions. This was the abode of the peak master, though he spent most of his time in seclusion at his cultivation ground. Zhang Yi beamed as he pointed towards the layers of clouds above. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian raised their eyes to behold a figure clad in white, seated in the void amidst the turbulent sea of clouds. The aura radiating from him was profound and boundless, akin to the vast ocean, with a brilliance that rivaled the sun itself, illuminating the sky like another celestial body. "Master," Lin Qi murmured reverently, his heart brimming with admiration as he took in the unforgettable sight. Zhou Qingchen abruptly opened his eyes, emanating an aura of formidable intensity. His cultivation of the Emperor's Harmony Sutra had yielded tremendous rewards, although he was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He was already equivalent to the fourth transformation of the divine realm within the Taihua sect. In a flash, he appeared beside the three individuals below. Zhang Yi respectfully bowed, stating, "I take my leave, Master," before departing from the summit of Taihua Peak. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian dared not even draw a breath. Although they were aware that Zhou Qingchen had become their master, witnessing the terrifying spectacle of his nascent soul cultivation left them feeling ensnared by an overwhelming presence. "Fear not. I shall not frighten you further," Zhou Qingchen remarked with a gentle smile, retracting his formidable aura. Only then did Lin Qi and Su Ruotian feel a measure of relief. Surveying his newly accepted disciples, Zhou Qingchen continued, "Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Taihua Peak?" Lin Qi and Su Ruotian exchanged glances before solemnly responding. "We know only that Taihua Peak has been closed for centuries, and it has only recently reopened to accept disciples." Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, leading Lin Qi and Su Ruotian along the expansive mountain summit. Around them, the dense bamboo groves appeared to shift and change position incessantly. Eventually, the trio came to a halt at a quaint pavilion. Though modest in size, the pavilion was exquisitely crafted, exuding an aura of ancient and profound history. Zhou Qingchen, accompanied by two companions, stepped into the chamber. In an instant, the world spun around them, the fabric of space contorted, and as their vision steadied, they found themselves within an extraordinarily vast hall. "Master, what is this place?" Lin Qi exclaimed, his eyes widening as he surveyed the surroundings. The grand hall featured a long staircase ascending towards the front, flanked by tiers of stone steps that narrowed from bottom to top. At the pinnacle of the staircase, numerous tablets were arrayed, numbering in the dozens. Beneath each tablet, at the center, a magnificent 18-petal lotus lamp burned with a blinding radiance, its crimson flames flickering as if imbued with life. Zhou Qingchen spoke with solemnity. "This is the soul hall of Taihua Peak, where the tablets of numerous ancestral peak masters from the past thousands of years are enshrined." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian could not help but adopt a respectful demeanor, joining Zhou Qingchen in bowing 3 times. Zhou Qingchen then continued, "Moreover, the Soul Palace serves as the repository for the soul lamps." Su Ruotian, perplexed, inquired, "Soul lamps?" "Indeed, soul lamps," Zhou affirmed. "Many formidable factions possess these soul lamps. They are spiritual artifacts intricately connected to the practitioners, holding a significant rank, and are typically beyond the means of ordinary sects to forge. A drop of the practitioner's blood and a fragment of their soul are sealed within the soul lamp by arcane methods, as long as the practitioner's vitality endures. The soul lamp remains aglow. It is a treasured relic employed by numerous sects to ascertain the life or death status of their disciples." Zhou Qingchen spoke leisurely, leaving Lin Qi and Su Ruotian in a state of profound wonder. Moreover, within mere moments of a cultivator's demise, the soul lamp possesses the remarkable ability to recreate fragments of the circumstances leading to the cultivator's death. This phenomenon holds immense significance for the core figures of prominent sections. Many are deterred from slaying the key members of these sects precisely for this reason. Should such a loss be uncovered by the sect's esteemed leaders, the repercussions would be inescapable. Zhou Qingchen gazed at his 2 disciples, a smile gracing his lips. "Now, you shall each place your own soul lantern here. This signifies that from this day forth, you will truly become a part of Taihua Peak." Lin Qi and Su Ruotian felt their spirits ignite with fervor. This was a prospect they had once dared not even dream of. Zhou Qingchen led the 2 individuals up the stone steps, pausing only before the brilliantly burning lotus heart lamp. He extended his palm, and 2 12-petal lotus heart lamps materialized, hovering in the air. Subsequently, he extracted a drop of blood and a fragment of soul consciousness from Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, infusing them into the 2 soul lamps. Before long, the wicks of the soul lamps ignited with a flicker of flame, which swiftly transformed into a blazing fire of spiritual essence. "You are all my disciples, and thus, the soul lamp shall reside beside me," Zhou Qingchen declared with a smile. Within the expansive soul hall, the radiant glow of the 3 soul lamps seemed to dispel the solitude of the space, ushering in a renewed vitality. Here, countless soul lamps would eventually be rekindled, and Taihua Peak would once again flourish, thriving with disciples as it once did. Zhou Qingchen pondered silently, "Master, is there truly no need for anyone to oversee this place?" Su Ruotian inquired with curiosity, while Lin Qi also displayed a look of confusion. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, it is essential. The Soul Hall of Seven Peaks is a pivotal stronghold of our sect, overseen by a Supreme Elder and 3 Elders of the Soul Hall. However, we at Taihua Peak have yet to identify suitable candidates. The Supreme Elder guarding the Soul Hall possesses early-stage nascent soul cultivation, while the 3 Elders must attain the pinnacle of Golden Core. Currently, our numbers at Taihua Peak are limited, so we might consider assigning a few Golden Core Elders for the time being. Zhou Qingchen elucidated. An Elder at the nascent soul stage? Lin Qi and Su Ruotian exclaimed in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that, aside from the prominent peak masters, there existed other elders of the nascent soul within the Taihua sect. Is this what constitutes the 3 grand sects? Zhou Qingchen smiled and said, Indeed. The Grand Elder oversees the Soul Palace and seldom ventures outside. Thus, ordinary people have rarely heard their names. Apart from the Grand Elder of the 7 Peaks Soul Palace, our Taihua sect also has the 3 great opportunities hidden within the sect and the Treasure Vault, all guarded by Grand Elders of the nascent soul realm. Zhou Qingchen, noticing that the two were not well acquainted with the Taihua sect, patiently elucidated its intricacies. After his thorough explanation, the trio finally departed from the Soul Palace. Chapter 12, Transmission of Teachings. Zhou Qingchen led the 2 individuals back outside, halting before a magnificent celestial palace. Now that they had settled in, you shall henceforth cultivate alongside me atop the majestic Taihua Peak. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian exchanged joyful glances, and then expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Master. Zhou Qingchen nodded. At that moment, the electronic voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Please impart a suitable 9th-tier martial art to your disciple. The host may select from the system's marketplace, and since it is intended for teaching a disciple, the price will be halved. Completion reward, 1 quasi-immortal artifact. Do you accept the task? Zhou Qingchen's gaze sharpened as he first glanced at the system marketplace. Discovering that the majority of 9th-tier martial arts techniques required a staggering 16,000 task points. With a 50% discount, the cost would still be 8,000 task points. He proceeded to accept the task. Zhou Qingchen could not help but silently ponder. Ding. The task is in progress. Completion. 01. Searching the marketplace, matching cultivation techniques. Ding. The results are as follows. Emperor Yan's Heart Sutra, a top-tier 9th-grade cultivation technique, requiring 160,000 task points. The Sun God Fire Scripture, a top-tier 9th-grade cultivation technique, requiring 160,000 task points. The Great Burning Heaven Cannon, a top-tier 9th-grade cultivation technique, requiring 160,000 contribution points. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the array of fire attribute techniques presented before him, momentarily at a loss for choice. Never mind, I shall decide later. Zhou Qingchen murmured to himself. Lin Qi, your cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, yet the technique you practice is ill-suited for you. Shortly, I shall impart to you a new method of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Zhou Qingchen turned his gaze towards Su Ruotian and continued, Ruotian, having just awakened your spiritual root and yet to enter the realm of qi refinement, I shall first teach you the foundational technique of qi induction. Once you have successfully entered the qi refinement stage, I will bestow upon you another cultivation method. Su Ruotian, filled with joy, eagerly nodded and replied, Yes, Master. Thereafter, Zhou Qingchen meticulously explained the nuances and essentials of the qi induction technique to Su Ruotian. Inducing qi into the body is undoubtedly a significant challenge for many who have just awakened their spiritual roots. Having been dormant for years, their innate spiritual roots find it difficult to sense the spiritual energy of the world, let alone draw it into their bodies for personal use. This is particularly true for cultivators with ordinary spiritual roots, as the mixed attributes of their roots result in each attribute's essence being lower than that of those with superior roots, making it arduous for them to perceive the energies of heaven and earth. In such circumstances, they can only accumulate experience over time, persistently attempting to succeed, often taking months or even years to achieve the goal of qi induction. However, Su Ruotian was evidently not subject to such difficulties. After half an hour, he had already entered a meditative state, seated nearby, commencing the process of drawing qi into his body. Zhou Qingchen silently nodded, a surge of spiritual energy isolating him from external disturbances. Subsequently, he directed his focus towards another disciple, proclaiming, Your spiritual root is an exceptionally pure fire-type celestial root, superior to the ordinary celestial roots, capable of rivaling those of unique attributes. Zhou Qingchen spoke, and Lin Qi listened with utmost seriousness. Zhou Qingchen's gaze was profound. and he was taken aback to discover that Lin Qi possessed the rare fire spirit vein. While such a unique constitution might not seem particularly formidable in an ordinary individual, in the case of Lin Qi, who harbored an exceptional fire spirit root, the assistance of the fire spirit vein could potentially amplify his capabilities manifold. This was also the pivotal reason why the system categorized his talent as unparalleled. Master, what cultivation techniques can I practice? Lin Qi could not help but inquire. In the realm of cultivation, most techniques are devoid of elemental attributes, allowing practitioners of various elemental roots to engage with them, thus offering a high margin for error. However, there also exist numerous specialized techniques which align more closely with specific attributes of the cultivator. Yet, such techniques are exceedingly rare and often elusive. The Taihua Peak's heritage technique, the 5th grade Supreme Taihua Xian Gong, is a method of the transformation spirit level, yet it is not the most suitable for you. Zhou Qingchen shook his head and remarked that, aside from the demands of the system's tasks, Lin Qi's innate talent deserved a more suitable cultivation method. Just as he himself did not practice the minor mysterious technique, but rather the 6th-tier supreme technique, the Xian Guang Xingqianju, which his master had painstakingly sought after. This cultivation method, which resonated deeply with his attributes, had previously provided him with immense assistance. Lin Qi's heart stirred in his recollection. The core cultivation methods of Taihua Peak were renowned, said to be among the highest-level legacies of the Taihua Sect. My master mentioned that the Taihua Xian Gong is not suitable for me. Could it be that Taihua Peak possesses an even superior technique? Lin Qi inquired with curiosity. Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly, given that you possess a pure fire spiritual root. It is undoubtedly more fitting for you to cultivate techniques related to the fire element. I shall present you with 3 additional methods. Peruse them and see which resonates with you. As he gently ruffled Lin Qi's hair, a smile graced his lips. For a moment, Lin Qi was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the techniques his master deemed most compatible would be the coveted fire attribute methods. The Flame Emperor's Heart Sutra enables one to forge their body through fire, consolidating flames within oneself, thus cultivating an unparalleled physique. In essence, you become your most formidable weapon. Excelling in both offense and defense, the Sun God Fire Manuscript, through the accumulation of time, allows one to condense a strand of Sun God Fire as their essence pure and radiant. As your cultivation advances, the potency of the Sun God Fire intensifies, ultimately transcending limits to incinerate all in existence. The true fire remains undying, perpetually sustaining life. The Celestial Fire Compendium grants dominion over all flames in the world, merging them for your own use. The more flames you conquer, the stronger you become. Waves of heat scorch the heavens, capable of obliterating the earth. Zhou Qingchen smiled, presenting this dilemma to his disciple. Even the most composed individual could not help but feel their heart race in such a moment, and Lin Qi was no exception. He had never imagined that such a terrifying technique existed in the world. Merely listening to the description elevated Lin Qi's spirits. After deep contemplation, he finally declared, I choose the Sun God Fire Scripture. The cultivation of the Flame Emperor's Heart Sutra is fraught with peril, and the Cataclysmic Flame Codex harbors even greater uncertainties. I have heard that the rarest of special flames are exceedingly scarce, and their places of origin are elusive. If I cannot acquire more of these extraordinary flames, mastering the Cataclysmic Flame Codex to its utmost depth will be impossible. With unwavering determination, Lin Qi proclaimed, given this reality, why should I not forge a supreme flame of my own? As long as the true flame burns bright, life remains unextinguished. As long as a trace of matter exists in this world, I can harness its essence to rise anew. Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. But then a smile graced his lips. Very well, having one's own thoughts is indeed commendable. These 3 methods of cultivation are devoid of any hierarchy. The choice rests entirely upon your will. In that case, my dear disciple, embrace your inheritance. Zhou Qingchen softly uttered, gently placing a hand upon Lin Qi's forehead, and then proceeded to purchase the Sun God Fire Manuscript directly from the system marketplace. A notification chimed, congratulating the host on the successful acquisition. In an instant, 80,000 task points vanished into thin air. Zhou Qingchen transmitted the inheritance runes of the Sun God Fire Sutra to Lin Qi, to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Qingchen instructed the system to implement certain seals. After all, the 9th-tier techniques are exceedingly extraordinary. If discovered, they could lead to catastrophic consequences. Therefore, the 5 layers of the Sun God Fire Sutra that Lin Qi is currently cultivating, spanning from the Qi refinement realm to the divine transformation realm, are entirely accessible. As for the remaining layers of the technique, they shall only be unlocked progressively as he ascends to the subsequent realms. Lin Shi felt a surge of intense heat emanating from his forehead. Instinctively, he closed his eyes. Within his consciousness, intricate and esoteric patterns began to materialize. As if someone were whispering softly, he seamlessly entered a state of cultivation. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction, observing that both disciples had entered a state of cultivation. He stepped aside. A notification sounded. Host task completed. Reward, 1 quasi-immortal artifact. Chapter 13, The 9 Celestial Alignments. Another notification followed. Task completed. Host has earned 200,000 task points. Reputation increased by 10. The system's electronic voice resonated continuously. System, select the quasi-immortal artifact. Zhou Qingchen exclaimed eagerly. In an instant, an array of extraordinary treasures flickered across the panel before him, each and every one a near-immortal artifact. Zhou Qingchen, amidst a myriad of dazzling patterns, selected a sword. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the quasi-immortal weapon, Fuxian Jiuchen, the system proclaimed. In the next moment, a weapon of resplendent might, akin to the celestial bodies, materialized within the confines of the system's space. In the realm of cultivation, weapons are categorized into 4 tiers. Levels 1 to 3 fall under the category of spiritual weapons. Levels 4 to 6 are classified as mysterious artifacts. Levels 7 to 8 are deemed heavenly instruments, and level 9 is reserved for spiritual treasures. Each tier is further divided into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. A quasi-immortal weapon is undoubtedly superior to an exquisite spiritual treasure. Yet it has not yet ascended to the realm of true immortal artifacts. Zhou Qingchen directly retrieved the quasi-immortal artifact, casting a secretive glance upon it, his heart brimming with joy. The Fuxian Jiuchen sword appeared almost translucent, its blade adorned with numerous celestial patterns, exuding a remarkable beauty. Yet it emanated an aura of profound terror. Perhaps due to the influence of the system, this quasi-immortal weapon had accepted him as its master. Although he could not yet harness the full power of the sword, it might serve as a pivotal turning point in moments of peril. With a mere thought, Zhou Qingchen witnessed the luminous sword soaring towards the heavens, its blade revealing intricate engravings. Ultimately, it disassembled into 9 exquisitely crafted flying swords. The central sword measured 6 inches, while the remaining 8 were each 3 inches in length. These 9 flying swords danced around Zhou Qingchen, and even in their incomplete activation, their formidable presence threatened to shatter the very fabric of this realm. It was indeed a manifestation of flying swords. Zhou Qingchen's face radiated with joy. The 9 flying swords each possessed a distinct name: Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yuhang, Kai Yang, Yao Guang, Dong Ming, and Yin Yuan. They corresponded to the 9 stars of the Northern Dipper, with 7 manifest and 2 concealed. Each of these swords transcended the pinnacle of the 9th rank, and when united, they transformed into a genuine quasi-immortal artifact. Subsequently, a glimmer emanated from the ring on his hand, revealing another 3-foot-long sword. This blade was extraordinarily sharp, featuring a slender bloodline etched along its center, exuding a fierce aura and pulsating with radiant light. This sword was the Xuanji Star Sword, a supreme 6th-grade mystical weapon bequeathed to him by his revered master. Alas, it seemed as though his master had foreseen everything, entrusting him with the most precious of possessions. Zhou Qingchen's heart gradually quelled its elation as he let out a soft sigh. In his hand appeared a seemingly ordinary pouch, the purpose of which eluded him entirely. This was the most enigmatic token left to him by his revered master. Perhaps it pertained to the wanderings of his master during those years. He resolved that once he ascended to the realm of transformation and even ventured into the void refinement stage, he would embark on a journey to seek out its mysteries. Zhou Qingchen contemplated deeply. After observing the newly acquired Fuxian Jiuchen, he finally stored it away in the system space. Subsequently, he idly watched as his 2 disciples engaged in their training. At that moment, Lin Shi was surrounded by flickering flames and runes, waves of heat rolling around him. The Sun God Fire technique resonated profoundly with his exceptional fire affinity. With each moment spent in practice, Lin Shi felt increasingly astounded. The 3rd-tier technique, Xinlin Gong, from his family was utterly incomparable. He pondered the rank of the technique bestowed by his master, wondering how it could be so arcane and elusive. Surely it was on par with the core techniques of Taihua Peak. Meanwhile, Su Ruotian was attuning himself to the spiritual energies of the world, his body enveloped in vibrant auras. With his dual spirit roots, he possessed a far greater affinity for spiritual energy than the average disciple, allowing him to draw it into his being in a remarkably short time. After observing for a while, Zhou Qingchen rose to his feet, practicing his swordsmanship in an open area, even without the infusion of spiritual energy. The pure sword technique wielded by Zhou Qingchen still unleashed tremendous power, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Had it not been for the barrier he placed around his two disciples, they would likely have been jolted from their meditative states. Zhou Qingchen's every skill was imparted by his esteemed master. When his master wielded a sword, he too embraced the sword, mastering it with remarkable proficiency. His master frequently praised his prowess, which in turn deepened his affection for the art of swordsmanship. It remains a mystery what weapons Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, those two fellows, favor. Zhou Qingchen found himself lost in thought. Suddenly, at a particular moment, the air began to swirl rapidly. Zhou Qingchen halted his cultivation and turned his gaze towards Su Ruotian in the distance. He observed a vortex of spiritual energy slowly forming around him, as the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth was drawn into his being. Shortly thereafter, the aura of the Qi refinement stage emanated from Su Ruotian. He had successfully guided the Qi into his body. Su Ruotian joyfully opened his eyes. He recalled that among his clan, even those elder brothers and sisters who had awakened their spiritual roots took months to achieve such a feat, yet he had succeeded in just a few days. Was this the advantage of possessing dual spiritual roots? His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his heart swelled with elation. Zhou Qingchen smiled gently and beckoned him over, saying, "All right. Come here." Su Ruotian, filled with joy, scampered to Zhou Qingchen's side. "You have now reached the Qi refinement stage and are ready to cultivate a technique," Zhou Qingchen declared. Su Ruotian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his heart racing with the thought, could it be the legendary technique of Taihua Peak? Zhou Qingchen's eyelids lifted slightly as he pondered. Possessing both gold and earth dual spiritual roots was fortuitous. The earth nourishes gold, allowing for the cultivation of techniques pertaining to both attributes. However, achieving a harmonious balance between the two would be preferable. A stronger earth attribute could further enhance the gold attribute, creating a perfect synergy of defense and offense. System. Search for compatible 9th-tier techniques, Zhou Qingchen silently commanded. Ding. Matching in progress. The results are as follows. Xian Earth True Formula, a pinnacle 9th-tier technique, requiring 160,000 task points. Zhou Qingchen pondered briefly before confirming the purchase. Congratulations to the host on a successful transaction. The originally substantial 32,000 task points had now been reduced to a mere 16,000. Leaving Zhou Qingchen acutely aware of the challenges inherent in nurturing a disciple. Since Su Ruotian was not a disciple bound to the system, Zhou Qingchen had to procure the technique without any discount. However, he resolved not to accept any additional disciples not recognized by the system in the future. Su Ruotian was indeed a rather exceptional case. This technique suitable for the crossing tribulation realm could be considered a gift to Su Ruotian. In due course, he intended to seize an opportunity to create a duplicate of this technique to remain within the Taihua sect. Zhou Qingchen lightly touched Su Ruotian's forehead with his index finger, a fleeting brilliance shimmering momentarily. Su Ruotian's face was awash with astonishment. "Master, is this the technique you have imparted to me?" Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and said, "From now on, you shall focus primarily on this cultivation method. This technique is exceedingly profound, and your progress may be somewhat slower than that of your senior brother. I hope you will not be overly eager for rapid advancement. Like Lin Qi's, the system has likewise imposed a seal on this technique, revealing only the first 5 layers at present." Su Ruotian promptly nodded in agreement. Chapter 14. Contemplative Training. Zhou Qingchen patted his shoulder and said, "Very well. For the time being, you and your senior brother shall engage in your secluded cultivation here." Without waiting for Su Ruotian to respond, Zhou Qingchen retreated into the depths of the cloud sea. Su Ruotian, his face aglow with anticipation, remained in a daze for a considerable time before settling down to meticulously study the techniques resonating in his mind. The two disciples maintained a significant distance from each other, undisturbed and wholly dedicated to their cultivation during their days of training, as they had yet to reach the stage of transcending the need for sustenance. They continued to require nourishment for their energy. The abundant spiritual essence on Taihua Peak nurtured a variety of thriving birds, beasts, insects, and fish. Thus, Su Ruotian took it upon himself to invite Lin Qi to indulge in hearty feasts every few days after their training sessions, which significantly alleviated the monotony of their secluded practice. Seasons changed, and before long, more than half a year had passed. Throughout this period, Zhou Qingchen devoted the majority of his time to secluded cultivation in the depths of the cloud sea. He had successfully cultivated the Emperor's chaotic origin scripture to the pinnacle of its 4th layer, his own cultivation having settled profoundly within the realm of the perfected nascent soul. Once he advances his practice to the 5th layer, it will herald the day of his breakthrough into the spirit transformation stage. Truly, the Emperor's chaotic origin scripture is worthy of being the technique of an immortal emperor, at present, even without making a move. I remain unaware of the true extent of my power, only sensing an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within me. Zhou Qingchen awakened from his cultivation, murmuring to himself. Not only that, but every layer of the Imperial Qin Primordial Sutra manifested a supreme technique, unparalleled in its offensive prowess. Celestial Day Star. Annihilate the Celestial Star. Falling of the Extreme Star. Descent of the Heavenly Qin. As of now, Zhou Qingchen has completely mastered the derived techniques of the first 4 layers. Several months ago, a remarkable phenomenon of star annihilation was visible in the heavens, witnessed by the disciples and elders of the entire Taihua Peak. An overwhelming celestial might descended, provoking a tremendous uproar. Even the leaders of several prominent peaks were astounded, visiting Taihua Peak repeatedly. It was only then that Zhou Qingchen realized he had made an excessive commotion. In Nanli Prefecture, no one in the nascent soul realm could withstand my 4 formidable techniques. Zhou Qingchen licked his parched lips, fervently yearning for a worthy opponent. Ever since he ascended to the nascent soul stage, he had refrained from engaging in combat. After all, a nascent soul true monarch represents the core of various factions, typically stationed in their domains, only intervening in significant conflicts. Moreover, he had not ventured beyond Taihua Sect for several years. Except for Zhou Qingchen himself, the entire Taihua Peak had undergone tremendous changes. Following the conclusion of the disciple recruitment ceremony, the number of new disciples joining Taihua Peak had soared to 3,000. While this influx paled in comparison to the disciples of other peaks, it constituted nearly half of the new entrants. These fresh disciples invigorated Taihua Peak, steadily advancing under the guidance of the elders and stewards, flourishing with vitality. Among them, the inner disciples numbered 300, all possessing the 3 spiritual roots, recognized as prodigies within the Taihua Sect. A few of the most outstanding among them were destined to vie for the position of core disciples in the future. As for the 2 disciples Zhou Qingchen had recently taken under his wing, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian had been diligently cultivating in Taihua Peak for the past 6 months. Despite their notable reputations, they remained inaccessible to the outer and inner disciples residing within the surrounding 36 spiritual mountains. At the summit of Taihua Peak, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian, after days of meditation, opened their eyes and emerged from their respective pavilions. "Senior brother," Su Ruotian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he waved at Lin Shi. Lin Shi smiled faintly and inquired, "Have you made a breakthrough?" Su Ruotian nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Indeed, I have reached the 5th layer of qi refinement." However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he deflated like a punctured balloon, waving his hand despondently. "Never mind, it seems there's nothing to celebrate. You have already attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer." Lin Shi patted Su Ruotian's shoulder, humbly stating, "It's not solely due to talent. I feel that the techniques imparted by our master are exceptionally powerful, although I have yet to condense my true fire essence. The fire spiritual energy I have cultivated thus far is remarkably explosive." Su Ruotian nodded in agreement. "My technique is similar. I sense the earth element within me becoming increasingly pure, even capable of generating formidable metal spiritual energy. However, senior brother, you are truly formidable. Last time you nearly incinerated me." Upon saying this, Su Ruotian's expression reflected indignation. Lin Shi chuckled, recalling the incident when Su Ruotian had challenged him to a spar, only to come perilously close to being scorched by his fire spiritual energy, prompting a loud outcry that even caught their master's attention, who observed them with a bemused expression. Since that day, Su Ruotian had refrained from seeking a rematch, especially as Lin Shi's cultivation had progressed, ultimately reaching the completion of the 9th layer. Su Ruotian clicked his tongue in admiration, mentally acknowledging the prowess of their master as foremost disciple, whose heavenly spiritual roots were indeed formidable. "I can't compare," he conceded. "All right. Let's find something to eat. I am quite famished." Su Ruotian patted his belly. Both he and Lin Shi were still in their growth phase. Although the qi refinement stage allowed them to go days without food or drink, they always found their appetites greatly enhanced after their training sessions. Over the course of several months, they had indeed grown taller, resembling youthful individuals more than ever. Lin Shi, naturally, had no objections. He and Su Ruotian ran around together, gathering an ample supply of everything that flew in the sky, crawled on the ground, or swam in the water, and then skillfully set up a pot and kindled a fire. Soon, delightful aromas filled the air. Chapter 15. Bestowed treasures on Mount Taihua. After a considerable time, Lin Shi and Su Ruotian indulged in a hearty meal, comfortably reclining on the grass and savoring their leisure, through layers of mist and cloud. Zhou Qingchen observed the two below and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had naturally witnessed their progress over this period. Lin Qi's advancement was no surprise to him. With his exceptional fire spiritual root and the compatibility with the sun god fire technique, he swiftly reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Having accumulated a substantial foundation, with the day of his foundation establishment drawing near, Zhou Qingchen was also commendable. Among disciples of similar talent, his progress was relatively advanced. And aided by the Xian Earth True Art, his cultivation was steadily improving. Furthermore, with Lin Qi's every breakthrough, the system rewarded Zhou Qingchen as well. Although his task points had not increased, he had acquired 6 additional treasures, all ranging from the 4th to the 6th grade. Ding. Task issued. The disciple must break through to the foundation establishment stage within 1 month. Task reward. 1 7th grade spiritual plant, Chun Yuan fruit tree. Would you like to accept the task? Zhou Qingchen felt a surge of joy. The task had finally been released. Accepting the mission. The system reminds the host that the tasks issued encompass, but are not limited to, accepting disciples, imparting skills, teaching, bestowing treasures, and enhancing disciples. The specific nature of the tasks will vary, with rewards for accepting disciples and imparting skills being particularly generous, while other rewards will gradually enrich according to the level of enhancement. Zhou Qingchen suddenly realized the distinction. Taking on an apprentice and imparting skills are quite unique endeavors. One is a rare opportunity, while the other involves the transmission of advanced techniques, which entails a greater cost and consequently offers more substantial rewards. Zhou Qingchen raised his hand to brush away the mist, contemplating within. It was time to take a break. When do you think Master will emerge from seclusion? Zhou Qingchen inquired, legs crossed. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the vast sky, exhibiting a hint of boredom. What? Do you wish for Master to assess your progress? Lin Qi pondered for a moment before suggesting. Zhou Qingchen quickly shook his head. Not at all. Don't say such things. Lin Qi chuckled heartily. Suddenly, a light laughter echoed, prompting both to sit up straight. What? Are you so eager for your master to come out? Zhou Qingchen's figure materialized, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the two. Zhou Qingchen appeared somewhat uneasy, while Lin Qi occasionally cast sidelong glances at the remnants of their recent meal. Adopting a demeanor of propriety, Zhou Qingchen could not help but chuckle, saying, I indeed wish to test you all, but not at this moment. Lin Qi, quick-witted, could not refrain from asking, Master, are you referring to the 7 Peaks Conference in a few days? Zhou Qingchen nodded, affirming, indeed. The new disciples from the outer and inner sects of the Miao Peak have already competed over the past few days, finalizing the list of those who will participate in the 7 Peaks Dharma Assembly. As my disciples, it is only natural that both of you shall partake. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen appeared somewhat apprehensive, while Lin Qi maintained an air of calmness. Zhou Qingchen then remarked, if Tian, you secure a position among the new disciples, it is likely that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the victor will emerge from you and the newly appointed true disciple of Taihua. Zhou Qingchen promptly mentioned a name. Do you know? Lin Qi, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master, what about me? Zhou Qingchen smiled and remarked, you are undoubtedly exceptional, incomparable to those novice disciples. Therefore, you shall participate in the Qi Refinement Conference like the other disciples. As for whether you can achieve victory. After speaking, he turned to Lin Qi, whose expression was serious, and nodded slightly. If you cannot secure the top position, you shall be deemed a pretender among the exceptional. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded earnestly, I assure you, Master, I will not disappoint. He was aware of the rumors circulating in the outside world. As news of his extraordinary spirit root spread, many began to herald him as the new prodigy of Nanli Prefecture, predicting that he would achieve renown akin to that of his master, Zhou Qingchen, not only in Nanli but also in several surrounding prefectures. His temperament was more mature than that of an average person, and he would not allow himself to become complacent due to such unfounded accolades. However, outsiders would not share his perspective, especially considering that his master was Zhou Qingchen. If he were to fail to live up to his reputation, it would undoubtedly tarnish his master's name. Lin Qi would not permit such a disgrace to occur. Zhou Qingchen observed the resolute determination in his eyes, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. He then spoke, very well, when you first became my disciples, I did not bestow upon you any gifts. Now, I invite you to select a weapon of your preference. What do you favor? I have a penchant for firearms, Lin Qi replied. In my family, I have been trained in the art of wielding a spear since my childhood. Zhou Qingchen turned his gaze towards Zhou Ruotian beside him. I shall wield the heavy sword, Zhou Ruotian declared, his spiritual energy leaning towards the substantial, yet still retaining a golden radiance. Zhou Qingchen then summoned a system to redeem the 6th-tier rewards from the treasure rewards. The 6th-tier exquisite mystical weapon, the fire source spear. The 6th-tier exquisite mystical weapon, the heavy sword, Tianke. Zhou Qingchen exchanged the only 2 rewards of mystical artifacts and displayed them before him. The fire source spear, measuring 7 feet in length, glimmered with a chilling radiance. Its crimson tassels danced gracefully, while the spearhead blazed with an exceptionally vivid scarlet hue, emanating a disquieting power. The heavy sword, Tianke, was as weighty as 1,000 pounds, its blunt edge formidable and broad. At the junction of the blade and hilt, a fearsome gilded dragon's head loomed. Lin Shi and Zhou Ruotian's expressions shifted dramatically, for the 2 weapons, firmly planted in the ground, exuded an aura of terror that enveloped them in an overwhelming pressure. Even before they unleashed their true might. Being gifts for his disciples, Zhou Qingchen naturally refrained from allowing the system to automatically recognize their ownership. The unclaimed 6th-tier mystical artifacts radiated an aura that even he, at the nascent soul stage, found burdensome. I shall seal the essence of these 2 weapons, henceforth. Should there be no threat to your lives, they may only wield power commensurate with your cultivation levels. Zhou Qingchen spoke as he gestured with his hands, effortlessly sealing the essence of the 2 mystical artifacts. The previously overwhelming pressure dissipated entirely, allowing Lin Shi and Zhou Ruotian to finally move freely. Master, why bestow upon us such invaluable treasures? Lin Shi felt a surge of emotion within, while Zhou Ruotian's eyes sparkled with wonder. Zhou Qingchen smiled and said, Your Grandmaster once proclaimed that the path of cultivation is governed by fate and connection. I encountered my own master, who generously imparted his wisdom, leading to the person I am today. Now that I have taken you as my disciples, I too become a part of your destined journey. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qingchen shook his head, adding, Indeed, you all are also a manifestation of my fate. Regardless, remember this. I am your master, and you are my apprentices. That is all that truly matters. Lin Shi and Zhou Ruotian, though somewhat perplexed, found that it did not diminish their affection for Zhou Qingchen. Each took hold of their respective weapons, unable to contain their joy, and exchanged a glance filled with delight. Thank you, Master, for your precious gifts, they said, bowing respectfully. Zhou Qingchen nodded and then stated solemnly, The techniques I impart to you are of a caliber beyond your imagination. I urge you not to discuss them with others, for it could lead to endless repercussions. Lin Shi and Zhou Ruotian, already sensing the extraordinary nature of the teachings, felt a renewed sense of diligence upon hearing this admonition. As for the 2 6th-tier mystical artifacts, they are bound by a systematic sealing method, ensuring that others remain oblivious to their true rank, thus alleviating any excessive concerns. Zhou Qingchen nodded and said, All right, once you have tidied up, take some time to familiarize yourselves with your weapons. They will accompany you for quite some time. As for marksmanship and the art of wielding the broadsword, you may seek guidance within the Sutra Pavilion of Taihua Peak. Given your status, you are free to consult the resources available there. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi and Zhou Ruotian noticed the lingering aroma of the leftover dishes beside them and promptly set about cleaning up. Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly, then transformed into a streak of light and departed from Taihua Peak. Just moments ago, Taihua Yuan had sent him a message, indicating that there were pressing matters to discuss. Chapter 16, The Land of Southernly. On his journey to Taihua Peak, Zhou Qingchen encountered his second elder brother, Zhou Xianjun, and they engaged in conversation. Brother, what is the matter? Zhou Qingchen inquired. Zhou Xianjun nodded, a hint of imperceptible contemplation flickering across his handsome brows. As he replied, it concerns the other 2 sections. The talented gathering? Zhou Qingchen came to a realization. Given the calculations, the 15-year period has indeed arrived, and the grand assembly of the entire Nanli prefecture is set to commence shortly. Zhou Xianjun nodded. The Tianjiao conference has a long-standing tradition in Nanli prefecture, having been held countless times throughout the years. It serves as a gathering for all exceptional talents below the Yuanying stage in the region. The Xian list is established for those under 50 years of age in the Qi refining stage, the D list for those under 100 in the foundation establishment stage, and the Tian list for those under 300 in the golden core stage. These 3 rankings encompass nearly all the prodigies of Nanli prefecture, creating a vibrant exchange among young cultivators. The phrase a gathering of heroes, a convergence of talents aptly describes this Tianjiao conference. Naturally, several peak masters from our Taihua sect have participated, with a few having even claimed the top spots. Tuoba Yuan and Su Xianjun were both former champions of the Tian list, separated by 2 generations, yet they were the pinnacle of their respective cohorts. Junior brother. This Tianjiao conference is unlike any before, with an inextricable connection to the other 2 sections. Let us discuss the specifics in the grand hall with the sect leader and others, Su Xianjun remarked. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, and before long, the 2 arrived at Taihua Peak. Upon entering the main hall of the sect leader, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. All the peak masters had gathered, their expressions notably grim. When Tuoba Yuan noticed Zhou Qingchen's arrival, his thoughts returned, and the mood among the crowd began to lighten. Senior brother sect leader. What is special about this Celestial Talents Conference? Su Xianjun was the first to inquire. Tuoba Yuan shook his head slightly and replied coldly. The Bailing Sect and the Lingjian Sect have revealed their fangs and are forming a complete alliance to confront our Taihua Sect. They intend to simultaneously open the Celestial Talents Conference and the Southly Treasure Land. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. The Southly Treasure Land is the most peculiar location in the Southly State. It exists in a realm of void, but approximately every century. It reemerges in Southly under the attraction of 3 significant tokens. This secret realm is fraught with both peril and opportunity. It suddenly appeared in the Southly State 10,000 years ago and was ultimately secured by the combined efforts of the 3 sects' ancient ancestors. In other words, this Southly Treasure Land is monopolized by the 3 major sects, and outsiders have no chance of reaping its benefits. Only the truly core geniuses of the top 3 sects are qualified to enter. Even those at the nascent soul stage can gain access. And each individual is permitted entry only once. Zhou Qingchen marveled internally. Thus, what could the other 2 sects possibly be scheming? Willing to forfeit the entire Southly State to publicly share the opportunities that were once exclusive to the 3 sects? Su Xianjun appeared perplexed, unsure how to assess the situation. Tuoba Yuan chuckled wryly. They are certainly not so foolish. As you all know, the Lingjian Sect and the Bailing Sect, despite their discord, will not rest until they have toppled us. The matter will not conclude easily. In response to his words, Bai Tianling could only smile helplessly. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind is bound to bring it down. Our Taihua sect has dominated the Southly State for tens of thousands of years, while the other 2 sects have gradually declined over the past few millennia. They must possess a sense of crisis, at the very least seeking to drag us down and sit at the same table as equals. Indeed, if the other 2 sects did not act in this manner, who could predict whether the so-called 3 major sects would still exist in Southly State thousands of years hence? Even the usually indifferent 4th senior brother Xiachen could not help but speak up. Extraordinary circumstances call for cautious responses. If the other 2 sects aim to seize control of the Southly Treasure Land, they must possess absolute confidence to ensure we incur losses. I want to elaborate further, as waging direct war at this moment is rather unrealistic. Our ancestors have been in seclusion for quite some time, and the other 2 significant tokens still lie in the hands of the Bailing Sect. Tuoba Yuan's expression was indifferent, yet his words exuded an air of dominance. This time, the Southly Treasure Land will remain under the control of the other 2 sects, but next time, it may not be the case. Prepare well, for the day of war among the 3 sects is not far off. At that moment, the hearts of the peak masters quivered slightly. The 3 major sects had been embroiled in conflict for so long that they had already lost their balance. The upcoming opening of the Southly Treasure Land might indeed be the last opportunity for the other 2 sections. Very well. It is time to let those few fellows come out and breathe a little. Subsequently, Tuoba Yuan expressed his discontent, prompting laughter from the other peak masters, who readily acquiesced. Zhou Qingchen took a moment to grasp the situation. It is worth noting that each of the peak masters has their own esteemed disciples, among whom 3 entered their sects quite early, being several generations older than Zhou Qingchen, whom he has scarcely encountered. However, their exceptional talents are undeniable, and only the peak masters are aware that they have already attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Perhaps this upcoming gathering of prodigies will present them with opportunities for their nascent soul advancement. Eldest senior brothers What Xiaosheng remarked with a smile. Tuoba Yuan stroked his chin, seemingly struck by an idea, and turned to Zhou Qingchen with a grin. Junior brother, the Southly Treasure Land is of considerable caliber and accessible even to those in the nascent soul realm. We have all ventured within and can no longer enter, thus. This time, the gathering of prodigies shall be led by you and Xianjun. Additionally, you should take the opportunity to explore the Southly Treasure Land. It may yield unexpected rewards. Zhou Qingchen readily accepted the proposition, for he had long harbored a desire to venture forth. The upcoming Tianjiao conference piqued his interest, and he thought it prudent to witness it firsthand. With a smile, Zhou Qingchen remarked, "Then I shall heed my senior brother's advice and pay a visit to the blessed land of Nanli." Laughter erupted among the group. All aware of this junior disciple's remarkable talents, with him present, even the formidable prowess of the other two sects would hardly stir significant waves. Since we have decided to confront this challenge head-on, we must not be remiss in our duties. It is time to reward our junior disciples with some opportunities, suggested the second senior sister, Bai Tianling. Tuoba Yuan chuckled heartily. Then let us cleanse the outstanding participants in the Xianqing Lake during this Seven Peaks conference. The others readily concurred, for the Xianqing Lake was one of the three most vital sanctuaries of their Taihua sect, offering substantial benefits to the disciples. Not only could it enhance their cultivation, but it also purged their foundational roots, thereby fortifying their physiques. For a genius, even the slightest improvement in this regard could wield a profound influence on their future. Following a brief discussion on significant matters within the sect, the gathering concluded before the sun dipped below the horizon. The 6 beams of light swiftly departed towards their respective peaks. Chapter 17. Preparation upon returning to Taihua Peak. Zhou Qingchen summoned Zhang Yi and Li Chenglen, Peak Master. The two greeted respectfully upon reaching the summit of Taihua Peak. During their time there, they had been diligent, their admiration for Zhou Qingchen reaching new heights. After all, his strength had become increasingly formidable, even when he was merely cultivating in the clouds. The aura he inadvertently exuded sent chills down their spines, instilling a deep sense of reverence. This is a dual-born spirit fruit from a 4th-tier spirit plant, capable of yielding only 2 fruits in its lifetime. It is a gift from me to you both. The 4th-tier spirit plant, a treasure of the nascent soul realm, would enhance your foundational essence and significantly aid your future journeys towards the nascent soul stage. As for the outcome, that shall depend on your own efforts. Zhou Qingchen directly exchanged the remaining 4 treasures for the least valuable 4th-tier spiritual items, bestowing them upon Zhang Yi and Li Chenglen. At this moment, the 4th-tier spiritual items held little significance for him, as his disciples were not yet ready to utilize them. Thus, it was more fitting to reward his loyal subordinates, Zhang Yi and Li Chenglen, with expressions of profound gratitude and astonishment, accepted the gifts and were filled with boundless emotions, respectfully exclaiming, "Thank you for your generous bestowal, Peak Master." Zhou Qingchen smiled gently and admonished the two, saying, "During the time of the talented gathering, I shall be away from the sect for a while. The management of Taihua Peak will be entrusted to you both, and I hope you will treat this responsibility with the utmost seriousness. Adhere strictly to the orders of the Peak Master." Zhang Yi and Li Chenglen, fully aware of the gravity of the task, responded earnestly. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. Dismissing the 2 individuals, instead of returning to the clouds above Yanhai, he took the rare opportunity to sit in his pavilion, brewing tea for his own enjoyment. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian spent the entire day at the scripture pavilion, meticulously selecting their preferred spear techniques and sword arts, and finally returned to the summit of Taihua Peak before nightfall. Since Zhou Qingchen's dojo was situated amidst the celestial clouds, where starlight perpetually gathered, the peak remained as bright as day, even when the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Therefore, upon their return, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian were greeted by the sight of Zhou Qingchen in the pavilion. "Master!" the two exclaimed joyfully, and in an instant, Zhou Qingchen appeared before them. "Master, we have chosen our favored spear techniques and sword arts," they declared, their spirits evidently elevated. Particularly Lin Qi, who had practiced spear techniques since childhood, had mastered an array of impressive skills within his clan. Coupled with his current cultivation, his strikes possessed a formidable, soul-chasing force. However, today at the scripture pavilion, he was astonished by the dazzling array of treasures, remaining exhilarated throughout the day. Had he not been concerned about overindulgence and the inability to absorb too much, he would have wished to linger longer. Nevertheless, he selected 3 spear techniques that would greatly benefit him at this stage. Su Ruotian was no less diligent, choosing 3 sword techniques, all characterized by their heavy, unadorned strikes, capable of wielding immense power. Zhou Qingchen nodded with satisfaction. He was undoubtedly pleased to have such a diligent disciple. "Lin Qi, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, and I would like you to make a choice," Zhou Qingchen stated. Lin Qi straightened his expression and listened attentively. "You have attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, and the time for your foundation establishment is imminent. When that moment arrives, the sect will open the mysterious Xianqing Lake, a sacred site of our sect. Should you enter, you will undoubtedly achieve foundation establishment. However, you must also participate in the Tianjiao assembly. Lin Qi was taken aback, quickly grasping the implications. If he did not ascend to foundation establishment and remained at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, he would undoubtedly excel in the Xian list of the Tianjiao assembly. Yet, if he advanced to foundation establishment, the disparity between him and those who had already reached the pinnacle of that stage would be considerable, even with his extraordinary talent. Securing a top position on the Earth list would not be guaranteed. After all, within the entirety of Nanli Prefecture, there were numerous prodigies, many of whom were nearly at the level of true disciples of a peak sect. In such circumstances, the gap in cultivation would soon become a source of significant difficulty for him. Moreover, this particular Tianjiao assembly was unlike any other. Those who ranked highly would gain access to the Nanli Treasure Land, a place rich with opportunities. Nanli Treasure Land? Lin Qi inquired, his face a portrait of confusion. Zhou Qingchen imparted the secret teachings of the three sects of the Southernly Treasure to him, and Lin Qi, upon hearing them, fell into deep contemplation. Master, I am determined to break through to the foundation establishment stage. In matters of cultivation, as the opportunity presents itself, I shall seize it. Regardless of the intensity of the competition for the Earth ranking, I am resolved to give it a try. Lin Qi's countenance was resolute, and his eyes seemed to ignite with fervor as he declared with unwavering conviction, in the past, my master, at the early stage of the Golden Core, effortlessly defeated the top talents of the heavenly ranking. Though I am far from my master's prowess at that time, I am willing to confront challenges with my humble cultivation, striving to secure my place in this realm. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the resolute youth before him and couldn't help but smile. Lin Qi, you truly astonish me. Since you possess such determination, as your master, I shall undoubtedly support you. Lin Qi then broke into a smile, while Su Ruotian, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, though his eyes shimmered with admiration and envy. Zhou Qingchen gazed at him and said, Su Ruotian, there is no need for you to feel envious. Your turn will inevitably come in due time. At present, you ought to establish a solid foundation and forge your own path, for you are destined to emerge victorious in the upcoming freshman competition. Su Ruotian chuckled heartily and nodded vigorously. Very well, in the days to come, you shall practice marksmanship and swordsmanship. I shall personally guide you in your training. Zhou Qingchen's lips curled slightly, reminiscent of the guidance once imparted to him by his esteemed mentor. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. In their eyes, Zhou Qingchen embodied true strength, and they eagerly awaited his personal instruction. Zhou Qingchen would naturally not cherish his own humble abilities. Although he had never practiced marksmanship, his cultivation and insights were more than sufficient to instruct Lin Qi at this stage. As for teaching Su Ruotian the swordsmanship, it posed no challenge at all. He approached it with meticulous attention to detail. Over the course of several days, the two immersed themselves in their training, their strengths visibly enhancing with each passing moment. Every thrust of the spear and swing of the sword unleashed greater power. When fatigue set in, they would meditate to recuperate their vitality. At last, the eve of the Seven Peaks Conference arrived. Atop Taihua Peak, the two young men stood at a considerable distance from one another, each earnestly executing their most formidable techniques. Even without the infusion of spiritual energy, their movements created a fierce momentum, exhibiting considerable might. The 9 spears of the Great Master, the blazing divine spear, the astonishing spear technique, the heavy sword splitting the earth, the colossal spirit slash, the 1,000 June slash. Zhou Qingchen sat cross-legged within the loft, his eyes tightly shut, yet his consciousness perceptively surveyed everything in the distance with remarkable clarity. The two remained in this state for quite some time, their breaths growing heavy before they concluded their practice. I'm so exhausted and hungry, Su Ruotian exclaimed, lying flat on the ground. Lin Qi was unfazed. They had expended considerable energy these past few days, necessitating a hearty meal almost daily. Well, we still have one spirit pig we caught the day before yesterday. Let us feast on it now. Lin Qi responded with a smile. Before long, the piercing shrieks of the pig echoed through the air, startling a flock of birds into flight, until tranquility reigned once more. Under the adept hands of the two, the air soon filled with an intoxicating aroma, rich and savory. As they employed every culinary method imaginable, steaming, boiling, frying, roasting, and stir-frying, Su Ruotian skillfully retrieved various seasonings from his storage bag, along with pots, bowls, and utensils, transforming the sizable head of the spirit pig into an array of delectable dishes presented upon the table. Master, it's time to eat, Su Ruotian called out, prompting Zhou Qingchen to open his eyes, walking over with a sense of decorum laced with anticipation. Well, he was not gluttonous. He merely wished to indulge in a taste of the delicacies. Zhou Qingchen contemplated within himself. Indeed, although he relished food, he did not indulge excessively. He had long since embraced a fasting regimen, occasionally partaking in mundane meals merely to appease the palate that he had brought from his homeland. In the future, he mused, he could capture some demonic beasts which would undoubtedly surpass ordinary fare. As the days passed, the bond among the master and his disciples grew significantly closer. Linqi and Zhou Ruotian had already discerned their master's culinary preferences with considerable accuracy. Zhou Qingchen and the others sampled a modest portion. However, the two disciples, in the midst of their growth phase and diligent in their cultivation, consumed their meals with voracious enthusiasm, akin to a tempest sweeping away the remnants. Shortly after Zhou Qingchen set down his chopsticks, the two swiftly devoured all the food, then contentedly released a satisfied belch. Zhou Qingchen had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the situation. After tidying up the aftermath, he declared, "All right, there's no need for further practice. Let us meditate and cultivate on this final day, maintaining our optimal state." Linqi and Zhou Ruotian nodded, their eyes ignited with a fierce spirit of battle. The moment they had long awaited was finally at hand. Chapter 18. The Seven Peaks Conference. The following day, as the dawn broke, the entire Taihua sect buzzed with excitement. The disciples of the Seven Peaks had already made their preparations, each one in peak condition amidst the palpable tension. When the resonant chimes of the bells atop the Seven Peaks rang out simultaneously, the disciples poised to participate in the conference were brimming with enthusiasm. At Miao Peak, a spacious square had gathered around 200 individuals, all of whom were the elite among the newly initiated disciples of Miao Peak. A select few had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, while the remainder were at the 3rd level. Achieving such a level in merely 6 months was a testament to their extraordinary talent within the Taihua sect. Several Golden Core elders had arrived on the scene, engaged in quiet discussions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the 200 disciples was fervent. Will the peak masters be present? One disciple inquired with a hint of anticipation. Another, evidently more informed, replied, "In truth, for an event like the annual Seven Peaks Conference, the peak masters typically do not attend. It is usually overseen by the Golden Core elders, and the core disciples at the Golden Core stage do not participate in the competitions." The crowd nodded in understanding. However, this occasion was different. Those who excelled in the Seven Peaks Conference would not only gain entry to the Sect's Xianqing Lake but would also represent the Sect at the Tianjiao Conference. Hence, the peak masters would indeed be present, and core disciples at the Golden Core stage, even those of true inheritance, would compete. As the fervent discussions among the crowd grew increasingly animated, Zhou Qingchen descended from Miao Peak, accompanied by Linqi and Zhou Ruotian. The once boisterous square fell into a hushed reverence as disciples and elders alike offered their respectful bows. Zhou Qingchen nodded and said, "I shall escort you to Taishang Peak to partake in the upcoming Seven Peaks Dharma Assembly." With that, he elegantly waved his sleeve, enveloping the 200 disciples in a robust surge of spiritual energy, swiftly propelling them towards Taishang Peak. Those encapsulated within the nascent soul's power felt no discomfort. The fierce winds generated by their rapid flight were effectively kept at bay. As they gazed at the swiftly passing scenery of the Taihua sect, many experienced a surge of excitement. Before long, they sensed the landscape ahead shifting rapidly, and Taishang Peak loomed before them. Taishang Peak, monumental and imposing, stood at the heart of the Taihua sect, with a vast platform known as Pingdian Terrace nestled mid-mountain, serving as the congregation site for the sect. This area had already been divided into 7 distinct regions, encircling the platform. As the members of Miao Peak descended, a wave of exhilaration swept across Pingdian Terrace once more. With the arrangements made by several Golden Core elders, Zhou Qingchen led Linqi and Zhou Ruotian to the elevated platform, which was naturally reserved for the masters of the 7 Peaks and their esteemed disciples. The other 6 peaks had already gathered. Zhou Qingchen greeted with a smile, "Good morning, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. I pay my respects to all the esteemed uncles." Behind him, Linqi and Zhou Ruotian hastily bowed in acknowledgement. "Haha, junior brother, your arrival is not too late. We all arrived in succession." The various peak masters chimed in. With the recent addition of Linqi, Zhou Ruotian, and Du Yuner, the 10 true disciples had now been completely assembled. The true disciples of the Taihua sect are the most gifted individuals, exuding exceptional charisma. Aside from Linqi and his companions, who had only recently joined, 6 of the remaining 7 true disciples had already attained the Golden Core stage. with the last one achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Among these 6 Golden Core true disciples, 3 had reached the late stage of Golden Core, while the remaining 3 unfamiliar faces belonged to the 3 most formidable true disciples, who had secluded themselves for an extended period. Each had reached the full realization of the Golden Core stage, and this was Zhou Qingchen's first encounter with them. The foremost among the true disciples was the young man clad in black, Taihua Tian, the eldest disciple of the sect leader, and also his son, recognized as the number 1 among the true disciples. The second, a robust young man, was Chen Daoyu, a disciple of Zhou Qingchen from Taihua Peak. Lastly, there was a graceful lady veiled in white, Hua Qi, a disciple of Bai Tianling from Taihua Peak. Greetings, esteemed junior uncle, the 8 true disciples respectfully proclaimed. Zhou Qingchen chuckled, saying, there is no need for excessive formality. Lin Shi and Ruo Tian are both my disciples. You may become acquainted with one another. As Zhou Qingchen took his seat, Taihua Yuan, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, Junior brother, has your esteemed disciple Lin Shi already attained the pinnacle of qi refinement? The other peak masters, equally taken aback, soon recalled Zhou Qingchen and found clarity in their surprise. Zhou Qingchen, feeling quite pleased with himself, remarked, his innate talent is inherently no less than mine in the past, and with my personal guidance, achieving perfection in qi refinement is, of course, a natural progression. Zhou Qingchen silently added in his heart, I have also imparted the Sun God Fire technique. If one does not progress swiftly, will it not be a waste? How is it that you, my second disciple, have also reached the 5th level of qi refinement? Senior sister Jiang Mingwei from Taihua Peak widened her eyes in astonishment. Her disciple, Du Yuner, possessed talent comparable to Su Ruotian, yet Du Yuner hailed from an extraordinary background. From a young age, she had consumed numerous spiritual herbs to strengthen her physique and refine herself. Such inherent advantages allowed her to barely ascend to the 5th level of qi refinement just a few days prior. In contrast, Su Ruotian came from an ordinary family, lacking the innate advantages of Du Yuner, yet he too has attained the 5th level of qi refinement, his aura far more solid and profound than that of Du Yuner. Zhou Qingchen smiled silently. Amidst the idle chatter among several individuals, the 7 Peaks Dharma Assembly officially commenced. This assembly is divided into 4 competitions. The first contest features the newly initiated disciples of the Taihua sect. The second involves disciples at the qi refinement stage. The third is for those at the foundation establishment stage, and the fourth showcases the Golden Core stage practitioners. A chief elder emerged before the crowd, silencing their discussions, and proclaimed in a resounding voice, the time has come. The 7 Peaks Dharma Assembly is officially underway. The first competition is the Grand Tournament for New Disciples. This year, the Grand Tournament for New Disciples boasts a participation of 1,400 contestants, from which the top 50 will be determined. Having entered the sect merely a year ago, most of the newcomers are at the 3rd or even 2nd layer of qi refinement, with only a few having reached the 4th layer. The first contest will determine the top 50 through a chaotic melee, followed by an elimination round to identify the top 10. Go forth. Zhou Qingchen spoke softly, while Su Ruotian displayed an uncharacteristically serious expression and nodded in agreement. Jiang Mingwei also gestured towards Du Yuner. Su Ruotian and Du Yuner exchanged glances before stepping onto the arena. The freshman competition, of course, lacked the grandeur of prior events, as the gaze of the various peak masters was primarily focused on the more advanced disciples. It was not until the final battle that the peak masters turned their attention to the arena. As anticipated, the ultimate contenders for victory were Su Ruotian and Du Yuner. The two faced each other atop the stage for a moment, and amidst the excited shouts of the new disciples, the climactic battle commenced. Su Ruotian practiced the Xuan true art, exuding an incredibly dense aura, complemented by his formidable sword, Tianke, which unleashed an overwhelming force. Although Du Yuner possessed commendable strength and her water-based techniques employed the principle of soft overcoming hard, she gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Su Ruotian's gaze sharpened, and he declared gravely, let this final strike determine our fate. Du Yuner, equally solemn, waved her water fan, conjuring 3 water dragons. Spirit water transforms into dragons. Su Ruotian raised his heavy sword, Tianke, as earthy yellow spiritual energy coalesced, and a blade of light, nearly a yard in length, descended with his motion. Heavy sword splits the earth. The spiritual energies collided and dissipated, and after a brief moment, calm returned. In the center of the arena, Su Ruotian stood firm with his sword, his aura steady, while Du Yuner knelt on one knee, her complexion slightly pale. Su Ruotian emerged victorious, claiming the title of champion in the freshman competition. As the elder's voice echoed, cheers erupted among the new disciples. Clearly, Zhou Qingchen had become the acknowledged champion in their hearts. Zhou Qingchen and Diyuner exchanged respectful bows and then both broke into smiles. "I concede," Zhou Qingchen said. And they returned to the high platform. Chapter 19. The dominant Lin Qi. Following the freshman competition, the atmosphere of the Seven Peaks Conference grew notably fervent. The chief elder, maintaining his composure, announced, "The subsequent 3 competitions of the Seven Peaks Conference will occur simultaneously, divided into 3 arenas: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. Employing a chaotic elimination system, we will first identify the top 50 participants, who will then compete in a defending battle to determine the top 10. Next, you will be transported into the ancient battle realm to compete. This trial demands your utmost effort to prevent unforeseen circumstances should you encounter an uncontrollable lethal attack. You will be automatically teleported out and will lose your qualification." The disciples buzzed with discussion, acknowledging that this Seven Peaks Conference was indeed extraordinary. Receiving significant attention from the sect, an occurrence reserved for the prestigious Tianjia Conference held once every 15 years. Zhou Qingchen smiled and turned to Lin Qi beside him, saying, "I have high hopes for you." Lin Qi nodded resolutely. The ancient battle realm is an independently established space sealed within a precious artifact by the founding ancestor of the Taihua sect, serving as an excellent arena for the disciples to engage in combat. Naturally, such an artifact is of considerable rank. Tu Obi-Yuan's expression grew serious as he formed a hand seal, and a dazzling spiritual light ascended into the air, transforming into a massive water mirror. The water mirror shimmered, radiating a white light that instantly absorbed all disciples participating in the 3 major competitions into its depths. Entering the ancient battle realm, the disciples felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, and soon they found themselves in an unfamiliar land. The ancient battle realm comprises 3 layers of space, desolate and dimly lit. The onlookers from the outside could clearly observe the scenes within the water mirror. At this moment, in Zhou Qingchen's view, his eldest disciple, Lin Qi, had successfully entered the first layer of space and was already engaged in combat. In the barren expanse of the first layer, Lin Qi furrowed his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. This place was devoid of life, with only a towering beam of light visible in the distance at the center. It appeared that the transported disciples had been randomly dispersed. However, the first layer was not vast, spanning nearly 10 miles, and everyone would instinctively head toward the center, making encounters with others inevitable. Lin Qi pondered to himself. Before long, as Lin Qi continued on his path, a figure emerged not far away. It was a slender young man who, upon seeing Lin Qi, momentarily froze, sizing him up before inquiring, "You must be the true disciple under sect leader Zhou, correct?" Lin Qi nodded. "Indeed." The slender young man gave a slight nod and smiled. "I didn't expect you to forego the freshman competition and instead participate in the Qi refinement competition. You should know that everyone in this layer has attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. Your willingness to enter suggests you have reached this level as well." Lin Qi narrowed his eyes and replied, "You may test that for yourself." The slender young man murmured, "Truly deserving of being a true disciple. Progressing remarkably in just half a year. Very well, let us exchange a few blows." The young man wiped the smile from his face. Standing with his hands behind his back, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he charged toward Lin Qi. Lin Qi, of course, did not retreat. His spiritual energy surged as an explosive inferno erupted around him. However, the slender young man did not flinch or evade, enveloped in a white aura of spiritual energy. As they engaged in combat, the clash of fists and feet was filled with violent spiritual power, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Lin Qi was able to unleash an impressive force, causing spiritual energy to wreak havoc within a radius of dozens of feet. Although he had yet to exert his full strength, the intensity of their battle was already formidable. To Lin Qi's surprise, this seemingly random opponent was also at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. He repelled his adversary with a palm, contemplating inwardly. In contrast, the slender young man was astonished, realizing that Lin Qi was also at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. How could such an extraordinary individual exist? The emaciated youth silently cried out within himself. He had devoted himself to the mastery of golden spiritual energy, his aura sharp and formidable, rendering him invincible in his pursuits. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly suppressed by his opponent, unable to advance even a single step. Suddenly, a violent explosion of flames erupted, engulfing the surrounding area for several meters. The slender youth raised his hands defensively before him, only to be repelled once more. Despite the protection of spiritual energy, his garments were scorched with large holes, and even his hair became somewhat tousled, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Let us cease our conflict for now. We are both at the pinnacle of chi refinement and are destined to face each other in the final arena battle, where we shall determine the victor. The emaciated youth, feeling a sense of frustration, could only concede. Lin Chi did not refuse. They exchanged a glance and parted ways. Meanwhile, in the outside world, at the observation platform, Zhou Qingchen observed as Lin Chi persistently repelled his opponent, ultimately leading to a cessation of hostilities, and he couldn't help but nod in approval. Beside him, the Master of Yuanying Peak, Zhou Qingchen, stroked his chin and remarked, "Junior apprentice. The disciple that my nephew encounters is among the top-ranking students in the chi refinement realm of Taihua Peak. I never expected him to gain no advantage whatsoever." Bai Tianling chuckled softly and replied, "Wasn't it the same for you, junior apprentice, back in the day? It seems that Lin Chi's victory is all but assured." Zhou Qingchen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, exuding a sense of satisfaction. "Ha! Once the arena battle begins, the outcome will soon be revealed." As Lin Chi approached the central area, the number of people he encountered increased. Along the way, he eliminated several practitioners at the 9th level of chi refinement. Furthermore, he encountered a few who had perfected their skills at this stage, yet they seemed disinclined to engage with him, hastily making their way toward the central pillar of light. Half an hour later, Lin Chi finally neared the heart of the arena. Before him stood a dazzling pillar of light, surrounded by 10 platforms, arranged in descending order from 1st to 10th. By now, 200 to 300 individuals had gathered around the platforms, evidently those who had not been eliminated from the outer circle. These disciples were primarily at the 9th level of chi refinement, with more than half having achieved perfection in their training. Lin Chi lifted his gaze to find that all 10 platforms were occupied. Those bold enough to stand upon them must possess immense confidence in their abilities, all being disciples at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Among them stood Lin Chi himself. He focused intently on the 7th platform, where a lean youth, with whom he had previously clashed, was positioned. At the forefront of the platform stood a tall young man clad in black, radiating an exceptionally robust aura. With most participants having arrived, it was time to determine the top 50. Soon, a voice rang out from the platform, instantly elevating the tension in the atmosphere. "Only 40 of you may remain to compete with us for the platforms." Another spoke with an air of arrogance. "Jiangsu, have you forgotten about me?" At that moment, a voice boomed, belonging to a muscular man who chuckled derisively. The young man on the 10th platform's expression shifted, his prior arrogance vanishing. "Do you want me to knock you down, or will you step down yourself?" The robust man inquired, a grin spreading across his face. The young man on the 10th platform clenched his teeth but remained resolute. "Fine, let us see how long you can stay up there. Once the remaining participants are eliminated, I will personally bring you down," he declared. As soon as the muscular man's words left his lips, the expressions of the surrounding disciples shifted dramatically. In the next instant, he exuded an overwhelming force, causing the faces of nearby disciples to pale. With a resounding blow, he ignited the final elimination battle. Those not on the platforms erupted into chaos, a flurry of light flashing as eliminated disciples were enveloped in brilliance and transported away from the arena. Lin Chi effortlessly dealt with those who attempted to encircle him, ultimately leaving no one brave enough to approach. He settled into a state of leisure until the final 40 were determined. After a quarter of an hour, including the 10 on the platform, the top 50 in the chi refinement realm were finally established, leading to the ultimate platform battle. Chapter 20. Clash of Blades and Spears upon the platform. 10 disciples stood proudly, fully prepared to defend their positions. The remaining 40 focused their gazes intently on these 10. All they needed to do was defeat one of them to take their place among the top 10 of the competition. The first to act was a formidable man. With a powerful leap, he ascended the 10th arena. "Jiangsu, it is time for you to exit," he taunted with a mocking smile. The young man named Jiangsu appeared infuriated, bellowing, "Li Gui, you shameless wretch. After so many years, you only rely on your deep foundation, yet you exude such arrogance." The robust man, however, remained unfazed, clearly uninterested in wasting further time on him. With a mighty tremor of his muscular frame, he surged forward, his aura intensifying dramatically. The two adversaries clashed fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Ultimately, both drew their weapons. The heavy hammer and the soft sword clashed, with the young man gradually finding himself at a disadvantage, while Li Gui maintained his relentless pressure. As the heavy hammer swung, it caused a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of Jiangsu's mouth. "Jiangsu, it's time for you to fall," Li Gui sneered, raising his hammer high. The terrifying shadow of the colossal weapon descending with immense force. Initially pale and dispirited, the young man suddenly steadied himself, as if resigning to fate, gazing at the hammer's descent. Just as Li Gui believed victory was at hand, a gentle breeze swept through. The young man, once restrained, broke free, his aura now ethereal and unpredictable. "You!" Li Gui exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The hammer struck down, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed a vast area. Yet the young man evaded it effortlessly. The art of movement. Many disciples gasped in astonishment. Such techniques were rare and difficult to master. To grasp a profound movement art at the Qi refinement stage was a significant advantage. Zhang Su chuckled softly. "Li Gui, you are the one who remains stagnant. I have long proclaimed that I would soon surpass you." With the soft sword raised before his eyes, his gaze turned cold. In the next moment, a fierce wind erupted, and the soft sword sliced through the air with blinding speed, enveloping the beleaguered Li Gui. A wretched scream echoed as Li Gui swung his heavy hammer. Yet he was left battered and bloodied, ultimately finding the once seemingly fragile soft sword glide effortlessly across his throat like a serpent's flickering tongue. Enveloped in the dread of impending death, a white light encased Li Gui, transporting him away from the arena. Victory in defending the platform. The onlookers, witnessing the young man who seemed to be at a disadvantage suddenly rise and swiftly defeat Li Gui, were left in stunned silence. In truth, those who defended the platform were universally acknowledged as the top contenders from each faction. Unless a disciple made substantial advancements, victory over them was implausible. Indeed, soon after, numerous challengers emerged, seemingly intent on wearing down their opponent through a series of battles, yet they were all decisively defeated. Amidst the crowd, Lin Qi raised his head slightly, his footsteps moving purposefully as he stepped onto the arena, drawing the watchful gazes of the others. The slender youth on the 7th arena tensed instantly, only to witness Lin Qi bypass him entirely, finally halting before the black-clad young man. "What? He dares to challenge Wei Kong?" The emaciated youth was taken aback. And not only him, the expressions of all those present shifted dramatically. The young man clad in black appeared equally astonished, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at the 12 or 13-year-old boy before him, whose youthfulness was strikingly evident. "You wish to challenge me?" Wei Kong inquired. Lin Qi nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I am Lin Qi, and I initiate the challenge." Wei Kong was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled. "I consider my talents to be somewhat modest, yet among the disciples of the Qi refinement stage, none dare to oppose me. I am the foremost disciple of the Taihua Peak within the inner sect." "You seem unfamiliar. Which peak do you hail from?" Lin Qi replied calmly, "Taihua Peak." Wei Kong furrowed his brow. How could a new disciple from Taihua Peak participate in the second grand competition? Wait a moment, Lin Qi? A realization dawned upon Wei Kong. "You are the true disciple of Peak Master Zhou." Following the opening ceremony, Lin Qi's name had spread throughout the sect. However, Wei Kong had always been indifferent to worldly matters, immersing himself solely in cultivation. Hence he failed to recognize Lin Qi. With this newfound understanding, as he observed Lin Qi's formidable aura, it was evident that he had, like the others, achieved the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, reaching the 9th layer's perfection. Wei Kong immediately abandoned his earlier disdain, assuming a serious demeanor as he faced Lin Qi. "Since you wish to challenge me, I shall show no mercy." Despite his pride as the acknowledged leader among the Qi refinement disciples, Wei Kong was not blind or foolish. He understood that those favored by the Peak Masters were certainly not to be trifled with. "Let us engage in our most potent forms," Wei Kong declared with a loud voice, summoning a long blade that materialized in his hand, its blade a striking azure white, exuding unmatched sharpness. Lin Qi, filled with determination, recognized the significance of this first battle. His countless hours of training were all for this moment. He would undoubtedly prevail. Fire Source Spear. A flash of light emanated from his fingertips as a 7-foot-long spear gradually appeared, grasped firmly in his hand, its crimson tip igniting in flames. "Come forth," Lin Qi shouted, the Fire Source Spear transforming into a blur as it darted towards Wei Kong. Unsurprisingly, Wei Kong did not falter. He twirled his long blade, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that collided with the Fire Source Spear. The clash of blade and spear reverberated through the air, unleashing a tumultuous storm upon the first arena, as explosive sounds echoed relentlessly. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that the suddenly emerged Lin Qi possessed such formidable power. Was this truly the essence of a true disciple? On the 7th arena, a slender youth's eyes twitched, the memory of his earlier reckless challenge against Lin Chi filled him with shame. On the first arena, Lin Chi and Wei Kong had engaged in over 100 exchanges, seemingly equal in their contest. Yet both were aware that this was merely a probing of each other's capabilities. With a swift slash, it was Wei Kong who first shattered the stillness. His long blade swept through the air, unleashing a terrifying azure blade aura that cut through the surroundings with chaotic ferocity. Lin Chi, with a deft flick of his spear, conjured an ethereal shadow, the fiery red spearhead erupting in brilliance as it boldly cleaved through all obstructions ahead. Heavenly spear technique. As the spear swept forth, the blade aura was severed in twain, and the two forces collided violently. Before the remnants could fully dissipate, blade and spear surged forth once more in succession. Lin Chi's gaze was icy, yet his heart burned with fervor. In the throes of true combat, the countless hours of practiced spear techniques coalesced seamlessly at this moment. The fire source spear became an extension of his will, its fiery tip dazzling in its radiance. Wei Kong was equally unyielding. This was the most exhilarating battle he had experienced since entering the Taihua Sect. He unleashed his blade aura without restraint, sharpening his edge with each clash. Supreme Nine Spears Phantom. Lin Chi bellowed, his eyes igniting with a fierce blaze. The fire source spear danced effortlessly in his grasp, and as he thrust, multiple spear shadows materialized, each infused with potent spiritual energy, radiating an imposing presence. Wei Kong's expression shifted as he raised his long blade high. A brilliant azure-white light emanating from it. Celestial blue slash. As Wei Kong brought his blade down, the sharp blade light clashed with the spear shadows, both ultimately shattering into fragments. What? Yet, as the blade light faded, a remnant spear shadow surged forth with thunderous intensity. Wei Kong's countenance changed, hastily raising his blade to defend. The explosive flames erupted, forcing Wei Kong to retreat over 10 paces before he could stabilize himself, while Lin Chi seized the opportunity to press forward. Chapter 21. The leader Wei Kong's gaze sharpened, his spiritual energy surging to its zenith. His long blade clashing repeatedly with Lin Chi's fire source spear, each step seeing him pushed further back. Ultimate slash. Wei Kong roared, his blade radiating light and shadows, dispersing the furious fire energy surrounding Lin Chi. With a tremendous force, he managed to push Lin Chi back. Breathing heavily, his expression grew grave. Lin Chi's strength exceeded his expectations. Not only was his spear technique unparalleled, but the violent fire energy enveloped the area like a relentless parasite, swiftly diminishing his blade aura to its nadir. If this continued, he would surely suffer. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Lin Chi, oblivious to his opponent's thoughts, had already found his rhythm in battle. Having discerned his adversary's patterns, he was now intent on a swift conclusion. Supreme Nine Spears, Solitary Shadow. A gust of wind swirled beneath Lin Chi's feet as the fire source gun lunged forward from behind. A shadow of the weapon coalescing with a dominating force far exceeding its previous might. Wei Kong's pupils constricted as he swept his long knife, unleashing a peak essence that erupted with fervor. The blade cleaved through the air, a cascade of radiant azure and white light furiously slashing towards Lin Chi. This is my ultimate move, the 10,000 Chi Annihilation Slash. If this does not vanquish you, my impending downfall is inevitable. Wei Kong's mind was eerily calm, contemplating his strategy. A smirk played on Lin Chi's lips as the domineering spear pierced through the turbulent waves of slicing energy. Yet, the onslaught of blade energy was seemingly endless, its potency continuously amplifying, as if it vowed to reduce everything before it to ashes. Under this relentless barrage, Lin Chi appeared to be forced into retreat, compelled to adopt a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Wei Kong bit his lip, his gaze fixated on Lin Chi, who was being gradually pushed back. What other techniques do you possess? Wei Kong murmured softly, his long knife slicing through the air with increasing speed. The color of the blade energy deepened with each strike, each imbued with immense power, cumulatively overwhelming not only the spectators surrounding them, but even Lin Chi felt a surge of astonishment, truly deserving of being recognized as the best in the Chi refinement realm. This must end now, Lin Chi resolved internally, transforming his spear as the tip erupted with a blinding crimson glow. The blazing fire divine spear. The fiery energy surged through his body, continuously pouring into the fire source gun, igniting the brilliant red light at the spear's tip. A phantom of the 10-foot-long crimson spear gradually materialized, unleashing a tempest of explosive fire energy that halted the relentless killing blade energy in its tracks. Wei Kong's pupils narrowed, entirely ensnared by the fiery spear in the air. A sense of impending doom clawed at him, causing a cold sweat to beat on his back. The protective knife aura. Wei Kong's expression shifted as he bellowed in rage. Hundreds of lethal blade energies converged, enveloping him layer by layer, akin to a cocoon, safeguarding him from harm. In the next instant, the spear descended with cataclysmic force. The air erupted with a thunderous roar, flames dazzling in brilliance, colliding violently with the protective knife aura. In a heartbeat, a figure was hurled outward, blood spilling from his mouth, while the heart of the impact erupted into a swirling dragon of fire, the spear casting down with terrifying ferocity. After a full 10 breaths, the violent spiritual energy dissipated, restoring tranquility to the scene. Beneath the arena, thanks to the instantaneous defense of the protective true aura, Wei Kong managed to escape the epicenter of the explosion. Although wounded, he was spared from being eliminated from the competition. Lin Qi, gripping the fire source gun, exhaled softly. Wei Kong, with a complex expression, gazed at Lin Qi on the stage, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Lin," Wei Kong acknowledged. Fully aware that Lin Qi had deliberately tempered his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have been directly eliminated, missing out on the top 10, a truly frustrating fate. "Senior brother?" Lin Qi was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the other party addressed him in such a manner. A true disciple is akin to a senior among peers, regardless of when one enters the fold. On the 7th ring, a lean youth with a familiar face elucidated the situation. After a considerable time, the crowd gradually emerged from the stupor of the recent battle, their expression somewhat vacant. Remarkably, this was not even his full strength. Not only the dozens of disciples who had yet to be eliminated beneath the arena, but even the most formidable alchemical disciples recognized across the various peaks wore expressions of profound complexity. Previously, they had only heard tales of these true disciples under the peak masters as paragons of excellence, yet had found it difficult to truly grasp their essence. It was only at this moment that the image of the true disciples began to crystallize within their minds. However, it soon became apparent that those on the stage recalled something, their expression shifting notably, particularly that of the youth on the 10th ring. Lin Qi had claimed victory on the 1st ring, with no one daring to contest him, thus establishing himself as the undisputed champion of the alchemical competition. Yet, the defeated Wei Kong was seated nearby, clearly in the process of recuperation. Subsequently, the 2nd ring would undoubtedly fall to Wei Kong, causing a shift in their standings and ensuring that one among them would inevitably be pushed out of the top 10, leading to inevitable conflict among several of them. In the external realm, at the Spectator S platform, the scene of Lin Qi's triumph had long since reached Zhou Qingchen. In an instant, the masters of the various peaks extended their congratulations. "The fire spirit energy of this disciple is astonishingly fierce. He truly is a rare gem," exclaimed Tuoba Yuan, his face a mask of astonishment. Meanwhile, the junior sister Jiang Mingyue smiled gracefully, remarking, "Little junior brother, you were just like this in your youth. It is no wonder that you have produced such a remarkable disciple." Zhou Qingchen's face radiated with joy, now that the position of the Qi refinement leader is undisputed. "I shall bring this young man out." In the first layer of space, Lin Qi stood firmly on the first arena, unshaken by any challenge. While Wei Kong was still recovering nearby, his aura now stabilized. Amidst the relentless challenges from other disciples, an unexpected dark horse emerged, seizing one of the arenas. After several rounds, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Yet, everyone understood that once Wei Kong resumed his challenges, the 9 arenas would undergo further changes. However, Lin Qi was indifferent to these matters, patiently awaiting the final outcome. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the firmament of the first layer of space, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that descended upon them. The crowd was bewildered, their expressions tense. The grand competition concluded after a single hour. A voice resonated throughout the entire first layer of space, and at the same time, a colossal hand of spiritual power materialized, swiftly whisking Lin Qi away from that place. Taken by surprise, Lin Qi recognized the familiar voice and realized it was the work of his master, the Lord of Taihua Peak. Wei Kong opened his eyes and smiled lightly. Although Lin Qi had departed from the first arena, everyone knew that the position of leader was now uncontested. Thus, with Wei Kong's renewed challenges, the 9 arenas erupted into battle once more. Enveloped by the hand of spiritual energy, Lin Qi was transported to the outside world. Once he steadied himself, he eagerly exclaimed to Zhou Qingchen, "Master, I have secured the position of leader." Zhou Qingchen smiled slightly and remarked, "I see everything quite clearly." After speaking, he gestured toward the water mirror suspended in the air. Lin Qi raised his gaze and was immediately astonished to discover that through the mirror, he could behold the 3 layers of the ancient battle realm in their entirety. How marvelous! Lin Qi marveled inwardly. Having calmed down from his earlier excitement, he began conversing with Su Ruotian, who was beside him. "You are truly remarkable," Su Ruotian exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qi chuckled. "It is merely a competition. Next time you participate, you will undoubtedly rank among the top." Chapter 22. The final outcome in contrast to the Qi refinement realm. The other peak masters were evidently more concerned about the competitions in the two additional layers of space. The second layer was the arena for the Foundation Establishment competition, spanning several dozen miles. Upon reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, one's spiritual awareness is significantly enhanced, and their spiritual energy becomes abundant, allowing practitioners to fly and employ a myriad of techniques. This Foundation Establishment competition saw the participation of 400 disciples, who engaged in fierce battles as soon as they entered. The third layer, expansive with a diameter of over 100 miles, had only 106 disciples enter. These included 100 core disciples and 6 true disciples, all at the golden core stage. Upon reaching this level, practitioners form a golden core within themselves, solidifying their cultivation, enabling them to traverse the skies and wield their swords in combat with diverse spells. Thus, the confrontations in the third layer were the most terrifying. A contest of formidable cultivators, flying swords, formations, talismans, and spiritual artifacts, each was a weapon of offense. And the atmosphere within the third layer was filled with boundless spiritual light and the continuous roar of spells. As time passed, only 50 individuals remained in the third layer. Among them, 3 were true disciples at the peak of the golden core stage, along with 3 late-stage true disciples and 44 late-stage core disciples. Those in the early to mid-golden core stage had been eliminated long ago. These 50 individuals represented the strongest disciples of Taihua Sect, possessing extraordinary talents and terrifying combat abilities, surpassing even many golden core elders. Particularly, the 3 true disciples at the golden core's completion firmly held the top 3 positions, unshakable in their dominance. The battles in the second layer had also reached their final phase, with the remaining 50 disciples all at the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment stage, now engaged in a defensive battle to determine the final top 10. How astonishing! On the observation platform, Su Ruotian was filled with excitement. Such competitions among high-ranking disciples within the sect were rare, prompting many eliminated disciples to watch the proceedings. The Qi refinement competition concluded first, and once the top 10 were established, everyone was teleported back to the outside world. The gaze of several peak masters was now focused on the competitions in the other 2 layers, pondering how many among them would ascend the 3 prestigious rankings of the Tianjiao meeting. Tuoba Yuan gently pinched his brow. Su Xianjun shook his head, stating that everything would be revealed at the Tianjiao assembly. The underlying strengths of the other 2 sects remained a mystery to them. Thus, their focus must be on assisting their disciples in enhancing their foundational skills. The others nodded in agreement. After a prolonged contemplation, Tuoba Yuan finally spoke. Each time Xianqing Lake is opened, it requires a considerable duration to restore itself. If too many individuals are allowed entry, the efficacy will be significantly diminished. It appears we must seek the guidance of our ancestor to request a session of Taihua's vital infusion. Taihua's vital infusion. The leaders of the various peaks exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Only Zhou Qingchen appeared momentarily perplexed, as he had not heard of such a phenomenon within the Taihua sect. Tuoba Yuan clarified for him. Taihua's vital infusion is akin to a divine enlightenment technique. An ancestor of our Taihua sect once crafted a treasured artifact using a remarkable celestial object, capable of absorbing the primordial energy that pervades the cosmos, thereby nurturing the treasure itself and continually elevating its rank. Zhou Qingchen was filled with astonishment, a treasure that could autonomously elevate its grade. Tuoba Yuan continued, explaining that upon reaching the transformation realm, cultivators could forge their own innate treasures, nurturing them to achieve a synchronized enhancement alongside their own cultivation. However, this extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth possessed an unparalleled quality. It required no nurturing from the practitioner and could naturally absorb primordial energy to enhance itself. The Taihua Guanqi, a technique that imparts this primordial energy refined from the treasure, provides significant augmentation to the cultivator, enabling them to effortlessly break through their bottlenecks. Moreover, this primordial energy leaves a trace of a fundamental imprint within the body, greatly accelerating future cultivation speeds. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen's curiosity deepened. What kind of celestial marvel could possess such effects? It is well known that primordial energy is not easily acquired. Only those extraordinary artifacts closest to the essence of heaven and earth can gather such energy. It seems the artifact obtained by the ancestor is quite formidable. It must surely be a closely guarded secret of the Taihua sect. The various peak masters communicated through their spiritual thoughts, as this treasure pertained to the very foundation of the Taihua sect. Thus, the disciples who ranked in the top 10 of this grand competition would be granted the opportunity to partake in the Taihua Guanxi, while those ranked from 11 to 50 could enter the Xianqing Lake for 7 days of cultivation. Taihua Yuan stroked his chin and concluded, "Once the competition concludes, I shall seek the ancestors' counsel." As the sun dipped low in the west and the bell tolled, the grand competition of the 7 peaks finally reached its conclusion. With the final rankings of the 4 competitions already established, the square was densely packed with disciples. Taihua Yuan's voice resonated through the air, proclaiming, "The 7 Peaks Conference is hereby concluded. Disciples ranked from 11th to 50th shall enter the Xianqing Lake for 7 days of cultivation." At his words, a wave of excitement surged through the square, particularly among those ranked from 11th to 50th, who felt an overwhelming joy. How could the rewards be so generous this time? I thought only the top 10 would receive prizes, many disciples exclaimed in delight. The Xianqing Lake, one of the 3 sacred sites of the Taihua sect, is a coveted place for many disciples. The widespread opening of the Xianqing Lake was a source of immense joy for those ranking higher. Taihua Yuan continued, "As for the top 10 disciples, there will be additional rewards." He further reminded them, if any disciple reaches perfection in their cultivation and wishes to participate in the talented gathering, they may choose to accept their rewards after the event. To avoid missing the opportunity for the 3 rankings of the talented gathering due to a breakthrough into the next grand realm, Taihua Yuan added, "At noon tomorrow, the victorious disciple shall await here. The grand competition is now concluded." Zhou Qingchen rose from his seat and bid farewell to the esteemed leaders, returning to the stronghold of Miao Peak accompanied by Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. This marked the inaugural recruitment of disciples since the establishment of Miao Peak. And aside from Lin Qi, the others were all participants in the newcomers' grand competition. Nevertheless, the results of Miao Peak in this competition were commendable, with 3 disciples securing spots in the top 10 and Su Ruotian achieving first place. Additionally, 7 others ranked within the top 50, not to mention Lin Qi, who stood as the foremost in the Qi refining realm, rendering this expedition a resounding success. Thus, upon Zhou Qingchen's return to the Miao Peak camp with Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, the disciples erupted in jubilant cheers. Zhou Qingchen, in a state of exuberance, generously complimented, "You have all performed admirably. Since our sect offers rewards, we at Miao Peak shall not be stingy. Every participant in the grand competition shall receive a first-tier premium Yuanling Dan. Furthermore, the top 50 will additionally receive a second-tier inferior Zhuling Dan. And those in the top 10 will be rewarded with a second-tier intermediate spirit tool, the Yuanling Dan, an exquisite elixir that significantly accelerates the cultivation speed of the Qi refinement stage, is indeed remarkable. And the Zhuling Dan, which offers substantial assistance in foundational cultivation, is equally invaluable. The rewards for the top 10 are particularly bountiful, comprising not only 2 elixirs, but also a second-tier intermediate spirit tool. In an instant, the 200 disciples of Miao Peak present were filled with excitement, engaging in lively discussions. Zhou Qingchen gave a slight nod, choosing to remain silent. The power of his nascent soul enveloped everyone as they ascended towards Miao Peak. In but a few breaths, they returned to their destination. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany the victorious disciples to receive their awards. The rewards from Miao Peak will be distributed by the respective stewards. Now, you may disperse." At last, Zhou Qingchen offered a final admonition, and amidst the respectful bows of his disciples, he returned to the summit of Miao Peak with Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. "Master, what exactly are the rewards for the top 10 sects?" Su Ruotian, having held back his curiosity for quite some time, could no longer contain himself upon their return and eagerly inquired, while Lin Qi also gazed expectantly at Zhou Qingchen. "You are indeed fortunate," Zhou Qingchen replied. "The rewards for the top 10 are exceptionally unique, akin to a transmission of enlightenment, intimately connected to the profound foundation of Taihua sect. I cannot elaborate further." Zhou Qingchen articulated the essence of the matter, emphasizing its profound significance for your cultivation. "This reward will serve as a divine aid for your advancement prior to reaching the nascent soul stage, and it will even yield certain benefits once you attain that level. As for the specific effects, you shall discover them upon your arrival tomorrow." Lin Qi and Su Ruotian nodded in acknowledgement, their curiosity piqued further. Initially, it seemed that Ruotian would be unable to attend the talented assembly. However, with this reward, you were destined to achieve perfection in Qi refinement and secure a position on the Xian ranking of the talented assembly with relative ease. Additionally, Lin Qi sees this opportunity, for it will greatly benefit your contest for the Earth ranking. Zhou Qingchen patted the shoulders of his two disciples, unable to suppress a smile. We shall certainly make the most of this opportunity, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian said earnestly. Chapter 23, The Ancestor Summons, Above the Sea of Clouds. Zhou Qingchen sat cross-legged. Yet he was not engaged in cultivation. The mist gently caressed his surroundings, creating a dreamlike and ethereal ambience. He felt as though the more he practiced, the stronger that peculiar force within him became, increasingly elusive and difficult to grasp. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself. As his cultivation advanced, he gradually discerned a mysterious power lying dormant within him. Particularly after forging his nascent soul, that power seemed to have been unleashed, continuously augmenting itself. However, Zhou Qingchen was not overly concerned, for this power appeared to be of the same origin as himself, proving immensely beneficial to his cultivation. After pondering for a moment, he chose to disregard it, settling back into meditation, drawing upon the rich celestial energy under the moonlight to enhance his practice. The dark night enveloped him. As the stars danced in the cosmos, his figure clad in white seemed to transform into a celestial being, his aura causing a tumultuous stir around him, with the magnificent star patterns upon his forehead shimmering vibrantly. In the Taihua Sect, within a secluded spatial realm, an independent and expansive domain, the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense. Connected to the outside world through a singular portal, here resided the formidable foundation of the Taihua Sect, the three venerable ancestors of the transformation stage. Tuoba Yuan formed hand seals, manifesting a portal in the void. Ancestor, I seek an audience, he respectfully addressed as he bowed towards the portal. Enter. A voice imbued with age and authority resonated from the void. Tuoba Yuan's heart steadied as he stepped forward. Inside the secluded realm, it was perpetually daytime, with three floating islands suspended within. Tuoba Yuan understood their significance and reverently approached one of them. The following day, before noon, Zhou Qingchen, accompanied by Lin Qi and other award-winning disciples, made a visit to the Taishan Peak. On the Pingtian platform, the other peak masters gradually arrived, and over 100 award-winning disciples were already prepared. In the competition among Qi-refining disciples, the final 50 were all at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Qi-refining stage. However, to avoid missing the Tianjiao conference, they had all chosen not to claim their rewards at this moment, save for Lin Qi. After all, should they ascend to the foundation establishment stage, they would lose their eligibility to etch their names on the Xianbang. And the Earth ranking was not something one could contest for merely upon reaching the early stages of foundation establishment. At noon, Tuoba Yuan made his timely appearance, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a stubbled face. The disciples entering the Xianqing Lake will be led by the esteemed elder presiding over the lake, Tuoba Yuan announced. This esteemed elder was naturally the bearded man. Many present were taken aback, as numerous disciples, particularly those who had only recently joined, were unfamiliar with the name of the Taihua Sect's elder. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian exchanged knowing glances, realizing that this was the nascent soul elder their master had spoken of, typically guarding the secret grounds of the Taihua Sect. As the elder departed with a group of disciples, the top 4 from the competition remained, awaiting Tuoba Yuan's instructions. Follow me, Tuoba Yuan addressed the remaining disciples. Junior brother, the ancestor summons you. You should come as well, Tuoba Yuan transmitted to Zhou Qingchen just as he was about to leave. The ancestor summons? Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, yet he soon followed suit. While the other peak masters departed ahead, Zhou Qingchen and Tuoba Yuan led the way, with the disciples trailing behind as they ascended to the summit of Taishan Peak. As they passed the grand hall of the sect leader, the path ahead became increasingly surreal, rendering it difficult for the disciples to discern their surroundings. Before long, the trail twisted and turned, leading them into an extraordinary realm. Follow me to pay respects to the ancestor, Tuoba Yuan declared with solemnity. The disciples were initially perplexed, but soon their hearts trembled with realization. The ancestor of transformation. Indeed. In the next moment, through the layers of mist, an ethereal figure emerged, exuding an otherworldly presence. The individual bore a head of white hair, adorned in a simple robe, their aura terrifyingly profound and elusive. Pay respects to the ancestor. The crowd bowed in unison, including Tuoba Yuan and Zhou Qingchen. No need for formalities. I shall bestow upon you the Taihua breath of enlightenment. I urge you to absorb it to the fullest, for this is an extraordinary opportunity, the ancestor's voice reverberated, sending a shiver through the hearts of the disciples. Only the true disciples and select core members felt a blend of shock and uncontainable joy, clearly aware of the unique inheritance represented by the Taihua breath. We heed the ancestor's command, the disciples exclaimed eagerly. Zhou Yuanying and Zhou Qingchen stepped aside as the rest of the disciples settled into a meditative state. A flash of white light emanated from the ancestor's ample sleeves, revealing an ancient-looking white jade cauldron that floated into their hands, its mysterious aura pulsating. Is this the fabled treasure of immense significance? Zhou Qingchen pondered silently, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, the small jade cauldron soared into the air, emanating a resplendent yellow-white light. Pure white mist dispersed, coalescing into spirals that cascaded down, enveloping the 40 disciples of varying cultivation levels. These spirals, purer than the natural essence of the heavens and earth, carried an essence akin to the very source of existence, intoxicating all who beheld it. Follow me, came the voice of the elder. Zhou Qingchen and Zhou Yuanying exchanged a glance, and upon a nod from one another, Zhou Qingchen stepped forward to follow. The elder's feet shifted slightly, and the space before him seemed to fold in an instant. In the next moment, the two found themselves upon a floating island. You must be the disciple of Jiangyu, the elder said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back and a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I am, came the reply. Zhou Qingchen nodded. Jiangyu is the honorific title of his master, and only the ancestors of the same generation as his master would dare to address him thus. The ancestor sighed softly and said, Years ago, when your master departed from Taihua Sect, he was gone for several centuries without return. Consequently, Taihua Peak was shut down, and the disciples dispersed across various peaks. Now, your ability to reopen it has indeed fulfilled a longing of his. Zhou Qingchen remained silent. You must be eager to know about your master, right? The ancestor gazed at Zhou Qingchen, his eyes shimmering with mystery. Please enlighten me, ancestor. Zhou Qingchen's heart stirred as he inquired. The ancestor stroked his long beard and replied, In truth, your master should have met his fate long before he accepted you as his disciple. What? Zhou Qingchen was momentarily overwhelmed with shock. As for why he managed to endure until 3 years ago, it was due to the innate treasure, the primordial cauldron, which granted him an extension of life for an additional 60 years. After returning to the Taihua sect, your master used this cauldron to prolong his life, and shortly thereafter, he brought you back to the sect. The ancestor spoke with a deep sigh. As for what transpired afterward, you are already aware. Jiangyu imparted all of his teachings to you in his final moments. These teachings do not belong to the Taihua sect. The stellar light technique you practice is a pinnacle method of the 6th rank, perfectly attuned to your stellar spiritual root. The stellar path is incomparably rarer than the 5 elements technique. Throughout history, very few have possessed such a spiritual root. How fortuitous it is that he possessed this method and encountered a disciple like you, with a stellar spiritual root, at the same time. As the ancestor spoke, he observed Zhou Qingchen, who was in a state of stunned disbelief. Perhaps your master has been waiting for you all along. Chapter 24, The Pure Yuan Fruit Tree. In a fleeting moment, a blankness enveloped Zhou Qingchen's mind. Until now, he had believed that his master was merely eager to find a devoted disciple to inherit his legacy. Although he was aware that his master's years of wandering had surely been marked by various events, he never anticipated that they would ultimately intertwine with his own fate. He realized that he did not fully comprehend the intricacies of this world, nor did he grasp the rarity of the celestial attributes of spirit roots, underestimating the profound value of the starry method. If his master were indeed an ordinary figure at the transformation realm, how could he possibly acquire the starry method of the void refining realm, even though he had now shifted his focus to the imperial chaotic canon? The worth of the Xian Guang star technique remained immeasurably significant. The matters at hand were shrouded in uncertainty, and he could only rely on himself. I summoned you here simply to impart a singular piece of information. The elder, concealing the complexity of his emotions, stated, When you decide to leave the Taihua sect in pursuit of your master's past, I shall provide you with a direction. At this, Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The elder shook his head and added, The prerequisite is that you must possess the capability to contend with the void refining realm. This is your master's demand. The void refining realm exists above the transformation realm, a rarity throughout the entire southern wilderness. In the elder's view, Zhou Qingchen still had a long journey ahead to reach such heights. He was merely offering a reminder to Zhou Qingchen, urging him to prepare early. Is the primal treasure cauldron the coveted treasure? Zhou Qingchen inquired. receiving an affirmative response from the elder. The primal essence contained within this treasure is the key to extending your master's lifespan by a decade. Your master was remarkably carefree before his passing. He merely instructed us 3 old fellows to watch over you and then departed. As he spoke, the elder seemed somewhat displeased, prompting Zhou Qingchen to scratch his head in response. If you wish to understand your master's thoughts, the future pursuit lies solely in your hands, the elder remarked, hands clasped behind his back with a sigh. However, do not bear any burdens. I am well aware of your master's character. You would never harm his disciple. Zhou Qingchen naturally held unwavering faith in his master, after decades of close companionship and the generous impartation of knowledge. The debt of gratitude he owed was akin to mountains in magnitude. Perhaps it was your extraordinary talent that ignited within him a glimmer of hope. The elder ancestor mused with a soft sigh. This elder brother of his had always been enigmatic. It was likely that many events had transpired since his departure from the Taihua sect. Zhou Qingchen understood, yet his master had never mentioned his past to him. Before departing, he merely urged him to diligently cultivate and bequeathed to him the Xuanji star sword, accompanied by an utterly unremarkable satchel. Zhou Qingchen was acutely aware that there lay profound mysteries within, yet at present, he found himself unable to grasp their intricacies. The elder's expression wavered between astonishment and uncertainty, his eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. It was truly beyond his comprehension how one could possess such extraordinary talent, achieving the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm in merely a few decades, traversing a path that had taken others centuries of arduous exploration. Zhou Qingchen could only grit his teeth and respond, perhaps it is due to my spiritual roots. The elder pondered for a moment before ultimately convincing himself. Indeed, some individuals are favored by the heavens, possessing innate talents that defy conventional measurement. Otherwise, Jiangyu would not have paved such a path for Zhou Qingchen. Given this, it would be wise for you to prepare in advance. In the future, when aspiring to transcend to the divine transformation realm, one must endure the tribulations of heaven, the most terrifying of which is undoubtedly the final infant transformation tribulation. Surviving this trial leads to the transformation of the primordial infant into the primordial spirit, granting the initial mastery over the forces of heaven and earth, with divine powers capable of reaching thousands of miles. If one lacks confidence, it is prudent not to rush. The tribulation is of utmost significance and can only be successfully navigated once, otherwise, one will face backlash. The consequences may range from a setback in cultivation, halting progress, to a fatal demise, with one's life extinguished and the path to enlightenment lost. The elder spoke with a grave tone. Zhou Qingchen nodded. Very well. You may take your leave. It is said that the other 2 sects have been quite active lately, so one must exercise extra caution. The ancestral figure imparted this final piece of advice before gradually retreating, ultimately vanishing from sight. Zhou Qingchen let out a long sigh as he departed from the small realm of the void. The silk pouch bestowed upon me by my master must conceal something extraordinary. Yet, I remain oblivious to the conditions required to unveil its secrets. Zhou Qingchen pondered within his heart, contemplating the vastness of Taihua Peak. Zhou Qingchen has returned for several days, and the disciples who journeyed to Xianqing Lake have gradually come back. Only Lin Qi, Su Ruotian, and 2 other disciples named Dou Jian and Lu Xian remain, still undergoing the initiation of innate qi. One day, within a certain pavilion, Zhou Qingchen seldom indulged in relaxation, brewing tea for his own enjoyment, accompanied by Zhang Yi and Li Qinglin. Having refined the twin-born juvenile spirit fruit, their cultivation had reached an increasingly consummate state, and an ethereal aura subtly emanated from their beings, hinting at the potential to ascend to the nascent soul realm in the future. However, they still had a considerable journey ahead. Both Zhang Yi and Li Qinglin had risen from the ranks of core disciples, their talents among the finest within Taihua sect, and they naturally understood that the path of cultivation should not be approached with impatience. Have you heard that a formidable being in the god transformation realm has appeared in the forest of demon spirits? Zhou Qingchen's eyes brightened as he inquired. Li Qinglin nodded in response. The demon spirit forest spans a vast expanse, traversing the southerly state, and has long been dominated by over a dozen major demons at the nascent soul stage. However, just a few days prior, a formidable transformation demon emerged, compelling these numerous nascent soul demons to submit. It remains uncertain whether a particular nascent soul demon encountered an opportunity for ascension or if an external transformation demon has seized control of the demon spirit forest. This has led to an unusual surge in the activity of various demons within the forest, resulting in the demise of numerous cultivators who ventured inside. Zhang Yi added from the side. Zhou Qingchen could not help but feel a spark of curiosity. Suddenly, an electronic voice of jubilant celebration echoed in Zhou Qingchen's mind, bringing him joy. Lin Qi has successfully established his foundation. The mission is complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 7th-tier spiritual plant, the pure elemental fruit tree. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 mission points. Reputation increased by 10. The current attributes of the host are as follows. Name, Zhou Qingchen. Talent, Stellar Tao Spiritual Root. Cultivation, Nascent Soul Great Perfection. Technique, Imperial Stellar Mixed Element Sutra. Spells, Supreme Void Aurora Sword, Supreme White Gold / Mysterious Light Unification. Heaven Cutting Sword Finger, Solar Star, Celestial Star Annihilation, Stellar Meteor, Heavenly Starfall. Weapons, Mysterious Extreme Stellar Sword, 9 Celestial Ascensions. Reputation, 170-1000. Mission points, 260-000. Zhou Qingchen was overwhelmed with joy. Not only had he acquired a 7th-tier spiritual plant, but he had also obtained 100,000 task points. With the additional 160,000 task points he had previously amassed, this amounted to a considerable fortune. You two may leave now. Zhou Qingchen instructed the two individuals beside him. Zhang Yi and Li Qinglin respectfully took their leave. Moments later, a flash of spiritual light appeared before Zhou Qingchen, and a towering spiritual plant, measuring several dozen feet in height, materialized out of thin air. Upon its emergence, an incredibly rich aura emanated from it, enveloping the summit of Taihua Peak and rapidly expanding outward. Chapter 25, Upgrade. This pure yuan fruit tree bore 16 luscious, vividly green spiritual fruits, clearly indicating that they had reached maturity and were ready for harvest. Upon inhaling a single breath of its fragrance, Zhou Qingchen felt an extraordinary surge of spiritual energy within his body. The Chun Yuan fruit tree, a divine creation of heaven and earth, absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to grow. It blooms after a century, bears fruit after another century, and only after yet another century does it reach full maturity. Its fruits are remarkably rich and imbued with unparalleled spiritual energy, capable of equating to a century's worth of arduous cultivation by a venerable master in the harmonization realm. Regrettably, his current cultivation level is insufficient to partake of it. Perhaps when he reaches the refinement void realm, he may gradually be able to endure the pure spiritual essence contained within such a high-tier spiritual plant. Zhou Qingchen inwardly lamented the situation. He dared not allow this precious spiritual plant to remain exposed to the outside world, lest it attract unwanted attention. After all, he could not concoct a plausible explanation for the sudden appearance of such a treasure of the combined realm. Thus, he promptly withdrew it into the confines of the system space. Congratulations, host. Your disciple has broken through to a minor realm and has obtained a 6th-grade upper-tier spiritual vein. The electronic voice resonated once more, and Zhou Qingchen understood that Lin Qi had made a significant leap, advancing to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Excellent indeed. It seems that the infusion of innate energy has proven quite potent. With this assurance, my disciple will undoubtedly secure a place in the competition for the Earth rankings. A 6th-grade upper-tier spiritual vein. Such an enhancement to a fertile ground is a treasure possessed only by the most esteemed sects of the immortal world. Perhaps in the future, an opportunity may arise to implant it within the subterranean realm of the Taihua sect. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. It is worth noting that throughout the entire southernly state and even the surrounding major states, the highest grade of spiritual veins barely reaches the 5th tier, with the Taihua sect being no exception. Congratulations, host, for surpassing the novice period. The master system is currently undergoing an upgrade. Please await further developments. The electronic voice announced before falling completely silent, leaving Zhou Qingchen momentarily taken aback. An upgrade? I wonder what changes it will bring. A wave of anticipation surged within Zhou Qingchen's heart. At this moment, in the sacred land of Taihua, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, along with others, had been cultivating for 10 days. The innate energy, refined from the primal treasure cauldron, had been absorbed by everyone, leading to significant transformations. The first to break through were 10 new disciples. Aside from Su Ruotian and Du Yuner, the remaining new disciples were at the 4th level of qi refinement. Yet they were all making daily advancements. Within a few days, all 10 attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. As the refined innate energy not only propelled their cultivation forward at an extraordinary pace, but also formed a primal imprint within their bodies. It was this primal imprint that significantly enhanced their ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during cultivation, filling them with immense joy. Lin Qi closed his eyes tightly, sinking his consciousness inward. Having successfully advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, his aura gradually stabilized. The primal imprint further augmented his already formidable cultivation speed. However, this was not what thrilled him the most. Lin Qi's spirit descended into his dantian, where a faint red glow began to flicker, as delicate as a flame that could be extinguished with a breath. Yet, as time passed, the glow grew increasingly vibrant. Culminating in a sudden explosion, a fiery crimson flame blossomed forth, akin to a flower in full bloom, exuding a fierce aura capable of consuming all in its path. Success. Lin Qi's heart soared with joy. He had finally refined the first realm of the solar divine fire scripture, manifesting his own true fire essence. Although this essence was still relatively weak, it was destined to evolve into the world-consuming fire that rivaled the divine flames of the cosmos. Spiritual fire, mysterious fire, heavenly fire, divine fire. These represent the four realms of the solar divine fire scripture. In the first realm, spiritual fire attained. I am certain to achieve remarkable feats in the competition for the Earth ranking. At this moment, an infinite desire and ambition welled up within Lin Qi. Even though he had only reached the realm of spiritual fire, this fire was comparable to some of the rare and extraordinary flames in the world. Take for instance the Master of Yuanying Peak from Taihua Peak, who relied on a strand of Imu's spiritual fire to achieve unparalleled mastery in alchemy throughout Nanli. Following closely behind Lin Qi, the disciples at the foundation establishment stage also reaped considerable rewards. All 10 had attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, over several days, these disciples had not broken through to the next realm. On one hand, refining a golden elixir requires not only abundant spiritual energy but also the accumulation of rigorous training, making it a challenging endeavor. On the other hand, due to the impending Earth ranking competition, any breakthrough to the golden elixir realm would likely preclude them from participating in the contest. Nevertheless, they did not consider the enlightening experience to be in vain. Although they had not reached the golden elixir realm, this enlightening session significantly shortened the process. Leaving behind a primal imprint within their bodies, this was their greatest gain from the endeavor. Furthermore, they had stored a portion of the innate energy that had yet to be refined within their dantian, which they could utilize to enter the golden elixir realm after the conclusion of the competition. Disciples at the golden elixir stage harbor no such concerns. Those unable to achieve the nascent soul must diligently absorb innate energy to fortify their foundational abilities. Meanwhile, the 3 most formidable true disciples, who have already attained the consummation of the golden elixir, have emerged even more powerful, their internal golden elixirs reaching their zenith. At last, after another day, the session of Taihua's breath cultivation concluded. A commanding voice resonated, awakening everyone from their meditative states, their faces brimming with uncontainable excitement, clearly indicating substantial gains. Concurrently, the jade-white small cauldron transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the mist, while Zhou Yuanying's figure materialized, leading the group away from this location. In the main hall of the sect, Zhou Yuanying occupied the seat of honor, his voice resonating with gravitas. Through this opportunity, you have all made significant progress. I hope you will maintain your dedication to cultivation. Furthermore, during the upcoming genius competition, many among you will participate. Should you encounter individuals from the other 2 sects, present your utmost prowess and compel them to submit. Zhou Yuanying's voice was deep and powerful, igniting a fervor among the disciples. Lingjian sect and Bailan sect. What hidden trump cards do you possess? For this occasion, our sect has bestowed upon you the most precious opportunities. How do you intend to secure victory? It is not merely the rankings on the 3 lists at stake. You shall not expect us to retreat in the face of the southernly treasure land. Senior brothers, should we wait for the steward to escort us back? Zhou Jian and Lu Xian inquired somewhat timidly, glancing at Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. Both were disciples who had secured a position in the top 10 during the new student competition at Taihua Peak. However, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian typically did not cultivate in their company, resulting in a lack of familiarity. Brother, are you not at the foundation establishment stage? You can fly with objects. Could you perhaps take us back? Su Ruotian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to Lin Qi. Lin Qi hesitated. I have not learned it. What if I accidentally let you fall in an instant? Zhou Jian and Lu Xian recoiled slightly. Just as they pondered, a silvery light flashed across the sky, swiftly descending before them. Master! Lin Qi and Su Ruotian exclaimed joyfully. Zhou Qingchen wore a smile, surveying them with evident satisfaction. It seems you have not squandered this opportunity. Splendid. You shall also partake in this illustrious gathering. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian were already well aware while Dou Jian and Lu Xian displayed expressions of sheer excitement. With a firm step, Zhou Qingchen harnessed the formidable power of the nascent soul, propelling the four of them towards Taihua Peak, where they arrived in mere moments. It was evident that their master, the Peak Lord, was swifter in flight, a thought shared silently among the four. Shortly thereafter, atop Taihua Peak, Lin Qi and his companion returned after a fortnight. A sense of homecoming swelling within their hearts, prompting them to prepare a sumptuous feast and celebration. Once satiated, Zhou Qingchen sipped his tea and regarded them thoughtfully. The Celestial Talents Conference is set to take place next month. During this interval, do you wish to explore the outside world? Zhou Qingchen inquired. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two suddenly sparkled with excitement. Even the usually composed Lin Qi became remarkably animated. Master, where can we go? Zhou Qingchen wore a mysterious smile. The corners of his lips slightly parted. In the Forest of Demonic Spirits. Chapter 26. The Trial. As the sun rose in the east, casting a purplish glow, Zhou Qingchen opened his eyes after a night of cultivation, feeling invigorated. Atop Miao Peak, a group of 10 individuals stood gathered. Among them were Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, alongside Lu Xian and Dou Jian, both of whom had secured positions in the top 10 of the recent freshman competition, along with 7 other disciples who ranked within the top 50. Zhang Yi and Li Qinglin stood to the side. Yesterday, when Zhou Qingchen spoke, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian were taken aback for a considerable time, only to grasp their master's intentions through Zhou Qingchen's subsequent clarification. It was evident that all disciples present were to participate in the upcoming Tianjia conference in a month's time. While Lin Qi would engage in the Earth ranking competition at the mid-foundation stage, the remaining 10, including Su Ruotian, had all attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, and were thus obliged to partake in the mystical ranking contest. Although the other 7 disciples had not received the innate energy infusion or the boon of the primordial seal, the rewards from Xianqing Lake had enabled them to successfully reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. Consequently, Zhou Qingchen resolved to thoroughly train these disciples. The freshman competition, characterized by simplistic clashes, would leave them vulnerable to unexpected tactics at the Tianjia conference. After all, they were newly initiated disciples, their cultivation having advanced due to fortuitous circumstances. Yet they lacked substantial combat experience. A genuine rehearsal would serve them better. Fortuitously, the Forest of Demonic Spirits had recently become quite active, presenting an excellent opportunity for a trial. However, Zhou Qingchen would not allow these inexperienced youths to face certain doom. With a light chuckle, he leapt down from the sea of clouds, approaching the gathered group. I trust you all understand the purpose of my summons, do you not? Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, observing the expressions of curiosity mingled with a hint of fear among the crowd. The disciples understood that this journey was intended for their training in the Forest of Demonic Spirits. One by one, they responded affirmatively. Zhou Qingchen gestured to Li Qinglin. Li Qinglin cleared his throat and began. The sect leader has established the rules for the trial. Each participant must independently slay a peak first-tier beast to earn 10 points. If 2 individuals collaborate to defeat a beast, they will share a total of 8 points. It is essential to note that solo kills yield higher scores, with a maximum of 2 individuals allowed to form a team. Points can be exchanged for rewards, with more prestigious rewards requiring a greater number of points. Upon hearing these words, the disciples present were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the challenge ahead. Given the recent heightened activity within the Demon Spirit Forest, which has increased the level of danger, this trial will be overseen by several stewards. However, it is crucial for everyone to remain vigilant. The stewards will only intervene in cases of life-threatening peril, and their involvement signifies the end of your trial, barring any further opportunities to earn points through hunting beasts. After Li Qinglin elucidated the rules, the disciples were already brimming with enthusiasm, clearly captivated by the forthcoming trial. Lin Qi turned to Zhou Qingchen and inquired, Master, what about me? Zhou Qingchen smiled faintly and remarked, you must naturally hunt the late stage and even pinnacle second-tier beasts. For only creatures of such caliber can truly hone your skills. If you are able to slay 10 pinnacle second-tier beasts, I shall reward you with a most exceptional treasure. Zhou Qingchen smiled enigmatically. Lin Qi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, for the exceptional treasure spoken of by his master could only be something extraordinary. The remarkable treasures mentioned by Zhou Qingchen are the rewards bestowed by the system after Lin Qi's breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage, totaling 6 in number. After exchanging 2 6th-grade profound artifacts for Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, as well as the twin soul fruit for his 2 subordinates, 3 5th-grade treasures remain available for exchange. Among them is the pure young fire essence, a 5th-grade exceptional spiritual item, formed from a strand of solar fire that descended upon the mortal realm and, after burning for a millennium, evolved into a fire-based spiritual entity. This essence greatly enhances Lin Qi's cultivation of the sun god fire technique. Zhou Qingchen had long been prepared. He initially intended to present it to Lin Qi after the Tianjiao meeting, but it appears that offering it in advance yields better results. Very well. We are ready to set forth. Zhou Qingchen addressed the assembly, stating that within this brief span of time, 10 deacons, each of whom had attained the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, had received orders to gather at the summit of Taihua Peak. Each deacon was entrusted with the responsibility of recording the performance and ensuring the safety of a designated disciple. As for Lin Qi, his own prowess already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, rendering the presence of a deacon unnecessary. However, Li Qinglin would accompany them, discreetly overseeing the disciples from the shadows to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, for this trial was merely a secondary endeavor. His true objective was to seek out the legendary demon sovereign, who reigned supreme in the forest of spirits at the transformation realm. Let us embark. Zhou Qingchen called out loudly, and in an instant, a flash of white light appeared. The Xuanji star sword hovered in midair, rapidly expanding to a size of over 10 zhang. Zhou Qingchen, accompanied by Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, ascended the sword's body, positioning themselves at the forefront, while Li Qinglin trailed beside them. The other disciples, guided by the stewards, boarded the flying sword, their excitement palpable as it was their inaugural encounter with such a mystical artifact. Zhang Yi, remain at the Sect and manage Taihua Peak, Zhou Qingchen instructed, to which Zhang Yi respectfully acquiesced. In the next moment, the Xuanji star sword radiated an intense brilliance, piercing the air and transforming into a streak of light that departed from Taihua Sect. Where has the junior brother gone? The various peak masters pondered in curiosity. At an altitude of 10,000 feet, a colossal sword soared through the sky as Zhou Qingchen and his companions had already distanced themselves from the confines of Taihua Sect. Under the protection of their nascent soul power, the individuals upon the sword felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Not only the disciples, but even the stewards were captivated, their eyes fixed upon the rapidly passing scenery below, their minds expanding with wonder. The southernly state is vast, and the demon spirit forest lies hundreds of thousands of miles away. Our journey to that place will take several hours, Zhou Qingchen elucidated. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian gazed at the diminutive landscapes beneath them, their hearts swelling with exhilaration. Mountains and rivers unfolded at their feet. And upon reaching the nascent soul realm, they could traverse the world. Indeed, a thrilling prospect. Master, there is a grand city below, Su Ruotian exclaimed in astonishment. The city sprawled extensively, its grandeur palpable even from such great heights. This was Taihua City, the foremost city in southernly state, ranking among the upper echelons of forces beneath the 3 sects, governed by 4 prominent families in the city lord's office, all of which were fortified by guardians in the nascent soul realm. Zhou Qingchen remarked. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian exchanged knowing nods. In Nanli, only Taihua City, and Zhenjiang City could boast such a degree of prosperity. It seemed that Du Yuner belonged to the Du family of Taihua City, one of the 3 cities. Su Ruo murmured softly. Zhou Qingchen's flying sword soared with astonishing speed, swiftly departing from the skies above Taihua City, continuing its journey. However, many within the city caught sight of the brilliant light streaking across the horizon. What could that be? On the bustling streets, numerous individuals gazed upward, squinting in curiosity and asking one another. In a tea house, a gathering of young men and women engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. Young Master Pei, who do you suppose that may be? Inquired one youth, his gaze fixed on the fleeting luminescence above. The young Master Pei, a youth adorned in splendid robes, clearly commanded respect and admiration from the others present. Yuanying realm, Peisun murmured softly. Perhaps it is a true lord from one of the 3 sects, someone lamented. Young Master Pei, your talents surely rank among the finest in Taihua City. Even the prodigious offspring of the 3 great sects may not surpass you. A young woman chimed in, covering her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes sparkling with affection. The noble youth refrained from elaborating. He was accustomed to such flattery and seldom took it to heart. While he was confident in his abilities, he was not foolish enough to underestimate his rivals. When discussing the talents of Taihua City, the scion of the Xi family was indeed the true prodigy, surpassing even the true disciples of the 3 sects. He thought to himself. Chapter 27. The Forest of Demonic Spirits. The Forest of Demonic Spirits sprawls over an immense area, a true haven for demons and monsters. Yet it also conceals countless opportunities, not to mention the rare spiritual herbs that might thrive within. Even the higher-tier demonic beasts are treasures in their own right. Thus, the forest of demonic spirits has long been a favored destination for many cultivators seeking fortune. Various sects utilize it as a training ground for their disciples. Numerous lone cultivators, well aware of the myriad opportunities it harbors, often venture forth, understanding that fortune favors the bold. It is not uncommon for them to seize opportunities right from the jaws of demons. Recruiting cultivators at chi refinement levels 7 to 9, all are welcome. Profit divided 40-60. Seeking foundational realm guardians, generous remuneration, interested parties may discuss further. Offering a first-tier superior spiritual sword, exquisite quality, only 900 spirit stones. Selling first-tier spiritual herbs produced in the forest of demonic spirits. At the entrance, a small town bustled with activity, the sounds of merchants calling out incessantly. Despite the recent surge in demonic activity within the forest, the number of daring souls venturing inside only increased, attracting more traders as well. Can 3 late-stage golden core cultivators for mid-stage and 5 early-stage truly secure the prize? Within a tavern, a gathering of formidable cultivators conferred earnestly. The 3 leaders were undoubtedly the strongest among them. All late-stage golden core cultivators. In any case, the spoil shall be divided, our Jiang family taking 40%, while you 2 families shall each receive 30%. Declared a man with a fierce countenance, his aura unmistakably the most potent among the group. Hiki, we will of course honor our agreement. The other 2 replied with genial smiles, their eyes glinting with shrewdness, exuding an air of confidence. Finally, they had arrived. On the flying sword. The crowd gazed at the seemingly boundless ancient forest in the distance, expressing their excitement. There is actually a town, Su Ruotian exclaimed, pointing below. Lin Qi looked over and indeed spotted a cluster of buildings. Zhou Qingchen slightly lowered his gaze, his consciousness having already pervaded the entirety of the small town. Intriguingly, it gathered 12 individuals at the Golden Core stage. Zhou Qingchen, lost in thought, felt a flicker of interest. The town was bustling with a multitude of inhabitants, predominantly practitioners in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. This remarkable congregation of 12 Golden Core cultivators stood out like a blazing flame in the depths of night. Let us descend, Zhou Qingchen remarked as the flying sword descended, retracting and returning to his hand just before it touched the ground, allowing the group to land steadily outside the small town. Li Qinglin forged ahead, clearing the path, while Zhou Qingchen guided the others into the town, which was bustling with life, its streets alive with a continuous throng of patrons in various shops. Was that radiant flash just now caused by this group? Along the avenues, many onlookers discreetly scrutinized Zhou Qingchen and his companions. The formidable aura emanating from the figure at the forefront, could it possibly belong to a Golden Core realization? Some cast glances at Li Qinglin, engaging in hushed discussions. They must be disciples from those prestigious sects here for their training, they speculated. Zhou Qingchen paid no heed to the speculations of the crowd. At his gesture, Li Qinglin led them to the inn where he had sensed the presence of a dozen or so Golden Core cultivators. I apologize, esteemed guests, but this establishment has been reserved for private use. We are unable to accommodate any outsiders for the next few days, the innkeeper said, looking troubled as he cast a glance at Zhou Qingchen and his companions. With his discerning eye, he could certainly perceive the extraordinary nature of Zhou Qingchen's group. However, he had long been compromised by the seniors residing upstairs and had no intention of jeopardizing his own reputation. Li Qinglin frowned, ready to voice a protest. But Zhou Qingchen stayed his words. In that case, we shall not impose further, Zhou Qingchen replied with a slight nod. The group departed the inn and proceeded to another establishment next door, where they successfully settled in. As twilight descended, Zhou Qingchen advised, you should rest for the night. Tomorrow, the trial will officially commence, lasting for a period of 15 days. I hope you all find it fruitful, Zhou Qingchen remarked, and subsequently returned to his chamber. While the others took their leave in succession, Zhou Qingchen reclined on his couch, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious silver light. Unfettered by any obstructions as he surveyed the scene before him. Such a rudimentary formation could hardly conceal my spiritual perception, he mused with a smile playing upon his lips. What is the origin of that group? Inquired a menacing man. An elder figure responded, under my scrutiny, only their leader poses a threat. He may well be a cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core, just like us. The final member of the trio, a refined middle-aged man, waved his fan and remarked with a smile, they must be here for training. It remains uncertain from which sect they hail. Yet it is indeed noteworthy that one late-stage Golden Core cultivator accompanies 10 perfected Foundation establishment practitioners. Very well, let us remain vigilant, the elder concluded with a grin. With the death of that formidable nascent soul demon and the ensuing chaos in its dominion, we find ourselves presented with an unparalleled opportunity. Our 3 factions have contended for this chance for many years. I trust you shall not jeopardize our endeavor at this critical juncture, warned the menacing figure. Zhou Qingchen withdrew his consciousness, filled with curiosity. A primordial infant-level demon? How could such a formidable creature, reigning over its territory for a century, suddenly perish? Could it be connected to the newly emerged demon of the transformation stage? It is worth noting that Zhou Qingchen's greatest intrigue on this journey lies with this very transformation stage demon. Thus, it seems I shall venture into the spirit forest of demons tomorrow. Zhou Qingchen resolutely made a decision. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he once again immersed himself in cultivation. The radiant glow of his primordial infant was enigmatic, enveloping his entire being in a silvery hue. His formidable mastery at the primordial infant realm primarily stemmed from this extraordinarily mysterious entity. After the Talents Conference, I shall achieve the transformation into a divine being in one fell swoop. Zhou Qingchen was lost in thought, thus far, through relentless cultivation over the years. His primordial infant had reached its utmost limit. The next step was to transcend this state, to break the infant and become divine. The following day, under Li Qinglin's arrangement, 10 disciples at the Qi refinement stage had entered the demon spirit forest, active in the outer regions. Lin Qi and Zhou Qingchen stood at the entrance of the inn. Master, why am I not accompanying them? Lin Qi inquired, raising his gaze. Zhou Qingchen gazed towards the direction of the spirit beast forest and remarked, the second-tier late stage and even peak-level beasts dwell deeper within the forest. Venturing there alone would be exceedingly time-consuming. As it happens, I too need to make a trip. So you shall accompany me. Lin Qi expressed his confusion, asking, Master, are you also going? Zhou Qingchen smiled slightly, expressing his keen interest in the treasures within. Without further ado, he led Lin Qi deeper into the forest of demonic spirits. Towering ancient trees filled the woods, creating an ideal sanctuary for the beast of the realm. Zhou Qingchen soared confidently above, yet no creature dared to impede his passage. Under the imposing aura of his nascent soul realm, the myriad of spirits fell silent. Very well. You shall hunt within this area. This trial is essential for your growth, and here, you are unlikely to encounter any threats to your life. Zhou Qingchen gazed at Lin Qi and said, however, do not let your guard down. We are nearing the depths here. I will leave a trace of my essence upon you, should you encounter a life-threatening crisis. This essence will unleash a full-force strike equivalent to that of a perfected Yuanying realm practitioner and will safeguard you within its embrace. I shall find you in the shortest time possible. Lin Qi listened intently and replied solemnly, Disciple will certainly remain vigilant. Zhou Qingchen nodded, feeling reassured as he departed. Meanwhile, Lin Qi embarked on his own trial. As Zhou Qingchen soared through the air, he discovered that the forest of demon spirits indeed lived up to its notorious reputation, teeming with wild beasts and suffused with demonic energy. However, upon approaching the heart of the forest, he was met with a profoundly shocking sight. The ground was littered with the carcasses of beasts. The remains of various formidable demon creatures lay embedded in the earth. The stench overwhelming Zhou Qingchen, causing him to feel nauseated. Among them, the majority were fierce demons of the Golden Core realm. How could there be not a single Yuanying demon in sight? Were these countless beast corpses the result of that legendary demon's prowess? Chapter 28. The mysterious visitor Zhou Qingchen halted his steps and descended to the ground. In this place where ancient trees towered towards the heavens, only a scant amount of sunlight managed to filter through the gaps, leaving no trace of living spirits. The stench of blood from the beast carcasses rendered the atmosphere exceedingly chaotic. It is no wonder that the surrounding demonic creatures were so restless. It appeared that the tumult within the spirit beast forest had instigated a profound fear among them. Zhou Qingchen surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself. Just days prior, news of the annihilation of the transformation realm demons had surfaced, yet now there was not a trace to be found. Must I truly dig 3 feet into the earth? He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Over the past few days, he had scoured the demon spirit forest, yet still uncovered no new revelations. Only the carcasses of beasts remained, an endless expanse of lifeless bodies. Within the entire forest, the fierce demons of the Golden Core realm had nearly all perished, with the few survivors timidly residing at the periphery, unwilling to approach the core area. As for the formidable demons of the nascent soul realm, they too left no trace. The transformation realm demons remained utterly elusive. After a while, feeling at a loss, Zhou Qingchen continued his flight toward the center. Half an hour later, he finally discerned some unusual signs of activity. Ahead, the once lush, verdant ancient trees lay in ruins, their fallen forms scattered, while claw marks from the beast had ripped through the earth for dozens of miles. Furthermore, a dark crimson liquid, resembling a small river, flowed forth, exuding an overwhelmingly foul stench. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, extending his consciousness to explore the surroundings. At that moment, his eyes brightened as, under the probing of his awareness, he finally discerned the presence of a colossal beast several miles away. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as the carcass of a massive creature. There lay a wolf-like behemoth, measuring over 40 zhang in length. Its body, covered in grayish-white fur, had large blood-red eyes wide open, yet it was devoid of any signs of life. A primordial infant demon. Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Judging from the lingering aura emanating from the decaying wolf carcass, it was evident that this creature was at least a mid-stage nascent soul realm demon. Yet, it had been pierced through the skull by some formidable weapon. On the grotesque head of the wolf lay 4 deep puncture wounds, which had directly led to the demise of this formidable beast. The air still carried a residual trace of nascent soul energy, suggesting that the demon had ultimately attempted to escape in its nascent soul form, but was unable to evade death. Is this the fallen nascent soul demon that the cultivators of the Golden Core realm spoke of? To have so effortlessly slain a wolf demon, renowned as one of the apex beasts, it is highly likely that this was the work of that extraordinary entity. Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but smile. As long as there was information, it was only a matter of time before he could unearth that elusive demon. His gaze shifted, surveying the wolf carcass before him. And ultimately he mused, this wolf's remains must possess considerable value. It would be unwise to let it go to waste. Best to collect it first. Satisfied with his thoughts, Zhou Qingchen resolved to act. However, just then, a thunderous sound reverberated from the horizon, echoing in Zhou Qingchen's ears. Zhou Qingchen turned to glance back and beheld 2 figures approaching in unison, one male and one female, both emanating an aura of unparalleled terror. They were at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Zhou Qingchen paused momentarily, his heart enveloped in confusion. Apart from my elder brother, the Sect Master, when did 2 more perfected true monarchs of the nascent soul stage emerge in Nanli Prefecture, seemingly from the same faction? In the blink of an eye, the 2 approached Zhou Qingchen, the man clad in a black robe, his features aloof and his demeanor exceedingly haughty, while the woman radiated brilliance and beauty, a smile gracing her lips. What brings you here? Zhou Qingchen coldly raised his gaze. The man lifted his chin and spoke in a commanding tone. Fellow Taoist, we shall take this wolf carcass. You may leave. Beside him, the woman chuckled softly, clearly in agreement with the man's assertion. Although their personalities differed, one being flamboyant and the other somewhat reserved, in that fleeting exchange, Zhou Qingchen discerned that both were individuals of considerable arrogance at heart. Zhou Qingchen coldly lifted his eyelids and remarked, I apologize, but I must decline. With that, he waved his sleeve, enveloping the enormous wolf carcass in spiritual energy and depositing it into his spatial ring. The man, clearly taken aback by Zhou Qingchen's refusal, was momentarily consumed by rage. His expression turned frigid, and even the curvature of the woman's lips flattened. Furrowing her brow, the woman cautioned, I advise my friend not to misstep, lest you incur the ire of individuals you could never afford to offend. Zhou Qingchen chuckled in disbelief. Do you consider yourselves deities? Truly, a reckless endeavor. The man's eyes glinted with a chilling malice as he unexpectedly raised his palm. A formidable force of primordial essence coalesced into an overwhelming stamp of power, descending upon Zhou Qingchen with tremendous ferocity. The aura emanating from this stamp was terrifying, brimming with arcane might. Though it appeared to be a mere casual gesture from the man, it was, in fact, tantamount to a supremely potent primordial spell. The spell, conjured by a master of the consummate stage of primordial birth, was a force to be reckoned with. In an instant, the very heavens shifted in hue, and the fabric of space groaned in lament. As the man unleashed his strike, a mocking expression adorned his countenance as he regarded Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen, however, remained silent, paying no heed to the man's provocation. With his fingers poised together, a formidable and terrifying surge of nascent soul power coalesced upon them. In an instant, a tempestuous wind arose, and the piercing aura cleaved through the surrounding space, rendering it tumultuous. The celestial sword gesture, Zhou Qingchen silently recited in his heart, exhaling a breath of energy from his fingertips as a pale, cold sword light sliced through the air before him. The sound of tearing echoed, As if something had been rent asunder, the imprint of spiritual power disintegrated instantaneously, devoured in its entirety, while the sword light surged forth with even greater might. Relentless and unyielding. With a thunderous roar, a slender black line, no thicker than a hair, emerged. It was the severed fabric of space, which, although restored in but an instant, left the surrounding area in utter disarray, stirring violent currents of chaos. What? The two individuals' expressions changed drastically, as an icy chill surged up their spines. Not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence, their inner nascent souls radiated with brilliant light, unleashing the full force of their perfected cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Dark Void Shield, Cold Jade Arrow, in perfect synchrony. One launched an offense while the other assumed a defensive stance, uniting their efforts to confront the pale sword light that had instantaneously appeared before them. However, in the blink of an eye, both coughed forth crimson blood, their bodies crashing to the ground as if they were mere burlap sacks. Ah! The woman cried out in a piercing, furious wail, her predicament utterly disheveled. In just a matter of moments, the two were left far from the resplendent figures they once were. Who are you? The man struggled to rise, his face ashen, and he trembled as he posed the question. Zhou Qingchen gazed down upon them with an air of superiority, coldly remarking, "It is I who should inquire as to your identities, daring to barge in front of me without cause." The man and woman exchanged a fleeting glance before, to everyone's astonishment, turning on their heels and fleeing. Their figures vanished into the horizon with a speed that could only be described as terrifying. Zhou Qingchen stood quietly in place, not pursuing the two who had just departed. Yet, a wisp of stardust lingered upon them, unnoticed by the oblivious pair. Perhaps it would prove useful in the moments to come. Truly peculiar. Zhou Qingchen sighed, pondering the origins of the mysterious presence. Could it possibly be from another great province? Unable to deduce the truth, he circled the heart of the forest of demonic spirits several times, yet found nothing of significance before departing from the enchanted woods. Chapter 29. The trace of the demonic. At that moment, beneath an ancient tree, a man and a woman sat cross-legged on the ground. Their once chaotic auras gradually settling into tranquility, though their complexions still bore a hint of pallor. After a considerable time, they opened their eyes. The woman, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? How could there be such individuals in the South Wilderness? We are both at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. And as the foremost disciples of the Yuanying Sect, why were we unable to withstand his attack?" The man's expression mirrored her dismay. "We were overly complacent, believing that the South Wilderness was a realm we could easily dominate, only to be confronted with this unforeseen turn of events." Zhou Qingchen's spell struck them with devastating force, compelling them to spend several days recuperating. The woman gritted her teeth and remarked, "Perhaps he, like us, is not a native of Nanli Prefecture?" Reflecting on her previous encounters, she suddenly realized that the young man was exceptionally remarkable, almost celestial, and appeared quite youthful. Such prodigious talent could hardly originate from the barren lands of the southern wilderness. Within the 13 prefectures, extraordinary individuals abound, and many fearsome figures prefer to remain concealed. It is entirely plausible that this young man belongs to such a category. As she voiced this thought, her expression darkened. If this young man hailed from the same 13 prefectures, then the setbacks they had suffered could only be borne in silence. It would be even more challenging to locate that monstrous creature now. The man's gaze darkened, and he spoke through gritted teeth. "We must swiftly retrieve it to our sect. The Grand Master can no longer wait. The wolf carcass still bears its lingering aura, which is our sole lead at present." After a moment of contemplation, the woman sighed wryly. "What shall we do? We have offended him. How could we possibly reclaim the wolf carcass?" The two exchanged glances, remaining silent for an extended period. Meanwhile, upon returning to the inn, Zhou Qingchen pondered deeply. How could two perfected golden core cultivators engage in such a fierce battle over a mid-stage golden core wolf carcass? Even if the carcass were of considerable value, it hardly warranted such an extreme conflict. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brows, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Upon entering the forest of demon spirits, he had not concealed his perfected nascent soul aura. Yet, these two individuals, fully aware of his cultivation level, acted without the slightest hesitation. This only attests to two possibilities. First, their unwavering confidence in their own strength. So much so that they believed they could easily overpower someone of the same realm, a notion that has now been proven false. Second, the value the wolf demon holds for them far exceeds that of the wolf demon itself. Zhou Qingchen observed the two individuals and discerned that they bore no traces of the other two sects, indicating they likely did not belong to the people of Nanli Prefecture. What could compel such figures to traverse thousands of miles to the forest of demonic spirits? Surely, it could not merely be the allure of its opportunities. However, considering their cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, what might entice them must surely pertain to the prospects of advancing to the god transformation stage. Yet, the forest of demonic spirits evidently lacked the kind of opportunities that would captivate them. Wait. At a certain moment, Zhou Qingchen experienced a sudden flash of insight. My reason for coming to the forest of demonic spirits was the news of the demonic absolute. Could it be that these two are here for the same reason? Although the forest of demonic spirits enjoys considerable fame within Nanli Prefecture, populated as it is by formidable demons and abundant treasures, such attractions would only entice lower-tier cultivators. For Zhou Qingchen, had he not heard the rumors surrounding the demonic absolute, he would not have made a special journey to the forest. Thus, it can be deduced that what could draw two such extraordinary practitioners of the perfected nascent soul stage here must be of no ordinary significance. Under these circumstances, only the information regarding the demonic absolute could exert such a profound allure over them. Zhou Qingchen rose from his seat and gazed out of the window. The bustling street below was alive with a myriad of passers-by, and his eyes traversed the layers of mountains, landing upon the enigmatic forest of spirits. The recently emerged spirit, known as Yaojue, likely did not originate from this mystical realm. It is plausible that these two individuals hold some connection to the malevolent being. Undoubtedly, the wolf demon was a victim of the Yaojue, and should these two seek the trail of the spirit, the carcass of the wolf may prove invaluable to their quest. Zhou Qingchen's expression deepened with contemplation. If this line of thought held any truth, then everything would fall into place. It remained a mystery how they managed to trace the elusive demon's whereabouts. I had nearly traversed the depths of the demon spirit forest, yet I could uncover not a single additional clue. This wolf carcass might very well be the sole point of breakthrough. It seems I must seek them out once more. Zhou Qingchen let out a soft chuckle at last. Beneath the night sky, he unusually refrained from absorbing the power of the stars for cultivation. His figure, akin to a specter, melded seamlessly into the darkness, traversing the enchanted spirit forest with an air of freedom. After a considerable time, he finally located the two of you. Zhou Qingchen gazed into the distance, where, not far from the core area, a blazing campfire flickered, beside which two figures were seated in a meditative posture. Zhou Qingchen deliberately released his aura, and in the next moment, the two individuals abruptly opened their eyes. "It's you," the man exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Zhou Qingchen as he emerged from the shadows. Zhou Qingchen's facial expression, illuminated by flickering flames and shrouded in shadows, appeared profoundly enigmatic, with a hint of menace. "How about a deal?" he proposed, breaking the tense silence with a light-hearted chuckle. The two exchanged glances, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What kind of deal?" Zhou Qingchen lightly touched the spatial ring in his hand and remarked, "Naturally, it is the wolf carcass. You must find it quite essential, do you not?" The man furrowed his brows, casting a cold glance at Zhou Qingchen, and replied, "It appears we have not conveyed our urgent need for this wolf carcass to you. Is it not rather presumptuous of you to propose such a transaction?" Zhou Qingchen did not refute him, calmly inquiring, "Are you searching for that demon, Yaojue?" The two were taken aback internally, yet maintained an outward composure, silently communicating through their minds. "This matter is known only to our master and us. It is impossible for a fourth party to be aware," the man conveyed telepathically. "Then it must be that he has surmised some connection between Yaojue and us." The woman replied, her apprehension towards Zhou Qingchen intensifying. Zhou Qingchen, noticing their silence, continued, "To speak candidly, I harbor a certain interest in that elusive demon. However, despite searching the demon spirit forest far and wide, I have yet to catch a glimpse of its presence." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two deepened with concern, as they felt the weight of impending trouble. If Zhou Qingchen were to involve himself, their task would undoubtedly become far more arduous. Zhou Qingchen, however, shifted his tone. "Since you all share an interest in this elusive creature, I might as well relinquish my pursuit. After all, I possess no means to unearth this enigmatic being. Given your previous fascination with the wolf's corpse, it stands to reason that you must have some unique method to trace this elusive entity through the remains of the wolf." Zhou Qingchen, with a mind full of carefully chosen words, spoke with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two individuals turned cold as they replied in a subdued tone, "We appreciate the value of this wolf carcass, but it has not yet reached a point where we find it indispensable." Their voices harmonized, suggesting that they indeed possessed some alternative means, rendering the wolf carcass seemingly superfluous. Zhou Qingchen, however, remained unconvinced. He raised his eyebrows, seemingly filled with regret, and said, "It appears I have overthought the matter. In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to take flight. "Wait." The man gritted his teeth and called out. Zhou Qingchen smiled knowingly. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Chapter 30. The Opportunity of the Nascent Soul. "Name your price," the woman said, arms crossed. "It is a top-tier treasure of the 4th rank." Zhou Qingchen spoke softly, evidently having made prior arrangements. What an exquisite appetite. The woman appeared somewhat vexed. Yet, the two exchanged no further words, promptly retrieving an item from within a spatial ring. It was a small porcelain vial, and as soon as it was opened, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air. Inside was a 4th-tier supreme breaking infant pill. The woman quickly replaced the wooden cork, causing the escaping scent of the pill to dissipate swiftly. The breaking infant pill, as its name implies, is a pivotal elixir for transcending to the nascent soul stage, allowing a perfected golden core cultivator to directly ascend to the nascent soul realm, or enabling a nascent soul practitioner to unconditionally advance one minor realm with nearly no side effects, making it priceless, particularly in the southern wilderness, where no one possesses the ability to concoct such a pill. It is a rare treasure. Once, a single breaking infant pill circulated in the market and was ultimately sold for an astronomical price. After all, this singular pill signifies the presence of a nascent soul true monarch, and no faction in Southernly Prefecture could afford to refuse it. The deal is sealed. Zhou Qingchen nodded in agreement. He had long suspected that these two individuals possessed considerable wealth. Exchanging a top-tier 4th-grade treasure for a clue to an extraordinary demon would undoubtedly compel their consent. The immense carcass of the wolf was laid upon the ground, and after a thorough examination, the two finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhou Qingchen did not linger, his figure retreating into obscurity. Yet his formidable consciousness remained vigilant over the movements of the two individuals, who, despite their efforts, remained oblivious to his presence. "Is there any issue?" the woman inquired. The man shook his head, stating, "The wolf's corpse poses no problem. However, we must exercise caution. Yaiwei deliberately left this demon wolf's body to ensnare us. Yet we have no choice but to comply. Moreover, can we truly trust that individual to return the wolf's corpse to us?" The woman pondered thoughtfully. The wolf's carcass is of little use to him. Rather than allowing it to remain in his possession, we might as well reap some benefits from it. As for Yaiwei, I concede he is formidable, but it is overly naive to believe he could tamper with that abominable creature. We only dare to act thus because of the gifts bestowed upon us by our ancestors. Very well, its aura is dissipating swiftly. Should we miss this opportunity, it may prove exceedingly difficult to locate it again. The two ceased their procrastination. The man gestured, and a compass materialized from thin air. Meanwhile, the woman was already prepared. She formed a series of hand seals, and strands of crimson silk emanated from her palms, enveloping the entire wolf's corpse and forming a vast blood-red cocoon. After a considerable duration, the blood cocoon gradually dissolved, and the enormous wolf's carcass transformed into a pool of putrid blood. From the tip of the red silk, a single drop of deep crimson blood was extracted. With a delicate motion of her hand, the woman summoned the blood droplet, which floated gently toward the compass before ultimately falling into its center. In an instant, the compass blazed with a sanguine light, the directional needle quaking uncontrollably, until it seemed irresistibly drawn to a particular direction, abruptly pointing forth. "We have found it." The two exchanged gleeful glances and, following the compass's guidance, transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the horizon. Zhou Qingchen felt a stir within him as he trailed behind the two figures from a distance. To his surprise, the direction they were leading him was away from the core area, entirely unrelated to the locations he had previously scrutinized. Under the shrouded darkness of the night, several silhouettes advanced with measured steps, their formidable auras suggesting they were all cultivators at the golden core stage. The garments of these individuals were stained with dark red blood, yet their spirits exhibited no signs of despair. Clearly, the blood did not belong to them. It was merely that of the foundational realm beasts, which, when driven to madness, could indeed become quite bothersome. One of the golden core cultivators shook his head, reciting a cleansing incantation to wash away the blood upon him. "Ah, this is far better than I anticipated. We hardly encountered any vicious golden core beasts," remarked a refined gentleman as he gently fanned himself. "Heaven has favored us. It seems that opportunity surely belongs to our three factions." The leader, a man exuding a fierce aura, could not help but laugh heartily. Upon reaching this point, the expressions of the accompanying dozen or so individuals relaxed. "Do not worry, young one. Once our three factions have reaped the benefits of this opportunity, we shall naturally allow you to depart." Blame your misfortune for crossing paths with us, an elderly man said with a genial smile. The one who found himself ensnared was a youth clad in a crimson robe, his features strikingly handsome, even surrounded by a throng of golden core cultivators. He displayed no signs of panic. Had Zhou Qingchen been present, he would have recognized this youth as his eldest disciple, Lin Qi. Lin Qi sighed inwardly. His spiritual power was sealed, rendering him incapable of contacting his master, forcing him to quietly follow the group. Over the past few days, within the confines delineated by his master, he had thoroughly hunted numerous foundational realm beasts. Despite sustaining several injuries, he had successfully dispatched 10 second-tier pinnacle beasts, their corpses now safely stored within his spatial ring. However, this journey had proven somewhat unfortunate. After a brief period of rest, he was preparing to depart when he unexpectedly encountered this group of individuals, all at the Golden Core stage, with the leading trio being late-stage Golden Core cultivators. Lin Qi sought to conceal himself, yet he was immediately detected by the psychic senses of the 10 or so Golden Core beings. With no alternative, having inadvertently stumbled upon their schemes and facing a vast disparity in cultivation levels, Lin Qi refrained from resistance, allowing himself to be restrained to avoid exacerbating the situation. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, for the presence of his master's aura assured him that should any harm befall him, none would survive. The reason these individuals refrained from harming Lin Qi was undoubtedly due to their recognition of him as a disciple brought for training by Li Qinglin. They acknowledged Li Qinglin's strength, opting for prudence. After all, once the opportunity was absorbed by them, no one could hold them accountable. Just ahead, the three leaders exclaimed with delight. Lin Qi turned his gaze forward and discovered a serene lake, modest in size and seemingly unremarkable. When we first stumbled upon this place, we had already suffered significant losses. The formidable Golden Core wolf had posed an insurmountable threat, forcing us to depart in regret. Months later, upon returning, we found that the wolf had achieved complete mastery of the Golden Core realm, its demonic essence fully developed, rendering it utterly terrifying. Our three factions had lost all hope of reclaiming this location. To our astonishment, the wolf has now perished. This is a fortuitous opportunity for us to attain the nascent soul realm. It is soon to belong to our three families. I shall ascend to the rank of nascent soul true monarch. The three leaders appeared exceedingly exhilarated, as if they could already envision their radiant future as nascent soul true monarchs, commanding great respect. Master, how shall we proceed? One inquired. The heads of the three families momentarily tempered their fervent excitement, contemplating before responding. The opportunity lies hidden beneath the lake's surface. Let each family send one representative to explore together. The members of the three families exchanged glances but remained non-committal, gravitating towards the lake's edge. Chapter 31. A sudden turn amidst the crowd, Lin Qi quietly observed, as everyone's attention was diverted from him, providing him with a chance to act. Although his spiritual power was sealed within his dantian, the strand of primordial fire, condensed from the sun god fire technique, still burned brightly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi directed the primordial fire towards the binding force that confined him. Fortunately, the one who had sealed his spiritual power was merely an ordinary Golden Core practitioner. And due to their overconfidence in his inability to break free, the binding was not particularly strong. Lin Qi expended little effort in nearly dispelling the binding force. He dared not unleash his spiritual power, as the communication talisman remained within his spatial ring. Retrieving it could lead to discovery. However, the positioning talisman still hung from his waist. At this moment, he cautiously infused a sliver of spiritual power into the talisman, causing it to emit a faint glow. Li Qinglin, observing the movements of all the disciples from behind, would undoubtedly notice any update in the positioning talisman's information, raising suspicions about Lin Qi's departure from the trial area designated by his master. This was the only course of action available to Lin Qi at present. Indeed, he was correct. The instant the talisman's information changed, Li Qinglin sensed it. As the Peak Master's disciple, Lin Qi was under Li Qinglin's vigilant scrutiny, who often directed his attention toward Lin Qi. Initially, he was merely curious as to why Lin Qi had remained motionless for such an extended period. As the location information was updated, Lin Qi was found to be outside the planned area, instantly invigorating Li Qinglin. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed towards Lin Qi with remarkable speed. The lake's waters were exceptionally clear, rippling gently. Standing at the lakeside, the three individuals took a deep breath, and after scanning the surroundings with their spiritual awareness and detecting no immediate danger, they unhesitatingly ventured into the depths of the lake. Observing their actions, The onlookers felt a mix of tension and anticipation, with the leading trio fixated on the lake's surface. Meanwhile, the swiftly arriving Li Chunlin finally reached the location. He refrained from acting recklessly, instead concealing himself at a distance, and soon confirmed that Lin Qi was indeed in trouble, surrounded by several Golden Core realm cultivators. Fortunately, Lin Qi had not sustained any injuries. Otherwise, even 100 lives would not suffice to atone for the misfortune. While Li Chunlin sighed in relief, a simmering anger brewed within him. Why, of all people, did they provoke those from Taihua Peak? Lacking discernment, they failed to recognize the presence of the Peak Master and dared to abduct Lin Qi. They were utterly blind. Upon realizing that the strongest among the individuals by the shore was merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, Li Chunlin ceased his concealment. His speed surged forth, and in an instant, he reached Lin Qi's side before the others could react. Elderly, Lin Qi exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief upon seeing his arrival. The others, now aware of the situation, were filled with fury, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Li Chunlin shielded Lin Qi without a hint of burden, exuding the aura of a perfected Golden Core cultivator, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. This is bad. The family heads miscalculated. The person we have provoked is stronger than anticipated, one individual remarked, their complexion paling. This sudden shift in dynamics successfully captured the attention of the three family heads at the forefront. A perfected Golden Core, the fierce man, the cultured middle-aged gentleman, and the elder all wore grim expressions. Damn it, we underestimated him. This could lead to disaster. Li Chunlin, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, prioritized Lin Qi's safety and resolved to escort him away. As for settling the score with this group, that could wait for another time. Zhou Qingchen had already halted his movements, concealing himself as the leading man and woman hovered cautiously in the air, observing intently for quite some time. This was a valley, profound and expansive, with scant vegetation and abundant colossal boulders and cliffs. As he gazed around, there were no discernible traces of any demonic entities. Unexpectedly, they found themselves on the outskirts of the forest of demonic spirits. Zhou Qingchen gazed thoughtfully ahead in the shadows, realizing that this was an aspect he had overlooked. Shall we venture down to investigate? Inquired the man. Could it be a trap? The ability to escape from within and traverse across numerous vast territories speaks volumes of its cunning and agility. The woman expressed her concerns. Let us first retrieve that item from our esteemed ancestor. With it, we can proceed with greater assurance. Under Zhou Qingchen's watchful gaze, the two produced an object. It was a tower-shaped artifact, adorned with countless demonic engravings, radiating a resplendent golden light. The aura emitted by this treasure far surpassed that of the two individuals. Together, they stepped into the depths of the valley. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, refraining from pursuing further. If the monstrous entity truly resided in this place, despite the two possessing precious artifacts, their cultivation at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm would hardly pose a threat to a being of the transformation stage. Thus, Zhou Qingchen wisely chose not to act recklessly. A quarter of an hour later, a terrifying tremor suddenly reverberated through the deep valley, as 10 colossal shadows soared into the air. Concurrently, the enraged shouts of the two individuals echoed through the abyss. You wretched beasts! How dare you ambush us? Their fury was palpable, yet what awaited them was the indiscriminate onslaught of the 10 towering figures. Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. After so many days without sighting a formidable demon, he was astonished to discover that 10 of them lay in ambush here. Each of these 10 demons possessed a distinct form. Among them were 2 at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, 5 in the late stages, and 3 in the mid-range. Their combined assault was truly terrifying, shaking the very land across hundreds of miles, as demonic energies clashed and explosions reverberated. Even those at the peak of the nascent soul realm would find themselves in dire straits. Just as Zhou Qingchen believed the two individuals had little hope of survival, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, and a treasure pagoda soared into the sky, swiftly expanding to a height of several dozen zhang, emanating a power that far surpassed that of the nascent soul realm. It turned out to be a 5th-tier profound artifact. Zhou Qingchen suddenly realized the truth. No wonder these two individuals dared to venture into the deep valley. They possessed such a remarkable treasure. Moreover, this tower-shaped mystical artifact seemed to exert a suppressive effect on the demonic entities, as the aura of the 10 formidable demons noticeably weakened beneath the presence of this precious tower. However, unexpected turn of events often follows closely behind. Before the two could find their footing, a beam of white light surged skyward within the valley, manifesting in midair as a razor-sharp celestial sword. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a feather from a bird, yet it bore the form of a lethal blade. The feathered sword radiated a blinding white luminescence, accompanied by an extraordinarily pure essence of demonic energy that surpassed even that of the fifth-tier treasure, which had not been activated by a transcendental cultivator. This feathered sword was imbued with a drop of pure demonic blood, and under the influence of this blood, the sword represented nearly the full might of a demonic entity's assault. In the shadows, Zhou Qingchen narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Indeed, with this feathered sword launching an attack, coupled with the combined efforts of the 10 great demons, the brilliance of that precious tower swiftly dimmed. Zhou Qingchen naturally would not intervene, as he had no ties to these two individuals and was, in fact, somewhat of a conflicting party, rather than the fate of these two. He was more concerned with the true hiding place of the demon, Yaoju. How did it manage to evade the bloodline tracking techniques of these enigmatic figures? It was evident that this was not the genuine lair of Yaoju. There is a change on Lin Qi's side. Suddenly, Zhou Qingchen's heart skipped a beat, and he lost all interest in the outcome of the battle in the valley. He swiftly flew away, propelling his primordial spirit to its utmost limit, hastening towards another direction. Chapter 32. The terrifying primordial spirit realm on the other side. The onlookers remained oblivious to the fact that the once crystal-clear waters of the lake had quietly transformed into a murky abyss, as if a colossal shadow lurked beneath its surface. Everyone, do take care, Li Chenglin coldly snorted and prepared to leave with Lin Qi. However, a sudden disturbance drew everyone's gaze to the lake. The primordial spirit demon has escaped. A mangled body abruptly surfaced on the water, belonging to one of the three who had previously vanished into the lake, while the other two had completely disappeared. After desperately uttering this phrase, he fell silent, and the others, upon realizing this, turned as pale as a sheet. Li Chenglin acted swiftly, hastily seizing Lin Qi to ascend. Boom! The water's surface suddenly roiled violently, as something propelled the lake's waters towards the shore, and a massive shadow burst forth from the depths. Hiss! The shadow raised its enormous head to the sunlight, its smooth, black scales glistening, and its azure serpentine eyes narrowed into slits. The immense black serpent flicked its crimson tongue and roared with fury, exuding an overwhelming aura of a great demon. Elderly, be cautious, Lin Qi urgently called out. The giant serpent opened its gaping maw, unleashing a stream of icy blue poison mist. Li Chenglin, who had intended to flee with Lin Qi, was compelled to return to the ground, his heart chilled by the sight of the approaching toxic fog. Buzz! The air trembled, and Lin Qi sensed the aura left on him by his master suddenly radiate with brilliant light. The eerie blue poison mist was repelled, and at the same time, a phantasmal figure materialized. Clad in white, the spectral figure's gaze was frigid, wielding a long sword with a fierce presence. With a single hand raised, the sword swung forth, unleashing a cascade of exquisite auroral sword shadows, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. It is the essence of the Peak Master. After surviving the calamity, Li Chenglin's eyes widened in astonishment. At the moment the sword light was unleashed, a tempest arose. The colossal serpent in the lake reared its head in fury, its demonic power surging forth like an overwhelming tide, its scales glimmering with an ominous dark sheen. Yet, the radiant sword shadows effortlessly cleaved through its massive form, crimson blood cascading down like a meandering stream, a vertical line flashing across the serpent's grotesque visage, splitting its head in two, causing its immense body to crash thunderously onto the shore. Along with it, the nascent soul was annihilated in unison. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure clad in white dissipated entirely into the air. Were we saved? The survivors gazed incredulously at Lin Qi, struggling to fathom how the boy they had captured possessed such terrifying power. The strength of a nascent soul true monarch was utterly fearsome, capable of effortlessly vanquishing even the most formidable of demonic beings. The three family heads uttered in disbelief, previously paralyzed by the aura of the great demon. Now, the monstrous entity that had suddenly appeared was slain before it could unleash its wrath, leaving everyone with hearts racing beyond endurance. Lin Qi had thought this was the end. However, the lake began to roil once more, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy erupting with unfathomable ferocity. A piercing shriek resonated through the heavens, and a massive white silhouette soared from the lake, rising into the night. Beneath the cold moonlight, the figure twisted the clouds and darkness, evoking an inexplicable shiver of the soul. What is that? Lin Qi gasped, his pupils constricting in disbelief. No one could move under the oppressive aura of destruction emanating from the creature. They felt as though they were anchored in place, helplessly witnessing the horrifying scene before them. Amidst the mist, it unfurled a pair of wings vast enough to eclipse the moonlight, each feather glimmering with a chilling brilliance, resembling razor-sharp feathered swords. It was an unfathomably large white-feathered demon bird. Brandishing its talons, sharp as divine weapons, it lunged menacingly towards Lin Qi, who was shielded by the power of a nascent soul. Lin Qi's eyes widened with terror as he fixated on the demon bird's fierce, glowing eyes. A wave of helplessness surging within him. Beside him, Li Qinglin, unable to move, was engulfed in despair, summoning every ounce of strength to shield Lin Qi. Elderly. Lin Qi's eyes blazed with a fierce red hue. Just as the colossal claws were about to descend, a pale sword light surged forth, slicing towards the white behemoth. The white-feathered demon bird screeched in fury, its wings retracting defensively to block the deadly sword light. In an instant, sparks flew. A 3-foot-long sword hovered in midair, its blade radiating a vibrant crimson glow. The sharp, white light emanating from it was terrifying. It was the sword of my master. The Peak Master has arrived. Lin Qi and Li Qinglin watched as the descending sword light forced the giant bird back, finally allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Humph. Traversing through the forest of enchanted spirits, one would not expect you to conceal yourself here, yet you dared to reveal your presence. In the skies, a silver streak of light flashed by as Zhou Qingchen instantaneously traversed 100 miles. Upon returning, the brilliance of the Xuanji star sword in his hand surged magnificently, with the crimson line along the blade growing ever more pronounced, in comparison to the colossal form of the white-feathered demon bird that obscured the sun. Zhou Qingchen appeared insignificantly small, however, his aura resonated with celestial power. With the sword firmly in his grasp, his formidable presence compelled even the white-feathered demon bird to retreat in astonishment. Zhou Qingchen engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous avian, while the survivors, having narrowly escaped death, dared not look back and fled into the distance. Lin Zhenchuan, we must depart at once, urged Li Qinglin, his countenance grave as he led Lin Qi away from the perilous scene. They continued their flight until they were well beyond the reach of the battlefield, only then daring to pause. In the distance, an intense confrontation erupted. The piercing cries of the demon echoed sharply, while a figure clad in white seemed to transform into a celestial sword, its blade illuminating the heavens with a formidable radiance. Elderly, what manner of beast is that? Lin Qi inquired, somewhat dazed. Li Qinglin's expression reflected the relief of having survived. It is a demon of extraordinary prowess, akin to the divine transformation realm among cultivators. Zhou Qingchen's gaze was icy cold. The unexpected hiding place of this formidable monster was truly surprising. How could Lin Qi have stumbled upon it by mere chance, inadvertently awakening the power it had left on him? His eyes shifted, and he beheld the lake's surface stained crimson, with the lifeless body of a serpentine beast floating atop it. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. It seemed that the force I had unwittingly stirred was indeed the result of this serpent demon being agitated, which led to its emergence. Zhou Qingchen withdrew his gaze, fixating on the distant avian creatures. In his hand, the long sword gleamed with an increasingly sharp brilliance, exuding a radiant sword aura. The Xuanji Star Sword, a 6th-tier supreme mystical weapon, served as a formidable blade of slaughter at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. Under Zhou Qingchen's full exertion, each stroke of pale sword light extended hundreds of feet, densely unleashed as if he sought to cleave the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Even the white-feathered demon bird, despite its extraordinary nature, found itself retreating step by step before the terrifying slaughtering sword, its remarkably sharp, feathered blades severed in countless numbers, cascading down to the ground like rain, piercing downward. The battle had raged on for quite some time. At this moment, Zhou Qingchen had managed to regain a semblance of calm, yet his expression remained frigid, and the intensity of his attacks only escalated. Ever since he had acquired the Tao Spirit Root and the Emperor's chaotic primordial scripture, his progress had been nothing short of astonishing, coupled with an extended period of inactivity. Witnessing the formidable strength of the demon, he was now on the verge of unleashing his utmost potential. He raised the Xuanji Star Sword high above his head, its platinum radiance piercing the heavens, while the essence of gold stirred the winds and clouds into turmoil. This was none other than the Taihua Golden Light Slash, a legacy sword technique from Miao Peak, comparable to the Miao Extreme Light Sword that Zhou Qingchen had imprinted upon Lin Qi. A colossal platinum sword, stretching 1,000 feet, materialized, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day, before he brought it crashing down. The white-feathered demon bird found itself with no avenue for escape, its cries echoing in desperation as its feathers flared up, radiating a brilliant white light. A dense aura of demonic energy enveloped its form, and its feathered wings transformed into a shield, bracing against the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the platinum greatsword descended, feathers scattering like leaves in a storm. While crimson demon blood flowed forth, creating a rain of blood, the heart-wrenching wails of the demon reverberated through the battlefield, leaving all who stood beyond it with a ringing in their ears. In Zhou Qingchen's heart, a surge of murderous intent surged forth, as the sword in his hand gathered the boundless light of countless stars, striking fiercely towards the already wounded white-feathered demon bird. The creature, unable to evade, found itself powerless despite its body being akin to divine weaponry, and its sharp claws capable of piercing through anything. Who are you? How can a being of the nascent soul realm possess such terrifying power? The white-feathered demon bird exclaimed in human speech, hastily dodging the oncoming sword light, its speed erupting like a white meteor streaking across the vast expanse of the sky. Zhou Qingchen remained silent, for it had been an extended period since he last unleashed his prowess. Now he did not hesitate for a moment, wielding his sword with fervor. The Celestial Aurora Sword. Chapter 33. The Tower of Sealing. In stark contrast to the lingering aura upon Lin Qi, the sword technique executed by Zhou Qingchen was terrifying beyond measure. Beneath the cloak of night, the resplendent silhouette of the Aurora Sword radiated a blinding brilliance, each strike imbued with the purest celestial energy, further enriched by the unique aura of the Xuanji Celestial Sword. The white-feathered demon bird lamented in agony, its wings unfurling as it spun its colossal form rapidly, attempting to shield itself with its most robust feathers. Yet, it was still met with grievous wounds from the onslaught of the Aurora Sword. In a fleeting moment, it flapped its wings and managed to evade Zhou Qingchen's assault, hastily soaring away into the distance. Zhou Qingchen let out a cold snort, poised to give chase. Suddenly, a beam of golden light soared from the horizon. This magnificent ray of light descended with unparalleled grandeur, swiftly enveloping the great white bird in its radiance. A towering pagoda, standing 100 feet high, emanated brilliant golden gleams, casting a shadow over the fleeing white-feathered creature. In a state of panic, it flapped its wings, attempting to shatter the golden luminescence, yet the pagoda remained resolute, pressing downwards, leaving the white avian beast momentarily unable to escape. Zhou Qingchen felt an unusual sensation. He instantly recognized the magnificent pagoda, yet he could not comprehend how it suddenly exuded such formidable suppressive power. This was far superior to the control previously exhibited by the couple. As he pondered in confusion, a streak of luminous light flashed by, ultimately coalescing into a spectral figure. It was an imposing elder clad in a golden robe, with a distinctive and menacing scar adorning his left cheek, rendering him remarkably fierce in appearance. A spectral form? Zhou Qingchen ceased his pursuit of the white giant bird and instead scrutinized the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure with an air of calm detachment. The treasure tower, once under the control of those two mysterious individuals, was now activated by this ethereal form. Coupled with the conversations he had overheard earlier, it became evident to Zhou Qingchen that this spectral presence was likely the revered ancestor mentioned by the duo. No wonder the two dared to pursue this formidable demon. They were evidently well prepared with contingencies. Zhou Qingchen felt a sudden clarity. The moment the ethereal elder appeared, the white-feathered demon bird erupted with unparalleled rage. Its already colossal form swelled even further as it brandished its sword-like wings, striking the treasured pagoda down to the ground. Despite having engaged in an intense battle with Zhou Qingchen, during which it had been steadily pushed back, the great white bird had not displayed such fury. Yet, upon the emergence of this spectral figure, it seemed to be provoked, its might exceeding that of before. And the overwhelming demonic aura transformed the night into a dense and oppressive atmosphere. To have retreated to such a remote location was truly audacious. The ethereal elder's eyes glimmered with a piercing light as he spoke indifferently. Zhou Qingchen's expression was subtly intricate as thoughts began to swirl within his mind. It appeared that this formidable creature did not originate from the southern wilderness's 5 states. Judging by the elder's words, it had sought refuge here. Furthermore, the elder's true form was undoubtedly extraordinary, as the ephemeral visage he left behind exhibited an ability for independent thought, suggesting the use of a separation technique. To dare to extract a fragment of one's own primordial consciousness from the body, one must possess at least the mastery of the perfected transformation realm, or perhaps even be a transcendent of the void refinement. In Zhou Qingchen's mind, thoughts flowed freely as he speculated incessantly, his attention unwavering. His gaze was fixated upon the formidable demon and the ethereal shadow that loomed before him. Upon hearing the elder's words, the demon seemed to be consumed by rage, its piercing cries disturbing Zhou Qingchen's composure. Yet, amidst the tumult, he discerned a faint undercurrent of fear emanating from it. The white-feathered demon bird, realizing that escape was futile in the immediate moment, resolutely abandoned its retreat and boldly confronted the ethereal shadow. Its sword-like feathers resonated with a metallic clang, reflecting a chilling light, while its razor-sharp claws exuded a terrifying coldness. In comparison to its sorcery, this demon's physical form represented its most formidable means of attack. The ethereal shadow, its gaze frigid, gestured with both hands, causing the tower that had fallen to the ground to radiate with renewed brilliance, its might intensifying. The tower hovered in midair, its first of 7 layers emanating a resplendent golden light, the inscriptions inscribed upon it appearing almost alive. Seal. The ethereal shadow formed a hand sign, and the golden light enveloped the white-feathered demon bird, momentarily stifling its fierce aura and diminishing its power. "I shall not return with you," the demon defiantly declared, its voice resonating with human clarity, heedless of the circumstances, as its colossal form collided with the tower. Breaking free from the golden restraint, the ethereal elder spoke little, altering his hand gestures once more, causing the second layer of the tower to illuminate. Crush. A smaller, yet formidable shadow of the tower descended, unleashing tremendous force that nearly scattered the demon bird's essence. Seal. The elder's hands moved swiftly, inscribing a third mark. And the third layer of the tower shone brightly. Countless runes erupted from the tower's walls, soaring towards the demon bird from all 6 directions, north, south, east, west, above, and below, forming a binding array to ensnare it within. Zhou Qingchen observed from a distance with clarity and shook his head. This mystical artifact, the pagoda, was undoubtedly designed for the purpose of subduing demons. Merely the abilities of its initial 3 tiers significantly diminished the ferocious aura of a once formidable demon, rendering it nearly immobile. Should it remain unable to escape, this demon would inevitably be thoroughly suppressed by the pagoda, just as he surmised. The white-feathered demon bird hesitated to allow the ethereal elder to continue his incantations, retracting its feathers to envelop itself. The demon energy within surged like a tidal wave, and the originally white sword-like feathers gradually became tinged with a resplendent crimson hue. The spiritual energy of the world was drawn into its being, and the 3-tiered spell that had firmly restrained it began to show signs of collapse. The ethereal elder furrowed his brow as the pagoda in the air began to rotate once more, this time illuminating the 4th and 5th tiers simultaneously. Bind. 10 chains burst forth from the 4th tier of the pagoda, ensnaring the white-feathered demon bird and tightening relentlessly. Constrain. A rune materialized, striking the massive bird, effectively sealing a vast expanse of the void. Yet, the aura of the giant bird continued to intensify. At last, in a moment of crescendo, a resounding cry reverberated through the heavens. The demon bird unfurled its colossal form, its wings dispersing the chains that bound it, radiating a brilliant crimson light. Its wings appeared to be woven from countless ethereal sword-like feathers, causing the surrounding space to manifest with shimmering sword plumes. Under the onslaught of the overwhelming demon energy, the binding spells were effortlessly shattered, as though mere fabric torn asunder. Innate divine ability. The ethereal elder's expression shifted as he found himself unable to react in time. With a powerful sweep of its wings, the giant bird unleashed a flurry of densely packed, sword-like feathers hurtling towards him. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, distancing himself slightly, and ultimately sought refuge beside Lin Qi and Li Chenglin, drawing the two further away. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the malevolent energy of the Jin Gong surged violently, with countless sword feathers cascading like a rain of blades from the heavens, each imbued with an unfathomable and terrifying demonic power. The ethereal elder could only passively endure. The pagoda stood protectively before him, absorbing the majority of the onslaught, yet the omnipresent demonic force and Jin Gong energy wreaked havoc all around. Despite successfully withstanding the barrage, the immense consumption of energy rendered the elder increasingly insubstantial, even causing the radiance of the pagoda to dim. This creature of extraordinary demonic lineage possessed formidable innate abilities. Should it fail to withstand the relentless assault of sword feathers, it would undoubtedly be pierced through like a sieve. Outside the battlefield, Zhou Qingchen felt a chill of apprehension. Master, this demon possesses a truly terrifying strength. Lin Qi, still haunted by the encounter, realized that had it not been for his master's timely intervention, 9 lives would not have sufficed. Zhou Qingchen had not anticipated such a turn of events. This demon beast had concealed itself so profoundly. Chapter 34. Subjugation. In the distance, the terrifying sword feathers assault finally dissipated completely, allowing the white-feathered demon bird to escape its confinement, its colossal form weaving freely through the night. However, the toll from this encounter had been immense. The ethereal elder appeared even more wretched, his figure growing increasingly transparent. as if he were on the verge of vanishing from existence. The white-feathered demon bird soared aloft, displaying an air of haughty arrogance. Old fool, if your true self were to arrive, even 1,000 lies would not suffice for your torment. Alas, you have sent only 2 ineffectual minions along with your frail spectral form. It emitted a sharp, piercing cry, shedding its earlier trepidation. Once I return to the realm of myriad demons and cultivate for several millennia, I shall personally claim your head. The demon bird's eyes blazed with blood-red light, brimming with wild fury. Oh, wait, with your meager talent? Achieving the status of a revered one is impossible. In a few millennia, you may well have succumbed to old age. Listening to the white-feathered demon bird's taunts, the ethereal elder remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips. The stronger your bloodline, the more I rejoice. I now eagerly anticipate bringing you back. Upon hearing this, the demon bird's arrogance evaporated, replaced by intense rage. It intended to dive down and obliterate the ethereal elder. Yet, the elder's spectral body ignited in flames. Then let me seal you completely, to be delivered back to me by my 2 disciples. Upon uttering these words, the flames enveloping his body blazed fiercer, ultimately dissipating entirely. In contrast, the treasure tower erupted in golden radiance, expanding to several hundred feet in height. All 7 levels of the tower illuminated. Transforming into beams of light that ascended to the heavens, the formidable sealing force scattering the clouds as it descended to suppress the white-feathered demon bird. The elder had sacrificed his ethereal form, elevating the tower's might to a new echelon. Now, the tower seemed to unleash its true power in subduing demons. Its boundless golden light posing a lethal threat to all demonkind. No, the demon bird spoke in human tongue, filled with dread. Yet, the tower, imbued with overwhelming celestial authority, descended upon it, rendering it immobile. Already injured from its confrontation with Zhou Qingchen and having expended considerable energy to break free from the sealing spell, it now found itself powerless against the overwhelming pressure of the descending tower, on the verge of being subdued. Human, assist me. I am willing to offer you tremendous benefits. The white-feathered demon bird's urgent voice echoed in Zhou Qingchen's ears, eliciting a chuckle from him. You, a mere demon, dare to promise me great benefits? How utterly absurd. Yet, the demon bird's voice was frantic as it insisted, I have attained the pinnacle of my kind, equivalent to your human race's transformation realm. Surely, you must be aware of the significance of the divine transformation realm in the southern wilderness of the 5 states. If you rescue me, I shall willingly submit to your command. Zhou Qingchen chuckled, dismissing the words as mere background noise. I do not lack for a deity of transformation. Moreover, you seem to be quite unstable under the influence of a being likely at the void refinement stage, yet you now wish to submit beneath me? While the white-feathered demon bird continued to screech in fury, the resplendent golden pagoda loomed heavily upon its form. Its demonic power was being sealed. The pagoda emanating a terrifying force of confinement, seeking to draw it into its very body. Brother, I keep my promises. I will not flee, under this old man's hand. I would truly meet my demise. The white-feathered demon bird roared. My lineage is exceptional. If I were to grow, I could slay a revered one. In the future, this old man would be not before me. What are you still hesitating for? Witnessing Zhou Qingchen remain unfazed, the white-feathered demon bird was nearly driven to madness. Zhou Qingchen merely smiled lightly. At last, after watching the performance for a while longer, as the white-feathered demon bird mournfully lamented and prepared for mutual destruction, he moved swiftly to its side. The forces of confinement were effortlessly dispelled by it, having no effect on him whatsoever. In this brief span of time, the formidable aura of the demon had already been suppressed to the nascent soul realm, and within mere moments, it would be utterly subdued. Zhou Qingchen formed a seal with his hands and calmly declared, Since you profess your allegiance to me, I shall first implant a restraint within your body. The white-feathered demon bird seethed with fury. You, Zhou Qingchen, uninterested in idle chatter, swiftly implanted a master-servant seal within the creature's body. As he sensed the bond of servitude firmly established with this extraordinary demon, a look of satisfaction finally graced his features. Now, you can assist me, can't you? The white-feathered demon bird inquired, its tone submissive. Zhou Qingchen, without any reservations, exuded a profound aura that rendered the already deep night even darker. With the unification of the mysterious light, beneath the cloak of night, an extraordinary vortex of silver starlight emerged as he continuously absorbed the resplendent power of the stars. Zhou Qingchen was enveloped in a shimmering brilliance, his aura reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. In this moment of transformation, he abruptly thrust his palm forward. A crystalline imprint surged ahead with a thunderous force, astonishingly halting the once unstoppable descent of the towering pagoda, causing the howling binding power to falter momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, the white-feathered demon bird finally broke free from its restraints, emerging from the confines of the pagoda's suppression. Yet, it did not flee. Instead, its grand form soared gracefully through the air, exuding an air of majestic elegance. With a resounding shout, Zhou Qingchen unleashed a surge of stellar brilliance, the formidable essence of his nascent soul shattering the tower completely. The seven-tiered structure trembled and fell to the ground, its radiance dimming. In that moment, the ethereal power of the old man dissipated entirely. The tower flickered with light, shrinking infinitely until it ultimately vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, a glimmer of insight flickered in Zhou Qingchen's eyes. He returned to the side of Lin Qi and Li Qinglin. As a white-feathered demon bird let out a piercing cry and swooped down, Lin Qi and Li Qinglin were startled, had it not been for Zhou Qingchen's presence. They might have believed that this formidable creature was about to attack them. The majestic demon bird landed before them, its immense form causing the ground to tremble, its sword-like feathers glinting with a chilling light. Yet, to their astonishment, this fearsome entity bowed its head in utmost reverence. Today marks another day of writing. Chapter 35. Guardian of the Path. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the once formidable white-feathered demon bird, now stripped of its defiance, and his expression visibly softened. He addressed the creature, saying, "You sought to harm my disciple. Now I present you with a chance for atonement." The demon bird bowed its head, its azure-green eyes shimmering with a hint of otherworldly light, appearing entirely submissive. "Thank you, my master." Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment and then nodded, stating, "From now on, you shall be the guardian of my eldest disciple. Should my disciple encounter a peril that far surpasses his realm, it shall be your duty to resolve it and ensure his safety." "At your command," replied the white-feathered demon bird, promptly nodding in respectful acknowledgement. Zhou Qingchen, a man of few words, clasped his hands and formed intricate seals, each one more complex than the last, which coalesced into an exceptionally elaborate emblem. This was the method of demon control imparted to him by his master. With this binding, the creature under his dominion could no longer act against the will of its master. To preempt any treachery from this cunning demon, Zhou Qingchen had already implanted a portion of the binding earlier. Now, with the culmination of this demon control seal, the white-feathered avian was entirely subjugated under his authority. Despite its inner turmoil and reluctance, the creature dared not show the slightest hint of rebellion, for it had narrowly escaped from a perilous fate and was determined to cling to its life. The dialogue between Zhou Qingchen and the Bayou demon bird left Lin Qi in a state of shock, his face filled with astonishment. It was truly beyond his imagination that a being of such formidable prowess, a transformation realm demon, would become his protector. Within the Taihua Sect, the ancestors of the transformation realm are regarded as celestial beings, revered and feared by countless disciples, including the esteemed peak masters. Yet now, a demon of equal standing in the transformation realm is to serve as his guardian? This notion is both exhilarating and thrilling, with a transformation realm demon as his protector. Who in all of Nanli Prefecture would dare to provoke him recklessly? Zhou Qingchen observed the starry-eyed Lin Qiliang, unable to suppress a smile. After patting him on the shoulder, Zhou Qingchen remarked, "When faced with insurmountable crises, your master may not always be by your side to provide absolute security. At present, your strength has yet to reach its zenith. Should you encounter a similar unforeseen circumstance in the future without protection, you might find yourself inescapably doomed." Zhou Qingchen's gaze was somewhat serious, and his tone carried a hint of apology. "This time, it was my oversight. Henceforth, it shall protect you thoroughly. Of course, it will only intervene if faced with a genuine life-and-death crisis." Lin Qi felt a surge of emotion, fully aware of Zhou Qingchen's good intentions, and nodded vigorously. "Master, I shall strive to improve myself. One day, I will become a true powerhouse." Lin Qi silently vowed. "Now, provide me with a drop of your blood." Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Zhou Qingchen commenced with the task at hand. Lin Qi complied, squeezing a droplet of blood from the tip of his lacerated finger. Zhou Qingchen directed the blood orb towards the demon control barrier, subsequently thrusting it into the head of the white-feathered demon bird. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qi felt an undeniable connection with this formidable demon. "I pay my respects to my young master," the white-feathered demon bird reverently addressed Lin Qi. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qi could not suppress the surge of emotions within him and joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, master." Zhou Qingchen smiled and nodded, then turned to Bayou Yaoping, saying, "Please elucidate why you suddenly acted against my disciple." Bayou Yaoping trembled and explained, I assure you, it is not my fault, my master. A group of individuals recklessly approached my hiding place, prompting me to prepare for a defensive response. Little did I know, they brought along the young master. And in my moment of confusion, I almost harmed him. With just a few words, it deftly shifted all blame away, sacrificing its avian dignity. Its enchanting eyes reflecting an overwhelming desire to survive. Zhou Qingchen scoffed softly. However, he soon realized that this location was indeed not the trial area he had designated for Lin Qi. Beside him, Li Qinglin promptly reported, Peak Master. Lin Zhenchuan was indeed brought here after being abducted by that previous group. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brows, observing Lin Qi nodding in affirmation regarding the location, and was instantly filled with ire. No wonder his disciple had strayed from the trial area he had meticulously devised and ventured into a place rife with peril. It was evidently that group of individuals. Just moments ago, he had been preoccupied with combating the demonic entity and monitoring the spectral figure of the elder. Thus he had not given much thought to that group. Meanwhile, those cultivators of the Golden Core realm, having narrowly escaped death, dared not linger and had already fled beyond the demon spirit forest. At this moment, Zhou Qingchen's mood was exceedingly foul and he was particularly protective, his countenance reflecting his discontent. Beside him, Li Qinglin hastily lowered his head, striving to diminish his presence. After all, he bore a share of the responsibility in this matter. Had he anticipated such an outcome, he would have ensured he stayed by Lin Qi's side at all times. Go and retrieve them, he commanded. Zhou Qingchen commanded. The white-feathered demon bird, initially troubled by uncertainty on how to placate its new master's wrath, responded with enthusiasm upon receiving the order. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred up a tempest and soared swiftly towards the fleeing group. Zhou Qingchen remained calm for a considerable time before turning his gaze towards Lin Qi. He sighed and said, My dear disciple, the next time you encounter such a situation, simply invoke my name to avoid unnecessary trouble. He paused momentarily before continuing, This is Nanli Prefecture, where the Taihua sect wields significant influence. You need not pander to the whims of those insignificant figures in the Golden Core realm. Rather, it is they who should accommodate you. Lin Qi couldn't help but be taken aback. Zhou Qingchen continued to impart his wisdom with earnest fervor. Once you leave Nanli Prefecture, exercising caution is prudent. However, within these borders, encountering any suspicious individuals, it is far more advantageous to rely on one's status than mere vigilance. Remember, you are a true disciple of Tai Miaofeng, not the former young master of a minor family in Yaoyang City. In this moment, you are under the protection of your esteemed master. Do you comprehend? Zhou Qingchen's words resonated like a melody of the soul, stirring Lin Qixin's emotions and causing a warmth to swell in his eyes. The master regarded this unusually mature disciple with a rare display of heartfelt emotion, a blend of tenderness and shyness. At last, Zhou Qingchen broke into a smile, dispelling all previous sentiments. Oh, by the way, how did your trial unfold? Zhou Qingchen casually inquired, for Lin Qi had been abruptly taken from the trial, leaving uncertainty about his progress. Lin Qi replied with a smile, Master, I have successfully hunted 10 pinnacle second-tier beasts. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Since that is the case, I shall keep my word. This item will undoubtedly please you. As he spoke, Zhou Qingchen flipped his palm, revealing a brilliant, fiery crimson crystal that materialized within his grasp. The moment the crystal emerged, an overwhelming wave of intense heat surged forth, only to be effortlessly subdued by Zhou Qingchen. Lin Qi, filled with trepidation, inquired, Master, what is this object? Is its grade not rather elevated? Zhou Qingchen chuckled, Not at all, this is a 5th-tier spiritual item. The Pure Yang Fire Essence, which will greatly enhance your cultivation methods. With this Pure Yang Fire Essence, your primordial flame will undergo a rapid transformation, rivaling the formidable divine flames found in the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. He had already experienced the immense power of the Sun God Fire technique, particularly when it came to condensing his primordial flame. After reaching the spiritual fire realm, his strength had significantly increased, making it his most formidable trump card at present. Zhou Qingchen handed the essence of Supreme Yang Fire to Lin Qi, cautioning him. The essence of Supreme Yang Fire is a top-tier 5th-grade spiritual object, imbued with immense fire spirit power, sufficient for your cultivation to the nascent soul realm. However, be wary of haste. Otherwise, it may disrupt the balance within your body and squander your innate talents. Top-tier 5th-grade spiritual object. Lin Qi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his master consistently bestowed upon him items of such high caliber. Beside him, Li Qinglin could only marvel internally. exclaiming that the Peak Master was indeed overly indulgent with his disciples, so casually granting them a fifth-grade treasure that even those at the Divine Transformation realm would covet. Zhou Qingchen found himself in a predicament. The lower-tier treasures were scarce, and the items bestowed by the system were of considerable grade. Yet they aligned perfectly with Lin Qi's cultivation. The system occasionally granted rewards without specifying the nature of the items, merely limiting them by their grade and allowing him to choose freely. After a quarter of an hour, a resounding cry pierced the air as the white-feathered demon bird returned, accompanied by the 10 or so golden core cultivators who had fled in haste upon sensing impending danger. These individuals were enveloped by the overwhelming demonic energy, their faces etched with terror, their bodies limp and trembling as if shaken by a sieve, fearing they would meet their demise at the jaws of the beast. Only upon noticing Lin Qi standing beside Zhou Qingchen did they awaken to the reality of their situation. Yet, observing Zhou Qingchen's impassive demeanor sent a jolt of anxiety through their hearts. Zhou Qingchen's expression was frigid as he gazed upon the individuals, covered in dust and struggling to stand, who had been cast aside by the white-feathered demon bird. Chapter 36, Origins. These were precisely the same individuals he had sensed with his divine consciousness at the inn, a group of over 10 golden core practitioners. Zhou Qingchen initially believed that they had merely entered in search of ordinary opportunities for the nascent soul. Yet he was taken aback to discover that they had inadvertently stumbled upon the lair of the demon. Had it not been for the trace of energy he left on Lin Qi being activated, this group would have been silently devoured by the serpent long ago. The Golden Core practitioners recognized Zhou Qingchen as the very individual who had battled fiercely against the demon. Now, as they gazed upon him, they realized that he was the same figure they had once regarded as a mere trial disciple in the town. Meanwhile, the supposed leader, Li Chonglin, stood respectfully to the side. "Senior, please forgive us. We were blind to your greatness and have offended you," they pleaded, hastily kneeling upon the ground and begging for mercy. Zhou Qingchen cast a glance at them, his voice calm, yet probing as he inquired, "Why have you taken my disciple?" The group stood there, utterly taken aback, wishing fervently to turn back time and slap themselves for daring to abduct the disciple of such a formidable elder. We, the 3 prominent clans of King City, had stumbled upon the secret hidden beneath this lake many years ago. However, it had been occupied by a wolf demon for decades. Envious of the opportunities it held, we had kept a close watch on this place. Upon hearing of the demon's demise, we finally dared to return. Yet, we wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Should news of our discovery leak before we could seize the fortune, we feared that our hard-won opportunities would slip away. Thus, we resorted to abducting this young gentleman we chanced upon. We swear, however, that we meant him no harm. They explained, their faces awash with panic. "We are willing to accept any punishment. In light of our ignorance, we humbly beseech you, esteemed elder, to spare our lives." Zhou Qingchen gazed at Lin Qi, entrusting the decision to his disciple. After a prolonged contemplation, Lin Qi experienced a moment of clarity. "If your 3 clans concede 80% of your resources, I shall cease my pursuit," he declared with a resonant voice. A dozen individuals were taken aback by his proclamation, yet ultimately, they gritted their teeth and acquiesced. After all, wealth could be regained, but their lives would be forfeit to the other families of Kang City should they falter. Nonetheless, the loss of 80% of their assets left the 3 great clans severely crippled. Devoid of these resources, they would be compelled to live frugally for an extended period. "You may depart from the Spirit Beast Forest," Zhou Qingchen instructed the trio. The members of the 3 clans, wary of lingering, hastily exited the forest at an astonishing pace. Once the surroundings were devoid of prying eyes, Zhou Qingchen turned to the white-feathered demon bird and inquired, "Share your origins. Who pursues you, and why?" The white-feathered demon bird, recognizing the gravity of the situation, recounted its tale candidly. It was a creature of exceptional bloodline, a formidable demon known as the Sword Feather Bird, its lineage tracing back to the ancient heavenly demon, the Sword Feather King, originally residing in the realm of myriad demons. It had ventured into the outer regions where it fell prey to a formidable entity of the Void Refinement realm, who subdued it and brought it to a dominant faction known as the Xianyin Sect. At that time, it was merely a nascent infant demon, unable to resist. The captor, a grand elder of the Xianyin Sect, wielded terrifying beast-taming prowess, having captured several extraordinary demons and confined them within the sect. It was only later that the demon learned of the Grand Elder's ambition to gather 12 remarkable demons to concoct a demon essence pill, which would propel his stagnant cultivation for a millennium. Seizing the opportunity during the Elder's absence from the sect, it managed to flee by serendipity, albeit with its escape detected. Had the Grand Elder been present, unable to leave the mountain, it would have had no chance to reach the southern wastes. However, the Elder, being a cultivator of the Void Refinement Realm, sensed the disturbance within the sect's prohibitions upon the demon's flight and dispatched 2 of his disciples, bearing the Xian Tower left in his lair, to pursue it. Upon hearing the explanation from the colossal bird, Zhou Qingchen could not help but sigh. Acknowledging the formidable presence of such a powerful being from another continent, a master of the Void Refinement Realm, in the realms of Nanli, as well as the entire southern wilderness, there exists no one capable of contending with such an entity. However, Zhou Qingchen remained unperturbed. In comparison to the value of the sword feather bird, these concerns seemed trivial. The sword feather bird undoubtedly possesses a lineage of extraordinary strength among the demonic creatures, with the potential to reach the integration realm, or even ascend to the Great Ascension. With the aid of his system, he could easily exchange for treasures of slaughter within the marketplace to deal with the elder of the Xianyin sect. Zhou Qingchen sighed for a moment, gesturing for Baiyu to continue. I fled relentlessly until, a fortnight ago, I arrived at the forest of spirit beasts. Here, I stumbled upon a wolf demon of the nascent soul realm, astonished that such a seemingly dull creature could ascend to the mid-stage of nascent soul. I surmised that it must possess some extraordinary fortune. Little did I expect that its hiding place was a veritable treasure trove. As it cultivated, its true essence manifested, and it underwent a transformation, allowing me to perceive the method to break through realms. True essence? Innate? Zhou Qingchen felt a stirring in his heart as he recalled the innate treasure tripod of the ancestor of the Taihua sect. Thus, I would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to prevent a confrontation at his hiding place that might attract other formidable demons and expose the location of my fortune. I resolved to strike while he was away and eliminate him. The white-feathered demon bird continued. Although this wolf demon had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, its strength was not as formidable. Moreover, with my extraordinary bloodline and status as a fully realized great demon in the nascent soul realm, vanquishing it would be a trivial task. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen raised an eyebrow. This foul bird was indeed cunning, while the wolf demon was astonishingly foolish. Possessing great power and occupying a treasure-laden territory yet utterly devoid of any sense of impending danger, ultimately inviting calamity upon itself. As the giant bird spoke, a fleeting look of astonishment flickered in its demonic eyes. It was unexpected that beneath the lake occupied by that wolf demon lay another realm. Periodically, a primordial truth would coalesce there. It was by absorbing this primordial essence that I was able to achieve unparalleled prowess in a remarkably short span of time. Zhou Qingchen felt a stir within, secretly acknowledging the truth of the matter. The innate true essence should be a phenomenon derived from the same source as the primordial energy. A remarkable entity birthed from the very fabric of heaven and earth, immensely beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, the innate true essence that enables formidable demons to achieve unparalleled mastery is undoubtedly more precious than the primordial energy condensed from the heavenly cauldron. One cannot help but wonder if it stems from a treasure of even higher caliber than the heavenly cauldron itself. Contemplating this, Zhou Qingchen could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After attaining unparalleled mastery in order to completely evade relentless pursuers, I subdued the great demons of the entire demon spirit forest, slaughtering the golden core fiends that roamed here, using their blood essence to disrupt tracking, and meticulously set up an ambush, intending to ensnare those 2 who hunted me mercilessly. As I recounted this event, a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the Baiyu demon bird, filled with unquenchable hatred. Though I was aware that they possessed a treasure, I was unprepared for the presence of a phantasm from the god transformation realm accompanying them, which ultimately led to the failure of my ambush. However, at that moment, I was blissfully unaware, having been overly presumptuous. Coupled with the previous group of insignificant beings attempting to covet this fortuitous location, I remained cautious and refrained from revealing myself, intending for the great demon beside me to quietly eliminate this group. Little did I expect to encounter the young master. Chapter 37. The system returns. The Baiyu demon bird narrowed its demonic eyes and said cautiously, "We must leave the southern wilderness at once. Although that individual is currently entangled in affairs, once matters are concluded and he returns to the Xianyin sect, he will undoubtedly come in person to capture me. It is rumored that he has ascended to the Void Refinement Realm for 2 millennia, possessing terrifying power, and is known for his vengeful nature. If he were to seize me again, my life would truly be forfeit." Though it acknowledged Zhou Qingchen as its master, this was merely a means of prolonging its existence. To genuinely escape this peril, it was imperative to depart from southern Liu immediately. Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled softly. I hail from Nanli. Where could I possibly flee? Besides, I have no need to escape. At worst, I can expend a few more task points to procure a formidable weapon from the system. One capable of annihilating foes in the void refinement realm or even the body integration realm, ensuring he has no chance of return. The white feather demon bird felt a twinge of sorrow within. It was uncertain whether following Zhou Qingchen would lead to a chance of survival. However, given the dire circumstances, to not acknowledge Zhou Qingchen as its master would undoubtedly result in certain death. Fear not, this matter requires no concern from you. I possess my own means to resolve it, and shall ensure he does not take you away. Zhou Qingchen interjected, effectively silencing Bai Yu's subsequent words. By the way, since you are one of the rare sword feather birds in the world, I shall henceforth refer to you as Jianling. Zhou Qingchen proclaimed, and the white-feathered demon bird promptly acquiesced. Subsequently, Zhou Qingchen made his way towards the enigmatic lake where the sword feather was concealed. The lifeless form of the black giant serpent, a creature of the nascent soul realm, still lay sprawled across the shore, its lingering aura remaining formidable. While the crimson blood had tainted the waters of the lake, rendering them murky and turbid, Zhou Qingchen casually waved his hand, extracting a sizable, jet-black snake gall. This gall possesses considerable value, Zhou Qingchen casually remarked, stowing it away while gesturing for Li Qinglin to conceal the serpent's body. This serpent from the nascent soul realm possesses considerable value. It is now yours. Li Qinglin's expression brightened with joy. The corpse of this formidable nascent soul beast holds far more than mere significance for those of us in the Golden Core realm. You mentioned that the opportunity for the innate true essence lies hidden beneath this lake? Zhou Qingchen then turned to Jianling with an inquisitive gaze. Jianling promptly nodded in affirmation. However, the strand of innate true essence that I had coalesced not long ago has already been absorbed, she explained, lowering her head. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly. His consciousness delved beneath the surface of the lake, revealing that this seemingly modest body of water was, in fact, several hundred zhang deep. Moreover, the expanse beneath the lake was several times greater than that of the surface. To his astonishment, an underground river connected to this lake, hinting at the existence of a spatial entrance. Zhou Qingchen was astonished. It appeared that this was the sanctuary of the previous sword feather. No wonder that the couple was unable to uncover its true form, for this extraordinary location concealed its aura. Zhou Qingchen observed for a moment and then addressed Jianling and the others. Please wait here. With that, he enveloped himself in protective energy and swiftly vanished into the lake, completely isolating the water from his presence. Zhou Qingchen did not hesitate. He plunged directly to the bottom of the lake and discovered the entrance to that hidden realm. According to Jianling, beyond this portal lay the domain of the cave heaven. Zhou Qingchen stepped inside with determination. In the next moment, he found himself firmly grounded. Having been transported to a grand hall, this place appeared to be the secluded abode of a cultivator, yet it was devoid of any signs of life, utterly desolate. The sole peculiarity of this hall was the rich spiritual energy that permeated the air, a potency several times greater than that of the outside world. To cultivate here for an extended period would undoubtedly accelerate one's progress significantly. Furthermore, Zhou Qingchen sensed a faint remnant of a unique aura, reminiscent of the innate treasure. The primal cauldron. Could it be that a piece of primordial spiritual artifact truly lies hidden here? Zhou Qingchen wielded the Zhou Qingchen sword and struck down towards the ground of the residence. The resonant clash of metal echoed, sparks flying, yet the manor remained utterly unscathed. Not even the slightest mark was left by the sharpness of the 6th-tier Supreme Xian sword. How peculiar! It seems brute force cannot penetrate this. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. After wandering through the estate once more, he spared no corner, yet still, he discovered nothing. Ultimately, Zhou Qingchen was compelled to take an unconventional approach. Since this estate was man-made, it must surely retain the marks of its owner. The entire structure was a testament to its creator's craftsmanship, indomitable as it stood. Thus, he resolved to attempt removing the estate itself. Without hesitation, Zhou Qingchen exited the premises, his spiritual energy surging forth, coalescing into an enormous hand of ethereal power that enveloped the entire estate. As the force of his nascent soul erupted, the water at the lake's bottom was violently displaced, creating a substantial void. However, despite his utmost efforts, the estate remained impervious to his attempts. It was only when the surrounding earth and stone were shaken loose that Zhou Qingchen realized this was not a solitary structure. The foundation of the estate was interconnected with other locations. Was there perhaps a deeper mystery at play? Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, just as his thoughts became muddled. An electronic voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade has been successfully completed. Zhou Qingchen felt a surge of joy and chose to momentarily set aside thoughts of the mansion, instead immersing himself within the depths of the system. It had not been long since the system had mentioned an upgrade, and to his astonishment, it had been completed so swiftly. This latest upgrade unlocked intelligence services, allowing the host to freely explore the remarkable functionalities of the Master S system. The electronic voice of the system resonated within Zhou Qingchen as consciousness. Furthermore, with this upgrade, the task issuance became significantly more flexible. Aside from certain special assignments, basic tasks would now permanently reside in the taskbar without the need for separate publication. And upon completion, rewards would be automatically dispensed by the system. Zhou Qingchen gazed upon the panel within his mind, and indeed discovered a plethora of tasks had appeared in the taskbar. For a disciple who breaks through to the later stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, a reward of a 5th-tier spiritual item awaits. For a disciple who attains the perfected Foundation Establishment, a 5th-tier mystical weapon shall be bestowed. Upon a disciple's breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, a complete set of 7th-tier formations and a reward of 150,000 task points shall be granted. These tasks appear to be fundamental in nature, Zhou Qingchen pondered thoughtfully. The host has received a limited-time upgrade return gift package, offering a fortunate 10 consecutive draws, with the possibility of acquiring items of any level. Shall this be utilized immediately? Chapter 38. Divine Flame, Sword Heart, Alchemical Scriptures, Talismans, Lin Du City. Zhou Qingchen naturally would not squander such an opportunity with this white female ticket and chose to use it immediately. Within the confines of the system space, the panel shimmered with a dazzling golden light, and a box inscribed with a question mark flickered ominously. Ultimately, it erupted with a resounding blast, releasing 10 beams of golden radiance. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the celestial flame of the heavenly heart. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9th-tier alchemical heritage. Congratulations to the host for securing the 8th-tier mid-grade talismans of the mysterious thunder annihilation spell. Congratulations to the host for gaining the exceptional celestial sword heart. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 2nd-tier treasure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1st-tier treasure. Zhou Qingchen remained in a daze for quite some time, utterly bewildered by the rewards bestowed upon him by the blind box. The celestial divine flames, the supreme immortal sword heart. Each of these treasures, if obtained separately, could cultivate an unparalleled prodigy of extraordinary talent. The 9th-order alchemy legacy, and a mid-grade 8th-order talisman. How could my fortune be so remarkably auspicious? Zhou Qingchen murmured to himself. Despite his usually tranquil disposition, he found it difficult to maintain composure at this moment. The reward from the system's return could profoundly enrich Zhou Qingchen's innate talents. The host may choose to integrate immediately. The electronic voice of the system reminded him. Zhou Qingchen could hardly contain his anticipation. System, fuse the heavenly heart cataclysmic fire. As the words left his lips, he instantly sensed a surge of power within his body. This newfound strength was extraordinarily intense, searing, imbued with an aura of cataclysmic destruction that could annihilate the very heavens and earth. This was the heavenly heart cataclysmic fire, a divine flame of the heavenly tribulation, ranking among the most enigmatic fires in existence. No one had ever successfully harnessed this cataclysmic fire for their own purposes. The might of this divine flame was utterly cataclysmic. In Zhou Qingchen's eyes, a shimmering brilliance flickered as he spoke once more. System, merge with the extreme immortal sword heart. In an instant, a transformation enveloped Zhou Qingchen. A frigid, sharp, and commanding aura surged forth, sweeping all before it. The resonant sound of a clarion sword echoed, while the Xuanji star sword danced exuberantly around him. Even the sealed quasi-immortal artifact, the Fuxian 9-star sword, within the system's confines, emanated a sense of resonance, as if expressing a kinship with Zhou Qingchen. Success. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the innate extreme immortal sword heart. Your swordsmanship transcends the ordinary. All swords revere you. The current attribute panel of the host read as follows. Name, Zhou Qingchen. Talent, Tao Spirit Root. Extreme immortal sword heart. Heavenly heart, anomalous fire of extraordinary elegance. Cultivation, complete perfection of the nascent soul realm. Techniques, Emperor's Chaotic Harmony Sutra. Spells, Tai Mao Extreme Light Sword. Tai Bai Golden Light Slash. Xianlight Unification. Celestial Sword Finger. Sunlit Heavenly Star. Annihilating Heavenly Star. Extreme Star Fall. Celestial Fall. Weapons, Xuanji Star Sword. Fuxian 9 stars. Reputation Value, 170,1000. Task Points, 260,000. Gradually, Zhou Qingchen's mind settled as he contemplated the rewards from this 10 consecutive draws. Heavenly Heart, Anomalous Fire. 9th grade Alchemical Inheritance, Extreme Immortal Sword Heart, and 8th grade Mid-Tier Talisman, the Xinlei Annihilation Curse. These 4 items represented the pinnacle of rewards, particularly the Heavenly Heart Anomalous Fire and the Extreme Immortal Sword Heart, which would profoundly impact his innate capabilities and grow alongside him, possessing immense potential. The 9th grade Alchemical Inheritance required no further elaboration. The realms of alchemy, weapon forging, formations, and talismans held esteemed status, and the value of a high-tier alchemical inheritance was incalculable. Its emergence would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath within the cultivation world. The most immediate reward was the 8th grade mid-tier talisman, the Xinlei Annihilation Curse. This category of talismans belonged to the upper echelon of offensive spells. Zhou Qingchen found it difficult to fathom the cataclysmic power this talisman could unleash. The 8th grade signified the Mahayana realm, a state of being revered as supreme within the realm of cultivation. His understanding of the Mahayana realm was merely theoretical, leaving him unaware of its true implications. Thus, regarding this 8th grade mid-tier talisman, Zhou Qingchen could only ascertain its strength, but its true power would only be revealed upon usage. He hoped that this talisman would not be employed against a Grand Elder of the Xian Sect at the Void Refinement stage. That would be an unfortunate waste. Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but ponder. These few items had exhausted his fortune, leaving only those of the 1st and 2nd tiers. Zhou Qingchen was directly bestowed with such a multitude of treasures that it became increasingly difficult for him to assimilate them within a short span of time. He began to grasp the extraordinary capabilities of the system. Contemplating the intelligent services the system had just mentioned, Zhou Qingchen could not help but conceive a plan. System, do you possess the means to subdue this estate? He inquired hesitantly, uncertain whether the so-called intelligence service could provide an answer. Ding. Detected a 7th tier supreme innate treasure, the Lindu City. Indeed, it was an innate treasure, and a 7th tier one at that. Zhou Qingchen's heart, which had just begun to settle, was once again stirred with excitement. The 7th grade supreme innate treasure was undeniably far more formidable than the innate treasure cauldron held by the ancestor of the Taihua sect. The host may expend 100,000 task points to obtain it. Shall this expenditure be made? Zhou Qingchen did not hesitate to make the expenditure, and in an instant, the task points dwindled to a mere 160,000. The next moment, the mansion beneath his feet trembled violently, gradually diminishing in size until it transformed into a singular object, which then soared into Zhou Qingchen's hand. Zhou Qingchen's consciousness surged forth, and he was immediately engulfed by a wave of dizziness. This primordial treasure revealed itself to be a bustling metropolis. The current Lin city, now reduced to an inconceivable scale, rendered the once prominent estate where Zhou Qingchen resided utterly inconspicuous amidst the myriad of towering structures, rendering it nearly impossible to locate. Zhou Qingchen found it hard to fathom who possessed such extraordinary power to forge a vast and magnificent capital into a primordial treasure. A 7th tier treasure, no wonder it was impervious to damage. Even his profound extreme star sword could not contend with it. The Lin capital, Zhou Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment. The primordial entities of heaven and earth, closest to the essence of the cosmos, possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb the essence of the universe and the primordial energies, such as the true meaning of the innate. These energies can grow independently, wielding immense power. The ancestral treasure of the Taihua sect, a primordial cauldron, was forged from such an entity and has ascended from the 5th rank to the 6th rank over the course of millennia. It stands as the most significant asset of the Taihua sect, being the sole 6th rank treasure of the void refinement realm within the sect. One cannot fathom the quantity of primordial entities expended in the creation of this capital city, Lindu, to achieve a 7th rank treasure. Perhaps it was initially crafted in a state of weakness and has undergone countless ages to attain its current form. Zhou Qingchen felt an inexplicable sensation within, astonished that such a remarkable opportunity lay hidden beneath the demon spirit forest. The primal treasure cauldron refines the essence of primordial energy, which is immensely beneficial for cultivating spiritual power. In contrast, the imposing city of Linducheng refines the true essence of the primordial, functioning as an instrument for the refinement of the spirit, potentially exerting a profound influence on the soul and divine consciousness. By cultivating through the true essence of the primordial, the advancement in the realm of the divine consciousness could be significantly accelerated. This implies that the journey towards spiritual transformation and the attainment of ethereal refinement would be greatly expedited. If I could harness this primordial treasure in battle, I could ensnare my adversaries within it, subjecting them to the torment of spiritual annihilation. Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with delight as he observed it for an extended period. Reluctant to part with it, after a considerable time, he finally recalled that the crowd outside was still waiting for him, and with a heavy heart, he put it away. Zhou Qingchen surveyed his surroundings, only to realize that he had been so captivated that he had overlooked the fact that the waters of the lake had entirely drained into the area formerly occupied by the magnificent Linda city. The entire expanse of the lake had run dry, had it not been for the ancient trees of the demon spirit forest firmly anchoring the terrain. It is likely that thousands of miles around would have sunk to great depths, for Linda city had once been an immense presence before its diminishment. However, as time progresses, the subsidence of this region seems inevitable, albeit at a gradual pace, resulting in minimal impact. Zhou Qingchen cleared his throat and swiftly departed from the desiccated lake. Chapter 39. The trial concludes above the lake. Lin Qi and Li Chonglin watched in astonishment as the entirety of the lake's water was absorbed into the earth, leaving it parched in an instant. A sense of numbness had begun to settle within them. They were no longer surprised by the monumental feats Zhou Qingchen accomplished, nor the commotion he stirred. After all, Zhou Qingchen had demonstrated the ability to vanquish a formidable foe at the transformation stage with his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, rendering the act of draining an entire lake seemingly unremarkable. After a brief interval, Zhou Qingchen returned to the surface. "Let us depart from this place," he suggested. Zhou Qingchen disregarded their probing gazes and spoke in a calm voice. "Please reduce your presence a little." Zhou Qingchen addressed the colossal sword feather, which obediently complied. With a flicker of white light, the once massive sword feather transformed into a petite white sparrow, and the shimmering, sword-shaped plumage vanished without a trace. "Ah, are you not a demon of unparalleled prowess? You should be on the verge of successfully assuming your true form." Zhou Qingchen, filled with curiosity, inquired about the transformation of demon kind. Once these beings cultivate their inner cores, they gradually attain human forms. Typically, bloodline-based demons can assume human shapes upon reaching the nascent soul stage. However, the lineage of the sword feather is extraordinary, and to achieve complete transformation, it may require ascending to even higher realms. The stronger the bloodline, the more arduous the metamorphosis. Many legendary divine beasts retain their animal forms, capable of speech yet not necessarily able to take human shape. Sword Feather hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement, stating it is possible. In an instant, a flash of white light revealed a graceful youth clad in feathered robes. His features were strikingly beautiful, with eyes of a brilliant aquamarine hue, resembling exquisite natural crystals, and his demeanor retained a hint of his demonic heritage. Yet, adorning his back were a pair of wings, radiating the cold luminescence of Sword Feather's plumage. "Is this the manifestation of demonkind?" Zhou Qingchen mused in astonishment. It appeared that the Sword Feather's age was relatively young among the demon species, resembling that of a lad around 17 or 18. Lin Qi and Li Chonglin were equally incredulous. Witnessing such a colossal sword feather bird transform into a semi-human form was indeed an eye-opening experience for them. "Very well, since you prefer not to maintain your semi-human state, you may revert to your previous form." Zhou Qingchen observed Jianling's awkward demeanor and spoke up. Jianling promptly nodded, a flash of white light enveloping him as he transformed into a small white sparrow. The little bird flapped its wings, chirping sweetly. After a moment of hesitation, it recalled Zhou Qingchen's command and soared towards Lin Qi, eventually alighting on the shoulder of this young master. Lin Qi felt an extraordinary sensation, his heart swirling in a delightful daze. Zhou Qingchen found himself quite satisfied as he gazed upon the now diminutive Jianling bird, which seemed considerably more agreeable to him. With this matter resolved, he had no intention of lingering in that place any longer. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the quaint town. The trio from Kang City dared not depart, content to remain in the inn, their minds still preoccupied with the life-saving funds Lin Qi had bestowed upon them. With only a few days remaining until the trial concluded, and the affairs within the Spirit Beast Forest settled, Zhou Qingchen found himself at leisure, turning his attention to the circumstances surrounding Su Ruotian and the others. The 10 disciples had been operating within the peripheral zones. Although the battles within the Spirit Beast Forest raged with ferocity, their activities remained unaffected. The vast expanse of the forest meant that the disturbances deep within were scarcely perceptible at the periphery, allowing the disciples' trials to proceed smoothly. The 10 stewards reported daily developments to Li Qinglin, and Zhou Qingchen kept himself informed. After several days of life and death struggles, these sheltered disciples had developed a newfound ferocity. Their instinct for combat significantly enhanced, and they had mastered various techniques of the Qi refinement stage with remarkable proficiency. It was anticipated that at the upcoming gathering of prodigies, they would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Before long, the final day arrived, marking the conclusion of the trials. Under the guidance of the stewards, the 10 disciples returned to the inn, their faces alight with exhilaration, as if the fatigue of their bodies had been entirely swept away. They had completed their trials, and it was now time to assess their achievements. Zhou Qingchen had slain 78 pinnacle first-tier demon beasts, earning 780 points. As Li Qinglin's voice rang out, the other disciples erupted in excitement, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Dou Jian had vanquished 45 pinnacle first-tier demon beasts, securing 450 points. Lu Stin had dispatched 41 of the same, garnering 410 points. Mo Jun had taken down 33. Zhou Qingchen surged ahead, amassing an enviable tally of points, while Dou Jian and Lu Xian formed the second tier, followed by the remaining disciples. In accordance with the previously established rules, Zhou Qingchen promptly allocated a substantial array of first and second-tier treasures to Li Qinglin, including spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and the like, for the disciples to exchange freely. These items would be invaluable to them both in their current state and upon advancing to the foundation establishment stage. In a moment, the inn's rooms became a hive of activity. Lin Shi had received the supreme Yang Fire Essence, and Zhou Qingchen could not show favoritism. Observing the fervor among the disciples, he contemplated. Thus, he immediately utilized an opportunity to exchange for a 5th-tier treasure, acquiring a 5th-tier spiritual item, the Earth Element Stabilizing Stone, which he presented to Zhou Qingchen. Cultivate diligently, he encouraged. Zhou Qingchen admonished. Thus, the trials within the forest of demonic spirits have come to a successful conclusion. At this moment, in the shadowy valleys of the forest of demonic spirits, a man and a woman sat cross-legged. Their injuries were grievous, and recovery within a short span of time was improbable. They could only strive to stabilize their conditions temporarily. Several days prior, they had fallen into an ambush orchestrated by the sword-tail bird, where 10 formidable demons lay in wait. Coupled with the assault from the sword-tail bird's feathered blade, they narrowly escaped death in the forest of demonic spirits. Ultimately, it was the ethereal manifestation of the Grand Elder from the Mystic Seal Sect that emerged within the Demon Suppression Tower to intercept the attacks, thus saving their lives. Several of the 10 demons were vanquished by the Elder's apparition on the spot, while the remaining demons seized the opportunity to flee. In his haste to subdue the sword-tail bird, the Elder departed swiftly into the distance. In truth, had it not been for the lingering essence Zhou Qingchen left on Lin Qi, which provoked the sword-tail bird, and the fact that the sword-tail bird never anticipated the arrival of the Elder's ethereal form, revealing itself in the process, it might not have been discovered by that Elder's apparition. One could only say that it was all a series of extraordinary coincidences. The 2 chief disciples of the Mystic Seal Sect, unable to pursue, could only recuperate their injuries on the spot. This vile creature is indeed cunning. As they stabilized their injuries, a torrent of resentment surged within them. With the intervention of their revered ancestor, this nefarious beast could no longer wreak havoc. Contemplating this, they felt a twinge of satisfaction in their hearts. Before long, a faint golden light suddenly soared from the horizon. Ancestor. The 2 exchanged glances of joy, receiving the returning demon suppression tower. However, in the next breath, their expressions turned ashen. This demon suppression tower emanated a feeble essence, clearly devoid of their ancestors' ethereal support. Where is that vile creature? They probed with their consciousness into the tower, but found no trace of the sword-tail bird. At this moment, realization dawned upon them. Their ancestor had failed. Their expressions crumbled, and their hearts contracted sharply. The ethereal form had departed with the treasure tower, but upon its return, only the tower remained. With the ethereal manifestation dissipated, they were utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Only their ancestor knew the truth. Our mission has failed. We must return to the sect to face the consequences. Ultimately, with no other recourse, the 2 could only depart. Chapter 40. The Grand Elder of the Mystic Seal Sect. A billion miles away lies a realm of celestial sections. This is the headquarters of the Mystic Seal Sect, a dominant force in Lingzhou. As far as the eye can see, celestial pavilions stretch infinitely, light cascading like feathers, and spiritual birds soaring in a dance, a magnificent tableau of a grand sect. In the southern territories, numerous vast states abound, boundless and expansive, where low-tier cultivators may never reach the end in their lifetime. Among these hundreds of states, the strongest are the 13 renowned as the sacred lands of cultivation in the south, where major celestial sects flourish and dominant forces establish their strongholds. Lingzhou is one of these 13 states, and the Mystic Seal sect stands as one of the undeniable overlords within Lingzhou, even boasting a revered being of the combined body realm residing within its ranks. In the southern wilderness, the 5 states merely represent a corner of the south, possessing a strength that lies in the middle tier, yet far inferior to the splendor of the 13 most powerful states in the southern realm. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped the Xianyin sect. An elderly man clad in a golden robe emerged from the void, his countenance dark and foreboding. The power he unconsciously exuded causing a palpable stillness to descend upon the sect. Before long, the figure of the golden-robed elder vanished above the Xianyin sect. "The Grand Elder has returned," someone whispered. "It seems something has transpired." The Grand Elder appears quite enraged. "Hush! This does not concern us. Speak less, or you may invoke great trouble." Within a secluded space, the golden-robed elder gazed at the formidable demons ensnared within his miniature world, a chilling glimmer flashing in his eyes. "How astonishing! They have managed to escape," he murmured. The remaining demons trembled in fear at the unmasked aura radiating from him, causing the entire spatial sanctum to quiver. "Southly State? It appears I must dedicate time to visit there in the future," the elder mused impassively. "You nearly thwarted my grand scheme. I hope you do not flee again. I cannot fathom how individuals in such a desolate region dare to meddle with what belongs to me." The golden-robed elder formed intricate seals with his hands, reinforcing the array seals within the space before departing for another location. Shortly thereafter, he composed himself, calmly entering a grand hall. "Greetings, Sect Master," he said, bowing respectfully to the man seated at the head. "What progress has been made?" The seated man inquired indifferently. "Reporting to the Sect Master, the Tianyin Sect, the Huiyang Sect, and Dongli Mountain have all agreed to our proposal. They will send representatives to accompany us to the Ghost Cave ruins in 3 days," the golden-robed elder responded. The seated man pondered for a moment, rhythmically tapping the armrest of his chair, the sound varying in pace. Finally, he spoke. "Grand Elder, you shall lead our Xianyin sect on the expedition to the Ghost Cave in 3 days. The location is peculiar, without a nascent soul cultivator to stabilize the environment. One may easily fall prey to the unique forces within. Several of our esteemed elders are currently in seclusion, and our sect must remain vigilant. You are the only one capable of taking action in the refinement void realm." His tone was soft yet brooked no dissent. The golden-robed elder's expression darkened. Yet he ultimately acquiesced. "Yes. Very well, you may withdraw and prepare," the man said, waving his hand wearily. As the golden-robed elder stepped out of the grand hall, his visage turned grim, veins bulging upon his forehead. Truly inept. Does he believe everyone aspires to occupy that so-called position of sect master? Utterly foolish. Had you not oppressed me for millennia, why would I still be languishing in the early stages of the void refinement realm? And you, the esteemed elder, how utterly ironic. The burdensome position of managing mundane affairs has been entrusted to one such as myself, only at the void refinement stage. The golden-robed elder seethed with indignation. It is no wonder that after all these years, you two remain merely at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, consumed by the allure of power. You have squandered such remarkable talent. Upon returning to his spatial abode, the golden-robed elder gradually regained his composure. It was astonishing that a primordial infant realm demon could escape the Xianyin sect without a soul attempting to impede its flight. "I would not believe it were it not for your accomplishments as sect leader." He regarded the remaining 9 demons with a cold smirk. Within the Xianyin sect, countless beings of transformation were present, yet not a single one dared to intervene against a fleeing primordial infant demon. After a moment, the golden-robed elder exhaled and produced a treasure tower, contrary to the demon-subduing tower bestowed upon the 2 chief disciples of the Xianyin sect. The tower in his grasp boasted 9 levels and radiated profound mystique. It was a genuine 6th-tier artifact of the void refinement realm and, more importantly, is life as treasure. A flash of golden spiritual light surged forth, and the 9 remaining demons, previously confined within the blessed land, shrieked in terror as they were instantaneously drawn into the 9-layered tower. "Since you are so disobedient and disdainful of the external world, let us confine you within my demon-subduing tower for a spell." The golden-robed elder sneered, his scarred visage contorting in a frightful manner. Perhaps that cunning old master is unaware that during this excursion, I have made significant gains, having successfully gathered 12 extraordinary bloodline demons. The thought brought him great satisfaction. What of the strongest bloodline sword-feathered bird that fled? Once the Ghost Cave matter is resolved, I shall commence the crafting of demon essence pills. The void refinement realm shall ultimately be traversed to its zenith by me. The golden-robed elder coldly surveyed the 12 demons within the demon-subduing tower. Under the relentless pressure of the tower's unique demon-subduing power, the 12 demons writhed in agony, yet the elder's expression remained unchanged. Master, your disciple seeks an audience. Suddenly, 2 voices echoed from outside the spatial abode. The golden-robed elder stowed away the treasure tower, and with a wave of his sleeve, a portal materialized, allowing a man and a woman to step forth. This pair appeared pale and dispirited. They were the chief disciples of the Yuanying Sect, who had pursued the sword-feathered bird. We have disappointed you, Master. We were unable to retrieve it for the Yuanying Sect. They lowered their heads, fear evident in their demeanor. This is not your fault. I failed to provide you with adequate assistance in time. The demon-subduing tower I provided was merely an ordinary 5th-tier artifact, and the projection I left behind was of little strength. The golden-robed elder replied with indifference. A glimmer of joy flickered in their hearts. It was unexpected that their master would not impose punishment. Yet, Master, is that demon truly as formidable as rumored? The man inquired, believing that it was the sword feather that had shattered the illusory form of the elder in the golden robe. The elder shook his head, stating, "It is not solely due to that. There is also a young man involved. The information conveyed by the illusory form is incomplete. Yet I can discern a general likeness of this youth." Upon finishing his words, he gestured forward, and strands of spiritual energy gradually coalesced into the figure of one clad in white. "It is him." The man and woman exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting a tumultuous storm within their hearts. How could it be possible that a perfected nascent soul realm practitioner could shatter the illusory form of our esteemed ancestor in the divine transformation realm? Their hearts sank, feeling a profound blow to their spirits. "Oh, you are acquainted with him?" The elder in the golden robe queried, his brow furrowing. The 2 recounted in detail, "Master, while we were in pursuit of that monstrous beast, we unexpectedly encountered him. This individual, like us, has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Yet his strength is extraordinarily formidable, and we were severely wounded by his strike." How could such a prodigious talent exist in the South Wilderness? The elder was equally astonished. Through the illusory form, he had only vaguely realized that this young man had aided the demon. And now it was evident that the youth possessed remarkable capabilities. The man nodded and continued, "Ultimately, it was he who provided us with the corpse of a wolf, which ensnared us in the demon's trap, forcing out your illusory form. Could it be that this youth is in league with the demon?" The woman inquired. "Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, yet it is not certain," the elder in the golden robe acknowledged. "Had I known he was involved, we should have first investigated his identity in Southli Prefecture. A talent of such astonishing caliber cannot possibly remain unknown in the South Wilderness." The man expressed his regret. Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in the elder's eyes. "There is no rush. He nearly thwarted my grand endeavor, and I shall not easily let him escape. Once I make further progress, I will personally visit Southli Prefecture. This is a pair of 5th-tier restoration pills, which will allow you to recover from your injuries in the shortest possible time. 2 days hence, you will accompany Protector Qiuji to Southli Prefecture, and you must thoroughly investigate the identity of that youth, keeping a close watch on their movements." The elder in the golden robe handed the 2 gleaming golden pills to the chief disciples of the Yuanying Sect, instructing them in a calm voice. The 2 exchanged delighted glances. Protector Qiuji possesses mid-stage divine transformation realm cultivation. Under his guidance, monitoring the whereabouts of that youth will be more than sufficient. Chapter 41. Kang City. Is this Kang City? On the bustling streets, a curious crowd glanced around, captivated by the lively scene where vehicles flowed like water and the grand shops lining the sides exuded an air of magnificence, teeming with patrons. It was none other than the group returning from the enchanted spirit forest, led by the esteemed Zhou Qingchen. At the forefront were the cultivators of the 3 prominent families of Kang City, all of whom had come to a collective realization. Having dispersed a significant portion of their fortunes, they understood that securing the forgiveness of this enigmatic powerhouse was a virtue for future generations. Should outsiders become aware of their offense against this mysterious being of the transformation stage, they would undoubtedly find themselves regarded as pariahs. Indeed, they all tacitly accepted Zhou Qingchen as a formidable figure of unknown origins, for anyone capable of subduing the monstrous spirits was undoubtedly a true master. Moreover, from another perspective, this enigmatic entity was also their savior. Without his intervention, the elite forces of the 3 families would have been utterly annihilated, leaving their clans vulnerable to being consumed in a short span of time. Thus, They were acutely aware of their position and even approached Zhou Qingchen with a hint of obsequiousness. "Esteemed elder, we humbly request an opportunity for atonement. We shall swiftly gather our family assets. Our clan has already prepared a place for us to settle. Perhaps you might find it agreeable to rest for a while?" proposed the head of the Jiang family, a man of formidable presence. "There is no need for that. We shall not linger here for long. Let us find a modest inn," came the reply. Zhou Qingchen shook his head and spoke. Naturally, the others regarded him as their leader. It seemed that this esteemed individual truly paid no heed to the three families, perhaps merely granting his disciples an outlet for their frustrations. The members of the three families exchanged wry smiles, pondering silently. Consequently, the group made their way to the finest inn within Kang City, temporarily establishing it as their haven. One by one, the members of the families respectfully took their leave, and upon returning to their clans, they convened a family meeting. In an instant, it felt as though a seismic upheaval had struck the three prominent families of Kang City. Of course, Zhou Qingchen remained indifferent to these matters. It was Lin Qi who took the time to explain a few details to him. The Lin family from Yaoyang City had fallen into decline for decades, burdened by poverty and misfortune. Although they had recently extricated themselves from the oppression of the four great families, recovering their former glory proved to be a formidable challenge, which is why he devised this plan. While the overall strength of Kang City was somewhat inferior to that of Yaoyang City, the three prominent families within Kang City were on par with the four great families of Yaoyang City, collectively hoarding a substantial portion of the three families' wealth and immense resource for the Lin family. This could sufficiently bolster the Lin family's swift resurgence. Thus, it would be prudent for you to visit the Lin family before departing Kang City and returning to the sect, especially since you have been away from home for nearly a year. Zhou Qingchen nodded. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi could not help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Since joining the Taihua sect, he had not been in contact with his parents for quite some time. The distance from Yaoyang City to the sect was considerable, and he had been preoccupied with his cultivation, leaving him little leisure time. However, his mother had written him 2 letters, reminding him of various trivial matters and providing a brief overview of the Lin family's circumstances. That night, Zhou Qingchen refrained from his usual practice and instead pondered the newly upgraded system. Previously, he had not explored the other remarkable functions of this master-disciple system. With this upgrade, it was indeed an opportune moment for thorough exploration. System, am I able to view the attribute panels of others? Zhou Qingchen recalled a system-themed anime he had watched in his previous life and could not help but inquire. Ding. The host may choose to activate permissions. Would you like to proceed? The electronic voice of the system resonated. Zhou Qingchen mused that he would need to activate it himself, akin to certain hidden features within mobile phones. Permission granted. Ding. The permissions have been successfully activated, allowing the host to perceive the attribute panels of all beings within the range of their consciousness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen was instantly intrigued. After all, he had only been able to view his own and Lin Qi's attribute panels in the past. In a moment of inspiration, he extended his consciousness to envelop the entirety of Kang City, perceiving every blade of grass and tree. Simultaneously, an array of diverse individuals had attribute panels materialize above their heads. Zhou Qingchen gazed upon the attribute panels of the multitude within the city, an overwhelming sense of astonishment washing over him. The system had even categorized these individuals. Those possessing higher cultivation or greater innate talent exhibited attribute panels of deeper hues. For instance, his disciple Lin Qi's panel radiated a resplendent golden light, soaring majestically, rendering it nearly impossible to overlook. With this feature at his disposal, the likelihood of discovering other potential direct disciples had significantly increased. Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. System, are there any additional practical permissions that can be unlocked? Zhou Qingchen continued to inquire. In response to the host, the fundamental permissions pertaining to the master-disciple system have now been fully activated. Certain additional privileges fall outside the jurisdiction of this system and cannot be initiated by the host at will. However, they can be accessed through intelligent services for experiential consumption, albeit with limited availability. For instance, during the previous acquisition of the 7th-tier innate treasure, the Linda City, the host may seek intelligent services at critical junctures and might encounter unexpected rewards. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen felt a surge of joy. His previous acquisition of the Lin City was merely a stroke of fortune, and he never expected it to be linked to the privileges of intelligent service. Of course, the system cautioned the host that the access to intelligent services is limited, advising against excessive reliance, as it could lead to irreparable losses. This system primarily serves the master-disciple framework. The explanation was thorough, and Zhou Qingchen nodded in understanding. The current offerings of the system were already immensely beneficial, yet the remainder depended on his own efforts. Having grasped the changes in the newly upgraded system, Zhou Qingchen once again entered a fervent state of cultivation. Sensing that the unique energy within him was beginning to undergo a metamorphosis. This power, once scarce and feeble, now swelled and strengthened, having lain dormant for a considerable time, seemingly on the verge of completing its final transformation and re-emerging into the world. What could it be? Zhou Qingchen pondered deeply as he cultivated. The following day, the representatives from the three families of Kang City unexpectedly arrived at the inn early in the morning. "Young master, where is the senior?" They inquired with a mixture of awe and trepidation, casting a wary glance at the small white bird perched on Lin Qi's shoulder. Lin Qi understood their desire to curry favor with his master, but it was currently implausible, as his master was engrossed in cultivation, delegating the affairs of Kang City to him, given that the three families had come to seek his forgiveness. "Is your preparation complete?" Lin Qi asked them coolly. "Young master, our three families have liquidated 80% of our assets, most of which have been converted into spirit stones, totaling approximately 12 million lower-grade spirit stones. The remainder consists of rare materials, medicinal pills, and spiritual tools that we couldn't exchange in time. Collectively, our three families' assets are valued at around 19 million lower-grade spirit stones." In conclusion, the representatives of the three families presented him with 3 spatial rings, which contained the substantial wealth of their families. 19 million lower-grade spirit stones could procure items of the 4th-tier Yuanying realm. Their hearts bled at the thought of relinquishing such a fortune, which they had previously been unaware they could accumulate. They could only console themselves that dispersing wealth to avert disaster was better than clinging to something that was never meant for them. With this mindset, they attempted to steady their nerves as they observed Lin Qi accept the 3 rings. Noticing their stiff expressions, Lin Qi unceremoniously took possession of the spatial rings. As his consciousness delved within, he was instantly captivated by the glimmering, mountainous pile of spirit stones. In the past, such an immense fortune would have sent him into a frenzy of excitement, but now he was only slightly astonished. After all, a single treasure casually bestowed by his master would far exceed this wealth by hundreds or thousands of times. Nevertheless, for the Lin family, this fortune was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Chapter 42. Returning home having resolved the matters concerning Kang City, Lin Qi watched as the 3 families reluctantly departed before he informed Zhou Qingchen. In less than a quarter of an hour, all disciples and stewards had gathered. They had learned that prior to returning to the sect, Zhou Qingchen intended to accompany Lin Qi to Yaoyang City, which is also Lin Qi's ancestral home. The Xuanji star sword emitted a melodious sound, and Zhou Qingchen led everyone away from Kang City, a silver streak cutting across the vast sky, leaving a long trace amidst the clouds. The members of the 3 families in Kang City gazed skyward, their expressions tinged with regret. "Senior brother, what is Yaoyang City like?" On the flying sword, Su Ruotian inquired curiously, deeply interested in Lin Qi's homeland. Lin Qi responded, "Yaoyang City possesses a strength slightly surpassing that of Kang City. Originally, it was home to 5 prominent families, but after my Lin family's decline, it became the domain of the remaining 4 families." Su Ruotian chuckled upon hearing this. "With a genius like you emerging from the Lin family, surely you would soar to great heights." Lin Qi smiled, fully aware that all of this was thanks to his master. Without his master's guidance, no matter how exceptional his talents, he could not have contended with the 4 great families within such a brief period. The Lin family might have faced utter ruin before he could rise to power. At that point, even if he were to lead the Lin family to resurgence, certain regrets and sacrifices would remain irreparable. Lin Qi could not help but recall the second trial during the disciple recruitment ceremony and the fate of the Lin family within that illusion. "You will one day become a true powerhouse. Your master will accompany you on this journey," Zhou Qingchen said, noticing Lin Qi's distant expression as he gently patted his shoulder. Lin Qi smiled and nodded earnestly. On the flying sword, the 3 of them engaged in rare discussions beyond their cultivation experiences. They shared stories from their pasts, eventually reminiscing about trivial yet amusing anecdotes from Taihua Peak. Beneath the rising sun, a golden radiance enveloped them, and the memories of the past sparkled like the delicate glimmers of light, shining vividly in the depths of time. "Up ahead lies Yaoyang City," Zhou Qingchen announced, standing at the forefront of the flying sword, gazing down at the rivers and mountains below, where a grand river traversed a bustling city. Lin Qi lowered his gaze, his eyes shimmering. This was his first time viewing the place he had called home for over a decade from such a perspective. The paths he had once walked seemed to vividly materialize before him. "Master, my family resides in the northern part of the city," Lin Qi said with a smile, pointing to a specific area. Zhou Qingchen's formidable spiritual sense immediately pinpointed an expansive estate. The flying sword descended, gradually slowing until it landed before an imposing vermilion gate. Upon this grand entrance, a magnificent golden plaque was inscribed with the characters Lin Mansion in a swirling dragon and phoenix design. "Who goes there?" a voice called out. Standing at the door were 2 guards of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Startled by the imposing presence of the flying sword, they nonetheless remained steadfast in their duties. Cautiously inquiring, "It is I," Lin Qi responded with a faint smile as he stepped out from behind Zhou Qingchen. The 2 guards exchanged glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stammered, "Why, you are the young master." Just then, the grand gate of the Lin residence swung open with a resounding crash, revealing several figures emerging from within. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, resplendently robed, with silver strands gracing his temples. "Cheer, how have you returned?" exclaimed the newcomer, the head of the Lin family, accompanied by several senior clan members. When Zhou Qingchen and his companions arrived, they did so with great fanfare. They were taken aback as they witnessed a radiant light descending before their very doorstep, initially fearing that the visitors bore ill intentions. However, their apprehension dissipated upon recognizing Lin Qi at the forefront, filling them with unexpected delight. At that moment, Lin Tianyang's gaze inadvertently shifted and was instantly captivated by a young man nearby, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, whose features were as striking as a masterpiece. The ethereal aura surrounding him rendered him seemingly out of place, akin to an immortal who had descended into the mortal realm. Lin Tianyang instinctively presumed that Zhou Qingchen must be Lin Qi's senior disciple, yet he was unsettled by the profound and ominous energy emanating from him. "Cheer, you arrive with your fellow disciples without any prior warning." Lin Tianyang could only momentarily suppress his unease as he addressed Lin Qi. "I had no time to notify you. Father, my master took me and my fellow disciples on a trial, and we intended to return home en route to the sect," Lin Qi replied with a playful grin, scratching his head with childlike innocence. He then promptly added, "Father, this is my master." Upon hearing Lin Qi's earlier statement, Lin Tianyang was already momentarily stunned. But after the latter's revelation, he stood frozen in place. "Why, you are Lin Tianyang," stammered, his gaze fixated on Zhou Qingchen, lost in a daze. Zhou Qingchen smiled and said, "I am the Master of Taihua Peak, and also Lin Qi's mentor." Lin Tianyang, momentarily taken aback, found it hard to assimilate this revelation. Lin Qi quickly interjected, "Master, allow me to arrange suitable accommodations for you. Father, please assist me in settling my fellow disciples." Only then did Lin Tianyang gradually regain his composure, replying, "Yes, yes, master. Let Qia find you a place to stay." Lin Qi then led Zhou Qingchen towards the residence. It took Lin Tianyang a while to return to his senses, and he subsequently entered the estate with Su Ruotian and the other disciples to get them settled. Meanwhile, Lin Qi explained with a hint of helplessness, "It is indeed astonishing for us in the Lin family. A figure like Master, a true monarch of the nascent soul, is akin to the bright moon in the mortal realm, distant and unattainable, hence why my father finds it so difficult to accept." Zhou Qingchen smiled gently and said, "Seize this opportunity to resolve your family matters. The Tianjiu conference is still half a month away, and decide from the arrangements upon returning to the sect. You have several days to manage as you wish." Lin Qi nodded gratefully and led Zhou Qingchen to a charming villa nestled in a picturesque setting. "Master, this villa is situated right beside my residence. It is seldom disturbed by visitors," Lin Qi remarked. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and entered the room with Lin Qi. The interior was remarkably spacious, meticulously maintained by regular cleaning. "Master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Lin Qi remarked, departing after receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Zhou Qingchen. Moments later, Zhou Qingchen seated himself upon the bed. He extended his palm, igniting a wisp of azure flame. Merely this flicker was sufficient to elevate the surrounding temperature to an alarming degree, had Zhou Qingchen not previously encased the area with his spiritual energy. Everything within would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. The celestial heart anomaly fire. Zhou Qingchen wore a radiant smile as he assimilated the divine flame of heaven and earth, which significantly enhanced his prowess. He harbored another ambition, the art of alchemy. Within the realm of cultivation, numerous practitioners are immersed in the path of elixirs, yet few truly master its intricacies. For many advanced cultivators, It is not uncommon to dabble in the realms of alchemy, formations, artifacts, and runes, as they can resolve most of their cultivation concerns independently. It is only the remaining few matters that necessitate the assistance of fellow Taoists. Having recently acquired a prestigious 9th-tier alchemical inheritance, coupled with the divine fire of the Heavenly Heart's cataclysm, he anticipated that his endeavors in alchemy would surely yield fruitful results. Zhou Qingchen murmured, a flicker of anticipation blossoming within his heart. System, exchange for the 5th-tier supreme alchemical furnace. Zhou Qingchen silently recited, expending 1 reward for a 5th-tier treasure. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 5th-tier alchemical furnace, the 9-aperture celestial alchemy furnace. An ancient alchemical furnace hovered in the air, adorned with 9 prominent apertures that would enable the alchemist to precisely control the temperature and airflow within, further aiding in the process of pill creation. Zhou Qingchen naturally did not presume to be self-taught upon his initial attempts. He first delved into the foundational aspects of alchemical traditions, subsequently engaging in the formulation of the most rudimentary first-grade elixirs. During his days at the Lin residence, he was indeed quite occupied. Chapter 43. The Rise of the Lin Family. In the Grand Hall of the Lin family, all the prominent members had gathered, with Lin Shi being assigned a seat at the foremost chair beneath the patriarch. The Lin family convened yet another clan assembly. Yet this occasion was markedly distinct from the usual. Cheer, your master Lin Tianong, seated at the head, hesitated to speak. Lin Shi shook his head. Father, my master is preoccupied with cultivation and has instructed us to refrain from approaching that particular estate during this period. Nodding in agreement, Lin Tianong and the other senior members acknowledged Lin Shi's words, understanding the necessity of compliance. Previously uncertain about how to host Zhou Qingchen, they now breathed a sigh of relief as Lin Shi articulated his stance. Cheer, what is the purpose of this clan meeting? Lin Tianong inquired. With a smile, Lin Shi addressed the matter directly. Father, this meeting is convened to discuss the Lin family's development. The objective of this assembly was, of course, to effectively manage the resources offered by the 3 major families of Kang City as reparations to Lin Shi. As a disciple of the Taihua Sect, Lin Shi, having become a true heir under Zhou Qingchen's tutelage, was destined to contribute to the sect with little hope of returning home. Hence, he seized this opportunity to strategically plan for the Lin family's future, realizing that their continued growth would largely depend on their own efforts. A tempest of excitement surged within the Lin family, reverberating through the entirety of Yaoyang City. News of Lin Shi's return swiftly spread throughout the city, leading to an influx of notable figures visiting the Lin residence. However, this was merely superficial. Those with keen insights and astute minds had begun to form more profound conjectures, particularly among the 4 major families. The enormous flying sword that had descended upon the Lin estate exhibited a velocity that was nothing short of terrifying. Accompanied by a palpable aura, the 4 prominent families boldly speculated that perhaps Lin Shi's enigmatic master was among them. Only a nascent soul true monarch could possess such formidable speed and presence. The 4 families were resolute in their beliefs. Each had cultivators in the late Golden Core stage, and they had witnessed the might of the Lin family's ancestor, who had achieved Golden Core perfection a century prior. Undoubtedly, none of those Golden Core cultivators could rival this newfound power. In an instant, as these conjectures crystallized, a chill ran down the spines of the 4 families, as they sensed impending doom looming over them, nearly succumbing to the urge to flee Yaoyang City. Yet their foundation lay firmly within the city, and their kin were numerous. Escape was not a viable option, should that nascent soul true monarch keep a watchful eye on them. Their attempt to flee would surely be detected in an instant. In a whirlwind of panic, the 4 families found themselves in disarray, their patriarchs fraught with anxiety over the need to visit the Lin family. Ultimately, the heads of the 4 prominent families reached a unanimous decision. After Lin Shi's initiation into the Taihua Sect, even if they wished to mend ties with the Lin family, their approach remained gradual. They would never stoop to flattering the Lin family. At that time, they believed that, even if Lin Shi were to ascend to the elusive Miao Peak, achieving the status of a nascent soul true monarch would require decades, if not centuries, granting them ample opportunity to maneuver. However, the current speculation struck them like a thunderbolt. The 4 family heads, burning with urgency, earnestly arrived at the Lin residence, leaving its members in a state of disbelief. After years of tranquility, the 5 great families found themselves embroiled in renewed conflict, yet the balance of power had shifted dramatically, unperturbed by the tumultuous events outside. Zhou Qingchen dedicated himself to his alchemical pursuits. Over the course of 3 days, his skills in alchemy advanced remarkably. With his innate cultivation advantage, he exhibited exceptional precision in controlling the alchemical process, rarely making mistakes. Having mastered the foundational knowledge of alchemy, Zhou Qingchen undertook numerous trials. Progressing from initial clumsiness to a burgeoning proficiency, he had become exceedingly adept at crafting ordinary pills from the first to the third tier. At this moment, the 9-aperture celestial pill furnace hovered steadily in midair, the azure flames of the celestial heart's extraordinary calamity radiating an intimidating heat. Yet, under Zhou Qingchen's meticulous guidance, the various alchemical steps were executed with remarkable accuracy. The fragrant aroma of the pills intensified, and at a certain instant, a resonant hum emanated from the furnace. The spiritual energy of the world was voraciously drawn into the furnace, and then, supported by Zhou Qingchen's spiritual power, the lid of the 9-aperture celestial pill furnace opened, revealing 3 pills that gracefully floated into his hands. A low-grade 4th-tier infant spirit pill. Zhou Qingchen chuckled lightly. The infant spirit pill is a universally recognized elixir among practitioners of the nascent soul realm, designed to aid in cultivation and expedite the advancement of the nascent soul. Although Zhou Qingchen had never partaken of it, it is undeniable that this is a staple spirit pill for many true monarchs of the nascent soul. 2 pills adorned with 6 Dao patterns, and 1 with 7 Dao patterns. Zhou Qingchen was filled with immense joy. These 3 pills had all attained the standard of exquisite quality. Typically, successfully refined elixirs exhibit 9 distinct patterns, symbolizing the grade of the spiritual pill. A range of 6 to 8 patterns signifies exquisite quality, a level achievable by only a select few masters of alchemy, while the presence of 9 patterns denotes a supreme grade, exceedingly rare. Legends even speak of certain titans of alchemy, whose creations transcend the count of 9, overcoming the tribulations of pill refinement, thus containing innate spiritual essence, earning the title of heavenly pills. These heavenly pills possess a spirit of their own, capable of seizing the very essence of creation, allowing one to cultivate to the utmost pinnacle, rendering them a unique form of life. With a mastery comparable to the transformation realm, the ability to refine low-grade 4th-tier pills within just 3 days is indeed a remarkable advancement. Zhou Qingchen murmured to himself. Soon after, he stowed away the spiritual elixir in the 9 orifices celestial alchemy furnace, gazing towards the door. Master, I have resolved the family matters, Lin Qi's voice echoed. Chapter 44. Returning to the Sect. Creak. Zhou Qingchen opened the door and stepped outside. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian awaited him. Over the past few days, Lin Qi had not only resolved matters within the family, but had also taken Su Ruotian and several other disciples to explore numerous locales within Yaoyang City. At this moment, the 2 of them appeared invigorated, their demeanor infused with the exuberance of youth. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and said, "In that case, let us return to the sect at once." The 2 responded affirmatively, clearly prepared. Li Qinglin, along with the other disciples and deacons, awaited them at the Lin family's martial arts arena. Besides them, a multitude of Lin family members had gathered, evidently aware of Lin Qi's impending departure, all coming to bid farewell. Not only the high-ranking members of the Lin family, but also many of the younger generation were present, as Lin Qi and Zhou Qingchen arrived. The elders of the Lin family cast anxious glances at Zhou Qingchen, their demeanor both respectful and restrained. In contrast, the younger generation wore expressions of curiosity. Esteemed guests, we must take our leave now. Let this be our farewell, Lin Qi addressed the gathered Lin family members. The journey had been fulfilling, and even the parting was tinged with less sorrow. Amidst the well-wishes of the crowd, Zhou Qingchen waved his sleeve, summoning them onto the flying sword. Subsequently, propelled by the power of the nascent soul, the sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing from Lin Manor. The sword's aura cleaved through the heavens, and within moments, they had vanished from the sight of Yaoyang City, disappearing beyond the horizon. The Lin family members stood in a daze for quite some time. Not far from Lin Manor, the figures of the 4 clan leaders materialized, their eyes still reflecting a lingering astonishment. Even from a distance, it was impossible to overlook the unparalleled grace of the young man. The thought that the Lin family's prodigy would eventually ascend to the status of a nascent soul true monarch dispelled any lingering resentment among the clan leaders. Several hours later, the sword's aura sliced through the skies, and the group gazed excitedly at the ethereal sight of Taihua Sect in the distance. At long last, we have returned to the Sect, someone exclaimed. This trial, combined with their journey, had kept them away from the Sect for 20 days. Though the time was brief, they had experienced much. Suddenly returning to Taihua Sect felt as if they had traversed ages. The 7 main peaks of Taihua Sect towered into the sky, rising 10,000 feet, exuding an expansive majesty amidst the clouds. The flying sword ultimately landed on the peak resembling a celestial sword, Miao Peak. As everyone disembarked, Zhou Qingchen spoke. In 10 days, the highly anticipated Tianjiao meeting of Nanli Prefecture will commence. The disciples' expressions grew serious, their eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. At that time, all the talented individuals of Nanli Prefecture would gather to compete for the prestigious rankings. In this contest of heroes, who would stand unrivaled, you shall represent Miao Peak, and in turn, represent Taihua Sect in battle. Zhou Qingchen rarely adopts a serious demeanor. This is his first cohort of disciples since assuming leadership of Miao Peak, and he aspires to make a significant mark. In the days to come, you shall make the final preparations for the Tianjiao Assembly, which will convene in 7 days. Gathering the entire sect, Zhou Qingchen's words ignited the flames of battle within them. Among the group, 10 individuals were determined to participate in the Xianbang competition, with Lin Qi resolutely aiming to compete in the Debong contest at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Yet, they harbored no doubts about standing out among the elite in the gathering of prodigies. This belief was not merely a matter of faith, but a steadfast affirmation of the trial's outcome and an unwavering confidence in their own abilities. Consequently, in the final days leading up to the prodigy assembly, all disciples preparing for the event immersed themselves in rigorous training, tirelessly practicing various techniques and honing their combat skills through countless duels. Upon returning to the sect, Zhou Qingchen promptly sought an audience with Tuoba Yuan. Inside the sect's main hall, Tuoba Yuan wore an expression of grave seriousness. Zhou Qingchen has embellished the events that transpired within the forest of demonic spirits, relaying the general circumstances to Tuoba Yuan. Junior brother, you mentioned that the ethereal manifestation belongs to the Grand Elder of Xianying's sect, a master of the void refinement? Tuoba Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Qingchen nodded gently, offering reassurance. Senior brother, even the Grand Elder of the Xianying sect may not arrive in Nanli Prefecture in the near future. With the aid of the system, Zhou Qingchen indeed possessed the capability to confront the Grand Elder of Xianying sect, yet he ultimately required the support of his sect. Tuoba Yuan let out a subtle sigh of relief. What do you mean by that? Zhou Qingchen analyzed. The esteemed elder is currently preoccupied and can only hastily dispatch 2 chief disciples at the nascent soul stage, unable to bring forth even more formidable trump cards. Zhou Qingchen remarked, casting a resigned glance towards Tuoba Yuan. It appears I have miscalculated. At that time, upon observing that ethereal figure possessing merely the early stage prowess of the transformation realm, I surmised that its true form could only be a practitioner at the peak of the transformation realm. Little did I anticipate that this ephemeral entity might indeed be a remnant left by a cultivator of the void refinement stage within that ancient pagoda. Thus its lack of formidable strength. Hearing this, Tuoba Yuan let out a wry smile. Junior brother, you have certainly presented me with a formidable conundrum. I shall promptly seek the counsel of our esteemed ancestor, hoping for a more advantageous resolution. With that, he gestured an incantation, and a portal to the void gradually materialized. Ancestor, your disciple requests an audience on a matter of great importance. Zhou Qingchen and Tuoba Yuan stood at the entrance when, before long, a familiar voice resonated. Ah, it's you two again. What brings you here? Please, come inside, the venerable ancestor said with a tone of authority, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Zhou Qingchen, accompanied by Tuoba Yuan, stepped into the portal of space, within the small realm of emptiness on a floating island. Zhou Qingchen was astonished to discover not only the previously encountered ancestor, but also another figure, a silver-haired old woman with her hair elegantly arranged in a high bun. The third ancestor. Tuoba Yuan felt a jolt of surprise. This silver-haired matron was the third of the 3 revered transformation ancestors of the Taihua sect, who had been in seclusion for many years. The previously encountered ancestor was the 5th ancestor. Adding to this, the 7th ancestor had also been in isolation for an extended period, leaving these 3 as the last remaining formidable transformation powers of the Taihua sect. Respectful greetings to both esteemed ancestors. Tuoba Yuan and Zhou Qingchen respectfully bowed. The 2 ancestors, seated beneath a pavilion, paused their game of chess and turned their attention to the duo, a complete perfection of the nascent soul realm. The silver-haired matron exclaimed, her eyes widening with astonishment as she scrutinized Zhou Qingchen in disbelief. How did Jiang Yu manage to find such an extraordinary disciple? The 3rd ancestor's gaze shifted towards the 5th ancestor. Ancestor, There is a matter that may prove even more difficult to accept. Taihua Yuan and Zhou Qingchen exchanged a glance, steeling themselves to speak. Then, under the astonished gazes of the two ancestors, they recounted the events concerning the forest of demonic spirits once more. As the narrative unfolded, the expressions of the two ancestors shifted dramatically. You, a nascent soul at complete perfection, subdued a formidable demon? Surprisingly, the immediate focus of the two ancestors was not on the fact that they had provoked a being of the refining void realm. Zhou Qingchen felt somewhat at a loss under the penetrating gaze of the two ancestors, who seemed as if they wished to bore a hole through him. It was not entirely due to my own prowess. Rather, it was the ethereal being that subdued the monstrous creature, allowing me the opportunity to infiltrate. Zhou Qingchen could only rephrase his statement. After a considerable pause, the two elders reluctantly accepted and proceeded with the matter at hand. Chapter 45. The Seven Ancestors. Should that being from the void refinement realm descend, even if they choose not to act against our Taihua sect, they would undoubtedly not spare this young man easily. The fifth ancestor felt a heaviness in his heart and communicated with the third ancestor. The silver-haired matriarch cast a somewhat helpless glance at Zhou Qingchen and conveyed through thought, "Senior brother Jing Yu entrusted us with the care of his precious disciple, and it appears we have truly arrived at a moment that requires our concern." Finally, the third ancestor spoke with gravity. This matter must be discussed with the seven ancestors. As it pertains to an entity of the void refinement realm, it has been tens of thousands of years since such a figure has emerged in the southern wilderness of the 5 states. Zhou Qingchen felt a sense of calm within. For according to Jin Ling, although that venerable elder possessed the formidable prowess of the void refinement realm, he had lingered in the initial stage for centuries, rendering him not invincible. Alas, the southern wilderness bore a feeble spiritual vein, and the heavens and earth were enfeebled, making it arduous to give rise to beings of the void refinement realm. The third ancestor lamented, "Among us, only Jiang Yu and Hao Cheng exhibit exceptional talent. Now that Jiang Yu has departed, the only one who may devise a means to contend with that entity of the void refinement realm is Hao Cheng." The fifth ancestor spoke solemnly. Zhou Qingchen speculated in his heart that the ancestors were likely referring to the seventh ancestor, who had been in seclusion for many years. This matter had already reached his ears. At that moment, a voice reverberated within the ethereal realm, and from another floating island, a figure emerged. The newcomer was clad in a black robe, with hair streaked with gray, exuding a sense of time that was not as profound as that of the other two ancestors. However, the aura of his cultivation was extraordinarily formidable. He had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Zhou Qingchen almost instantly sensed the presence of the newcomer, whose aura bore a striking resemblance to that of his master. "The seventh ancestor!" Taihua Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. The third and fifth ancestors exchanged glances of delight. Yet their expressions soon shifted to a hint of regret as they pondered the implications. There was no need for further contemplation. Reaching the void refining realm was no trivial feat. Rather than squander time in seclusion, it would be more prudent to emerge and seek opportunities elsewhere. The seventh ancestor remarked nonchalantly. Zhou Qingchen and Taihua Yuan then realized that their esteemed seventh ancestor had secluded himself for many years in pursuit of an opportunity to break into the realm of void refinement. The process entails refining essence into energy, energy into spirit, spirit into void, void into unity, and ultimately, unity into the primordial source. The void refinement realm is regarded as a true pinnacle within the cultivation world. Reaching this state allows one to harness the great forces of nature for personal gain. With an established primordial spirit, an augmented soul, and perfected techniques of divine powers and spirit division. However, this realm is also among the most challenging to attain. In the southern regions, across hundreds of vast states, those who achieve the void refinement realm are considered formidable beings of the upper echelons of celestial sects, often referred to as Taoists. The seventh ancestor's gaze deepened as he solemnly remarked, "The Xianyin sect is a major dominant force in Lingzhou. Fortunately, you have only offended one of its high elders, rather than the entire sect. Otherwise, within the southern territories, spanning hundreds of states, there would scarcely be a place for you to find refuge." Upon hearing this, the two elders felt a surge of relief. "Seventh junior brother, does this imply that you possess a means to deal with that void refinement figure?" The seventh ancestor shook his head, saying, "It is not a matter of dealing with them. The void refinement realm, after all, surpasses us by a significant margin. Once they have cultivated their primordial spirit, they become even more attuned to the natural world. With a mere gesture, their overwhelming power can be daunting, coupled with the formidable might of their primordial spirit. rendering them nearly invulnerable. With the aid of a sixth-tier innate treasure, perhaps I could withstand a blow or two, preventing them from achieving immediate success. However, to engage them in a fair contest is utterly impossible. Turning his gaze toward Zhou Qingchen, he continued, if you can eliminate the threat posed by that void refinement being, subduing an extraordinary beast of remarkable lineage would indeed be a significant gain. However, should you fail to navigate this current peril, the value of that beast would pale in comparison to your losses. His analysis cast a grave expression upon the third and fifth ancestors, as the issue was indeed dire. If left unresolved, it seemed the Taihua sect might not be able to protect Zhou Qingchen. After a moment of contemplation, the seventh ancestor continued, undoubtedly. The ultimate outcome may render even me incapable of safeguarding you. At present, your only avenue is to depart from Nanli. This is your path to survival. Your prowess is sufficient to stand alone, and ordinary dangers shall no longer seek you out. Zhou Qingchen fell silent for a moment. He knew that there was no need for him to depart from Nanli Prefecture, as he was entirely capable of managing matters on his own. He then spoke, Elder, I bring this matter to your attention not out of a desire to rely on the sect's strength for my protection. For the power of the void refinement is indeed formidable, and the entire sect would struggle to contend with it. Rather, I merely wish to forewarn you, so that you may be prepared for any future challenges. As for the elder of the Xianing sect, I have my own methods to deal with him. Otherwise, I would not dare to offend him. As soon as Zhou Qingchen uttered these words, the seventh ancestor almost instantly grasped the implication, exclaiming in astonishment, Is it the trump card left to you by your master? Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. His method of dealing with the situation was not due to any hidden trump cards left by his master, but rather because of the system. In addition to this, he possessed an 8th-tier mid-grade talisman, the Xianlei Annihilation Spell, which bore the power to devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth. Merely this card was sufficient to slay the Grand Elder of the Xianing sect countless times. However, since the ancestor had such intentions, he decided to go along with it, especially since he was still troubled by how to explain himself to the ancestors. Thus, he nodded in agreement. The seventh ancestor let out a sigh of relief, yet cautioned, even so, it is best to refrain from using this trump card until the very last moment. After all, he is the Grand Elder of the Xianing sect. Although you have offended him, it is not without resolution. However, should you take his life, you would incite the wrath of the entire Xianing sect, as long as you remain in the Southern Territory. Escaping the retribution of the Xianing sect would be nearly impossible. Zhou Qingchen was acutely aware of this, and upon a moment's contemplation, he skillfully redirected the conversation towards another avenue. Although the Southern Prefecture found it arduous to give rise to an existence within the realm of virtual refinement, could the innate treasure, the primordial cauldron, not facilitate your advancement further, given its status as a 6th-tier supreme artifact? Zhou Qingchen inquired. The seventh ancestor shook his head and elucidated. Although the primal treasure cauldron is an auxiliary supreme treasure, the majority of the innate energy it refines has been devoted to its own enhancement. This has allowed it to ascend from the 5th tier of the divine transformation level to the 6th tier of the void refinement supreme treasure. Furthermore, another reason is that the primal treasure cauldron has nurtured generations of divine transformation ancestors of our Taihua sect over the millennia. Its innate energy is limited and cannot sufficiently support the advancement of a single individual. The seventh ancestor lamented. Ever since attaining the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, he has refrained from utilizing the primal treasure cauldron, for he understands that the residual innate energy within it is woefully inadequate for him to make further progress. Rather than squander it, it is more prudent to pass it on to the other two ancestors, as they have yet to reach the zenith of the divine transformation realm and still possess opportunities for advancement. Though the primal treasure cauldron is a 6th-tier supreme treasure, it does not belong to any one person. Concentrating its opportunities on a single individual could very well jeopardize the potential for further births of divine transformation masters within the Taihua sect. The cultivation of a void refinement master necessitates an immense amount of innate energy, perhaps requiring thousands of years to accumulate. Such a span of time could lead to a cessation of divine transformation masters, inflicting a catastrophic blow on the Taihua sect. For instance, the other two major sects have divine transformation ancestors whose lifespans are dwindling, yet in the near term, no one has managed to ascend to the new divine transformation level. Should their existing divine transformation masters pass away, there is a significant risk of being devoured by other major sects. Hence, these two major sects have recently been quite active. Consequently, for millennia, No one in the Taihua sect has dared to take such a gamble. Chapter 46. Strategies for Response. If the primal treasure cauldron were of a higher grade, the emergence of a void refinement master would become inevitable. Therefore, the Taihua sect has maintained a steady transmission of its legacy for millennia, waiting for the final moment. Under such circumstances, it is even less likely to undertake any actions with considerable risk. The seventh ancestor stated that their current endeavor is to safeguard the heritage of the Taihua sect, a legacy that may very well be unique across the 5 states of the southern wilderness. Zhou Qingchen, however, contemplated an alternative possibility. He surmised that the primal treasure, having recently ascended to the 6th tier, had not had sufficient time to cultivate a high-grade essence of primal qi. If this were the case, perhaps he could harness the true intent of the primal from the city of Linducheng. The true intent cultivated in Linducheng, renowned for its mastery in the art of refining the spirit, is particularly suited for the cultivation of the void refinement realm. Furthermore, Linducheng boasts an exceptionally high grade, being a 7th-tier treasure of the combined body realm. Merely a single strand of primal true intent could enable a perfected deity in the transformation realm to embark upon the path of void refinement. Zhou Qingchen pondered, and his eyes involuntarily brightened. This method is indeed superior. Although the existence of the Lindu city cannot be revealed carelessly, as it pertains to the realm of the 7th stage of the merging of realms, there are countless formidable doctrines in this world. Should it be discovered, it would inevitably lead to considerable turmoil. Once I attain greater strength in the future, these resources can be safely offered to the sect for use. For now, I can only allow one of the 7 ancestors to advance to the realm of refining the void. Zhou Qingchen experienced a sudden flash of inspiration and ultimately inquired, 7th ancestor, if you were to ascend to the realm of void refinement, would you be able to obstruct the Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect? The 7th ancestor, momentarily perplexed, wondered how the discussion, which had just revolved around strategies for confrontation, had unexpectedly shifted to himself. Nevertheless, he nodded in affirmation, stating, that is certainly the case. Should I step into the early stages of the realm of void refinement, I would indeed be capable of standing against him. Moreover, with the assistance of the primal treasure cauldron, which can summon the momentum of heaven and earth to empower oneself, even facing an opponent in the mid-stage of void refinement would be manageable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, we must trouble the 7th ancestor. Tuoba Yuan stood by, unable to interject, as the 3 elders remained perplexed by the meaning behind Zhou Qingchen's words. Zhou Qingchen then spoke. The demon I subdued was originally a formidable Yuanying demon, but it encountered an extraordinary opportunity within the forest of demon spirits, ultimately achieving the transformation into a transcendent demonic entity and swiftly mastering its innate divine abilities. The 7th ancestor felt a stirring in his heart, leading him to a bold conjecture. Before he could voice his thoughts, he witnessed Zhou Qingchen flip his palm, revealing a unique white orb of light that slowly emerged from his palm. The halo emanating from this white orb seemed to possess a wondrous power, instilling a sense of tranquility within the heart, while numerous ancient golden patterns, originating from the essence of heaven and earth, coiled around it. What is this? The 7th ancestor's face was filled with astonishment, his body trembling as he gazed at the orb of light in Zhou Qingchen's hand. Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly and remarked, this is a primal true essence of exceedingly high rank, obtained from the mouth of that demonic entity. With this primal true essence, Ancestor Qi, can you attain the realm of void refinement? The existence of the Lin capital is far too unique. Such a high-tier innate treasure of the combined realm must not be allowed to leak any whispers. Therefore, Zhou Qingchen cannot recklessly reveal an abundance of primal true essence, lest the existence of the Lin capital be exposed. After all, a high-tier primal true essence is already among the finest spiritual treasures in the world. The primal true essence, as legend has it, is a type of thought energy derived from the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, serving as the paramount substance for strengthening one's primordial spirit and comprehending the natural order. The face of Ancestor Qi bore an unmistakable expression of astonishment, while the other 2 elders radiated joy. After a moment, Ancestor Qi stated, with this primal true essence in hand, I shall undoubtedly achieve void refinement before the true body of the Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect descends. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure, then nodded solemnly, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Qingchen as he continued, have you considered this thoroughly? Retaining this primal true essence for your future use could significantly lessen the difficulty of attaining even higher realms. The rarity of primal true essence is no jest. Should it be released, Who knows how many would vie for it? Zhou Qingchen shook his head and said, "There is no need for further words, seventh ancestor. Simply absorbing this innate truth will enable our Taihua sect to give birth to a being in the void refinement realm. If the seventh ancestor achieves the void refinement, Taihua sect will ascend above the 5 states of the southern wilderness, becoming the first force in the southern wilderness to be graced by a guardian of the void refinement realm, thereby elevating itself to a prestigious celestial gate in the southern territory." Upon this thought, Zhou Qingchen gently waved his hand, and the innate essence materialized before the 7 ancestors. The 7 ancestors gazed upon this essence with a complex heart, cautiously accepting it. In an instant, the powerful aura emanating from the innate essence caused his half-step Yuanying to tremble uncontrollably. Truly, it was an extraordinary force. A glimmer shone in the eyes of the 7 ancestors, and his spirit surged with tremendous excitement. He never anticipated that after a century of secluded cultivation, desperately pursuing the void refinement realm without success, he would inadvertently stumble upon such a remarkable opportunity upon emerging from his retreat. This was sufficient to establish a new precedent for the Taihua sect and elevate its legacy, which had endured for millennia, to unprecedented heights. A superior celestial sect could only be ascribed to those presided over by a void refinement Taoist, earning renown across dozens of great states. The elders were astonished that Zhou Qingchen, who had merely been a child decades ago, had now transformed into the greatest contributor since the inception of the Taihua sect. After discussing the countermeasures, Zhou Qingchen, under the excited yet intricate gaze of the 3 elders, returned to the outside world with Tuoba Yuan. "Little junior brother, your..." Tuoba Yuan was momentarily speechless, stealing a few glances at Zhou Qingchen, yet ultimately refrained from inquiring further, breaking into a relaxed smile. "Forget it. You are indeed as mysterious as your master, elusive and difficult to grasp." Tuoba Yuan shook his head in resignation, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Previously, upon hearing that Zhou Qingchen had provoked an entity of the void refinement realm, he was nearly paralyzed with fear, compelled to seek counsel from the elder. Fortunately, the outcome was not dire, even surpassing everyone's expectations. "Now then, in a few days, you must lead the talented disciples of our Taihua sect to the Celestial Heroes Assembly and decisively defeat the other 2 sects. This time, our reputation rests upon you and Xianjun," Tuoba Yuan declared with a smile. Zhou Qingchen, rarely one to boast, retorted, "Is my reputation as a celestial hero not resounding enough?" Tuoba Yuan chuckled, waving his hand. All right, great celestial hero. It's time for you to return to Taihua Peak." Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly before bidding farewell and soaring towards Taihua Peak. Chapter 47. Mission released during this illustrious gathering of prodigies. The disciples within the top 50 of the 4 major contests held by the 7 peaks of Taihua sect would all embark on a quest to vie for positions on the esteemed Tian Di Xian San list. Consequently, numerous disciples preparing for the contest engaged in duels on the martial platforms to hone their skills and gain experience. The clash of spiritual energies resonated loudly across the various arenas, creating an atmosphere of fervent excitement. Even Taihua Peak, despite having the fewest participants, was no exception. Although only 11 disciples would partake in the contest, many others, not competing, gathered to observe the battles and exchange insights. Several disciples from other peaks even sought opportunities for friendly sparring. With a thunderous strike, Zhou Qingchen delivered a heavy blow with his great sword, unleashing a torrent of earthy sword energy that surged forth to cleave his opponent. A robust wave of azure blade energy met his assault, resulting in a fierce collision that stirred a tempestuous wind around them. On the opposing side of the platform stood Wei Kong, the champion of the recent Qi refining competition against Lin Qi. A crowd had gathered to watch the duel, buzzing with conversation. Wei Kong's prowess has become even more formidable. His azure blade technique has reached the 6th level of breaking the Tsang blade. One disciple remarked, clearly well acquainted with Wei Kong's capabilities. Zhou Qingchen is remarkably modest. Battling Wei Kong now reveals the depth of his strength, which is utterly unshakable. Another disciple excitedly analyzed. The 2 combatants had exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, their blades and energies dancing in a chaotic display of speed and skill. Wei Kong's long blade sliced through the air before unleashing a streak of azure blade energy in a linear assault, causing the atmosphere to resonate with a powerful hum. Zhou Qingchen maintained a serene expression, wielding his great sword, Tian Ke, to forge a formidable shield of energy that effectively repelled the incoming blade energy. Upon returning to Taihua Peak, Zhou Qingchen beheld a remarkable scene. Zhou Qingchen had exhibited outstanding performance during the last trial, demonstrating an exceptional mastery of the heavy sword technique, adeptly balancing defense and offense, truly embodying the essence of a formidable warrior. Another disciple, who seemingly had previously battled Lin Qi, also possessed remarkable innate talent and strength, and it was evident that he had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Zhou Qingchen instinctively assessed the situation. However, the contest between the two ultimately yielded no definitive outcome. It was merely a display of skill without revealing their true cards. Nonetheless, their duel was exemplary for their peers, offering invaluable insights to many Qi refining disciples. I didn't expect you to be this formidable, Wei Kong said seriously. Turning to Zhou Qingchen smiled and replied, that is only natural. Yet, you are quite impressive as well. I am Wei Kong from Taihua Peak, he stated. Giving a slight nod, Zhou Qingchen responded, I am familiar with you. I witnessed your duel with my senior brother last time. Wei Kong's expression stiffened, becoming somewhat awkward, as a faint flush crept onto his pale skin. It was indeed an embarrassing moment, as he had not anticipated the mention of his only defeat. Wei Kong let out a quiet sigh within. Zhou Qingchen returned to the summit of Taihua Peak, where he beheld Lin Qi engaging in the art of spear practice. Lin Qi wielded his long spear with remarkable grace, slicing through the air like a soaring dragon. This exquisite technique was executed with effortless precision. As the 3 layers of 9 forms intertwined seamlessly, the cold glimmer of the spear emanating in cascading brilliance. The blazing fire divine spear. The tip of the fire source spear erupted with a dazzling radiance, crimson flames soaring skyward, casting the shadow of the long spear into the ether. Zhou Qingchen nodded in satisfaction, noting that Lin Qi's previously acquired marksmanship had advanced further, exhibiting an even greater prowess. Zhou Qingchen refrained from disturbing him, observing quietly. He witnessed Lin Qi transform his spear technique, evoking a profound sense of solitude. The cold, piercing spear appeared as the sole beacon of light, its glow descending as all things fell into silence and annihilation. The technique of silent extinction had finally been mastered. Lin Qi was overwhelmed with joy. This spear technique, discovered in the ancient library of Taihua Peak, was the only advanced technique available, reaching a formidable 4th tier. However, it was exceedingly challenging to master. He had only barely scratched the surface. Master. At that moment, Lin Qi finally spotted Zhou Qingchen lurking in the shadows. This spear technique is quite impressive. Zhou Qingchen remarked with a smile. Your chances of securing the top position on the Earth ranking have significantly increased. Lin Qi scratched his head in response. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated, announcing, Special mission detected, now issuing. Disciple achieves 1st place in the Tianjia Conference Earth ranking. Mission completion reward, 1 portion of bloodline essence. Zhou Qingchen thought to himself, finally, a mission has appeared. What is the purpose of bloodline essence? He inquired. Replying to the host, bloodline essence is of immense value to demonic beasts, capable of purifying their bloodlines and facilitating ancestral transformation. The host may freely choose one type of demonic beast's bloodline essence. The system elucidated. Isn't this tailor-made for Jianling? Zhou Qingchen mused. Since returning to Taihua Peak, Jianling had been liberated. Although hesitant to revert to her true form, she was exceedingly content with her new abode, traversing it endlessly each day. I choose the bloodline essence of the Feathered King. Zhou Qingchen mused to himself. The progenitor of the Jianling bird is none other than the ancient celestial demon, the Feathered King of the Jianling. Should the Jianling absorb this essence of bloodline, it shall undoubtedly revive the formidable reputation of the ancient celestial demon, paving the way for a future of unparalleled glory. Task completion confirmed. Reward, 1 portion of the Feathered King's bloodline essence. Zhou Qingchen's thoughts returned to clarity. He reflected on Lin Qi's mastery of the spear, which, while swift, ultimately stemmed from his fire's spiritual root. Zhou addressed Lin, stating, the synergy between your fire's spiritual root and the solar divine fire scripture can yield effects beyond imagination, particularly once you cultivate the essence of divine fire. Should you practice fire-related spells, your prowess would be truly formidable. Lin Qi understood this well. Even in the absence of fire-related spells, his command over fire spiritual energy could wield tremendous influence. Under the cover of spiritual flames, the potential to incinerate all was indeed formidable. I shall impart to you a powerful fire-related spell. Henceforth, you should devote more effort to this aspect of your cultivation, for your mastery of fire spiritual energy is, without doubt, your greatest innate advantage. Zhou Qingchen declared that he would directly exchange the rewards for the last 5th-tier treasure. Thus, Lin Qi completely exhausted the 6 treasures he had obtained as a reward for breaking through to the minor realm of Qi refinement. System. Exchange for a 5th-tier fire attribute spell. Zhou Qingchen silently contemplated. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the 5th-tier supreme spell, Heavenly Flame Ray. Lin Qi, upon hearing this, became serious, realizing that the fire-based spell presented by his master would undoubtedly be more challenging to cultivate, yet it was undeniably formidable. Zhou Qingchen imparted the recently acquired Heavenly Flame Rain to Lin Qi. Leveraging his disciple's innate advantages, this fire attribute spell, albeit of a higher tier, posed little challenge for him. It would merely require some time to master. Possessing divine fire myself, I should also be able to cultivate this spell, perhaps transforming it into a formidable weapon. Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment. He had merged the Celestial Heart's extraordinary calamity fire, allowing him to wield these spells despite lacking a natural affinity for fire. However, he acknowledged that his connection was not as profound as Lin Qi, who possessed an innate fire spirit root. Nevertheless, the formidable power of the Celestial Heart's extraordinary calamity fire could compensate for such shortcomings. With this thought in mind, Zhou Qingchen returned to the expanse above the clouds. His advantages lay in his cultivation and experience. He swiftly grasped the essence of the 5th-tier spell, Heavenly Flame's Falling Rain, without requiring much time. Chapter 48. The Dawn of Winds and Clouds Above the Clouds. Zhou Qingchen unleashed the Celestial Heart's cataclysmic fire without reservation. Its azure flames embodying the most terrifying calamity of the heavenly Tao, swiftly engulfing the entire sky. A palpable aura of destruction descended, the azure hue intensifying. Suddenly, the heavens appeared to split open, an immense chasm from which boundless celestial infernos erupted. With a thunderous roar, the azure rain of fire cascaded down, shrouding the world in an oppressive gloom as this fiery deluge, infused with the wrath of the cosmos, descended upon the earth, unleashing the divine fury that consumed all. This arcane art, now intertwined with the Celestial Heart's cataclysmic fire, had undergone a profound transformation. It was a spell uniquely my own. Zhou Qingchen was filled with astonishment. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, the myriad sparks of falling fire began to condense to a remarkable degree. The familiar sound of sword chimes reverberated through the heavens, transforming the cascading fire into countless celestial swords. Each sword was meticulously forged from the essence of the Heavenly Heart's calamity fire, radiating a deep azure hue and an overwhelming aura. This was the technique he had reimagined through his own understanding, henceforth to be known as the Calamity Fire Sword Rain. Zhou Qingchen was overwhelmed with joy, his heart brimming with delight. A myriad of sword-like raindrops descended, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, as the celestial flames of the heart of heaven once again lay dormant. This awe-inspiring spectacle, however, was witnessed by all the onlookers from Taihua Peak. Lin Qi, in particular, widened his eyes, feeling an indescribable depth of emotion. This was the heavenly flame rain imparted by his master. Yet, it seemed somewhat different. Lin Qi was filled with astonishment, his admiration for his master reaching unprecedented heights. His master was truly formidable. Lin Qi, come up. Zhou Qingchen's voice resonated from the sea of clouds. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi adeptly propelled himself upward, skillfully riding the fire source spear. Master. Moments later, Lin Qi arrived by Zhou Qingchen's side. Did you just witness that? Zhou Qingchen inquired. Lin Qi nodded, responding, this is the heavenly flame rain you taught me, master. But it appears to be somewhat distinct. Zhou Qingchen nodded and remarked, the art of magic is not a rigid or immutable construct. I have merely provided you with a foundational template. However, you possess the ability to infuse your own elements into it, thereby enhancing its potency. Lin Qiru, filled with enlightenment, then inquired with astonishment, Master, what kind of flame is this? It appears remarkably powerful and exudes a unique essence. Zhou Qingchen elucidated. This is a celestial flame I acquired through fortuitous circumstances. Only by integrating it can I cultivate this particular technique. In the future, when your sun god fire reaches the 4th realm of divine fire, you will attain the level of celestial flame, and under the enhancement of the essence of divine fire, it will be even more formidable. Lin Qi nodded, filled with anticipation for the subsequent realms of the sun god fire. Subsequently, Zhou Qingchen patiently expounded on the intricacies of the technique, addressing Lin Qi's uncertainties. Enlightened, Lin Qi returned to his tower to assimilate and reflect upon his master's insights into the spell. At last, in a pivotal moment, Lin Qi's entire being surged with fiery spiritual power, and a colossal sun ascended to the zenith, casting resplendent crimson rays. Spiritual fire billowed forth from the sun, transforming into torrents of fiery rain that cascaded down, merging the prowess of the sun god fire and the supreme fire-rooted spirit. Thus, this spell underwent a metamorphosis unique to Lin Qi. Overjoyed, he declared, "Let it be named Yin-Yang Fire Rain." Henceforth, he possessed yet another secret technique. Although he was merely at the foundational stage and could not yet unleash the true might of this spell, he envisioned that in the future, as his cultivation deepened, when this technique was invoked, under the sun's zenith and the expulsion of the sun god fire, all would be reduced to ashes in the inferno. After Lin Qi's departure, Zhou Qingchen promptly apprehended Su Ruotian, who had just returned from a duel. "Master!" Su Ruotian exclaimed, startled. Zhou Qingchen smiled and directly got to the point. "I have long wished to impart a sword technique to you, and now the moment is just right." Upon hearing this, Su Ruotian immediately became exhilarated. "Is it the sword technique from our Miao Peak?" Su Ruotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Qingchen chuckled. "Indeed. The sword technique most suited for you, the Taibai Jingguang Slash, is the quintessential method of tamiafing, classified as a superior 5th-tier skill. I have already perfected this technique. And when imparting it to Su Ruotian, I meticulously conveyed every nuance and essential principle. At last, having completed my instruction for both disciples, Zhou Qingchen returned to the loft with a sense of satisfaction. With these two techniques, my disciples are destined to shine brilliantly at the Young Talents Conference. Zhou Qingchen was in high spirits. The Tianjiao Conference was approaching, stirring the winds of change and igniting disputes. The prodigies of this era emerged like dragons soaring from the depths, heralding a tempest. In Nanli Prefecture, a tumultuous atmosphere enveloped the land. As those previously shrouded in obscurity began to make their presence known, the four prominent families of Taihua City, Si, Pei, Shun, and Long, alongside the city lord's mansion, stood at the forefront. The three distinguished families of Zhenjiang City, Zhao, Su, and Fu also joined the fray. Meanwhile, Liyue City boasted the five illustrious families of Liang, Du, Jiang, Qiu, and Bai. Additionally, influential sects such as Hualing Valley, Liyue Sect, and Lungdao Sect were also significant players. These entities, beneath the three great sects, constituted a formidable secondary force, each harboring Yuanying experts. Recently, the disciples of these factions had become increasingly active, engaging in noteworthy competitions, drawing considerable attention. Among them, the most captivating were Si Shaoqian, the eldest son of the Si family from Taihua City, Zhao Zhenling of the Zhao family from Zhenjiang City, Li Xinyun of Hualing Valley, Dong Sheng of Liyue Sect, and Chun Lai of Lingdao Sect. Each of these individuals had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm and were renowned throughout Nanli Prefecture, positioning themselves as front-runners in the contest for the Tianbang. Beneath them, the ranks of the Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement realms were teeming with prodigious talents, numbering in the countless. Yet, overshadowing them all, were the illustrious disciples of the three great sects, whose radiance left countless geniuses in their wake. The dominance of these three great sects in Nanli Prefecture was beyond question, with their prodigies unrivaled by any. In addition to the grand spectacle of the Tianjiao Conference, another event sent shockwaves through the entirety of Nanli Prefecture. The mysterious land, firmly grasped by the three great sects, was unveiled to the public. Any prodigy ranking high on the three lists of the Tianjiao Conference would be granted a chance to explore this realm of opportunities. It was rumored that this secretive domain, adrift in the void, held immense fortunes, including the chance to attain the title of Yuanying True Monarch. Legend spoke of several peak masters from Taihua Sect, as well as Yuanying True Monarchs from Lingjin Sect and Bailan Sect, having ventured into the Nanli Treasure Land. Even the esteemed Yuanying True Monarchs can venture within to seek opportunities, underscoring its unparalleled stature as the sole one in Nanli Prefecture. The formidable forces anchored by Yuanying practitioners have been profoundly shaken by the astonishing upheaval of this Tianjiao Conference. The entire Nanli Prefecture is rife with undercurrents, not to mention the mingling of numerous smaller factions, creating a tumultuous situation. Although these powers covet the treasures of Nanli, they are acutely aware of the perilous depths involved. It is essentially a battleground for the three major sects, where a moment's carelessness could ignite catastrophe. Nevertheless, this does not imply they will forego this opportunity. The allure of Yuanying opportunities is exceedingly enticing, and the prospect of becoming a dominant force in Nanli Prefecture is irresistible to anyone. Thus, for this Tianjiao Conference, all factions are exerting themselves to the utmost, sparing no resources to bolster their champions' foundations, striving to secure a place for them in the coveted Nanli Treasure Land. Chapter 49. Schemes of the Lingjian Sect. One of the three major sects of Nanli Prefecture, the Lingjian Sect is established in the extraordinary locale of Sword God Mountain. It is said that several millennia ago, two peerless powerhouses descended upon Nanli Prefecture and engaged in a cataclysmic battle that darkened the skies and shattered the earth, ultimately leading to their demise. After the death of one of these mighty beings, his artifact was destroyed and fell to the ground, transforming into a colossal mountain range stretching thousands of miles, later known as Sword God Mountain. The last sword chi unleashed by that unparalleled weapon before its destruction carved out a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep and 10,000 miles long, now famously known as the Valley of the Lost Sword, lying adjacent to Sword God Mountain. The Valley of the Lost Sword is perpetually infused with sword chi, rendering it a perilous domain that has deterred any from approaching its vicinity. Eventually, a fortuitous cultivator stumbled upon a fragment of the legacy of that mighty figure and, in turn, founded the Lingjian Sect, which has since developed into its current form over the course of millennia. At this moment, atop Sword God Mountain, the palace complex is densely packed and thriving. Within a grand hall situated at the mountain's pinnacle, several figures stand. Clad in a blue robe, a middle-aged man with a stern visage is Zhou Qingchen, the sect master of the Lingjian Sect, possessing late Yuanying realm cultivation. Beside him stands an extraordinarily handsome man, whose demeanor is chilling and intimidating. He is Song Ke, the sect master of the Bailan sect. In addition to them, there are several cultivators who do not belong to either faction present in the hall. Among them, leading the group are two Yuanying true monarchs, one an elderly man with white hair and youthful features, and the other a youthfully handsome man. Their auras are profoundly deep, particularly that of the elder. There is no need for the sect masters to worry. We have assured a flawless plan with no possibility of failure, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard with an air of ease. As I happened to pass through Nanli Prefecture and encountered both of you, it is my pleasure to lend my assistance. The elder spoke with a serene demeanor. Zhou Qingchen and Song Ke exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by smiles. We naturally trust you, they said. After preparing for so long and with your assistance, our chances of success have undoubtedly increased significantly. Song Ke, with an affable smile, shifted the tone of the conversation, letting out a sigh. However, I must remind you all that the Taihua sect is no minor faction. As fellow inhabitants of the southern wilderness, you should be aware that the Taihua sect ranks among the most formidable in this region and should not be underestimated. Zhou Qingchen and Song Ke seamlessly collaborated, taking over the dialogue with a solemn tone. The Southernly Treasure Land is a significant foundation for the three major sections. Our two sects have sacrificed greatly and naturally. We must ensure that the Taihua sect bears the brunt of this loss. Otherwise, after the gathering of the prodigies, it is highly likely that the Taihua sect will see an influx of more nascent soul cultivators. At that point, both our Bailing sect and Lingjian sect will find themselves in dire straits. Their words were earnest and forthright. The sacrifice of the Southernly Treasure Land's interest to allow these outsiders to participate was a reluctant decision on their part. If these individuals genuinely contributed, they would not complain further. Yet, to their dismay, these outsiders seemed solely focused on reaping benefits without exerting themselves fully. Particularly the elder, who appeared sincere but was, in reality, a cunning old fox, astutely calculating. Despite their numerous subtle reminders, this individual had dismissed them with evasive rhetoric. Faced with such a person, they resolved to be more direct. If he was unwilling to heed their warnings, they would not indulge him. With this thought, both felt a chill of disdain. Thus, if you do not wish to exert yourselves, let this matter be concluded, Zhou Qingchen stated coldly. The elder's expression shifted, his brows knitting momentarily. However, it was but a fleeting moment before he resumed his smile. Yet, he understood that failing to exert full effort would likely leave him without a share of the spoils. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer. For this gathering of prodigies in Southernly, several of my Golden Core disciples will join forces to contend against the Taihua sect's participants in the heavenly ranking competition, the elder said with a slight smile. Previously, he had refrained from becoming too involved to avoid offending the Taihua sect, whose strength was not to be underestimated. As a mere loose cultivator who had roamed the southern wilderness for years, he had gained considerable renown but had always been careful to avoid enmity. However, the opportunity presented by the Southernly Treasure Land was too great to resist, compelling him to take the plunge under the request of the Lingjian sect and Bailing sect. The people of the southern wilderness had heard of his name, the Guiling true monarch. In his early years, his cultivation was modest, yet his ambitions were lofty, leading to repeated setbacks. Disheartened, he embarked on a wandering life, only to unexpectedly encounter fortuitous opportunities that propelled him to greatness. It was only a few decades ago that he attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. It is noteworthy that at this juncture, one is renowned across the 5 states of the southern wilderness, and Gao could ascend to the position of the leader of a formidable power akin to the Taihua sect. Moreover, over the course of several centuries, the enigmatic true monarch of spirits has taken under his wing several exceptionally gifted disciples. The earliest among them, standing beside him, is a young man who has already attained the lofty heights of the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing the promises made by the true monarch of spirits, Song Ke and Jian Wuming decided to relent. One of their objectives for this journey was to engage with a few of Taihua sect's true inheritors. These individuals have already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, and should they enter the treasure land of Nanli, they are certain to achieve the nascent soul realm in the near future. The 2 sects must devise strategies to hinder the continued ascendance of the Taihua sect. As fellow top sects of Nanli Prefecture, they find it utterly perplexing that the Taihua sect has, over the span of 10,000 years, amassed such depth and, in this generation, boasts 3 formidable beings of the transformation realm and 17 true monarchs of the nascent soul realm, with 10 esteemed elders, 7 peak masters, and 3 venerable transformation ancestors. How could such a formidable alliance not instill fear in their hearts? Song Ke's mind was tumultuous. The alliance of the talented gathering with the treasure land of Nanli was a perilous gamble they had undertaken, requiring utmost caution. Success would diminish the momentum of the Taihua sect, allowing their 2 sects a moment to breathe, while failure would lead to their plans unraveling, leaving them to watch helplessly as the Taihua sect grew even stronger. In light of this, let us proceed as previously discussed. You shall temporarily assume the title of a guest elder within our 2 sects, and this talented gathering will proceed in collaboration with us. Song Ke nodded affirmatively. Very well. The true monarch of spirits replied. Song Ke exhaled in relief, his tone significantly softened as he continued. Additionally, we hope that the true monarch will lend his support to our 2 sections. After a lengthy pause, Jian Wuming, with his hands clasped behind his back, finally spoke up. Having observed the resolution reached between the 2, the true monarch should exercise caution regarding one individual. The true monarch of spirits looked on with surprise, inquiring, "Who?" Jian Wuming's gaze flickered slightly, his tone unperturbed. Master Zhou Qingchen of Taihua Peak. Chapter 50. The journey begins. Time swiftly elapses, and the day of the talented gathering has finally arrived. As the melodious chimes resound throughout the Taihua sect, the atmosphere within the sect reaches a fever pitch with the rising sun. All disciples participating in the talented gathering have donned their preparations atop the 7 principal peaks. Atop the cloud sea, Zhou Qingchen suddenly opened his eyes, his flowing black hair dancing in the wind, radiating an aura of formidable power. The disciples are ready. Zhou Qingchen's voice resonated throughout Taihua Peak as he spoke aloud. He leaped gracefully from the sea of clouds, landing nimbly atop the summit of Taihua Peak. At this moment, 11 disciples stood in attendance, with Lin Qi and Su Ruotian prominently among them. An unmistakable thrill coursed through the group, their expressions betraying an excitement that was difficult to contain. After several days of rigorous preparation, their energies had reached their zenith. They had awaited this moment for so long. And now, the long-anticipated commencement of the Talents Conference had finally arrived. Zhou Qingchen, fully aware of the profound state of mind of the 11 disciples he had instructed, could not help but smile with ease. Without uttering unnecessary words, he led the group away from Taihua Peak. In a short while, he reined in his aura and guided everyone to the Pingtian Terrace on Taishang Peak. The square was already bustling with activity. As disciples from the 7 great peaks arrived in rapid succession, Zhou Qingchen greeted his fellow seniors with a warm smile. "Second senior brother, are you prepared?" Zhou Qingchen raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a gentle smile towards Su Xianjun. Su Xianjun chuckled heartily in response, saying, "Indeed. However, dear junior brother, when you enter the sacred grounds, do ensure that you do not fall behind the other 2 sections." Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly. "Senior brother, you jest. There are but a handful of nascent soul practitioners in the entirety of Nanli Prefecture. I hardly believe anyone can contend with me." Upon hearing his words, several peak masters could barely suppress their amusement, yet they understood that Zhou Qingchen's declaration was not mere bravado. "In that case, you two should prepare to set forth." Tabaya waved his hand, and a radiant beam of spiritual light soared into the sky, ultimately transforming into an immense spiritual vessel. This vessel, stretching over 100 zhang in length, exuded an extraordinary presence. Its ample interior space was complemented by a vibrant banner fluttering in the wind, inscribed with the formidable characters Taihua. This spiritual vessel was a fourth-grade supreme treasure of the Taihua sect, known as the Feiyun boat, an expensive flying artifact renowned for its astonishing speed, rivaling that of a nascent Soul True monarch at full tilt, making it exceptionally suitable for travel. Zhou Qingchen and Zhou Qingchen exchanged a glance, and then a total of 200 disciples were enveloped by their spiritual energy and lifted onto the flying cloud vessel. May you return victorious. Several peak masters waved their hands in farewell. Zhou Qingchen and Zhou Qingchen solemnly nodded in agreement. With a thunderous roar, the flying cloud vessel activated, emanating spiritual light as it departed from Taihua sect at an astonishing speed. Aboard the vessel, numerous disciples gazed at the receding Taihua sect, which ultimately vanished from view, stirring a sense of unease within their hearts. Zhou Qingchen turned his gaze towards them and spoke. You are all aware of the unusual nature of this upcoming talents conference, are you not? The disciples exchanged glances and finally nodded, responding, Sect leader, this talents conference is not merely a contest among the young prodigies. It is also a fierce competition among our three sects. Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment before replying coldly, since you are all aware, I expect you to exert your utmost effort this time. The enemy has already provoked us. Thus, we shall reciprocate in kind. Do you understand? The collective response from all was a thunderous affirmation, their voices resonating with fervor and determination. Satisfied, Zhou Qingchen nodded and declared, in that case, you may each return to your respective cultivation chambers to recuperate and prepare yourselves in the best possible condition. Many disciples promptly took their leave. Master Uncle, the first true disciple, Taihua Tian, approached with a host of Golden Core disciples. Zhou Qingchen observed the 50 disciples beside him, noting that each had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. During the previous 7 Peaks conference, among the top 50 in the Golden Core competition, aside from the 3 most formidable true disciples who had reached perfection in their Golden Core cultivation, the remaining disciples had been at the late stage of the Golden Core. However, through the rewards from Suqing Lake and Taihua's replenishment, these late-stage disciples had all ascended to the consummate Golden Core level. The true disciples were even more formidable, their auras nearly transcending the utmost limits of the Golden Core realm. Zhou Qingchen regarded them with a grave expression and stated, in this upcoming talents conference, the true battleground for our 3 sects will be the competition for the Golden ranking. Undoubtedly, the primary objective of the other 2 sects is you. Upon hearing this, the disciples' expressions turned serious. Zhou Qingchen continued, there are limited quotas for the Southly Sacred Land. Traditionally, our 3 sects have divided the quotas evenly. However, this time, the other 2 sects have seized the opportunity, leading to the necessity of competing for the quotas during the Talents Conference. Only the top 10 on the Golden ranking and the top 5 on the Earth and Profound rankings will be granted entry. Their actions are clearly aimed at snatching our quotas. It is safe to say that you have already been targeted. The Spirit Sword sect and the Bailing sect would certainly not wish to see our Taihua sect gain a new nascent soul realm after this Southly Sacred Land event. Zhou Qingchen sighed. You all understand what needs to be done, correct? Taihua Tian nodded earnestly and declared, Master, we have already mobilized our strongest capabilities. No matter what, we must ensure that the quota for the Southly Sacred Land remains firmly in our grasp. No one shall take it from us. The Golden Core disciples behind him also nodded resolutely. Zhou Qingchen turned his gaze forward, where beneath the vast sea of clouds lay the magnificent landscapes of Southly Prefecture, resplendent as brocade. Lastly, let me remind you, do not harbor any thoughts of complacency, he stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Furthermore, the Southly Sacred Land is exceptionally unique. Each individual has but one chance to enter. Do not squander it. The disciples responded in unison, we obey your command. Ultimately, only Zhou Qingchen and Zhou Qingchen remained on the deck. The fierce winds and thunderous sounds of rapid flight were kept at bay by the luminous shield of the flying cloud vessel, creating an atmosphere of tranquility aboard the spiritual craft. Zhou Qingchen gazed into the distance and inquired, Senior brother, those esteemed true inheritors must be extraordinary, indeed. Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly in response, Indeed, this is a matter of course. Are you aware of the sacrifices our Taihua sect has made for these true inheritors? Zhou Qingchen indeed possesses limited understanding of the matter. The 6 esteemed disciples of the Golden Core realm had already been accepted by the various peak masters long before his entry, significantly older than him. As a result, His interactions with these distinguished individuals were scarce, leaving him unfamiliar with them. The only one with whom he shared a profound bond, the seventh true disciple, had joined later. Much like himself. However, as time passed, he ascended through the realms of Golden Core and Nascent Soul, secluding himself for an extended period on Taihua Peak. And due to numerous recent engagements, he had yet to reconnect. Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly and replied, of these 7 true disciples, more than half of the information was derived from the 3 ancestors' predictions, subsequently gathered by us peak masters throughout the entirety of Nanli Prefecture. Zhou Qingchen could not help but express his astonishment. Zhou Qingchen turned to him and said, the 3 ancestors excel in the art of divination, particularly in recent millennia. The Taihua sect has gathered half of the fortune of the entire Southly Prefecture. When a sect's fortune is sufficiently robust, the precision of the 3 ancestors' divination techniques increases correspondingly. They are capable of perceiving the rise of fortunes, both great and small, throughout Southly Prefecture. It is precisely for this reason that the Taihua sect continues to thrive, with its foundation growing ever more substantial. Zhou Qingchen nodded in agreement. The disciples of this generation, each possessing extraordinary talents, are at the very least endowed with the qualities of earth spirit roots, particularly Lin Qi, who possesses the rarest of heavenly spirit roots. These esteemed disciples not only enjoy the most abundant resources of Taihua sect, but also bear the weightiest responsibilities for the next generation of the sect. Following this battle, some among them will likely take that final step and achieve the nascent soul stage. As for the 3 most formidable disciples, Tuoba Tian, Chen Daoyu, and Hua Qi, they are merely awaiting such an opportunity. Zhou Qingchen asserted with unwavering confidence. Zhou Qingchen comprehended the situation with clarity. It was no wonder that the other 2 sects had allied to confront their Taihua sect, as their recent rise to prominence was exceedingly apparent. Speaking of which, junior brother, we are all aware that you are truly the ace within Taihua sect. In the end, Su Xuankuan chuckled heartily. We cannot foresee the heights you may reach in the future, yet it is undeniable that they will far surpass our expectations. Zhou Qingchen could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. Chapter 51, Qianjiao Mountain. Above the vast firmament, a colossal spiritual vessel soared through the sky, leaving behind a lengthy trail as the clouds were stirred into a swirling path. Zhou Qingchen stood before the Feiyun boat, accompanied by a youth of similar age. The young man, adorned in a flowing garment reminiscent of clouds and waters, with his hair meticulously arranged, appeared remarkably serene. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Little master uncle, I have finally found the opportunity. Why have you been so busy lately? The last time I visited Taihua Peak to seek you, you were nowhere to be found. The youth exclaimed, chattering incessantly without a hint of decorum. Zhou Qingchen could not help but chuckle. The last time I strolled through the forest of demon spirits with my disciple, this young man was none other than Guantong, the 7th true disciple of Taihua sect. He has now reached the consummate level of the foundation establishment stage, having apprenticed under my 4th senior brother, Xiachen, the esteemed master of Taihua Peak. How astonishing it is that at such a tender age, you have already ascended to the position of a peak master and taken on disciples. Guantong appeared utterly incredulous. I remember when you used to run around with me, engaging in quite a number of mischiefs. Now, it seems you have transformed into such a serious individual, Guantong murmured with discontent. Zhou Qingchen could not help but darken his expression, his tone steeped in exasperation. Enough is enough. It was you who committed the misdeeds, and I merely tidied up the aftermath. How can you have the audacity? Were it not for my intervention, my senior brother would have dealt with you long ago. Zhou Qingchen shook his head, expressing his bewilderment. I cannot fathom your predicament. Your 4th senior brother is such a steady individual, yet you seem unable to absorb even a fragment of his composure. Guantong, unable to suppress a sense of pride, retorted with a playful arch of her brows. Isn't it simply a testament to my exceptional talent? My master dotes on me abundantly. Zhou Qingchen, weary of entangling himself in such shameless discussions, scoffed. Refining the golden core is no simple feat, and achieving the nascent soul is even more arduous. If you had devoted more of your energy to cultivation, you would already have attained the golden core stage. Guantong shot Zhou Qingchen a glare and, shaking his head, replied, all right, I understand. This time upon my return, I shall surely attain the golden core. Why the incessant urging? You sound just like my master, nagging endlessly. Zhou Qingchen's lips twitched. Do you believe I would inform your master? Upon hearing this, Guantong hurriedly waved his hands and corrected himself, saying, No, I was merely jesting. Zhou Qingchen sighed, remarking that in the future, one must indeed devote oneself to practice. Those true disciples, his senior brothers and sisters, had toiled for decades to attain a single opportunity for yuanying. Upon hearing this, Guantong furrowed his brow, although he appeared rather unkempt. He held the pursuit of cultivation in high regard. Over the past few years, he had deliberately slowed his pace of cultivation, choosing instead to focus on honing his musical skills, which had delayed his progress. However, his master's teachings emphasized a steady and gradual approach, advocating for the accumulation of knowledge before a sudden flourish. With his musical talent now cultivated, he was poised for a period of significant advancement. Now that Zhou Qingchen had brought this to his attention, he understood the importance of not taking things for granted and resolved to heed valuable advice. Guantong nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I understand. Zhou Qingchen smiled gently and remarked, by the way, my eldest disciple will also participate in the competition for the Earth ranking, and perhaps you will have to compete against each other. Guantong, with a look of astonishment, replied, Little Uncle Master, although your eldest disciple has fortuitously encountered the Taihua breathing technique, he is still only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Zhou Qingchen was well aware of what Guantong was alluding to. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, was I not capable of that before? Why should my disciple be any less? Guantong took a deep breath, slowly exhaling before continuing, Very well, you are indeed impressive. The foremost among the celestial rankings at the initial stage of the Golden Core, Zhou Qingchen wore an expression of unspeakable concern. You should be cautious. When you face my disciple, do not be caught defenseless. No sooner had he spoken than another voice echoed from afar. Master. Guantong turned to see two young men approaching, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. Guantong raised his gaze and smiled. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Greetings. Junior brother. Lin Qi returned the smile with a nod. Greetings, senior brother. Guantong raised his eyebrows, and, noticing the small white bird perched on Lin Qi's shoulder, laughed heartily. I never imagined you to be an avian enthusiast. Where did you find such an adorable little sparrow? Lin Qi's expression stiffened. Could he not clarify that this was no ordinary sparrow? Jianling, nestled comfortably on Lin Qi's shoulder, lazily opened one eye at the remark, seemingly disinterested, and promptly closed it again, fluffing its feathers before resuming its peaceful slumber. As a transcendent being, Jianling deemed it unnecessary to engage with the diminutive human before him. Fortunately, the small human, Guantong, refrained from further nonsensical chatter. Master, are we nearing our destination? Su Ruotian inquired from the side. The Feiyun boat had been soaring high in the skies for 2 days, and now the scenery below grew increasingly dense, with cities sprawling and the flow of people becoming more abundant. Zhou Qingchen nodded and remarked, the venue for the Talents Conference is located at Qianjiao Mountain in the heart of Baiqing, a truly captivating place that draws the attention of the masses. The surroundings are bustling with prosperity, dotted with numerous cities and an abundance of cultivation families. For instance, Taihua City, the foremost city of Nanli, lies within this realm of Baiqing, adjacent to Qianjiao Mountain. Lin Qi was equally intrigued. During his previous visit to Taihua City, he had no inkling that it was part of Baiqing, so close to Qianjiao Mountain. Just then, a resounding sound of breaking air echoed from the distance. Zhou Qingchen and the others cast a glance sideways and beheld a slightly smaller spiritual vessel soaring through the mist, upon which numerous figures stood densely packed. Might I inquire if you are fellow cultivators from the Taihua Sect? A rugged voice echoed from the vessel. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the figures standing prominently in the forefront of the crowd, his voice resonating with clarity. I am Zhou Qingchen from the Taihua Sect. Another voice responded, tinged with astonishment. We are the representatives from the 5 directions of Taihua City. Zhou Qingchen appeared contemplative, observing that there were no fewer than 5 nascent soul experts leading the vessel opposite him, although all were in the early stages of cultivation. Their presence underscored the significance they attributed to this gathering of prodigies. Each faction, including the City Lord's mansion, had dispatched their own nascent soul true monarchs. In a grand city like Taihua City, despite the presence of multiple governing bodies, they functioned as a coalition, thus consolidating their efforts for this event. In the blink of an eye, Su Shuangguan appeared by Zhou Qingchen's side, offering a gentle smile as he greeted. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Laughter erupted among the group, who reciprocated with pleasantries, maintaining a facade of civility and harmony, while their minds engaged in intense, covert exchanges. The scale of the Taihua sect's participation was unprecedented, making previous gatherings of prodigies seem trivial in comparison. An inexplicably agitated nascent soul, true monarch, conveyed through thought. It is an unavoidable situation. The 3 sects are competing fiercely, and this is decidedly disadvantageous for us. We must strive for the treasures of the Southly region with unwavering determination. As they approached Qinjiao Mountain, disciples of Taihua Sect ascended the deck of the flying cloud vessel, exchanging glances with their counterparts from Lihua City, each assessing the other. Among the talented youths from Lihua City, a cold and expressionless young man clad in a cloud-patterned robe took the lead, exuding an extraordinary presence. His gaze fixed upon the Taihua Sect, scrutinizing several golden core true inheritors, his eyes ablaze with the flickers of impending conflict. In an instant, the distance of 1,000 miles was traversed, and the landscape transformed before their eyes, revealing an unbroken expanse of mountains. Qinjiao Mountain. They had arrived. Chapter 52. A convergence of aspirants. Qinjiao Mountain was not particularly treacherous, its slopes were gentle. Yet it had undergone a profound transformation into the venue for this grand assembly of prodigies. The mountain was divided into 3 distinct sections: the Cloud Ladder, the Stag Hunting Grounds, and the Prodigy Platform. These 3 segments represented the primary challenges of the gathering, ultimately determining the top 100 of the 3 rankings. Those who secured a place on the list would be hailed as the finest talents of the Southly region, earning not only prestige, but also substantial rewards. At this moment, the surroundings of Qinjiao Mountain were teeming with people, various factions, both large and small, along with thousands of wandering cultivators, congregated in unison. This gathering attracted tens of millions of cultivators from across the province. Even those not participating in the assembly would not miss the spectacle of such a convergence of heroes. It is Taihua Sect. Taihua Sect has arrived. The flying cloud vessel pierced through the clouds, descending from the heavens to hover in the air, causing the throngs at Qinjiao Mountain to erupt in excitement. What an imposing spirit vessel! How can its aura be so formidable? Is that leading Taihua Sect the Master of Tai Xian and the Master of Tai Miao? What? The Master of Tai Miao, the first prodigy, is also present? And over there, it is Lihua City. I did not anticipate that the first among the 3 great sects to arrive would be Taihua Sect. A fervent clamor arose, igniting a fervor among all present at the esteemed Tianjiao conference. Not only were the formidable forces of the Yuanying faction in attendance, but numerous representatives from the Jindan Foundation establishment and even Qi refinement sects flocked to this highly anticipated gathering. From Lihua City, Zhenjiang City, Lihua City, to Huailing Valley, Lihua Sect, and Cold Blade Sect. These factions arrived in succession, exchanging greetings, led invariably by venerable Yuanying true monarchs. In a fleeting moment, the tumult of Qinjiao Mountain surged like a tidal wave. For the majority of cultivators, the sight of so many Yuanying beings was unprecedented. In the past, even the glimpse of one was a rarity. What transpires? I have never witnessed such grandeur before. A voice inquired. Ah, you are blissfully unaware. While you recognize that this Tianjiao conference in the southernly treasure land is a monumental opportunity, what you fail to comprehend is that there are even chances for Yuanying advancement. What? I must contend for this. Do not harbor such thoughts, even you. Do you not see those second-tier forces fortified by Yuanying cultivators? They are compelled to exert their utmost. Yet, even among them, only a scant few possess the qualifications to vie with the 3 sects. Wait, how do you possess such knowledge? Others questioned, perplexed. The speaker, with a triumphant tilt of his head, chuckled. Naturally, it is because I have a friend who is a Jin and elder of the 3 great sects. I have avenues to glean insights. He proclaimed loudly. This Tianjiao conference is a strategic game orchestrated by the 3 sects. I advise you, if you lack the strength, it would be prudent to refrain from wading into these murky waters. In an instant, a myriad of voices arose, each expressing their thoughts and opinions. Why has Lingjin Sect and Bailan Sect not yet arrived? Such arrogance, making so many wait. On the spirit vessel of Taihua Sect, Guantong, visibly displeased, lamented to Zhou Qingchen, while Su Xianjun and several esteemed disciples stood nearby. Upon hearing Guantong's remarks, the crowd furrowed their brows, clearly discontented with the demeanor of the other 2 sections. Zhou Qingchen shook his head with a sigh, remarking that the Lingjin Sect and the Bailan Sect had been excessively active, turning what should have been a splendid gathering of prodigies into a battleground involving so many individuals. Su Xuanquan turned to the several disciples of the Golden Core, speaking with gravitas, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The only individuals capable of causing you trouble are the true disciples from the other 2 sections. Tuoba Tian nodded in understanding, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, Master Uncle. We have thoroughly acquainted ourselves with these individuals and will certainly not underestimate them. Zhou Qingchen took the floor, cautioning, This is merely a typical scenario. These individuals alone cannot inflict significant harm upon you. What you must truly be wary of are the forthcoming upheavals, or rather, the source of confidence that emboldens the other two sections. In the second round at the hunting grounds, it is imperative that you do not disperse. Amidst the chaos of battle, you will undoubtedly become the targets of the other two sects, and that will be the moment when they reveal their true ferocity. Zhou Qingchen's admonition was a conclusion drawn after much contemplation. If there was anything that endowed the other two sects with such confidence to confront them openly, it would surely manifest from the shadows during the chaotic melee at the deer hunting grounds. The group nodded in understanding. Finally, after a brief moment, a resounding clang echoed through the sky. An enormous sword descended from the heavens, its radiant light piercing and formidable, causing many present to change their expressions. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect had arrived. Zhou Qingchen gazed intently, and at a glance, he discerned the figure standing atop the colossal sword. The leader was clad in tattered garments, with sparse hair, only a few disheveled strands of white fluttering wildly in the wind, presenting an amusing sight, yet his demeanor was frigid, rendering any mockery unthinkable. Behind him followed over 100 disciples adorned in the attire of the Spirit Sword sect. The Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword sect, Zhou Qingchen, narrowed his eyes and remarked, "This venerable elder was a sword enthusiast, a prodigy in his youth, having achieved the late stage of the nascent soul realm, on par with the sect's leader." Just as the crowd's thoughts began to swirl, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. A billowing cloud approached slowly, upon which numerous figures stood. Among the two leading individuals, one was a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in resplendent embroidered robes, her head adorned with a golden hairpin studded with pearls, standing in stark contrast to an elderly man beside her, who, despite his simple attire, possessed a youthful countenance with hair as white as snow. The divine spirit maiden, Bai Ling. Su Xuanjuan's brows furrowed deeply. This divine spirit maiden held a unique position within the Bai Ling sect, lacking any official title or role, and had always refrained from meddling in sect affairs. Yet her talents were extraordinary. Having also reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, she was the granddaughter of the sect's venerable ancestor, thus holding a status of great significance. Junior brother, neither Bai Ling nor Zhu has ever entered the southernly treasure land. It seems you are destined for a confrontation this time, Su Xianjun said with a hint of concern. Zhou Qingchen shook his head and turned to the inconspicuous elder beside Bai Ling's senior brother. He remarked, "These two individuals pose no hindrance to me. However, I have discovered something intriguing." "System, display the attribute panel," Zhou Qingchen silently chanted, extending his mental focus outward. The system's voice echoed softly. Name, Gu Zhuqing. Bone age, 741. Talent, mixed spirit roots, average. Cultivation level, perfected yuanying. Technique, 5th grade superior ghost spirit technique. Weapon, blood crow umbrella. Character special attribute, half-demon cultivator. Upon gazing at the attributes displayed before him, Zhou Qingchen could not help but be taken aback. A half-demon cultivator? It seemed this elder was far from ordinary. Possessing such cultivation with merely 4 mixed spirit roots hinted at some extraordinary fortune, perhaps intimately linked to his identity as a half-demon. This elder, with a perfected yuanying cultivation, must possess strength comparable to that of his senior brother. I am left pondering when the Bai Ling sect came to harbor such a remarkable figure. Zhou Qingchen spoke softly. Su Xianjun then noticed the elderly figure beside him, feeling a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. "Junior brother, I can assert with certainty that there is no such person in the Bai Ling sect," he exclaimed. "Moreover, they are at the peak of the nascent soul stage. This must be their reinforcements." Su Xuanjuan's gaze burned intensely as he fixated on the gathering of the Lingjin sect and the Bai Ling sect. Zhou Qingchen nodded and said, "I have conveyed all necessary reminders. Now it is time to demonstrate our true abilities." Su Xianjun looked at him with a hint of concern. "Junior brother, please be cautious." Zhou Qingchen nodded slightly, refraining from further remarks. Subsequently, Su Xianjun soared into the air, his voice resonating throughout Qianjiao Mountain. "Since everyone has gathered, the Tianjiao Conference may commence." Chapter 53. The cloud ladder. The leaders of the 3 major sects exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. After a moment, Su Xianjun cast a cold gaze towards Bai Ling. "Dear friend from the Bai Ling sect, will you not introduce the esteemed individual beside you?" Bai Ling's eyes were indifferent as she glanced at the elder beside her. The elder chuckled amiably, his demeanor exuding warmth. "Master Su, your reputation precedes you. You are renowned across the 5 states of Nanwang. It is an honor for this old man to meet you." This elder was, of course, the enigmatic true monarch of Guiling. With a smile, he continued, I am merely an unremarkable individual, having recently joined the Bailing sect as a guest elder. Zhou Qingchen scoffed inwardly. The old man's words were mere drivel. With such cultivation, it was implausible for him to be a mere nobody. Clearly, this Zhou King was a cultivator from outside Nanli Prefecture, and his reluctance to divulge details indicated he did not intend to reveal his true identity just yet. Zhou Qingchen stood in the rear, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a faint trace of the elder's spiritual awareness settle upon him, silent as a whisper. Yet he discerned it with ease. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Ling Zhenjuan was perplexed. Despite an earlier investigation, he could not perceive any extraordinary qualities in the young man. What significance did the title of prodigy hold? As they had stated, this esteemed master of Taihua Peak was merely at the early stage of the Yuanying realm. Where was the cause for concern? Ling Zhenjuan shook his head, dismissing the thought. Without further ado, let the current prodigy gathering commence. On the other side, Elder Tu Ju of the Spirit Sword sect also spoke. In the next moment, Zhou Qingchen, Bai Ling, and Tu Ju all emanated their cultivation, channeling it into the core formation of Qianjiao Mountain. The ground trembled with a resonant hum as the once modestly elevated Qianjiao Mountain began to rise dramatically. The clouds were scattered by the force, and three broad, lofty celestial ladders descended, ultimately winding down to the foot of Qianjiao Mountain. These celestial ladders led directly to the azure abyss, shrouded in an ethereal mist, instilling trepidation in many. The celestial ladders have appeared. The prodigy gathering has begun. The voices of the Yuanying true monarchs resonated simultaneously, shaking the heavens, as the crowd surged in a fervor, hastening towards the three celestial ladders. In the ensuing melee, injuries were inevitable. Particularly caution was advised against the other two sects employing lethal force. One must safeguard oneself diligently. Zhou Qingchen turned around and gazed at the 200 disciples of Taihua sect, speaking in a solemn tone. After a brief pause, he discreetly transmitted a message to several of the true inheritors of the golden elixir. Exercise caution around the disciples accompanying that elder from Bailing sect. Remain vigilant at all times. Zhou Qingchen's message elicited a subtle shift in the gazes of Tuo Batian and his fellow disciples, who discreetly committed it to memory. These three celestial ladders represent the first trial of the heavenly mystique's three rankings and serve as the sole passage into the stag pursuit arena. You may set forth now. Zhou Qingchen concluded. Indeed, the foremost among the great teachings leads the way, guiding everyone onto the spiritual vessel. Not only they, but the other two sects also sprang into action. Lin Shi, Ruotian, press on. Zhou Qingchen smiled encouragingly at his two disciples. Lin Shi and Su Ruotian nodded resolutely, swiftly employing their techniques to blend into the throng. Meanwhile, Jinling flapped its wings and returned to Zhou Qingchen's side. The formation of Qianjiao Mountain was peculiar, repelling all those who did not meet its stringent criteria, making it unsuitable for the demon to mingle amidst the chaos. The sea of people divided into three paths, densely packed and sprawling across the ground. Yet in comparison to the vast and lofty cloud sky ladder, this multitude seemed somewhat insignificant. Everyone yearned to ascend deeper into the celestial expanse, climbing ever higher. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the three cloud ladders, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his eyes. Senior brother, it appears that this iteration of the cloud ladders is somewhat extraordinary, does it not? Zhou Qingchen, filled with astonishment, inquired. Having participated in the heavenly ranking competition in the past, he was well acquainted with the cloud ladder, and thus immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. Zhou Qingchen nodded and slowly elaborated. This time, the number of participants in the elite conference has significantly increased. Regardless of their cultivation level, anyone below 50 years of age in the Qi refinement stage, below 100 in the foundation establishment stage, and below 300 in the golden core stage, has joined with a spirit of trial. Consequently, the intensity of the cloud ladder in this initial challenge has been elevated, aimed at maximizing the elimination of those who seek to take advantage of the situation. Zhou Qingchen comprehended the situation. Particularly, the ascent to the cloud ladder at the Qi refinement stage was characterized by an appalling density of individuals, with every Qi refinement practitioner striving to ascend. In contrast, the cloud ladders for the foundation establishment and golden core stages appeared relatively moderate. Climbing the celestial ladder necessitated enduring an ever-increasing gravitational pressure and mental disturbances. While the impact might be negligible in the short term, the higher one ascended, the more unbearable it became. This very ladder had the potential to eliminate a staggering 80% of those who attempted it. Zhou Qingchen murmured softly to himself. Naturally, with such a vast number of cultivators, even if over 80% were eliminated, a considerable number would still enter the hunting grounds in the end. The process of stratification has begun. Zhou Qingchen's gaze sharpened as he spoke to Zhou Qingchen. The three celestial ladders had witnessed a gradual dispersal of the once dense crowd after half an hour of ascent. Those who were merely trying to take advantage of the situation remained at the bottom, struggling to make any progress. Higher up, the mid-tier crowd, after an initial phase of ease, began to find themselves increasingly challenged, their pace slowing. Only a select few at the forefront continued their relentless ascent. Evidently unaffected by the oppressive atmosphere of the celestial ladders, this group appeared to be the most promising candidates for reaching the summit. Undoubtedly, the disciples of the three major sects and those of the secondary factions led the front lines. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian were among them, closely monitored by Zhou Qingchen. Lin Qi was climbing alongside Guantong, surrounded by disciples of the Taihua sect. To maintain their formation, they adopted a steady climbing strategy. Yet they firmly held their position at the front, each sect occupying distinct positions. Similarly, Su Ruotian's group of Qi refinement disciples advanced steadily together. However, the scene was markedly different at the Golden Core level. The Celestial Ladder for Golden Core practitioners housed only around 10,000 individuals, and the 50 disciples from the Taihua sect surged ahead, their speed unabated. Soaring like streaks of light without even needing to step, gravity and mental interference posed no challenge to them. Taibation, Chun Daoyu, and Hua Qi, the three foremost disciples, led the way, occasionally exchanging insights. Have you noticed the other two sects' formations? Taibation inquired solemnly. Chun Daoyu nodded. Those unfamiliar faces possess complete golden core cultivation and exhibit profound auras. They must be reinforcements they summoned. The junior master has warned us to remain vigilant against them and not to underestimate their capabilities. Hua Qi promptly added, during the stag hunt, we must not disperse. This is a contest among the three sects, and outside forces will not intervene. We can only rely on ourselves. We understand. The disciples responded in unison. As an hour passed, the celestial ladder neared its conclusion, with over 80% of participants having been eliminated along the way. The forefront was predominantly occupied by individuals from the three sects and secondary factions, along with a few from minor sects and rogue cultivators, forming a small collective. We are on the verge of reaching the summit. Beyond Qianqiao Mountain, besides those participating in the three rankings contest, numerous onlookers gathered. They gazed upward, their voices rising in anticipation. As the mist at the summit of the celestial ladder began to dissipate, a vast platform emerged. This platform was divided into three distinct zones, corresponding to the three celestial ladders. It also featured three colossal spatial portals. Entering them would lead to the second stage of the Tianjiao Hui, the stag hunt. Chapter 54, Chaos Swish, Swish. Figures continued to ascend the final few steps of the celestial ladder, reaching the summit. Before long, several thousand individuals stood upon the platform. Thousands of individuals were divided into numerous factions, each scrutinizing one another with keen interest. Within the ranks of the Taihua sect, Taoba Tian addressed the assembly, urging, "Let us first regain our composure and maintain our utmost condition." The crowd nodded in agreement, settling into meditative postures. In another area, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian ascended to their respective pinnacles. Guantong, resting his elbow on Lin Qi's shoulder, chuckled lightly, "Do not disappoint me later. Your master holds great confidence in you." Lin Qi cast a sidelong glance at his senior, affirming earnestly, "I shall exert my utmost effort. One challenger I shall eliminate. A multitude I shall vanquish." Guantong raised an eyebrow, then erupted into hearty laughter. "A fine disposition, Junior. Let us unleash our full potential." Meanwhile, at the apex of the Qi refinement stage, Su Ruotian and his companions gathered. Su Ruotian, Du Yuner, and Wei Kong stood as undeniable focal points, their energies palpable as they eagerly surveyed those around them. These individuals, Zhou Qingchen and Su Xianjun, exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads lightly. When soldiers come, one must defend. When water flows, one must bury it. They had made extensive preparations for this very moment. At last, another hour passed, and the cloud ladder vanished entirely, whisking away those who had not reached the summit to the outskirts of Qianqiao Mountain. Meanwhile, those who had succeeded in ascending stood ready. From the Lingjin sect and the Bailan sect, Bai Ling, Tuju, and the enigmatic true monarch of the spirit stood side by side. True monarch. "Do not forget your promise," Bai Ling remarked, lifting her head. The true monarch of the spirit smiled, reassuring her, "Rest assured. My four disciples have achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage and have cultivated diligently over the years, with the inheritance bestowed by me. Their combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners." Bai Ling nodded in acknowledgement, while Tuzhu remained silent. However, it is worth noting that your combined forces from the Lingjian and Bailan sects amount to only 33 Golden Core perfectionists, which pales in comparison to the Taihua sect. The true monarch suddenly observed. This was indeed the truth, but it cast a shadow over Bai Ling and Tuzhu's expressions. They had not anticipated such a disparity. Despite their extensive preparations in the allocation of resources towards their Golden Core disciples, they could muster only 33, while the Taihua sect boasted a formidable 50. Fortunately, their combined number of Golden Core practitioners was still substantial, allowing them to employ encirclement strategies to outlast their opponent. The Taihua sect's foundation ran deep, its three major fortuities having evolved remarkably over thousands of years, resulting in astonishing effects. In contrast, the foundations of the Lingjian and Bailan sects were dwindling, struggling to nurture a sufficient number of exceptional talents. Bai Ling and Tuzhu exchanged no words, yet their thoughts echoed with a mix of helplessness and envy. Thankfully, the number of mid to late-stage Golden Core disciples they possessed was adequate, totaling over 100, thus compensating for their numerical disadvantage. The true monarch of the spirit wore a confident smile, exuding an air of certainty. Suddenly, Tuzhu, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "This is but one aspect. Let us not forget our primary objective is to seize that item." The true monarch paused, then nodded in agreement, "Since your sect leader is wary of that Zhou Feng, we shall suppress him upon entry and then seek the item you desire. However, we must agree that all other opportunities will belong to me." The true monarch narrowed his eyes as he spoke softly. Moments later, the second round of the talented competition, the deer hunting ground, was about to commence. You will have 3 hours to eliminate as many of your opponents as possible. After 3 hours, we shall proceed to the third round, the talented platform, Tuzhu announced. Now, the spatial passage opens. As his words echoed, 3 spatial portals at the summit of the cloud ladder began to whirl into motion, converging into one. Disciples of the Taihua sect swiftly entered the spatial portal, their movements reminiscent of a swarm of locusts. Outside the Qianjiao mountain, 3 immense water mirrors appeared in the air, allowing everyone to clearly observe the happenings within the Zulutai. This spectacle bore a striking resemblance to the ancient battleground of the Taihua sect. Yet the space within the Zulutai was far more expansive, resembling a miniature world. The battlefield was fraught with intricate terrain, the sky alternating between light and darkness, akin to a shattered mirror. In this triadic space, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At a certain moment, an unknown individual ignited the chaos, leading to a full-fledged melee. The sounds of spells clashing reverberated within the 3 layers of space. The conflict among the disciples in the Qi refinement realm was the most populous, scattering the crowd into numerous battlefields of varying sizes. Within this particular space, the 3 sects refrained from engaging in open warfare, instead occupying their respective territories to eliminate the weaker contenders. Many were ousted, losing their qualifications and forced to exit through the spatial passage, while some unfortunate souls even perished in the fray. The cultivation world has always been merciless. Many disciples spend most of their time in sheltered environments, oblivious to life and death. Yet, when faced with the outside world, a single misstep in the pursuit of fortune could lead to demise. Deceit and murder for treasure are commonplace. "If you stand before me, I shall support you," the Yuner commanded. Su Ruotian nodded vigorously, brandishing his heavy sword, the Tianguan, which unleashed a tremendous force of earth elemental energy, causing the ground to erupt with towering earthen spikes. Simultaneously, the Yuner waved her water fan, summoning 9 water dragons to soar skyward. "I shall join as well," Wei Kong declared, his long knife sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of azure blade energy. Together, the trio became akin to a reaping machine on the battlefield. In the second layer of the Zulutai, Guantong shed his previous nonchalance, his countenance now icy. Upon entry, they were immediately surrounded by the other 2 sects, with over 100 perfected foundation establishment disciples blocking their retreat, enemies looming from every direction. Eliminate the true inheritor of the heavenly spirit root from Miao Peak. The disciples of the Bailan sect and the Lingjian sect, their expressions frigid, launched their assault without hesitation. Celestial Qinin. Guantong wasted no words, clutching a 7-stringed ancient zither, its surface shimmering with radiant light, fluid in form, named the Lingji zither, a 4th-grade mystical artifact bestowed upon him by his master. His slender fingers glided over the strings, producing resonant notes that rippled through the air, radiating outward with formidable spiritual power. Lin Chi wielded the fire source gun, its fiery tip blindingly bright. "Let us engage." The 2 factions clashed instantaneously. In the external world, all forces at the nascent soul stage keenly observe the water mirrors, closely monitoring the entrance of the three factions. While the chaos of the Qi refinement competition was too tumultuous to discern any clear outcomes, the conflicts among the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms were already starkly delineated. The three major sects formed one faction, while other cultivators constituted another. As anticipated by many, upon entering the hunting ground, the Lingjin Sect and Bailing Sect immediately launched an assault on the Taihua Sect. Meanwhile, smaller factions, oblivious to the tension among the three sects, erupted in confusion, puzzled as to why they would confront each other in the arena of elimination. The Qi refining and Foundation establishment stages were of little concern. The primary focus lay upon the Golden Core realm. Su Xianjun and Zhou Qingchen observed as the fangs of the two sects were finally bared. Within the hunting ground, thousands of Golden Core cultivators engaged in chaotic battle, with the confrontations among high-ranking cultivators proving to be earth-shattering. The might of their spells unleashed rampant spiritual energy, creating a tumultuous surge of immense destructive power that most Golden Core cultivators struggled to endure. Over 100 cultivators from the two sects stood in opposition to the Taihua sect. In Chapter 55, the three sects found themselves in a deadlock. Tuoba Tian. It has been quite a while, remarked a scarred youth from the Lingjin sect, his long sword pointed menacingly at the members of the Taihua sect. Tuoba Tian raised his gaze. Yichun, when did you become so despicable? The 50 Golden Core disciples of the Taihua sect remained steadfast, rallying their spirits to confront the two opposing sections. Such words are unwarranted, a mocking voice interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd. A figure emerged from the Bailing sect, resplendent in attire, reminiscent of a young gentleman. This is a task assigned by our sect. Our camps may differ and our relationship may be adversarial. But let us not speak of fairness, for we have never been balanced to begin with. What a laughable notion of fairness! Suji sneered repeatedly. This esteemed disciple of the Taihua sect, do not tell me you still cling to any naive and immature ideals. Tuoba Tian frowned upon hearing this, while several true disciples wore expressions of displeasure. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss, Chen Daoyu replied, shaking his head. 6 true disciples of the Golden Core realm hovered in midair, their auras ascending drastically, exuding an aura of terror. This was the essence belonging to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, particularly that of the 3 strongest true disciples, whose long-accumulated foundation could no longer be compared to their peers. You have indeed grown stronger, Su Ji said, filled with both astonishment and anger. As the eldest disciple of the Bailing sect, no matter how hard he tried, he found himself unable to match the strength of Tuoba Tian and his companions. I hope you can maintain that bravado in the moments to come. As Su Ji's voice faded, 3 figures emerged behind him, joined by the 4 led by Yichun, summoning a total of 9 esteemed disciples from the 2 sections. Yet, this was not the end. Shortly thereafter, 4 unfamiliar cultivators stepped forth from the Bailing sect, their potent auras overshadowing even the typical disciples, subtly rivaling the presence of Tuoba Tian and his companions. 13 elite disciples at the Golden Core stage faced off against 6 from the Taihua sect, showcasing a clear numerical advantage in terms of discipleship. However, despite the numerical superiority of the other 2 sects, the Taihua sect boasted a remarkable 50 Golden Core cultivators, rendering them unmatched overall. Is it true that your 2 sects are bereft of capable individuals in the mid-Golden Core stage? Tuoba Tian remarked with a mocking chuckle. This sardonic laughter ignited the fury of his opponents. However, before they could react, the formation of the Tong Xian Ling Yuan array commenced. With a flourish of Hua Qi's hand, intricate array patterns flooded the skies, and in an instant, a colossal formation enveloped them, drawing in spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around, bestowing immense enhancement upon the Taihua sect disciples. Xianming True Shield Array, Hua Qi commanded, her voice ringing out as she formed seals with her hands. Her fingers danced in a blur, and the array flags vanished into the void of the formation's core, summoning yet another distinct array, a vast barrier encasing them, crowned by the image of a celestial tortoise howling skyward. Damn it! Sushi growled through gritted teeth. The 2 spiritual arrays had formed almost instantaneously, leaving them no time to respond. Hua Qi raised her gaze coldly. She had been prepared for this moment. For passivity was not her style. Hurry. These formations will last no longer than a quarter of an hour before being forcibly shattered. Seize the opportunity, Hua Qi urged. In that fleeting moment, the 2 sects launched into a fierce clash, the spiritual arrays quaking violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Falling Abyss Hand. Yichun. You couldn't withstand this move back then, and you shan't withstand it now. Tuoba Tian's eyes gleamed fiercely as an enormous hand of spiritual power reached towards the Lingjian sect. Yichen's expression turned grave. He dared not face it alone and instead joined forces with the other 4 esteemed disciples, unleashing 5 icy beams of sword light that clashed with the colossal hand, annihilating each other upon impact. Xin Yuan Palm, Ling Light Technique, Kunshin Sword. The esteemed disciples unleashed the core techniques of their respective peaks, boldly confronting the 2 sections. Tuoba Tian, Qin Daoyu, and Hua Qi were overwhelmingly powerful. No single individual could withstand their might. In that moment, bolstered by the 2 formidable arrays, the situation reached a stalemate, as neither side could overpower the other. Forest of 10,000 trees. The painting pool once again coalesced into a formation, causing the previously laid Xianyuan Spirit Source Array and the Xianming True Shield to dissipate with a thunderous crash. The Golden Core disciples from the Lingjian Sect and the Bailan Sect, who were engaged in battle with the members of the Taihua Sect, suddenly found themselves ensnared within the formation. This array differed from the previous 2. It was a true battle array, infused with the wood attribute spiritual energy of the painting pool. The ground erupted violently, as towering ancient trees burst forth from the earth, their flourishing branches and vines striking like divine weapons, descending upon the crowd with lightning speed. A cacophony of anguished screams echoed as some disciples, unable to evade the onslaught, were pierced through by the razor-sharp wooden branches, their golden cores shattered, and their mangled bodies collapsed to the ground. How dare they be distracted while fighting us? Suji exclaimed furiously. We must eliminate her first. Her formation poses a significant obstacle to us. With no time to concern themselves with the other Golden Core disciples, the 13 true inheritors from both sects surrounded the 6 members of the Taihua sect. Let us show you the core spells of our 2 sects. Violet Needle. Suji formed a hand seal, summoning countless emerald green needles that fell like a torrential downpour. Shadow of the Purple Orchid. Another true inheritor from the Bailan sect unleashed their power, manifesting a spectral image behind them that surged forward like a ghostly apparition. Annihilation Sword. On the side of the Lingjian sect, several true inheritors raised their swords, unleashing a torrent of sword light that filled the space with an overwhelming aura of destruction. Excellent. Tuoba Tian's gaze burned with intensity as a dark, imposing halberd materialized in his hand. He swung it with great force, causing the air to crackle with energy. If you fear our Taihua sect, then I shall ensure that you fear us to the very end. Daoyu, Huaqi, join me. Understood. The others responded in unison. Huanyuan break. The first to strike was Tuoba Tian as he thrust the halberd forward, its tip coalescing into a massive black hole that devoured the very essence of the annihilating sword light. Subsequently, the black hole erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent several disciples from the Lingjian sect reeling, their spiritual energy momentarily thrown into disarray. This is the renowned technique of the Taihua sect master. Outside, countless observers were awestruck by this formidable display. The Taihua sect master, Tuoba Yuan, had gained fame over many years, and those who had witnessed his prowess were invariably Golden Core veterans or Yuanying experts from other factions. In that moment, someone recognized the highly distinctive and powerful technique, shouting in excitement. Truly, he is the offspring of that legendary figure. His might is reminiscent of that illustrious ancestor. The older generation of powerful figures voiced their admiration. Within the water mirror, the scene shifted rapidly. An hour had passed, and the Taihua sect found itself locked in a stalemate with the other 2 sections. Gue Lingzhenjuan. Why have your disciples yet to make a move? As the situation grew increasingly dire, Bai Ling cast an irritated glance at the elderly figure beside her. However, the enigmatic Lingzhenjuan remained calm and replied, Do not be hasty. Observe, for they have already made their move. Chapter 56. The Spirit Exterminating Yinming Formation, Spirit Sealing Technique. At the moment when the members of the Taihua sect were demonstrating their prowess, a figure from the Bailing sect suddenly conjured a spell. A colossal, almost transparent shadow of a red spider materialized above several true disciples, releasing strands of gossamer silk in an instant. I anticipated this, Qin Daoyu remarked, her lips curling slightly as she produced a treasure mirror from her hands, which emitted a piercing beam of cold white light, obliterating the shadow of the red spider. Damn it! A disciple from the Bailing sect cursed, witnessing the dismantling of the carefully prepared spell. This technique possesses sealing properties, Qin Daoyu noted, her expression slightly grave as she sensed the residual energy left by the dispelled spell. Fortunately, her junior master had provided a timely warning. Otherwise, they would have fallen victim to it. This thought made the true disciples even more vigilant. seeing their initial attack thwarted. The Bailing Sect and the Lingjian Sect intensified their onslaught. Spells rained down repeatedly. Had it not been for the fact that the members of the Taihua sect were all at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, they might have struggled to withstand such relentless bombardment. Ghost Crow Manifestation. A previously unseen figure from the Bailing sect launched an assault. A massive crow shrouded in black mist swooped down, but just as it was about to descend upon them, it fragmented into thousands of smaller ghost crow apparitions, creating immense chaos and confusion for the Taihua sect members. The disciples of Taihua quickly summoned various talismans, and as the talismans ignited, a protective spiritual light enveloped them. How did they seem so well prepared? The attacker mused in frustration. Black Spirit Swamp. Another bizarre spell was unleashed, causing the disciples of Taihua to find their surroundings shrouded in darkness, a mysterious force hindering their movements as if they were mired in a quagmire. What manner of spell is this? It's utterly repulsive. A disciple from Taihua cursed, his face pale with indignation. Stay vigilant. Tuoba Tian warned. These spells were not derived from the traditions of the other two sects. They were peculiar and troublesome, necessitating utmost caution. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when Black Shin needles. Suddenly, 3 slender needles, as fine as hair, silently embedded themselves into the air, unnoticed by all. The next moment, Junior Brother. A voice filled with anger erupted from the Taihua sect. 3 core disciples, all at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, were pierced through the brow by the suddenly appearing needles. The horrifying force injured their souls, rendering them gravely wounded and unconscious, their breaths growing faint. Protect the 3 junior brothers. Though they had been forewarned, they were still unable to defend against such an elusive and devastating spell. This devastating blow was only barely endured thanks to the extensive and rigorous training previously undergone. However, upon returning to the sect, if one does not promptly utilize the rare soul-nourishing treasures, the foundation may be irreparably damaged, leaving no hope for the nascent soul. Form the formation. Suddenly declared several disciples of the Eerie Spirit True Monarch, led by the 9 foremost disciples of the Emerald Spirit Sect and the Spirit Sword Sect. The disciples who had been engaged in battle took this opportunity to extricate themselves, arranging their figures in various strategic positions while performing intricate hand seals. Moments later, an astonishingly peculiar formation emerged, enveloping all disciples of the Taihua sect within its grasp. Within this formation, a swirling, enigmatic gray mist surged, accompanied by howling sinister winds and wandering spirits. As the formation solidified, many disciples experienced a sharp pain in their souls, their consciousness becoming hazy. It is no wonder they are referred to as semi-demonic cultivators. Such methods lean towards the malevolent and are most disconcerting. Zhou Qingchen's gaze was fixated on the reflection in the water mirror, his expression marked by an austere severity. In an instant, he had severely injured 3 core disciples of the Golden Core realm, an act perpetrated by individuals from beyond the 3 sects. A fact that even Zhou Qingchen found difficult to remain composed about. The injury to the spirit is the hardest to mend, fortunately. The sect possesses resources for nurturing the soul. Otherwise, Su Xuanjuan's gaze would frequently dart towards the elder beside Bai Ling, his brows knitted in concern. I have discerned his identity, Su Xianjun thought, a sudden illumination striking his mind. This is the renowned rogue cultivator, the Guiling True Monarch, from the 5 states of the southern wilderness. His legacy is notoriously enigmatic, making him exceedingly difficult to guard against. Had it not been for the absence of demonic aura surrounding him and his relatively upright character, he could easily be mistaken for a demon cultivator. Senior Brother. This Guiling True Monarch is indeed not a pure demonic cultivator, but he is certainly a half-one. The spells wielded by those disciples must have been inherited from him. Zhou Qingchen narrowed his eyes and spoke directly. As for your assertion that his character is relatively upright, I beg to differ. Coming from a background of solitary cultivation, one must adeptly navigate through the intricacies of various powers to thrive amidst them. A half-demon cultivator. Su Xuanjuan's expression involuntarily shifted, for he understood that Zhou Qingchen would not speak without cause. In the southern regions, demon cultivators are regarded as a taboo, a remnant of a cataclysmic event that transpired over 100,000 years ago. Those demon cultivators, in their pursuit of the so-called supreme demonic path, harbored sinister thoughts that harmed countless living beings, instigating a dark upheaval that lasted for a millennium. Subsequently, the legacy of the demonic path waned in the southern lands, and the presence of demon cultivators became rare, rendering them an unspeakable taboo. Junior Brother, could it be that this enigmatic spirit lord is an exceedingly perilous individual? Su Xuanjuan's countenance darkened as he began to worry for Tuoba Tian and the others. Meanwhile, in the third layer of space, the Taihua sect found itself at a disadvantage due to the sudden turn of events. The bizarre formation proved unbearable for many disciples. It was an insidious trap targeting the very essence of the soul. The expressions of several true disciples grew grim. In the Golden Core realm, one's spiritual consciousness is not particularly robust, and the soul is not overwhelmingly fierce. Thus, this formation, designed to assault the soul, was quite troublesome. Only upon reaching the nascent soul stage, when the soul begins to undergo transformation, does one acquire sufficient strength to safeguard their spirit. Steady your minds and remain vigilant. The crowd resolved to follow suit, struggling against the adverse effects wrought by the formation. In contrast to their plight, the other two sects were buoyed by their reversal of fortunes. Now is the time to concentrate our assault. Su Ji's expression was invigorated as he directed the charge. Disciples from the two sects unleashed one spell after another upon the disciples of Taihua sect ensnared within the formation. As time passed, the decline of the Taihua sect became increasingly apparent. The formation's impact on the soul was profound. Even the true disciples began to feel its discomfort. Prepare to break through. Suddenly, Huaqi spoke up. This time, she had devised an even more formidable formation. This formation, conceived on the spur of the moment, was composed of numerous smaller clear heart formations. Typically, the clear heart formation is employed to aid in cultivation, preventing one from falling into madness due to excessive eagerness. Unexpectedly, in this situation, it proved immensely effective. At the moment the formation was established, the disciples of Taihua sect felt an immediate alleviation of their burdens, their souls experiencing a wave of comfort. Seizing the opportunity, they unleashed their cultivation, focusing their attacks on the mid to late Golden Core disciples of the other two sects who maintained the formation. In an instant, several from the two sects fell. Yet Taihua sect could not rejoice, as numerous disciples also suffered severe injuries, forced to take refuge in the center, lest they perish. This woman, I shall slay her. Time and again, Su Ji found himself thwarted by the array of the drawing pool, his face contorted with frustration. The disciples of the enigmatic spirit master suddenly advanced. It had been stated repeatedly that this formation could not unleash its true power without a sacrifice to nourish it. One disciple remarked with a sinister grin. Su Ji and Yi Chun fell silent. Moments later, the few true disciples who had mastered the heart of the formation began to channel its energy with all their might. Meanwhile, the disciples from the two sects who maintained the formation began to look dazed. Suddenly, a disciple's life was extinguished, his eyes wide open, as his body plummeted from the air to the ground. Following suit were the second and third, with an increasing number of disciples collapsing, all of whom were in the later stages of the Golden Core realm. In an instant, the surviving disciples from the Bailing sect and the Lingjian sect cast terrified glances at Su Ji and Yi Chun, the true disciples. You would sacrifice your own brethren? One disciple uttered mournfully, feeling a heart-wrenching despair. Yet, in the next moment, he too became a soul offered as a sacrifice to this formation. The complete ghostly annihilation array is finally complete. The disciples of the Spirit Master laughed heartily, showing no concern for the lives of their fellow sect members. After sacrificing a dozen living souls, the entire ghostly annihilation array began to tremble violently, unleashing a terrifying, eerie aura that bore down on the disciples of the Taihua sect. Chapter 57. Rebound inside the formation, the winds howled and countless wraiths roamed. These inscrutable spirits wove between the disciples, and once they penetrated a disciple's body, they would instantly inflict devastating harm to the soul. Eliminate these nuisances. As the situation spiraled out of control, Tuoba Tian and the others were filled with rage. Every individual was ablaze with fury, their aura reaching a pinnacle, with some even willing to expend their lifeblood to summon more formidable spells. You have forced our hand. Tuoba Tian's expression was icy. With this thought, the three most powerful true disciples unleashed their full magical prowess. Their golden cores radiated a brilliant light, as if undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Supreme Heaven Technique. Tuoba Tian's eyes sparkled as he soared into the sky, his peak aura laid bare. In the next moment, the heavens shattered, a beam of resplendent golden light erupted forth, overwhelming all resistance. Almost simultaneously, Qin Daoyu unleashed a similarly terrifying spell. Taishian Qian Kuan Seal. A massive square seal materialized, representing the four corners of the universe. The Qin Cave Spirit Heaven. With a thrust of his palm, Hua's pool conjured a vortex of white, instantly forming a deadly whirlpool, exuding an aura of terror. The three spells had transcended the limits of the Golden Core realm, drawing perilously close to the coveted fourth realm of the nascent soul. False nascent soul. Danger. Retreat. Su Ji and Yi Chun roared, their faces etched with terror. They had not anticipated that these three individuals would take a significant step towards the nascent soul realm at such a critical moment. This was the pinnacle of the supreme arts from Taishang Peak, Taixin Peak, and Taiqing Peak, classified as fifth-tier exceptional. The countenance of everyone shifted dramatically. Even those who had not joined the fray from afar could not help but halt their actions and gaze in this direction. In the next instant, they witnessed the spells of the true disciples from Lingjian's sect and Bailan's sect disintegrating piece by piece, as golden light, seals, and whirlpools descended, causing several figures to evaporate instantaneously. These figures predominantly targeted the disciples of the Guiling True Monarch, resulting in the deaths being nearly all of them. Su Ji, positioned at the epicenter, was directly obliterated by that terrifying force, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the sky. Only Yi Qin and a few other true disciples managed to escape disaster due to their slightly greater distance. 3 of Guiling True Monarch's 4 disciples had perished. Su Ji, the foremost disciple of Bailan's sect, was dead, while the remaining 3 true disciples suffered 1 death and 2 injuries. The Lingjian sect lost 2 of its 5 true disciples. This sudden, drastic turn of events left everyone present at a loss for words, their tongues faltering. The 3 major sects had entered the hunting ground with intentions of confrontation, expecting Taihua sect to suffer significant losses, yet the outcome was starkly contrary. Several disciples responsible for controlling the core of the ghostly extinction Yinming array had fallen, effectively rendering this formidable formation, which had only recently taken shape, severely weakened. On Taihua sect's side, although no one had perished due to their perfected golden core realm cultivation, several had sustained severe injuries, and some even faced significant damage to their physical forms, likely necessitating the intervention of an elder for restoration. Among the remnants, they would kill as many as possible. Kill as many as you can, said Huaqi in a chilling tone, as 10 array flags soared into the air, positioning themselves to encircle all the surviving members of the 2 sections. The disciples of Taihua sect were consumed by bloodlust. From this moment on, the assault transformed from a joint effort by the 2 sects into a one-sided massacre led by Taihua sect. Bang! Outside, Bai Ling, Tu Ju, and Guiling True Monarch could no longer maintain their composure. It was over. Bai Ling and Tu Ju's faces darkened like storm clouds, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After preparing for so long for this gathering of prodigies, they had believed that the combined might of both sects would suffice to contend with Taihua sect. In the end, they had even enlisted the aid of several disciples from Guiling True Monarch. Yet, the losses among the Golden Core disciples who had entered were catastrophic. With 3 true disciples dead, this had effectively doomed the new generation of both sections. Guiling True Monarch's expression was one of fury, his aura radiating menacingly, casting a dark pall over the entire area. Not only did the lower-tier cultivators surrounding Tianjiao Mountain feel a sense of dread, but even many at the nascent soul realm present experienced a wave of unease. Boldness. How dare you slay my disciples? Guiling True Monarch's white hair whipped fiercely in the wind, his robes billowing ominously, his gaze so fearsome it seemed capable of devouring souls. Speak another word, and you shall meet your end. Zhou Qingchen's gaze pierced through the air, his words laced with an enduring chill. With a mere thought, a blinding beam of cold light swiftly vanished into the void. Before the spectral spirit True Monarch could utter a word, his expression shifted dramatically. Within the emptiness, the frigid sword light sliced through all barriers, aiming directly at the spectral spirit True Monarch. The Ghost Crow umbrella. In the face of life and death, the spectral spirit True Monarch hastily brandished a black umbrella to shield himself. In the next instant, with a tearing sound, the sword light effortlessly shredded the umbrella's surface, unleashing a terrifying force that left the True Monarch reeling, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, engulfed in agony. My treasured artifact. The spectral spirit True Monarch was taken aback, his eyes reflecting profound bewilderment. This 5th-tier mystical weapon, crafted from the feathers of the Ghost Crow, known as the world's malevolent bird, boasted both offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, at this moment, it was effortlessly torn apart by the sword light, losing all semblance of its spirit. Around the entirety of Tianjiao Mountain, gasps of astonishment echoed in succession. It was evident that Zhou Qingchen's maneuver had left everyone in awe. Without this umbrella, you would have perished. Zhou Qingchen spoke coldly. The icy sword light returned to his side, swirling around him in an elegant dance. It was a flying sword imbued with a fierce aura. This sword, Tianhuan, was one of the 9 flying swords that had split from the quasi-immortal artifact, Fuxian Jiuchen. Zhou Qingchen sealed most of the power of this quasi-immortal artifact, allowing him to wield it. The brilliance of the Tianquan's sword was piercing, its aura constantly locking onto the eerie spirit true monarch, sending chills racing down his spine. Nearby, Bai Ling and Tu Ju wore grim expressions, their hearts tumultuous as they were taken aback by Zhou Qingchen's inadvertently revealed strength. It was unmistakably the power of a perfected nascent soul. The two heightened their vigilance, clustering together with the injured eerie spirit true monarch. "This is my fault," the eerie spirit true monarch confessed, lowering his head in acknowledgement. In an instant, the minds of many nascent soul true monarchs surrounding Tianjiao Mountain were in turmoil. They were astute individuals, capable of discerning that the eerie spirit true monarch did not belong to either sect. The Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect had instigated the conflict, even enlisting the so-called external aid of the eerie spirit true monarch, who meddled in the Tianjiao conference of Nanli prefecture under the pretense of a title, resulting in the murder of disciples from the Taihua sect. How audacious to rage here after bringing about their own demise, losing disciples, yet daring to act so brazenly. Witnessing this scene, the many nascent soul true monarchs couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Zhou Qingchen was equally astonished. How could one endure such a situation? The Guilin Zhenjuan was indeed a shrewd and worldly individual, a quality that allowed him to thrive as a solitary cultivator. Another one has perished. No longer concerning himself with the Guilin Zhenjuan and his companions, Zhou Qingchen turned his gaze back to the water mirror and spoke softly. The siege strategy of the two sects had utterly failed. They now dared not confront Tuoba Tian and his allies, fleeing like lost dogs within the hunting ground. "Junior brother, your esteemed disciple is truly formidable." In the realm of the Golden Core, the outcome of the hunting ground had become entirely devoid of suspense. Su Xianjun and Zhou Qingchen's focus shifted to the other two water mirrors. Flames of the sun. Lin Qi stood suspended in midair, a blazing sun rising behind him, its dazzling radiance causing a painful sting to the eyes. The great sun bathed the surroundings in a magnificent crimson glow, and in the next instant, a terrifying inferno surged forth, akin to a rain of fire descending upon the world. Since reaching the realm of spiritual fire, Lin Qi had not wielded his fire spirit energy with such unrestrained vigor, harnessing the solar spirit fire to invoke the fire attribute spells taught by Zhou Qingchen. His explosive power was astonishing. Some, unable to evade, were struck by the fiery rain and were reduced to ashes within moments. From an initial assault of 100 Foundation establishment cultivators, nearly half had already fallen. Lin Qi played a pivotal role. The area engulfed by spiritual fire was so vast that none dared to oppose it. It was laughable that those disciples had initially intended to encircle and eliminate Lin Qi, only to be transformed into ashes by his spell. Guan Tong, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Isn't this spell a bit too unfair? A group attack like this makes it impossible to compete." Lin Qi smiled faintly in response. Soon, the 3-hour duration came to an end, marking the conclusion of the deer hunting event. The competition among the 3 sects concluded with the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect suffering a severe backlash. By this point, there was little suspense left in the Tianjiao conference. Chapter 58, the finale. Within the deer hunting arena, the heavens rumbled open, and all those who advanced basked in the radiant light. Under this brilliant illumination, the magical energies of the participants surged rapidly. Yet their injuries could not heal at the same pace. Following the eliminations in the deer hunting arena, individuals were continuously transmitted from the spatial passage. To everyone's surprise, the last remaining disciple of the Guilin True Monarch managed to survive, scrambling away from the arena and returning to the outside world. As for the surviving Golden Core disciples from the 2 sects, they were utterly demoralized and also departed from the deer hunting platform. These individuals returned to their respective sects with expressions of anguish and confusion. Their emotions were immensely complicated. Part of them felt fear towards the Taihua sect, while the other part was consumed by anger and disillusionment towards their own sections. These late-stage Golden Core disciples had been treated as mere cannon fodder, reduced to sacrificial tools devoid of dignity. On the side of the Taihua sect, the severely injured disciples were also transmitted out. Su Xianjun waved his sleeve, summoning them all back to his side, immediately stabilizing their injuries. At this moment, within the 3 factions in the deer hunting arena, only a few hundred Golden Core cultivators remained, alongside several thousand Foundation establishment cultivators and over 10,000 Qi refining cultivators. Ultimately, These individuals were directly transmitted to the third level of the Tianjiao platform. The Tianjiao platform was a uniquely special multidimensional space where everyone would be isolated within their own individual realms. Within these spaces, opponents of perfect realms would continuously materialize, conjured through formations and the path of puppetry. Their agility was unquestionable, and as their numbers increased, they became increasingly difficult to resist, ultimately reaching a breaking point. This breaking point determined the final results. With a flourish, 3 massive lists hung high in the firmament, their golden light dazzling. Though names had yet to appear, they were perfectly arranged from top to bottom, encompassing 100 ranks. The Tian, Di, and Xian lists had emerged. Now, it was a matter of who could ascend among them. As the final moments approached, excitement surged among the crowd. The ultimate rankings would determine the slots for the Southernly Treasure Grounds, igniting a frenzy among all. Within the Tianjiao platform, challenges commenced in succession, and the names on the 3 lists finally began to shift. Look, an hour has passed, and the majority of the names on the 3 lists have been confirmed. With little change, someone analyzed. Particularly among the top ranks, alterations were rare, and the top 10 had remained unchanged. Astonishingly, 8 out of the top 10 on the heavenly list belonged to the Taihua sect, with the top 3 firmly occupied by Tuoba Tian, Chen Daoyu, and Hua Qi. I find it remarkable that the eldest son of the Si family from Lihua City, Si Xiaochen, and Lu Xinyun from Hualing Valley have managed to secure the 9th and 10th positions on the heavenly rankings. This is an achievement seldom reached by disciples outside the 3 major sects. Such success must be attributed to the support of the Bailan sect and the Lingjian sect. It is truly surprising that, in this prestigious contest, the highest echelon of the heavenly rankings does not feature a single disciple from either the Lingjian sect or the Bailan sect, as someone remarked with a hint of regret. Moreover, Zhao Zhenling from the Zhao family of Zhenjiang City, Du Xia from the Du family of Lihua City, Dongxing of the Lihua sect, and Chun Lai from the Cold Blade sect have also performed admirably, all attaining positions within the top 50 of the heavenly rankings. The top spots in all 3 rankings have been dominated by the Taihua sect, which is indeed worthy of its title as the foremost sect. It was only then that the crowd realized the top positions in both the Earth and Profound rankings had also been swiftly claimed by disciples of the Taihua sect. Earth rankings, first place, Lin Shi, Taihua sect, 131 paths, second place, Guantong, Taihua sect, 101 paths, third place, Qinfei, Lingjian sect, 89 paths, fourth place, Liang Yuan, Bailan sect, 83 paths, fifth place, Jiangqi, Lingjian sect, 80 paths, profound rankings, first place, Su Ruotian, Taihua sect, 98 paths, second place, Wei Kong, Taihua sect, 90 paths, third place, Du Yin'er, Taihua sect, 86 paths. Zhou Qingchen gazed at the rankings, a faint smile finally gracing his features. It was unlikely that there would be any significant changes to the list. Yet the imminent appearance of the celestial platform promised a fierce contest ahead. Su Xianjun remarked that the achievements reflected on the rankings signified the number of adversaries one could simultaneously contend against and vanquish within the same realm. When the time concludes, those who earn a place on the list will directly occupy a position on the celestial platform, should anyone issue a challenge. A successful outcome would allow them to take the place of the defeated, whereas failure would result in no alteration. Brother, he continued, the Bailing sect and the Lingjian sect are truly impatient. Had they not initiated this contest among the prodigies, the quotas for the coveted Southly treasure would have been equally divided among the 3 sections. Zhou Qingchen suddenly recalled this matter, and his mood instantly brightened. At present, our sect occupies a total of 13 spots across the 3 rankings, leaving only 7 remaining. Among these, merely 5 belong to the other 2 sects, while astonishingly, 2 spots have been seized by the prodigies of the Si family and the Hualing Valley. As Zhou Qingchen conversed with Su Xianjun, his gaze inevitably drifted towards the 2 sects, where he indeed observed the grim expressions on the faces of Bai Ling and Tu Ju. In stark contrast, the enigmatic Ling Zhenjuan maintained an air of serene composure, as if the fury he had displayed earlier had never belonged to him. The sole surviving disciple stood beside him, trembling with trepidation. It is over, someone shouted at that moment. Within the 3rd challenge, all participants departed from their respective realms and reconvened, concurrently, in 3 distinct areas. 100 lofty platforms of prodigies hovered in the air, each adorned with a figure, the esteemed individuals who had made the rankings. Every participant was afforded the opportunity to challenge these 100 ranked prodigies. As the final round commenced, no one was willing to concede defeat, and they eagerly stepped forward to confront their adversaries. Those unfamiliar with the unique characteristics of the prodigy platforms clung to a glimmer of hope, attempting to wear down the challengers through sheer numbers in hopes of taking their place. However, after each battle, the platforms would emit a radiant light, instantly rejuvenating the contenders to their peak form, ready to face subsequent challengers. Ultimately, only a select few succeeded in their challenges, and the top-ranked prodigies faced scarcely any opposition. Naturally, even those who had already secured a place on the rankings were not entirely satisfied and sought to challenge those who ranked even higher. Lin Qi turned to the adjacent platform where Guantong stood and inquired, "Do you not intend to contest for my top position?" Guantong waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "Oh, let it be. This competition has been exhausting, and besides, you are exceptionally formidable. I may not even best you. Perhaps we can spar another time." Lin Qi could not help but chuckle and shake his head in response. At last, the three grand lists ceased their fluctuations. In an instant, the three illustrious rankings soared into the heavens, prominently displayed for all within the realm of Bai City to behold. The top 100 of these three lists symbolized the utmost honor of the younger generation of Nanli Prefecture, heralding a resplendent future. After a prolonged moment, the three grand lists gradually contracted and ultimately settled upon the colossal stone at the summit of Qianjiao Mountain, etched deeply into its surface. The names of all individuals inscribed upon these lists would, under the protection of the formation, be immortalized for generations to come. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Zhou Qingchen's mind. Ding! Special task: assist the disciple in achieving the top ranking at the Prodigy Conference. Completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a portion of the Sword Feather King's blood essence. Task points, 50,000. Zhou Qingchen felt a surge of delight in his heart. His task points had now reached an impressive 210,000, a testament to his substantial wealth. Thus, the grand event known as the Celestial Heroes Assembly drew to a close. The results of the heavenly and earthly mystique rankings swiftly spread throughout the entire southerly prefecture. This monumental affair proved to be unlike any other, filled with remarkable spectacles and unexpected twists, particularly the fierce competition among the three sects, which would be the subject of discussion for a long time to come. The final outcome elicited much admiration. The Taihua sect, already renowned as the foremost among the three sects, solidified its dominance in the hearts of many. In stark contrast, both the Lingjin sect and the Bailan sect suffered significant setbacks. In the main hall, Song Ke listened to the news relayed through the communication talisman, his expression shifting to one of deep frustration. Clenching his fist, he reduced the talisman to mere powder. How could this happen? Song Ke found it hard to believe. After all his preparations, including the costly recruitment of the enigmatic True Monarch, he had not anticipated such a disastrous outcome. With nearly half of the Bailan sect's future in jeopardy, all his schemes had unraveled, leading to profound humiliation. The prestige of the Bailan sect lay in ruins, and the losses were devastating. To ensure absolute certainty, I must go in person. At that moment, a frail yet commanding voice echoed from outside the hall. Song Ke's complexion paled. He turned to see a stooped figure approaching, an aged man leaning on a cane, yet walking with undeniable steadiness. "Ancestor!" Song Ke exclaimed in surprise. This elder was the revered ancestor of the Bailan sect, his gaze sharp and penetrating like that of a hawk. "Although our attempt to thwart the Celestial Heroes Assembly has failed, there remains a chance for redemption. As long as we retrieve the most vital artifact from the southerly treasure grounds, we can turn the tide." The elder spoke in a low voice. "Ancestor, did you just say you would go personally?" Song Ke inquired cautiously. "Indeed, I am concerned that girl Ling may not be able to handle the enigmatic True Monarch. After all, the value of that artifact is incalculable, and the adversary is bound to be seized by greed. This matter pertains to the survival of both our sects, a culmination of generations of exploration. We must secure it as soon as possible," the Bailan ancestor asserted, leaning on his cane. "Ancestor, on the side of the Taihua sect, the Master of Miao will also enter the southerly treasure grounds, which might pose some obstacles." Song Ke pondered aloud. The Bailan ancestor furrowed his brow, then commanded, "You must immediately communicate with Lingers. She should not confront the Taihua sect until we secure that artifact to prevent any secrets from leaking." Song Ke nodded vigorously, retrieving a communication talisman to relay the ancestor's directive. "Ancestor, must you depart at once?" Song Ke's question remained unfinished as the figure of the Bailan ancestor vanished, reappearing in the direction of Qianjiao Mountain in the blink of an eye. After the conclusion of the Young Talents Conference, the top 3 contenders received invaluable rewards, including spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and rare treasures. Yet, these accolades were not the entirety of what everyone yearned to witness. They longed to behold the true visage of the Southly Treasure Land, revered by the 3 sects as a cornerstone of their heritage. However, out of the 20 available slots, beyond the 3 major sects, only Zhou Qingchen from the Xi family of Taihua City and Zhou Qingchen from the Yuanying Valley were fortunate enough to secure a place. Indeed, they had to fiercely contend for it. This iteration of the Young Talents Conference was exceptionally intense, with the 3 major sects expending nearly all their resources. The fact that Zhou Qingchen and Zhou Qingchen managed to secure a position under such circumstances was a remarkable stroke of fortune. From the direction of Taihua City, the 4 prominent families and the city lord's residents extended their heartfelt congratulations to the Xi family's ancestral figure in the nascent Soul realm. They marveled at how distinguished young Master Xi was, proclaiming that following this venture into the Southly Treasure Land, the Xi family would undoubtedly gain another nascent soul cultivator in the near future. One elder expressed his congratulations, his tone laced with an unspoken bitterness and envy. On the side of Yuanying Valley, the Valley Master of the nascent soul realm was so elated that he could hardly contain his joy, eliciting disdainful snorts from the representatives of other factions. Aboard the spiritual vessel of Taihua Sect, the disciples who participated in the Young Talents Conference had returned. Zhou Qingchen spoke up, "Your performances in this conference were commendable, and upon returning to the sect, you shall be richly rewarded. The remaining disciples may now return to the flying vessel for rest. Those ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly list, and the top 5 of both the earth list and the profound list, step forward. You will be granted an opportunity to enter the Southly Treasure Land for a duration of half a month." Zhou Qingchen turned to Lin Qi and Su Ruotian beside him and inquired, "Do you desire any rewards?" The 2 disciples pondered for a moment and realized that they already possessed an abundance of items, particularly the pure Yang Fire Essence and the Earth Elemental Suppression Stone bestowed upon them by Zhou Qingchen, which would sustain them for quite some time. Consequently, they shook their heads and replied, "Master, it seems we are not lacking anything at the moment." Zhou Qingchen nodded. "In that case, after my return, I shall ponder upon suitable rewards for you." Lin Qi and Su Ruotian were not in want of anything. Yet the remaining 9 disciples of the Yuanying Peak in the Qi refinement realm could still be rewarded, for their achievements this time were commendable. Prepare yourselves, for the Southernly Treasure Land is about to be unveiled. Su Xuanjuan's gaze fell upon the representatives of the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect. As each party produced an object from their possession, it was a fragment of a stone talisman, and in the next moment, the 3 pieces transformed into radiant lights that soared into the heavens. The 3 beams of light resonated harmoniously, serving as the key to unlock the Southernly Treasure Land. The talismans emanated brilliant luminescence, releasing a wondrous aura as ripples surged through the space, extending for thousands of miles, creating a magnificent spectacle, concealing unimaginable fortuitous encounters within. The space lamented with an eerie sound as the world within tens of thousands of miles fell into darkness, as if a colossal entity had descended upon the realm. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon all. After a century, the Southernly Treasure Land re-emerged from the void, summoned by the tokens of the 3 prestigious sects. "Is this truly the Southernly Treasure Land?" a Yuanying true monarch murmured in astonishment. The 1,000-proud mountain was tightly sealed, and even though they were destined to remain outside, none wished to depart. The heavens resonated with thunderous sounds as a gigantic spatial vortex formed, deep and foreboding like the maw of an abyss. "The entrance to the space has appeared. You may enter," declared Zhou Qingchen and the other 2 with great conviction. The first to act were the Lingjian sect and the Bailan sect, as Bai Ling, Tu Zhu, and Gui Ling true monarch, without uttering a word, ascended into the air with their 5 disciples, swiftly vanishing into the vortex of space. Zhou Qingchen, accompanied by the members of the Taihua sect, entered the vortex, followed closely by the 2 disciples from the remaining 3 sects, Xi Shaoqing and Zhou Qingchen, who gracefully soared into the spatial whirlpool. Moments later, the vortex abruptly contracted, ultimately vanishing from sight, while the distorted space gradually returned to its original state. And the heavens brightened once more. Was that truly all? A voice filled with reluctance inquired. Gradually, individuals began to depart, for the Celestial Heroes Conference had concluded, rendering further presence redundant. The throng from Qianzhou Mountain steadily dispersed, leaving behind only the 3 sects, along with the ancestral figure of the Xi family from Taihua City. The Valley Master of Yuanying Valley, and a handful of curious onlookers. Atop the Feian boat, a small white bird, transformed from a sword plume, perched elegantly, occasionally fluttering its wings. Zhou Qingchen did not permit it to enter. Instead, he instructed it to remain outside. At a certain moment, Jianling's azure demon eyes glimmered coldly, fixating intently on a particular direction. There lay an expanse of nothingness, seemingly devoid of any peculiarities, yet Jianling sensed an unusual aura, an essence of the transformation realm. Jianling, possessing remarkable acuity, concealed its demonic energy, almost transforming into an inconspicuous little bird. Chapter 60. The true purpose. Once a cultivator reaches the transformation realm, they begin to grasp the subtleties of spatial manipulation. Should they progress further, it becomes effortless to establish an ethereal abode, navigating through the void with ease. Jianling detected the presence of this aura the moment it manifested. Evidently, this transformation realm being had only considered the Yuanying realm present, failing to adequately conceal itself. Unaware of Jianling's unique existence, in a certain spatial domain, a hunched elder observed everything around him with a cold gaze, his form hidden within the void, seamlessly merging with his surroundings. His attention was directed toward the spirit vessel of the Taihua Sect. Zhou Qingchen was seated in meditation on the deck, the Yuanying essence swirling vigorously around him, and the visible phenomena suggested he had long since accumulated profound depth, poised to take the final step toward ultimate perfection. What a formidable sect Taihua is! Half of the fortune of Nanli Prefecture seems to have coalesced within their grasp. Has that old fellow Yuqiu truly refined his fortune-gathering techniques to such an extent? This elder was, of course, the transformation realm ancestor who had come from the Bailan sect, and the Yuqiu he referenced was the third ancestor of the Taihua sect. A wave of frustration surged within the Bailan ancestor. Their sect leader was merely in the late Yuanying stage, and the Zhou Qingchen before him was even stronger. Not to mention this generation of disciples at the Tianjiao conference, who exhibited extraordinary talent, a plethora of prodigies. Suddenly, a thought of eliminating these Taihua individuals crossed the Bailan ancestor's mind, but it was quelled almost instantly. After all, such an action was far too impractical. Should he dare to proceed, Taihua would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, and Bailan could not bear the consequences. Until his objectives were fulfilled, there was no need to take such a perilous risk. After a considerable time, the Bailan ancestor finally regained his composure, awaiting silently. His sole purpose for this journey was to ensure that both their sects successfully acquired a core treasure from the Nanli sacred land. The Bailan sect and the Spirit Sword sect had always maintained a cordial relationship, and through generations of exploration in the Nanli sacred land, they had uncovered one of its most pivotal opportunities. The Bailan ancestor had consulted countless ancient tomes, ultimately identifying the sealed treasure known as the Hanyuan Pearl. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a vast expanse of spiritual seas, teeming with life, mysterious and enigmatic, inhabited by formidable aquatic beasts. Among them is the Clam Demon Clan, a race born of heaven and earth. The Clam Demons devote their lives to refining their innate demonic powers. And upon reaching the Golden Core realm, a pearl forms within them. With each breakthrough in their cultivation, this pearl becomes increasingly exquisite. Upon attaining the rank of a void refinement demon sovereign, the pearl reaches perfection, transforming into the extraordinary Hanyuan Pearl. The emergence of the Hanyuan Pearl has significantly augmented the formidable power of the Clam Demon. With the immense demonic energy bestowed by the pearl, the Clam Demon is capable of unleashing terrifying sorcery that can rival the might of mountains and seas, establishing itself as a formidable clan within the boundless spirit sea. The Hanyuan Pearl is revered as a rare treasure of life, its extraordinary utility extending far beyond mere enhancement of power. Should one manage to consume the Hanyuan Pearl, they could effortlessly transcend to higher realms, as its pure demonic essence is not only harmless to cultivators, but rather a potent elixir for their advancement. Furthermore, the Hanyuan Pearl is an invaluable asset in the realms of alchemy and artifact crafting. However, due to its rarity, only those of extraordinary caliber can hope to lay eyes upon the treasures of the Clam Demon clan, and within the Southly Treasure Ground lies a complete Hanyuan Pearl. This indicates that the Southly Treasure Ground must have been left behind by a transcendent being, whose cultivation has undoubtedly reached an astonishing level. Remarkably, only the two sects have discovered this priceless Hanyuan Pearl. They have meticulously prepared for this opportunity, and should they succeed, they will irrevocably alter the course of events, paving the way for the emergence of new transformation realms, or even the legendary void refinement stage. The mere thought of this sent the venerable ancestor Bai Ling into a fervor of excitement. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, his mind settling into a tranquil stillness as he awaited the unfolding events. On the Feiyun boat, Jianling sensed the stillness from their opponent, but remained vigilant, unwilling to lower his guard. Although this transformation realm being was not particularly strong, caution was still warranted, he mused. Chapter 61. The Anomaly. This is an extraordinarily vivid world. Upon entering the spatial vortex, Zhou Qingchen's initial sensation was one of awe. Before his eyes lay a breathtaking panorama of mountains and rivers, lakes and plains, as well as deserts, illuminated by the celestial dance of the sun, moon, and stars. Zhou Qingchen swiftly soared through the skies, gazing downwards in awe, once again marveling at the extraordinary nature of the southernly treasure land. One can only wonder what kind of formidable power could have brought forth such a magnificent realm. As Zhou Qingchen ventured into his surroundings, he couldn't help but ponder the situation. Having entered this realm for several hours, his spiritual awareness was far from able to discern the boundaries of this expanse. Each attempt at mental probing seemed to encounter some unseen resistance, significantly constraining his range. After a considerable duration of flight, Zhou Qingchen witnessed a dramatic transformation in the scenery before his eyes. A dark and ominous black river stretched across the land, seemingly cleaving the earth in two. Above this river, a chilling malevolence permeated the atmosphere, stirring the heavens and creating a chilling, sinister aura. What could this possibly be? Zhou Qing's face was etched with astonishment. His eyes shimmered with a silvery glow, and his consciousness transformed into a sharp blade, piercing directly toward the obsidian river. Under the scrutiny of his awareness, the topography of the valley was laid bare. Surrounding the ebony river were densely clustered black crystals, exuding a menacing aura, while the dark, profound waters surged with an enigmatic essence. Something was amiss. Zhou Qingchen lowered his eyelids, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. According to his senior brother, every cultivator who enters the southernly treasure land is transported to the core heritage site to seek their fortune. However, there are exceptional cases. Some cultivators may be guided to a desolate realm, said to be fraught with peril and ever-changing landscapes. In the past, several prodigious disciples from the three sects were led to this barren land, meeting their demise within its confines. A few fortunate souls, having narrowly escaped death, ultimately gained nothing. Their resolve shattered, making further progress nearly impossible. The surviving disciples remained tight-lipped about their experiences in the desolate realm, leaving no accounts or records for future generations. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brows, realizing that he had been in the sacred land of Nanli for several hours. Although he had not encountered any danger, this realm was vastly different from the fabled place of opportunities described by his senior brother. Am I to be led to a desolate wasteland? Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow slightly, coming to a halt as he cautiously gazed ahead at the peculiar surroundings. An ominous darkness pervaded the distant landscape, while the sky was shrouded in a sinister crimson glow, imbuing the atmosphere with an inexplicable sense of eeriness. The environment here stood in stark contrast to the myriad realms of ethereal brilliance found in the outside world. In the days that followed, Zhou Qingchen departed from this place, traversing in every direction, only to discover that, no matter his efforts, he would invariably return to this very spot. Zhou Qingchen suppressed the discomfort within, pondering the next course of action. His thoughts raced, and his consciousness tirelessly enveloped the surroundings. With a swift gesture of his hand, a magnificent surge of spiritual energy dispelled the malevolent aura before him. After a period of keen observation, Zhou Qingchen had discerned that the intense malevolence permeating the world stemmed from the dark river that spanned the land. It was perplexing how such a peculiar sight could exist within the Southly treasure grounds, as the atmosphere was overwhelmingly fierce and oppressive. Zhou Qingchen was enveloped in confusion. In his perception, the pervasive and terrifying malevolence seemed to be in a perpetual state of wrath, manifesting as various spectral forms that filled the expanse of the heavens and the earth with their grotesque visages. Undoubtedly, this frenzied malevolence posed a significant threat to cultivators. Not to mention the formidable power possessed by the corporeal manifestations of this malevolence. The detrimental effects on a cultivator's mind and body were exceedingly troublesome. Malevolence and ghostly energy are indeed formidable entities that instill genuine trepidation among practitioners. Under the incessant influence of these forces, those with wavering resolve are inevitably led astray, succumbing to madness and self-immolation of the spirit. Even those of great fortitude cannot escape the torment of refining their hearts. Zhou Qingchen would not underestimate the ominous aura surrounding him. His entire being resonated with the refined essence of his nascent soul, unleashing a powerful surge of stellar spiritual energy that enveloped him in a formidable aura, effectively isolating all malevolent energies. With this layer of protection in place, Zhou Qingchen cautiously resumed his journey, swiftly approaching the vast, dark river that spanned the land. The closer he drew, the more his heart raced with trepidation. Initially, he believed the inky blackness of the river stemmed from the extreme condensation of malevolent energy. However, upon nearing its banks, he realized that this flowing water was far from being merely a source of ominous energy. The murky waters were composed of a peculiar substance, an amalgamation of chaotic elements, infused with countless unknown and sinister entities, imparting an overwhelming sense of revulsion and oppression. Zhou Qingchen could even hear the faint echoes of a roaring and sorrowful sound emanating from the river. What could it possibly be? Zhou Qingchen felt a faint suspicion arise within him, a notion that sent a shiver down his spine. If one were to associate malevolence with a specific entity, it would undoubtedly be the demonic path that instigated the dark upheaval in the southern lands over 100 millennia ago. This malevolent energy, detrimental to ordinary cultivators, serves as the most favored sustenance for practitioners of the demonic arts. Could this phenomenon be linked to the demonic path? Zhou Qingchen harbored speculations within his heart, yet he found them to be somewhat inappropriate. The southernly sacred land is undeniably a genuine inheritance site of celestial sects. How could it possibly be connected to the demonic path? Zhou Qingchen descended, standing at the banks of the dimly lit river, his gaze subtly shifting. He observed as the malevolent energy appeared to have found its target, shrieking as it surged towards him. The air was thick with a palpable darkness, saturating the heavens and earth, as various manifestations of this sinister energy collided with Zhou Qingchen's spiritual barrier. In the next instant, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted, as all the malevolent forces that struck against his spiritual shield were obliterated by the pure essence of the nascent soul, disintegrating into nothingness and vanishing into the cosmos. Zhou Qingchen's entire being radiated with spiritual energy, surging like an expansive ocean. The colossal vortex of spiritual power dispersed the malevolent aura within a radius of hundreds of miles, eradicating all phantoms in its cleansing embrace. At last, tranquility was restored. Zhou Qingchen shook his head and sighed. Just as he intended to let go of himself and venture towards the dark river, the entire world suddenly trembled violently. The ground rumbled and fissured, and the once nearby black river began to recede into the distance. Simultaneously, the fabric of space began to ripple, causing the surrounding scenery to shift in an instant. Zhou Qingchen's response was remarkably swift. Almost at the very instant the upheaval commenced, he retreated with great haste. However, this transformation was far from straightforward. The entire realm quivered in turmoil. Astonishingly, the obsidian river detached itself from the earth at the horizon, surging fervently towards the celestial vault. Zhou Qingchen felt an ominous premonition. Such a profound transformation could not possibly be instigated by the power of the nascent soul realm. In merely a few breaths, the world had undergone a tremendous metamorphosis. The earth split open, and an endless surge of malevolent energy erupted from the fissures. The heavens shattered, dark clouds pressing down ominously. A crimson light, reminiscent of blood, surged skyward from the ground, while at the epicenter of this chaotic upheaval, a long, sinuous black river twisted and claimed dominion over the firmament. What is this? An illusion? Or perhaps an alternate realm? Zhou Qingchen stood suspended in midair, his wild and unrestrained spiritual consciousness extending like a sharp spear, encompassing all distant changes within his sight. Yet, the transformations were far from over. As time progressed, figures began to emerge throughout the heavens and the earth. Among these were the diminutive qi refiners, and those slightly more formidable, the Foundation establishment practitioners soaring through the air, and the golden core cultivators treading upon the void. However, compared to the hundreds of figures looming above in the skies, these were but insignificant ants. Amidst the roiling black clouds, hundreds of silhouettes concealed within a malevolent aura exuded an overwhelming pressure belonging to the nascent soul true monarchs, which crashed down with thunderous might. Chapter 62. Illusions and Realities. Gazing upon the indistinct figures, even Zhou Qingchen could not help but change his expression slightly. Hundreds of nascent soul true monarchs were present in the southern territories, a feat that even many esteemed celestial sects could not boast. Only the dominant forces among the 13 states could achieve such a gathering. Moreover, lurking in the shadows behind these numerous nascent soul true monarchs were several divine transformation experts, silently guarding the scene. Zhou Qingchen's thoughts raced through his mind. He even began to suspect that he had been transported to the outside world, for everything felt too vivid. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion, although Zhou Qingchen had yet to ascend to the transformation realm. Both his magical power and divine consciousness had already reached the caliber of that level. It was inconceivable for an ordinary illusion to ensnare him without his awareness. He raised his gaze towards the heavens, and at that very moment, among the hundreds of formidable cultivators in the nascent soul stage, a figure's eyes locked with his. It was a youth with delicate features, his narrow eyes seemingly infused with an endless chill, coldly fixated upon him. Subsequently, the young man took a subtle step forward. And at the same time, he brought his fingers together, conjuring a thread of profound, icy brilliance at his fingertips. Zhou Qingchen's pupils constricted as he immediately comprehended the intentions of the young man before him. His gaze turned frigid, and he grasped the Xuanji star sword in his hand. With a delicate flick, he unleashed a thread-like sword chi. A mournful wail echoed through the air, reminiscent of a shattered mirror. As that slender sword chi penetrated the young man's body, in silence, the young man's form disintegrated inch by inch into fine ash. Thus, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage met his demise. A subtle stir coursed through Zhou Qingchen's heart, as he distinctly sensed that his strand of sword energy had indeed penetrated the tangible, rather than being an illusion. In that very moment, the demise of the youth drew the attention of others, and all gazes converged upon Zhou Qingchen. In an instant, the atmosphere surged to celestial heights. As winds and clouds swirled in tumult, the Ghost King's lair demanded a life. As the tension solidified, Zhou Qingchen felt an unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar aura emanating from behind him, belonging to an ordinary cultivator. Zhou Qingchen glanced back and beheld a multitude of cultivators arriving like a torrent of energy, their various spiritual powers transforming into vibrant hues that dissipated the surrounding malevolent aura. Among the newly arrived cultivators, there were also several hundred figures at the nascent soul stage, positioned at the highest point. The standoff between the two factions swiftly took shape, with the transformation from a tumultuous upheaval to the current scenario occurring in less than the time it takes to burn a single incense stick. Zhou Qingchen found himself caught in an awkward predicament, ensnared between two factions. The presence of several hundred formidable beings at the Yuanying stage indicated the might of a dominant power. However, I had not heard of any reigning force in the southern region known as the Ghost King Cave. Upon hearing the furious roar behind him, Zhou Qingchen's mind began to race. Ever since the cataclysm that occurred over 100,000 years ago, the southern region had enjoyed a long period of peace. Although minor skirmishes continued to arise, they were generally confined to the usual conflicts within the realm of cultivation. A grand battle involving hundreds of Yuanying cultivators was a rarity. If war were to break out, it would not occur without forewarning. At the very least, it would be a matter that reverberated throughout half of the southern region. Thus, the moment Zhou Qingchen contemplated the possibility of being transported to the outside world, he swiftly abandoned that notion. It was evident that he was ensnared in a highly sophisticated illusion. A flicker of realization sparked within Zhou Qingchen. There was, however, another possibility. He could have been transported to a realm beyond the southern region. And this so-called Ghost King's Cave might belong to a dominant force not of the southern region. Yet, how could that be? The realm of cultivation is boundless. Even for low-tier cultivators, traversing realms is an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor, and for those who reach the ascendant stage, it is no less arduous. Such cross-realm travel generally necessitates the use of super-large teleportation arrays, which require the full cooperation of several ascendant masters to establish. In the southern region, only the four states Jiangzhou, Fengzhou, Ningzhou, and Puzhou possess such grand teleportation arrays. No matter how mysterious the southerly treasure land may be, it could not possibly reach such a level, let alone achieve cross-realm transportation. Young one, do you wish to join us in our campaign against the demonic path? At that moment, an ancient voice resounded. It was ethereal and profound, seemingly emanating from all directions, making it difficult to discern its exact source. However, Zhou Qingchen immediately recognized its true form. He gazed toward a concealed space where a shadowy figure gradually materialized. The emaciated elder squinted, his gaze icy and penetrating, exuding an aura of inexplicable mystery and depth. Although the elder's presence was faint, Zhou Qingchen could clearly perceive the reality of his cultivation level beneath the surface. This elder was indeed a manifestation of the Huashan realm. Yet in comparison to the opposing party, he was evidently lacking. A chill inevitably surged within Zhou Qingchen's heart. If this were an illusion, it would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. Within such a phantasm, nothing is entirely void. The line between reality and deception is perilously thin, fraught with hidden dangers. If one were to naively believe that an illusion is merely a simple psychological ploy, they would be gravely mistaken. Those past prodigies who were inadvertently led to desolate realms must have suffered greatly, ultimately facing near-fatal consequences. Zhou Qingchen focused his mind. As he still could not find a way to unravel the illusion, it would be wise to observe for a while. I am curious to discover the true purpose behind the illusions established within the sacred land of Nanli. Zhou Qingchen directed his gaze towards the elder and spoke softly. I am willing to fight against the demonic path for the sake of all sentient beings, to contend for the mandate of heaven. Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled. Ah, it is indeed a fortunate event for this realm to have such an exceptional junior as you. Those who practice demonic cultivation violate the heavenly principles and are destined to be vanquished here. Zhou Qingchen wore an expression of acknowledgement, then with a slight movement, he joined the ranks of several hundred practitioners at the nascent soul stage, standing in opposition to the other party from a distance. May I inquire about the origin of your esteemed faction? A nearby nascent soul true monarch posed the question before Zhou Qingchen could ponder for long. It is merely a small faction from the southern wilderness's 5 states, Zhou Qingchen replied succinctly. I see. However, considering the southern wilderness's immense prosperity, it is unlikely that any faction there is truly insignificant, the individual responded amiably. Zhou Qingchen felt a jolt in his heart. Yet his expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly indifferent as he inquired, "Oh, what prompts such a statement?" The individual before him gazed with a hint of reverence, revealing, in the southern wilderness, the 5 states not only boast a rich spiritual vein radiating like the midday sun, but are also fortified by the dominion of the Xiantianfeng clan and the Tianjin Pavilion, 2 formidable powers. Beneath their aegis lies an innumerable array of smaller factions, with formidable warriors aplenty. Upon hearing these words, waves of tumult surged within Zhou Qingchen. The southern wilderness, how could this be? According to the teachings of the 7 ancestors, the land was frail, scarcely capable of nurturing even a single being in the void refinement realm, let alone harboring dominant forces. Presently, the overwhelming majority of the prevailing powers in the southern region are concentrated within the 13 states. Undoubtedly, each of these dominant factions is immensely powerful, embodying true sects of immortals, each housing at least one esteemed figure in the integration realm. The Xianing Sect, for instance, stands as one of the 2 prominent powers in Lingzhou, rumored to possess profound depths, potentially harboring more than one esteemed figure in the integration realm. Zhou Qingchen suppressed the doubts within his heart, intending to continue his inquiries, yet the situation began to shift. Below, the battlefield had already taken shape, with cultivators descending to the Qi refinement stage and ascending to the Golden Core stage, countless practitioners clashing like 2 colossal torrents. Spiritual light erupted, malevolent energy surged, wreaking havoc in all directions. Chapter 63. Omen. The war has commenced. The surrounding Yuanying true monarchs focused their attention, and the person beside Zhou Qingchen fell silent. Zhou Qingchen could only pause, his gaze once again drifting towards the distance. Demon cultivators? Zhou Qingchen felt a surge of astonishment within. He beheld the multitude of figures, once shrouded in the dense malevolent aura, now fully revealed before him. As fellow practitioners of the Yuanying realm, these demonic cultivators exuded an extraordinarily violent energy, their presence imposing and seemingly intent on overpowering Zhou Qingchen's side. Why would this illusion conjure forth the image of demonic cultivators? Could it be that the southerly treasure lands are indeed intertwined with the demonic path? Zhou Qingchen now finds himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. The Ghost King's Cave is undoubtedly a formidable force within the realm of demonic cultivation. If one were to speak of the profound enmity between the forces of darkness and the great sects of the celestial realm, this illusion may well be a vivid representation of events from over 100,000 years ago. Upon a moment's reflection, Zhou Qingchen began to form a new hypothesis. The demonic path has nearly vanished from the southern region, while the southerly treasure land boasts a lineage that stretches back through the ages, likely inherited from the times of antiquity. Zhou Qingchen's heart was in turmoil. Such an ancient era, shrouded in mystery, had given rise to a secret realm crafted by an unknown existence, one that continued to bestow blessings upon generations, remaining unscathed by the passage of time. Zhou Qingchen gazed into the distance at the swirling black river in the sky, resembling the sinuous form of a dark dragon, and felt a chill within his heart. It was a sensation he had never comprehended before, embodying the forces of the world's shadowy aspects. Form the united formation. The elder from the transformation stage commanded coldly from behind. With this decree, hundreds of nascent soul cultivators transformed into beams of spiritual light. leaping into position to establish the array from various directions. The tremendous surge of magical power caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and in an instant, an enormous combined attack formation was forged, enveloping a vast expanse of thousands of miles. A human array. Zhou Qingchen has now confirmed that the scenes restored from the illusion indeed date back to over 100,000 years ago. During that era, the southern region was a flourishing domain of cultivation, where myriad schools contended and countless paths resonated in harmony. The art of array formation was likewise at its zenith, with an array of exquisitely crafted formations emerging in profusion, among which the human array was a notable example. Such formations unite the cultivators within, allowing their collective strength to far surpass the mere sum of their individual powers. At its core, this array significantly amplifies the strength of each participant. A human array composed of several hundred nascent soul-stage cultivators could even contend with late-stage transformation realm practitioners. In the vastness of heaven and earth, amidst the cosmos, the spiritual essence surged, and the law's essence radiated brilliantly, coalescing into the form of the array. A voice of authority reverberated throughout the universe as a colossal image of a law manifestation materialized at the heart of the human array. The manifestation's form sat majestically in the void, with an immense taiji symbol hovering behind its head, slowly rotating. Can such a formidable array truly vanquish demonic cultivators? Zhou Qingchen's eyes flickered momentarily. The battlefield, as anticipated, was distinctly divided, each faction engaged in mutual restraint. Qi refinement against Qi refinement, foundation establishment against foundation establishment, golden core against golden core. Moreover, the realm of nascent soul was a domain impervious to interference. Thus, what formidable tactics does the demonic path, often regarded as a calamity in legends, truly possess? Zhou Qingchen was filled with insatiable curiosity. The heavens were ablaze, the corporeal form of the exhaled golden words. Its eyes ablaze with brilliance, as an endless sea of flames surged forth, consuming the vast ocean in a vaporous haze, painting half the firmament of fiery crimson. This astonishing manifestation of sorcery bore an overwhelming might, descending fiercely upon the demonic cultivators, with the soul water as a shield. In Zhou Qingchen's gaze, the black river in the sky suddenly erupted in tumult. The dark river writhed like a colossal serpent, encircling the throng of demonic cultivators, while simultaneously, a grotesque visage held forth. The ghastly face, brimming with malice, opened its gaping maw, and a piercing shriek resonated through the air. The two phenomena collided, causing the very fabric of space to collapse, shattering the celestial battlefield. As the clouds were torn asunder and a vast expanse of land was rendered into a vacuum by the sheer force of the magical energies, Zhou Qingchen gazed from a distance, seemingly sensing something. Raising his eyes, he beheld the old man in the transformation realm observing him with an expression of indifference. "Why do you not join your companions in the battle against the demon cultivators?" The elder inquired, his tone imbued with a hint of dissatisfaction. Zhou Qingchen chuckled softly. "Esteemed elder, I must beg your pardon. As an outsider, I truly cannot compare to those who have meticulously crafted such a flawless formation. To rashly intervene may disrupt the delicate balance and lead to dire consequences." The elderly man shook his head. "Not so. Currently, the formation is intertwined with the soul water. Young friend, you could exploit the element of surprise, infiltrating the demonic faction and unleashing a devastating assault. Why do you place such faith in me, esteemed elder? As a mere cultivator at the nascent soul stage, infiltrating the enemy ranks would be akin to a sheep entering a den of tigers." Zhou Qingchen chuckled in disbelief and replied, "I command you to go, and you shall go. Should you dare to refuse again, I shall have you executed before the formation." To his astonishment, the elder's expression shifted drastically, and he bellowed in a stern voice, "Something is amiss." Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brow, pondering inwardly. The old man's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar, almost as if he had undergone a stark transformation, creating a palpable discord. Previously, he had appeared gentle and amiable, yet now he resembled a vengeful spirit, devoid of any celestial grace. "Nevertheless, I am here in pursuit of opportunity. There is no need to squander time in this place." Within the illusion, one must not overlook any significant nuances. A flicker of realization ignited within Zhou Qingchen. Evidently, this elder was deeply entwined with the realm of illusions. Having grasped this understanding, Zhou Qingchen resolved to abandon his charade. The Xuanji stellar sword materialized in his grasp, and with a flourish, he unleashed a myriad of resplendent auroral sword shadows, imbued with an overwhelming aura of death, directed towards the elder. The elder's pupils constricted, and his countenance shifted. With a sweep of his robe, a tremendous surge of magical energy surged forth to meet the onslaught. Ghostly crows erupted into the air, darkening the skies with their numbers. their piercing cries seemingly laden with a sinister enchantment engulfing all in their vicinity. "It is you." Zhou Qingchen was greatly astonished. Countless ghostly crows intertwined with the sword light, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. In Zhou Qingchen's gaze, the elder ceased his assault. Without any forewarning, his features and even his physical form began to transform. In the blink of an eye, he became an ordinary-looking old man, with gray hair and a youthful countenance, his frame slender and frail. "Indeed, it is you. The enigmatic spirit-true monarch." Zhou Qingchen spoke slowly, each word carefully articulated. The recent ghost crow spell bore a striking resemblance to the manifestation employed by a disciple of the spectral spirit sovereign at the Celestial Heroes Conference. And it was upon this observation that Zhou Qingchen gleaned some understanding. To his astonishment, this entity in the God transformation realm was indeed the spectral spirit sovereign incarnate. The spectral spirit sovereign, now revealed in his true form, spoke with a stoic expression. "Today, you shall meet your end here." The distant battlefield raged on. Yet it no longer concerned them. Not a single gaze was cast their way, for those cultivators were mere phantoms. However, these illusions were so convincing that they had deceived even Zhou Qingchen. In this moment, the only tangible presence was the spectral spirit sovereign before him. How could it be that the sovereign, who was merely at the peak of the nascent soul realm, had transformed into one of the God transformation realm upon entering the southern departure treasure land? If the spectral spirit sovereign were indeed a cultivator of the God transformation realm, the southern departure treasure land would never permit his entry. Furthermore, I had previously utilized a system probe, confirming that he was indeed a genuine nascent soul cultivator. As Zhou Qingchen's expression shifted, he once again summoned the system. Name, Gu Zhiqing. Bone age, 741. Talent, mixed spiritual roots, average. Cultivation, early stage of divine transformation. Technique, 7th rank supreme ghost spirit art. Weapon, 5th rank inferior ghost crow umbrella, now destroyed by the host. The system panel appeared, revealing results that greatly exceeded Zhou Qingchen's expectations. The cultivation of the ghost spirit true monarch had indeed broken through to the divine transformation realm. Chapter 64, A Momentous Change. The system cannot be deceived. This must be related to the events that transpired after he entered the southernly treasure land. Zhou Qingchen's gaze was heavy with contemplation. He realized that the enigmatic spirit master, who had originally practiced the 5th-tier medium-grade technique known as the spirit manipulation art, had now astonishingly transformed it into the 7th-tier supreme ghost manipulation technique. The difference of a single character marked an immense chasm. The 7th tier is indeed the realm of the integration stage. Zhou Qingchen had no time to ponder, for the enigmatic spirit monarch had already set his plan into motion. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. The spirit monarch chuckled coldly, his gaze towards Zhou Qingchen laced with mockery. With a flick of his wrist, a spell was unleashed. Summoning thousands of malevolent spirits shrouded in thick mist, their grotesque jaws gaping as they surged forward. Zhou Qingchen's entire being surged with an unprecedented power as he unleashed the derivative techniques of the Emperor's Primordial Sutra for the first time. The heavens darkened ominously, revealing a magnificent tapestry of a starry sky, where countless celestial bodies radiated a brilliant light. An infinite cascade of stars transformed into a celestial rain, descending with immense force to collide with the throngs of malevolent spirits. With a thunderous roar, the clash of soul-devouring demons and falling stars erupted. Two utterly contrasting forces entwining in a fierce struggle. How could this be possible? As the relentless onslaught of demons was effortlessly thwarted by Zhou Qingchen, the ghostly spirit sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his gaze towards Zhou filled with astonishment, fury, and resentment. In a frenzy, he unleashed a torrent of divine transformation power, as an unending wave of demons surged forth, their numbers multiplying and their strength intensifying, resembling a writhing, dark sea from above, instilling a sense of dread. If the ghostly spirit sovereign had previously been merely a half-demon practitioner, he had now fully transformed into a true demonic cultivator, his every movement stirring an ominous and malevolent aura that roiled the very elements around him. You from the Taihua Sect have slain my disciples and tarnished my reputation today. None shall save you. The ghostly spirit sovereign clasped his hands behind his back, seemingly reveling in the moment. The thought of the countless souls devoured by demons thrilled him beyond measure. You shall not be spared. With a mere thought, Zhou Qingchen's gaze shimmered with the brilliance of silvery starlight, his entire being radiating a kaleidoscope of mystical hues. The boundless celestial particles of the universe coalesced into a swirling vortex, drawn into his form as if by a great whale. In an instant, his aura surged to unprecedented heights. The day star, Zhou Qingchen whispered softly. Suddenly, a primordial star rose slowly in the heavens, shining brighter than the sun itself beneath the azure sky. An unfathomably terrifying gravitational force enveloped the ghost spirit true monarch, relentlessly tearing at his flesh and blood, and his primordial spirit, subjecting him to immense agony, rendering him immobile. The ghost spirit true monarch struggled with all his might, his eyes filled with horror. He could hardly fathom that Zhou Qingchen could unleash such dreadful power, a force that transcended the realms of the primordial spirit stage. Zhou Qingchen would not grant him the opportunity for idle chatter. He concentrated his power between his fingers and swiftly unleashed it. In the next moment, a dark line severed the ancient star. Instantly, the shattered star erupted with a force capable of annihilating everything, its obliterated essence sweeping forth an endless cascade of starlight, which in an instant consumed the figure of the eerie spirit true monarch. The celestial star had been cleaved asunder. When all the energy had dissipated, the earth bore a colossal pit, within which lay the mangled form of the eerie spirit true monarch, his vitality nearly extinguished. As a venerable being, I have inherited the legacy of my predecessors. I am a formidable entity of transformation. I cannot perish. The eerie spirit true monarch struggled to support his body, trembling as he attempted to rise, yet he collapsed once more to the ground. A sharp, clear sound of a sword's resonance pierced the air, and the eerie spirit true monarch's pupils constricted in horror as he helplessly witnessed the blade of light penetrate his brow. The brilliance in his eyes swiftly faded. He uttered fragmented words. Why does the venerable one not save me? Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Although the enigmatic spirit lord had perished, he was inexplicably seized by a sudden pang of anxiety. As he surveyed his surroundings, the world transformed dramatically following the demise of the spirit lord. The combatants, once locked in fierce battle within the illusion, had been reduced to mere ashes, vanishing without a trace. Only the dark river remained, seemingly animated, churning restlessly amidst the clouds, its ominous aura spreading like wildfire. A shroud of black light unfurled within the clouds. Amidst this turmoil, Zhou Qingchen beheld a pair of eyes, dull, frigid, and malevolent. The vast shadow of those eyes abruptly opened, casting its gaze upon the earth and looking down upon Zhou Qingchen. In the next instant, he witnessed the ethereal gaze transform into the sharpest of blades, hurtling towards him with a deafening rush. Zhou Qingchen felt a chilling sensation enveloping his entire being. The lifeless warmth emanating from those eyes, belonging to a master whose true form had yet to materialize, exuded a murderous aura that far surpassed his expectations. What is this? How could such an existence lie hidden within the sacred grounds of Nanli? Zhou Qingchen gritted his teeth, the series of unforeseen events leaving him little time for contemplation. In his hand appeared a talisman, an 8th-tier mid-grade Qian Lei annihilation spell. This was his most immediate means of preserving his life. It was evident that the realm of that spectral gaze surpassed the transformation stage by a significant margin. As for the precise level it had attained, even he could not ascertain. Thus, he could only resort to his most precious life-saving technique. You have crossed the line, at the brink of life and death. Before Zhou Qingchen could activate the Qian Lei annihilation spell, a calm voice resonated. In an instant, the piercing gaze directed at Zhou Qingchen was shattered by another force of equal ferocity. A rift in space appeared, and a terrifying pull enveloped him, drawing him into its depths. As his vision faded, Zhou Qingchen glimpsed that pair of eyes fixated upon him with an unwavering intensity. His world descended into darkness. During this tumultuous journey, Zhou Qingchen sensed the chaotic energy swirling around him. Fortunately, a warm magical force enveloped him, seemingly guiding him to an unknown destination. Was this the very power of the southernly sacred land? Zhou Qingchen remained vigilant, his aura fully unleashed, constantly attuned to his surroundings. He could only perceive that the force which had abruptly extracted him from the illusion shared a similar essence with the 3 tokens previously used to summon the southernly sacred land. Before long, as Zhou Qingchen's vision flickered back into focus, he found himself atop a magnificent peak. The mountain boasted breathtaking scenery, with crystal-clear springs cascading through rocky crevices. Serene and pure. It was only after a brief moment that Zhou Qingchen realized that amidst the gentle babbling of the water, a melodious tune from a zither had seamlessly intertwined, flowing like the pristine spring itself. Zhou Qingchen's restless heart was soothed by the melody of the guqin. Following the enchanting strains, he ascended to the mountain's summit. The surroundings were serene and secluded, with a pavilion gracefully perched on the edge of the cliff. It was within this pavilion that the musician resided. Chapter 65. The Secrets of the Southern Wilderness and the 5 States. The musician was a strikingly handsome young man, not of corporeal form, yet exuding an astonishing aura of Taoist resonance. After a brief moment, The music ceased, and the young man turned his gaze towards Zhou Qingchen, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue." Zhou Qingchen understood that the ethereal young man before him was indeed the one who had come to his rescue. A sigh of relief escaped him as he discreetly stowed away the Xinlei annihilation curse. After all, merely escaping the desolate land was a positive outcome. The recent events had been exceedingly perilous. He had not anticipated that a mere illusionary realm concealed such a formidable threat. The transformation of the enigmatic spirit sovereign. The bewildering nature of the illusion that blurred the line between reality and deception. In the fleeting glimpse of those mesmerizing eyes, it all suggested that what he had assumed to be a simple exploration of a secret domain had instead thrust him into the most terrifying life and death crisis he had ever faced. A multitude of perplexing enigmas intertwined, becoming increasingly convoluted, leaving Zhou Qingchen with a throbbing headache. Having endured the prior tribulations, he was acutely aware that the Southly treasure land was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. The young man rose to his feet, gesturing dismissively as he spoke. "My salvation of you is, in fact, a means of saving myself." His cryptic words sparked a flurry of thoughts within Zhou Qingchen. While contemplating, he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, who you are and what connection you have with this Southly treasure land?" The young man regarded him with a hint of sorrow in his expression and replied in a soft tone, "I am the master of this spatial treasure." "Spatial treasure?" Zhou Qingchen echoed, realizing it was what they referred to as the Southly treasure land. The young man pondered for a moment before adding, "The master of the Southly treasure land. Could it be that he was a figure from over 100,000 years ago?" Zhou Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he had existed for over 100,000 years, perhaps as a transcendent being? As if perceiving his thoughts, the young man offered a wry smile. "I am not a living soul, merely a lingering remnant of a spirit, incapable even of borrowing a corporeal form." After a brief pause, he continued, "In a twist of fate between life and death, I became entwined with this spatial treasure, merging into a singular entity, which allowed me to survive for over 100,000 years. However, true death will inevitably come. My time is limited." Listening to the words of the young man, Zhou Qingchen felt a deep sense of lamentation. The master of the Southernly treasure land must undoubtedly be a formidable figure, at least as powerful as the eye of the master encountered in the recent illusion. It was unexpected that such a mighty being had endured such a fate, imprisoned in this place for over 100,000 years. "Senior, you have saved me. If there are any unfulfilled wishes, I am willing to do whatever lies within my capabilities." Zhou Qingchen spoke. "You are too kind." The young man exhibited an extraordinary humility, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with a formidable individual. "I am not one to harbor a sense of gratitude for favors received. My intention to save you stems from my genuine need for your assistance. Whether you choose to accept my offer is entirely up to you. Should you agree, we can engage in an equitable exchange. If you decline, you are free to depart in peace." This revelation caught Zhou Qingchen by surprise. The youth's demeanor was commendably principled, though his reliability remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the young man refrained from prolonging the discussion. His gaze shifted momentarily, and he posed a question that piqued Zhou Qingchen's curiosity. "Would you like to know more about the secrets related to your recent experiences within the illusion? I sincerely hope you will enlighten me, esteemed elder." Zhou Qingchen felt a stirring in his heart and responded with cupped hands. The young man nodded and began to recount a tale. Over 100,000 years ago, the demonic path rampaged through the southern region, leading humanity into despair and ushering in a cataclysm that left the land in sorrow. This calamity not only devastated the strength of the prominent sects in the southern region, but also nearly drained the spiritual veins of heaven and earth by half. In those days, the southern wilderness was a flourishing land, boasting several seventh-tier spiritual veins and two dominant forces, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the Xiantian Feng clan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingchen found himself gradually convinced. Indeed, the words of the nascent soul cultivator in the illusion had accurately reflected the truths of over 100,000 years past. These two formidable powers were immensely strong, housing not only several entities at the integration stage, but also an ancestor who had reached the threshold of the Great Ascension stage. A complex and nostalgic expression flickered in the young man's eyes. However, fate proved merciless, and the rise of the demonic path was unstoppable. Among them, the Ghost King Cave, one of the 5 sacred sites of the demonic path in the southern region, engulfed the entire southern wilderness. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the Xiantian Feng clan subsequently fell. Due to the prolonged warfare and the excessive consumption by the demonic cultivators, the spiritual veins of the southern wilderness deteriorated, and the natural world rapidly weakened. As the young man spoke, he raised his hand to caress the seven-stringed guqin, his figure appearing somewhat desolate. I am the Zhuanying, one of the 5 revered entities of the Xiantianfeng clan. As his voice fell, Zhou Qingchen felt a jolt within. He remained silent, and the young man ceased to speak as well. Only the gentle mountain breeze and the sound of flowing springs remained. Zhou Qingchen had always suspected that the origins of the Southernly treasure land might be profoundly significant, but he never anticipated the extent of its grandeur. The southern wilderness, 5 states, and 100,000 years ago, had experienced such a glorious epic. The realm of the combined body, revered as the 7th stage in the cultivation world, represented the pinnacle of many dominant powers. The young man took some time to digest this information before continuing his narration. Regrettably, the calamities of that era had become taboo, leaving many ignorant of these matters. The youth appeared lost in thought, shaking his head. Perhaps there were few left in this world who still remembered the existence of the Xiantianfeng clan in the southern wilderness over 100,000 years ago. Observing the young man's melancholic demeanor, Zhou Qingchen chose to remain silent for a moment. It was not until the young man regained his composed facade that Zhou Qingchen finally voiced his curiosity. Given that the Ghost King Cave is one of the 5 great demonic sanctuaries, how did it meet its demise? After all, the southern region bears no trace of the Ghost King Cave today. Zhou Qingchen, a devoted practitioner who has long resided on Taihua Peak, remained oblivious to such hidden truths. In response, the youth candidly conveyed, the 5 great sanctuaries of the demonic path in the southern realm were established by 5 eminent figures, each at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. These 5 lords of the demonic path hail from the western realm, a domain where both Buddhism and demonism coexist in strength. Their cultivation methods are profoundly malevolent, so much so that even the demons of the western realm are ashamed to associate with them. Eventually, these 5 lords made their way to the southern realm, rapidly disseminating the nefarious teachings of the demonic path and inciting turmoil that swept across a significant portion of the region. The heavenly demon lord of the Ghost King Cave was personally slain by a Buddhist master from the western realm, who had attained the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage. In those days, the heavenly demon lord had devoured countless vengeful souls of cultivators, forging a terrifying and boundless evil soul banner, which wreaked untold havoc. The Buddhist sect was unwilling to allow the demonic forces to extend their influence into other realms. Thus, a certain Buddhist master from the foremost temple, the Heavenly Lantern Temple, dispatched a manifestation of their divine form, obliterating the heavenly demon lord into ashes. Following the demise of the heavenly demon lord, the numerous dominant powers of the southern realm swiftly eradicated the Ghost King Cave. As for the downfall of the other major sanctuaries of the demonic path, as a mere remnant soul dwelling within an object, I am utterly unaware. In that cataclysm, even beings of my stature could exert little influence. Otherwise, how could the Xiantianfeng clan have perished? At this point, the youth let out a self-deprecating sigh. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingchen was enveloped in the shock and imagination provoked by these few words. The youth before him, akin to the master of the eyes in that illusion, was also a respected figure of the integration stage. Having just endured the recent crisis, Zhou Qingchen could deeply appreciate the power wielded by those of the integration stage. Yet, the calamity of that era had rendered even the mighty integration stage cultivators feeling utterly powerless. Zhou Qingchen was profoundly awed by the vastness of this realm. For those lofty figures perched atop the clouds, perhaps the vicissitudes of the world pale in comparison to a mere thought of theirs. Moreover, transcending this world, there exists an infinite domain of celestial pathways, spoken of only in legends. Chapter 66. The Spirit Sovereign Senior. Was that esteemed figure we encountered in the illusion also a significant personage from the Ghost King Cave? After a moment, Zhou Qingchen's thoughts returned, and he inquired about the master of the ethereal visage. Upon hearing this, the young man's gaze turned somewhat frigid as he responded, "Indeed. He is one of the 24 esteemed beings of the Ghost King Cave, known as the Spirit Sovereign. He has attained an extraordinary mastery of the methods pertaining to the primordial spirit and soul, deeply inheriting the true teachings of the heavenly Ghost Sovereign. Years ago, I sacrificed my cultivation and vitality, intending to perish alongside him, yet I never anticipated his formidable prowess. He still retains a fragment of his half-soul, coexisting with me within this spatial treasure." Listening to the young man's words, Zhou Qingchen felt a chill creep over him and voiced his lingering doubts. Then why was I drawn into the illusion? The young man's eyes flickered with a glimmer as he sighed and asked, "Have you ever heard of the method of soul transference?" Zhou Qingchen felt a shiver run through him and nodded slightly. The method of soul transference is not considered a secret within the entire realm of cultivation. Many high-tier practitioners, desperately pursuing the path of immortality, may, when faced with a lack of hope for breakthrough, resort to unorthodox means, seizing the bodies of those prodigies to begin anew. This technique has its origins in ancient times, yet it is fraught with limitations. The body obtained through soul transference is often difficult to harmonize with the original spirit of the transgressor. Such a repulsive reaction could lead to the downfall of both entities involved. Zhou Qingchen paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, only high-ranking cultivators possess the ability to usurp the bodies of lower-ranking ones, and they are permitted to do so only once in their lifetime. Consequently, while the method of usurpation is widespread, the number of those who succeed remains limited. Furthermore, without achieving the void refinement stage and cultivating the primordial spirit, the likelihood of failure in usurpation is significantly heightened. My master imparted this knowledge to me long ago. The art of usurpation is indeed extraordinary, yet successful cases are scarce. After all, unless one is utterly desperate, few would willingly relinquish their own body. The young man nodded in agreement. You speak the truth. I surmise that the ghost spirit lord, having harbored resentment for many years, must yearn for another chance at life. In such circumstances, usurpation is his only avenue of escape. Zhou Qingchen found it hard to believe. However, hadn't his esteemed predecessor stated that the ghost spirit sovereign was but a fragment of a soul? Mastering the primordial spirit, even with a complete set of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, was already a formidable challenge. How could a mere remnant of a soul possess the power to seize a body? Furthermore, considering the 2 millennia lifespan of a harmonization realm sovereign, the primordial spirit of this ghost spirit sovereign should have long since passed into oblivion. Zhou Qingchen pondered in vain and could only turn to the young man. The youth, with a trace of resignation, reminded him, do not forget, I have mentioned that the soul and consciousness technique of the ghost spirit sovereign has reached an extraordinary realm. Logically speaking, with his physical form extinguished, the 7 spirits annihilated, and the 3 souls scattered, leaving only a wisp of lingering soul, his resurrection seems implausible. However, his secret method of refining the spirit defies conventional reasoning. The ghost spirit sovereign has inherited the true teachings of the esteemed heavenly ghost sovereign from years past. Having claimed the lives of countless cultivators, with the corpses of millions but a trifling matter for him, the remnants of those deceased cultivators' souls have been gathered by him and ultimately forged into an unspeakably sinister artifact known as the Soul River. Through the inexhaustible resentment of living beings and the cultivation of ghostly consciousness, even if the ghost spirit sovereign's prowess does not rank among the absolute pinnacle of the revered beings in the Ghost King Abyss, he remains the most enigmatic and troublesome one. Moreover, as long as the Soul River endures, he can inhabit it, constantly nourishing his primordial spirit with the power of the dead souls, thus enabling his survival in this era. The gravity of the youth's words was profoundly shocking, leaving even Zhou Qingchen momentarily unable to comprehend. The Soul River. Zhou Qingchen found himself momentarily lost in thought. The mere contemplation of that endlessly winding black river, forged from the souls of the wronged, sent shivers down his spine. How many cultivators must have perished to give rise to such a malevolent entity? While the towering figures of the celestial realm, such as the heavenly demon sovereign, were directly enlightened by the Buddha, it was the more obscure and enigmatic ghost spirit sovereign who, relying on his formidable skills, managed to endure into the present age. This implies that the ghost spirit sovereign's primordial spirit has long since regained its completeness. Zhou Qingchen immediately surmised a certain possibility. Indeed, the next words of the youth confirmed Zhou Qingchen's conjecture. I suspect that the ghost spirit sovereign has set his sights on your corporeal form, seeking to inhabit your body and live once more. The youth's tone carried a weight of seriousness. In truth, the original target of the ghost spirit sovereign was not you, but rather that divine transformation cultivator whom you have slain. The enigmatic spirit true monarch? Zhou Qingchen finally comprehended why the ghostly spirit sovereign had obtained the inheritance of the ghostly spirit venerable. It was evidently cultivated as a vessel for possession. It is indeed a matter of fate that the technique originally practiced by the ghostly spirit sovereign was, in fact, a simplified version of the ghostly spirit venerable's enigmatic arts. This explains why the system previously classified the ghostly spirit sovereign as a semi-demonic cultivator. However, in this moment, your extraordinary talent ignited the ghostly spirit venerable's avarice, compelling him to forsake the being at the Ascension realm. At this point, the young man could not help but shake his head in derision, his tone laced with mockery. He is fully aware that your body does not harmonize with his primordial spirit, yet he remains unwilling to relinquish you. Truly a greedy individual. He squandered a perfect vessel for possession, only to be slain by you. Such a fate is not one that many can endure. The young man concluded with a note of poignant reflection. Listening to the young man's analysis, Zhou Qingchen's heart grew heavy. His body was incompatible with the ghostly spirit venerable, rendering the latter's attempt at possession nearly impossible. Yet, despite this, the ghostly spirit venerable still chose to take the risk. Ultimately, he was thwarted by the young man. Clearly, however, the adversary had not relinquished his intentions. The look in the ghostly spirit venerable's eyes before being rescued by the young man spoke volumes. Should the ghostly spirit venerable truly harbor the desire to possess him, Zhou Qingchen must prepare himself well in advance. Even if he were to miscalculate, he could not afford to be complacent. A sovereign at the integration realm, even in a diminished state, wields power far exceeding his own, particularly one skilled in the arts of primordial spirit and consciousness. Should he be caught off guard, Zhou Qingchen might find himself ensnared before he even realizes it. One must possess both the means to survive and the life to employ them. Senior, what should be the next course of action regarding that ghostly spirit venerable? Zhou Qingchen composed himself and inquired. The young man felt a momentary headache. To speak frankly, even I have fallen prey to that ghostly spirit venerable. I am but a fading remnant of a soul. Although I can still wield a fragment of the spatial treasure's power, my own strength has diminished significantly. Having rescued you this time, I find myself utterly incapable of preventing the ghostly spirit venerable from escaping. Yet, I could not refrain from aiding you, for, after all, my time is running short. Zhou Qingchen remained silent. Given that the ghost spirit sovereign had managed to escape, he had to muster every ounce of his focus. In the present day, the demonic path in the southern region had waned considerably. If the ghost spirit sovereign wished to survive, it was unlikely he would brazenly reveal himself. After all, this was not tens of thousands of years ago, and he no longer had the formidable support of the Ghost King's cave behind him. The young man offered a few words of comfort to Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen nodded, understanding fully. Chapter 67, The Transaction. Senior, now that I have found clarity, let us discuss the transaction you mentioned. Zhou Qingchen's gaze was imbued with seriousness. As long as it falls within my capabilities, I assure you, I will not shirk my responsibilities. Not only did the young man save him, sparing him from the expenditure of an 8th-tier talisman for his survival, but he also enlightened Zhou Qingchen about the potential and formidable adversary that is the ghostly spirit sovereign, which warranted Zhou's earnest consideration. Moreover, in the pursuit of cultivation, one must also acknowledge the significance of fate and connections. Over the past millennium, the Taihua Sect has frequently ventured into this treasure-laden region of Nanli, from which they have garnered considerable resources. Now that the young man has a request, it is only fitting to engage in a transaction of equitable exchange. And Zhou Qingchen had no reason to dismiss it. Noticing Zhou Qingchen's proactive mention, the young man's expression brightened slightly as he elucidated. Many years ago, I merged with a spatial treasure, and after a prolonged slumber, I drifted to Nanli Prefecture. However, I was left with but a wisp of residual soul, confined within the spatial treasure, rendering it exceedingly difficult to wield it away. Thus, over the years, I have been seeking opportunities. A millennium ago, I expended considerable effort to manifest the spatial treasure from the void, managing to separate 3 tokens, which ultimately fell into the hands of your 3 sections. Zhou Qingchen nodded in sudden realization. It appeared that the southernly treasure land harbored such mysteries. Perhaps even the ancestors of the 3 sects were unaware that the token had been deliberately disseminated. For many years, I have been sifting through candidates, hoping to discover one who could truly bear the weight of this transaction. Alas, the ghostly spirit sovereign has consistently worked behind the scenes to sabotage my efforts. Each time I set my sights on a promising prodigy, he would intentionally lead them into the realm of illusions. Within the torment of layers upon layers of intertwining consciousness and reality, 9 out of 10 of those he ensnared met their demise. And the few that survived were left utterly bereft of their aspirations for cultivation. This is his twisted penchant, to watch a soul descend into madness and death without flinching. As he spoke, the youth's tone brimmed with disdain, harboring an intense loathing for the demons of the southern realm in those years past. Regrettably, in my quest for self-preservation, I found myself powerless. Subsequently, to avoid bringing harm to the geniuses of your 3 sects, I had no choice but to temporarily abandon this course of action, which in turn brought a semblance of stability for a time. The youth shook his head in resignation, his gaze towards Zhou Qingchen imbued with a glimmer of joy. I never anticipated that this encounter would lead me to such a remarkable anomaly as you. I can sense your profound depth, a prodigious talent unlike any I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Thus, I resolved to risk everything to pull you back from the illusions. However, this endeavor has left my residual soul power severely diminished. So that is how it is. Zhou Qingchen finally comprehended the underlying reasons. With the remnants of his soul power dwindling, the young man was determined to rescue him, which underscored the significance he placed on this transaction. The youth's gaze took on a tone of seriousness as he addressed Zhou Qingchen, stating, "This transaction holds immense benefits for you, or rather, for your sect. Should you consent, I shall disclose the specifics of the agreement." After a brief pause, he continued, "Locate the descendants of the Xiantian Feng clan, provide them with a measure of protection, and bring back the legacy of the Xiantian Feng clan to the Feng family." As ripples stirred in Zhou Qingchen's heart, he found himself taken aback by the nature of the transaction proposed by the young man, namely, the bequeathal of the most esteemed core legacy of the Xiantian Feng clan to its descendants. The youth spoke with a measured tone. In times past, the main lineage of the Xiantian Feng clan was annihilated, and their legacy perished amidst the great calamity, with only a handful of lesser descendants managing to preserve their bloodline. I sense in the ether that the descendants of the Xiantian Feng clan have continued to thrive into the present day, and it appears that this generation has given rise to a fortuitous progeny. Whether the Xiantian Feng clan can reclaim its former glory hinges upon this transaction. There was a hint of excitement in the young man's voice. This transaction was not insurmountable. According to his account, the descendants of the Xiantian Feng clan still resided within the southern wilderness of the 5 states. As long as they remained in this region, even if they currently faced adversity, Zhou Qingchen's present capabilities would suffice to safeguard them. However, to genuinely forge a path for the Feng clan's resurgence was not a matter to be resolved in a single step. Otherwise, the esteemed one would not have taken such an extended period to contemplate before deciding to take a risk. In this endeavor, one must not only assess the feasibility of the transaction but also scrutinize the disposition of the parties involved. Entrusting such a monumental undertaking to those driven by greed and treachery would undoubtedly spell disaster for the descendants of the Feng clan. Contemplating these intricate dynamics, Zhou Qingchen could not help but feel a stir of emotion. The decision to engage in this transaction could stem from 2 possibilities. Either the young man harbored an inexplicable trust in him, or he was compelled by desperation to stake everything on this gamble. Zhou Qingchen tends to favor the latter. "Senior, I am willing to engage in this transaction with you." Zhou Qingchen spoke earnestly, his resolute demeanor evoking a sense of surprise in the young man. With a grave expression, he replied solemnly, "If that is the case." This technique is known as the Xianyuan Transformation Qi method, a low-grade 7th-tier cultivation technique suitable for the harmonization realm. Its advantages lie in its abundant and unceasing magical power, making it a rare high-level cultivation method and one of the few harmonization techniques cataloged by the Xiantian Feng clan. I propose a trade with you using this technique. What do you think? The young man gazed at Zhou Qingchen and replied, "I am willing." Zhou Qingchen did not hesitate for a moment and readily agreed. This method could indeed serve as the cornerstone of our Taihua sect, significantly enhancing its foundation. Coincidentally, the 7th ancestor is also preparing to advance to the void refinement realm. Cultivating this technique of the combined body realm will undoubtedly amplify his strength. Moreover, I have been struggling to find an appropriate opportunity to present the previously acquired 6th-grade spiritual vein to the sect. Now, under the auspices of the Southernly Treasureland, I can finally submit it to the esteemed ancestors. Zhou Qingchen contemplated within his heart. Excellent. Zhou Qingchen's response filled the young man's heart with elation, his spirit soaring. He extended his palm, where endless golden radiance coalesced, and golden runes swirled within, ultimately materializing into 2 tomes. One of the books bore the title Xianyuan Transformation Technique, its pages imbued with a flowing Taoist essence. Strangely, the other tome appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any inscription. The young man gently swept his hand, and the 2 books floated gracefully before Zhou Qingchen. You may dispose of the Xianyuan Transformation Technique as you wish. However, the blank tome is the ancestral legacy of the Feng clan, pertaining to the essence of our lineage. Traditionally, only those of Feng blood may unlock its secrets, and I hope you will pass it on to the descendants of the Feng clan. Though the Feng clan has fallen, its descendants continue to exist, albeit in a state of decline. Now, it is up to him, this ancient ancestor, to pave the way. Should the Feng clan be revitalized, he would rest easy, honored by his forebears. Zhou Qingchen nodded solemnly, pledging his vow to the heavens as he reverently accepted the 2 sacred texts, entrusted by my esteemed predecessor. I shall not falter in my duty. Excellent. A booming laughter erupted from the youth, resonating with a joy he had not experienced in over 100,000 years. Since the downfall of the Tianjin Feng clan, a sense of despair had long plagued his heart, but at this moment, it felt as though that despair had finally begun to dissipate. The ties of obsession were severed, and the prospect of transcendence loomed near. Gradually, his ethereal form began to fade, resembling wisps of blue smoke rising into the air, as if he were on the verge of vanishing entirely. Predecessor, Zhou Qingchen was taken aback. The young man waved his hand dismissively. I am but a mere survivor, destined to have departed from this world long ago. Now that my obsession is at an end, there is nothing left for me to cherish. You need not ponder over it too much. In a few years at least, or perhaps several decades, my soul will naturally dissipate, and this treasured space will plunge into the depths of the void. I hope that in the future, a descendant of the Feng family will be able to retrieve it with their own hands. Zhou Qingchen's expression was intricate, and his heart was filled with profound sentiments. Such a magnanimous spirit instilled within him a deep sense of reverence. Chapter 68, The 9 Heavens Ringing and the Haiyuan Pearl. Born without regret, what sorrow is there in death? The youth's carefree smile lightened the weight of his otherwise somber demeanor. His gaze, imbued with nostalgia, once again caressed the 7-stringed guqin that he had placed upon the stone platform in the pavilion. This instrument, named the 9 Heavens Ringing, was crafted with a face of icy spirit jade and a body of ancient parasol wood, exuding a luminous deep azure hue. Its melodies were vibrant and invigorating, crisp and clear. The ancients proclaimed that the guqin embodies the virtues of divinity and harmonizes the essence of heaven and earth. Since my journey of cultivation began, I have cherished the sounds of the guqin, dedicating myself to this art and achieving a measure of success. A glimmer of pure light danced in the youth's eyes as his fingers glided across the strings, producing resonant notes that stirred Zhou Qingchen's very soul. Can you play? The young man inquired softly. I possess a modest understanding, came the reply. Zhou Qingchen replied. Among the several senior brothers and sisters of the Taihua sect, the 4th senior brother, Xia Chun, was a master of the zither, well-versed in musical theory, and possessed a naturally serene disposition. In the past, Zhou Qingchen frequently visited the Taihua Peak of the 4th senior brother, and due to his amicable relationship with Guantong, who was from a different generation, he learned a considerable amount about the art of zither from this master and his disciple. The 4th senior brother often marveled at Zhou Qingchen's intelligence, however. Since Zhou Qingchen had always devoted himself to swordsmanship, he had not dedicated much attention to the study of music, having only attained a moderate proficiency. The young man felt a spark of excitement. Let us give it a try. Zhou Qingchen hesitated for a moment before approaching the stone table, where he seated himself and began to play the zither, in stark contrast to the gentle and jade-like melodies produced by the young man. Zhou's music emerged with a sense of urgency, imbued with an undercurrent of lethal intent, evoking a chilling atmosphere. Zhou Qingchen played for a brief moment before retracting his fingertips, the resonant melodies echoing through the mountains for a while, before ultimately fading away. Yet he did not rise. His fingers lingered upon the instrument, as if he had heard a calling emanating from it. After a moment of reverie, Zhou Qingchen returned to his senses, astonished by a surge of understanding that surfaced in his heart. With a smile, the young man remarked, "This is the 9 Heavens Guqin Canon. The 9 Heavens chime is a top-tier heavenly artifact of the 7th rank, once my life's innate instrument. The 9 Heavens Guqin Canon represents my lifelong dedication to the art of guqin." His gaze towards Zhou Qingchen was imbued with a glimmer of hope. May this instrument and its teachings be bestowed upon you, with the hope that you will continue to evoke the eternal melodies of the guqin within your grasp. Zhou Qingchen's gaze settled upon the Qingqin of 9 Heavens, as if he beheld the unparalleled grace of a venerable being from over 100,000 years ago, performing on this ancient instrument to vanquish foes. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall not allow this relic to gather dust in my possession. After a brief moment, Zhou Qingchen's expression turned earnest as he addressed the young man. The last remnants of doubt in the young man's heart finally dissipated. Esteemed elder, do you still possess knowledge regarding the Feng clan? Zhou Qingchen stowed away the 9 Heavens ring and inquired in a solemn tone. The young man shook his head, lamenting, "The remnants of the soul are trapped here, leaving me powerless to effect any change. As for the specific circumstances of the Feng clan, I am utterly in the dark. Over the years, I have relied solely on the faint connection of our bloodline to sense the ebb and flow of the Feng clan's fortunes. Ever since the downfall of the Feng clan, the surviving descendants have dwindled to less than a tenth, facing numerous crises that nearly led to our obliteration." Zhou Qingchen fell into silence. It seems that the particulars must await a later discussion. However, I can certainly provide you with a general direction, the young man remarked. Where might that be? To the northern part of the southern wilderness, in the central region of Nandu Prefecture. Zhou Qingchen felt a stir within his heart. The southern wilderness comprises 5 states: Nanxian, Nanli, Nanzhao, Nandu, and Naiyuan. Each of these states is governed by sects comparable to the 3 major supreme sections. Among them, Nandu is home to 2 great supreme sects, the Yuanying Sect and the Qixia Sect. Unlike the imbalance of power among the 3 sects in Nanli, both the Yuanying Sect and the Qixia Sect in Nandu are flourishing, with a thriving number of disciples and a thriving legacy. Therefore, it seems imperative to plan a visit to Nandu in the near future. Zhou Qingchen pondered silently. To determine the precise course of action, it was imperative to first locate the descendants of the Feng clan. With this journey having reached a satisfactory conclusion, it was time for departure. Time was fleeting, and I could no longer sustain this spatial treasure. The young man stepped out of the stone pavilion and approached the precipice. Gazing at the miniature world that had been refined within the spatial treasure, he sighed softly. Once outside, be wary of the ghostly venerable. I hope you can aid the Xiantian Feng clan in rising once more. With that, he extended his right hand, causing the entire spatial treasure to tremble, and a colossal spatial vortex materialized in the sky above. Take care, esteemed elder. Zhou Qingchen regarded the young man with deep respect, bowing profoundly in gratitude. Almost forgotten. I once possessed a precious treasure of life in my early years. Consider it a modest gift from me to you. Suddenly, the young man seemed to recall something and spoke thus. With a mere thought, a radiant orb materialized from the void, following Zhou Qingchen as he vanished through the spatial exit. Moments prior, in the revered land of Nanli, a place rich in heritage, lay an expansive array of structures, where palatial edifices stood in harmonious succession. Most conspicuous among them was a towering pagoda that pierced the clouds. Through generations of exploration by the 3 major sects, the true nature of the pagoda had been largely unveiled. Within a certain level of the pagoda, 2 figures were visibly exhilarated, gazing at the ethereal artifact hovering before them. It was a pearl, resplendent in ivory white, adorned with shimmering water-like ripples, emanating an enduring, pure essence, radiating brilliance. The Haiyuan pearl. At last, it has been found. Both individuals bore wounds, their breaths uneven, clearly having faced numerous trials to reach this level. Yet, at this moment, they were too preoccupied to acknowledge their physical pains. Elder 2, let us swiftly subdue the Haiyuan pearl to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, urged the beautiful woman anxiously. The balding elder beside her composed himself, nodding solemnly and with gravitas. These 2 were Bai Ling of the Bailan sect and Tu Ju, the grand elder of the Lingjian sect. Following the path forged by their ancestors, they had battled through countless obstacles to finally discover the legendary Haiyuan pearl. Who would have thought that this struggle would turn a corner, revealing new hope amidst adversity? What does it matter if the Taihua sect momentarily holds power? Once our 2 sects acquire the Haiyuan pearl, who could possibly thwart our rise? In high spirits, Tu Ju felt a profound sense of clarity wash over him. A sword aura, meticulously honed to perfection, materialized in his hand, exuding an icy sharpness. This was a treasured essence bestowed upon them by their revered ancestor. A lethal sword energy nurtured over many years. Bai Ling conjured an ancient bronze bell, which floated in the air, emanating an oppressive force. As these 2 treasures manifested, they surged towards the Haiyuan pearl, which pulsed with a pure, demonic essence. A phantom of a clam demon appeared, unleashing a torrent of oceanic waves that crashed upon them. The nearly tangible phenomenon relentlessly assailing their treasures. Bai Ling and Tu Ju, sensing the faint aura of the demon lord, turned pale, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Where is the enigmatic, true demon lord? He was granted a slot, yet proves utterly unhelpful. Bai Ling, witnessing the shadow of the demon lord flaunting its power, gritted her teeth in anger. After entering the Southly treasure land, the 2 found to their dismay that the enigmatic spirit lord had not arrived at the same location as them. A thorough search yielded no trace of him, nor of the esteemed leader of Taihua Peak. With no other recourse, the pair ventured into the tower alone, only to encounter the greatest challenge in this final stage. The residual demonic intent contained within the Haiyuan pearl was overwhelmingly potent. Even devoid of consciousness, the demon lord's primordial treasure instinctively sought to avoid danger. Tu Ju managed to cope with this challenge, striving to control the sword energy that relentlessly assaulted the bizarre manifestation of the clam demon. Such treasures are not easily obtained. This is the culmination of the void refining demon lord's lifelong cultivation. We must endure a little longer. Tu Ju declared. However, the duo underestimated the might of the manifestation. Gradually, both of their divine treasures began to falter under the fierce pressure of the Hanyuan Pearl. Damned! The energy of the Hanyuan Pearl is far more concentrated than our ancestor had surmised, exceeding it by at least double. The two gritted their teeth, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. At a certain moment, for reasons unknown, the Hanyuan Pearl suddenly erupted, its fierce demonic essence forcefully repelling their treasures, which transformed into fleeting light and fled towards the tower's exit. This is bad. The Hanyuan Pearl has escaped. Quick, pursue it. Without hesitation, they gave chase. Yet, the Hanyuan Pearl seemed to be guided by an unseen force, abruptly vanishing into the void. Before they could react, the very earth trembled, and a massive spatial vortex tore open in the sky, drawing them in without a shred of resistance. Chapter 69. Departure from the outside world. Since the opening of the Southly Treasure Land, 10 days had passed, and the vicinity of Qianjiao Mountain had seen an influx of people. The celestial talent gathering was, after all, a grand event for all of Southly, and the names of the top 3 talents had spread far and wide across Southly Prefecture. Coupled with the surrounding area being a hub of 100 cities, bustling with prosperity, many cultivators who had previously not witnessed the gathering flocked to the 100 cities. Numerous talents, having gained renown from a single battle yet lacking strong backgrounds, became coveted targets for major powers seeking to recruit them. During this period, the flow of people in the 100 cities surged, and many trade fairs thrived as a result. On the outskirts of Qianjiao Mountain, at a rocky outcrop, 3 figures stood gazing at the mountain from a distance. In the center stood a middle-aged man clad in opulent robes, his aura subtle and unassuming. Yet the other 2 regarded him with a hint of reverence. "How is it? Any progress in your inquiries?" the man in the ornate robe asked, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze inscrutable. If Zhou Qingchen were present, he would be astonished to discover that the pair of individuals standing behind the robed man were none other than the chief disciples of the Yuanying Sect he had encountered in the demon spirit forest. The man, named Shenhua, and the woman, named Su Li, are esteemed chief disciples of the Yuanying Sect, revered by their fellow disciples for their exceptional talents and abilities, embodying the youthful visage of their sect. Once, their visit to Nanli Prefecture was marked by an overwhelming sense of pride. However, in this moment, any trace of arrogance had vanished. The identity of the young guardian was no secret in Nanli Prefecture. A mere inquiry revealed all. When Shenhua and Su Li exchanged glances, they could not conceal the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The man in the embroidered robe observed their expressions, curiosity piqued. "Guardian Qiu," he began. "That young man is a well-known figure in Nanli Prefecture, belonging to an intermediate celestial sect known as Taihua Sect, where he serves as the master of the 7th peak." Shenhua inhaled deeply before reporting further. Guardian Qiu gestured for him to continue. Such a status might instill fear in Nanli Prefecture, yet it seemed insufficient to cause the chief disciples of a dominant force to lose their composure. Rumors suggested that this young man, despite his relatively short cultivation period, had already attained the Yuanying realm. Shenhua's expression turned grave, however. That is not the most frightening aspect. It is said that he possesses an exceedingly rare celestial root and belongs to the stellar attribute category. What did you say? A celestial root? Guardian Qiu initially managed to maintain his composure, but his eyes widened in shock upon hearing this revelation. It was no wonder he reacted so. The existence of a celestial root was profoundly astonishing. The Yuanying Sect, a dominant power among the 13 states, boasted no disciples with celestial roots, even among their ranks. Only a certain combined stage elder possessed such a qualification. For chief disciples like Shenhua and Su Li, their roots merely reached the apex of the earthly level. That such extraordinary talent could emerge from a small place like the southern wilderness was truly remarkable. Guardian Qiu subdued his astonishment, his expression neutral as he contemplated the implications. No wonder he dared to offend the Grand Elder. It appeared he had substantial backing. At that moment, Guardian Qiu found himself uncertain whether to regard Zhou Qingchen as exceptionally bold or simply ignorant of his limitations. In his eyes, while Zhou Qingchen's talent was indeed unparalleled, he was still a younger generation, and to recklessly offend a refined cultivator, especially one as influential as the Grand Elder of the Yuanying Sect, was utterly foolish. Su Li pondered briefly before adding, "Guardian, it is rumored that this young man recently emerged from seclusion, having succeeded to the position of Peak Master while still in the early stages of the Yuanying realm. Yet, when we last confronted him, we distinctly sensed the aura of someone at the pinnacle of the Yuanying realm. This implies that he has likely encountered significant opportunities recently." propelling him to the very summit of the Yuanying realm. In Su Li's heart lingered a tinge of jealousy, a sentiment born from an envy of both talent and fortune. She and Zhou Qingchen had devoted over 5 centuries to their cultivation, yet Zhou Qingchen had traversed the path they had taken in a mere decade. This disparity stirred a profound sense of imbalance within them, who had long been lauded as prodigies. Elder Qiu shook his head and spoke. Before reaching the transformation realm, those with heavenly spiritual roots indeed advance further than others. However, do not belittle yourselves. Comprehension is also a form of talent. If his understanding were lacking, he would find it equally impossible to ascend to higher realms. Talent is never a straightforward path. Throughout history, unparalleled geniuses have surged like torrents, yet how many truly ascend to great heights? Those who cannot flourish will always fall short of the mighty who have already achieved enlightenment. Refining essence into energy, cultivating energy into spirit, honing spirit back to the void. Merging the void with the Tao, and returning the Tao to the source. If he can maintain his reputation as a genius in the final steps, then perhaps the Southern Territory might still have a place for him. Alas, he has offended the Grand Elder, and whether such a future remains uncertain. Elder Qiu sighed deeply. Guardian, should we take any action? Zhou Qingchen inquired. They seem to have entered a secret realm. Once they emerge, you could directly intervene and bring that youth back to the Yuanying Sect for our ancestor to address. Elder Qiu shook his head. There is no need. The Grand Elder has merely instructed us to monitor his movements. We need not interfere. After a pause, his gaze intensified as he continued. Moreover, their expedition into the secret realm is unlikely to proceed smoothly. I sense the presence of 2 transformation realm beings nearby. Zhou Qingchen and Su Li were taken aback, recalling the recent intelligence they had gathered regarding the situation in Southern Li Prefecture. It became clear to them. These concealed auras undoubtedly belonged to the 2 other major sects within Southern Li. In that moment, a sense of schadenfreude enveloped them. What of the prodigy? In the face of true power, their prowess pales in comparison. The trio ceased their conversation, seemingly in tacit agreement that the unfolding scenario would be a captivating spectacle. And their anticipation grew. Meanwhile, aboard the Feiyin vessel of the Taihua sect, Su Xianjun concluded his meditation, feeling a heaviness within, and rose to his feet. For reasons unknown, he had been experiencing an unsettling sensation in recent days. I hope it is merely a figment of my imagination, he mused, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression thoughtful. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Immediately relay this to your sect's transformation realm ancestors. A significant upheaval may be imminent in the Southernly treasures. Su Xuanjuan's pupils contracted, yet his demeanor remained composed. Who are you? He inquired, following the sound, while a tightening in his chest signaled the return of that disquieting feeling. 3 transformation realm entities now lurk around Qianjiao Mountain. Should conflict erupt, your Taihua sect's disciples may suffer devastating losses. Do not doubt my words. I am the spirit beast of your Miao Peak master, who instructed me to conceal myself prior to entry. The natural entity of Tranchen is Jianling. Previously, there was only one hidden figure at the god transformation stage nearby, and it could be contained. However, just moments ago, 2 more have arrived. This is no trivial matter. The newcomer's burial intentions, and Jianling must inform Su Xuanquan, the master of the first peak. Junior apprentice? Su Xuanquan's mind was filled with doubt. Although he was overwhelmed with questions, it was evidently not the time to pursue the truth. No wonder he had been feeling unwell during this period. 3 figures at the god transformation stage. Should they truly engage in conflict, the consequences would be unimaginable. He instantaneously thought of the other 2 sections. With no time to ponder, Su Xuanquan discreetly sent a message to Tuoba Tian, relaying the information. He did not use a common communication talisman, but rather the peak master's order refined by the ancestral power. Su Xuanquan was anxious yet maintained his composure. Half an hour later, a resounding thunder echoed through heaven and earth, the sky darkening ominously as if something was descending into the world. An oppressive force making it difficult to breathe. How could the exit of the Southly Treasure Land have opened prematurely? The members of the 3 sects were perplexed. Only 10 days had passed. Logically, the Southly Treasure Land should not have opened yet. Suddenly, Su Xuanquan's expression changed drastically as he witnessed the 3 tokens that had been suspended in the sky transform into streaks of radiant light, instantly merging into the Southly Treasure Land. This is disastrous. The secret realm is indeed in turmoil. Su Xuanquan's countenance grew grave. The sudden disappearance of the tokens that opened the Southly Treasure Land, coupled with its premature activation in the presence of the hidden god transformation ancestors from the other 2 sects, raised concerns about their ability to respond in time. Taihua Sect was not far from Qingjiao Mountain, located very close within the Southly State's territory. However, the Southly State was vast, and even this distance took them 2 days to traverse via flying vessels. Should the God Transformation ancestors hasten their journey, it would still require over an hour. Above the heavens, a colossal spatial portal materialized, and figures were being transmitted forth. Ancestor, the Han Yuanzu is in the hands of the Taihua Peak Master. A piercing roar resonated throughout the universe. In an instant, Zhou Qingchen's expression shifted wildly. Chapter 70. Yaozhu vs. God Transformation Stage Junior Apprentice. Zhou Qingchen exclaimed loudly. As the spatial portal closed, the heavens returned to clarity, yet a vast and terrifying aura had already enveloped the realm. The roar by Ling ignited everything. Shi and Tu Ju, both covered in injuries, were transmitted out of the Southly treasure land, only to witness the Han Yuanzu, which they could not conquer. Flying directly to the calm presence of Zhou Qingchen, who collected it into his spatial ring. This sight turned their eyes crimson with rage. Zhou Qingchen furrowed his brows, instantly perceiving the concealed presence lurking in the shadows. The system's voice resonated naturally, as Zhou Qingchen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Name, by Feihong Bone Age, 1896 years cultivation, mid-stage of the Transformation Realm Technique. 5th tier Superior Blue Sea Spiritual Mantra Weapon. 5th tier Superior Spiritual Light Mirror Name, Chang Jinkong Bone Age. 1768 years cultivation, late stage of the Transformation Realm Technique. 5th tier Supreme Killing Sword Record Weapon. 5th tier Superior Qing Xian Sword Name, Chioji Bone Age, 1020. 3 years cultivation, mid-stage of the Transformation Realm Technique. 5th tier Supreme Mysterious Gate Qi Method Weapon. 5th tier Superior Qi Nourishing Spirit Gourd Special Attributes. Guardian of the Xianyin Sect. A total of 3 formidable entities at the Transformation Realm. Zhou Qingchen wielded his formidable powers, transporting Lin Qi and the others back to the Taihua Sect. Concurrently, the void began to contort, as thunder and lightning roared throughout the heavens and the earth. A stooped figure emerged from the abyss, his eyes gleaming with intensity, fixated upon Zhou Qingchen. The Taihua Sect had gone too far. The old man, with a chilling demeanor, spoke ominously, extending a mighty hand of power towards Zhou Qingchen. Junior brother. Su Xianjun strained against the terrifying pressure of the Transformation Realm. Even though he had sent a message back, the ancestral figure could not traverse the void with such swiftness. Zhou Qingchen represented the hope of the Taihua Sect. How could he encounter peril here? Su Xuanyuan's eyes widened in horror, as half of the disciples of the Taihua Sect succumbed to the overwhelming aura. Those cultivators around Qingjiao Mountain, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, were utterly astounded. The Transformation Realm, those from smaller factions could hardly believe their eyes. They were accustomed to never witnessing even the actions of the nascent soul stage. Yet now they beheld such a grand display of power, realizing that there indeed existed such might within the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, thousands of miles were enveloped by the breath of the Transformation Realm. Jianling. Zhou Qingchen spoke calmly. Yes, master. Suddenly, a small white bird flapped its wings, charging toward the formidable strike of the Transformation Deity. The fierce gale seemed poised to tear it to shreds in the next moment. Isn't that your bird? Guantong exclaimed, incredulous, as he glanced at Lin Qi. What madness has possessed your bird to seek its own demise? Lin Qi's expression darkened, and he remained silent. The scene appeared utterly ludicrous, leaving everyone dumbfounded and incredulous. Both the Lingjin sect and the Bailan sect began to chuckle derisively. Could this possibly be the entity that Su Xianjun had mentioned, claiming to be Zhou Qingchen's spiritual companion? In the next instant, a resounding cry echoed throughout the heavens, as the diminutive white bird erupted with an unparalleled ferocity, an otherworldly crimson light soaring skyward. It exuded a demonic aura, akin to a tidal wave. The colossal sword-feathered bird, spanning hundreds of feet, cleaved through the firmament, its glistening, icy feathers transforming into razor-sharp blades that fragmented the very fabric of space. The massive hand conjured by the Transformation Deity was immediately dispersed by the monstrous demonic force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent gales howling for thousands of miles. What in the world is this? Guantong gaped, utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Isn't this your pet bird? Lin Qi sighed. I never claimed that. A tempest of shock surged within Guantong as he recalled his earlier jesting about the bird, causing a cold sweat to break out on his brow. This is a supreme demon that my master has tamed, Lin Qi explained. Guantong stared blankly at Zhou Qingchen. Is this truly a supreme demon? He found himself baffled, unable to fathom how a demon of the Transformation Deity realm would pledge allegiance to Zhou Qingchen. Silence ensued. There were others hidden in the shadows, and the ancestor had yet to arrive. For now, they could only rely on the sword feathers to hold the line. Zhou Qingchen spoke solemnly. Su Xianjun suppressed the shock and unease within him and said, "Junior brother, there are still 2 hidden beings at the transformation stage. Can your spirit companion withstand them?" "It cannot." Zhou Qingchen decisively shook his head. Although the sword feather possessed an extraordinary lineage, capable of withstanding a mid-stage transformation into divinity, there were still 2 hidden masters of the same realm. He could only rely on Zhou Qingchen to hold them off, the guardians of the Xianning sect. Zhou Qingchen silently contemplated, momentarily uncertain whether the Xianning sect's transformation into the divine realm intended to engage in this matter. It goes without saying that this guardian was undoubtedly dispatched by the esteemed elder. Amidst the collective anxiety in the heavens above, Jianling and the stooped old man had already exchanged countless blows. The ancestral master of the Bailing sect had maintained a stable cultivation for many years. Although he had yet to achieve a breakthrough, his strength was formidable. Jianling, wielding his myriad of divine weapons, fought back fiercely. The Bailing ancestor's expression had darkened considerably. Confronted by a suddenly appearing monstrous foe and unable to surmount the obstruction, his aged visage flushed crimson, as if the fury within him threatened to erupt. With a shift in aura, the Bailing ancestor unleashed the spirit light mirror, a treasure radiating with ethereal brilliance. Suspended before him, layers of mesmerizing dreamlike light unfurled, akin to delicate veils, exuding an extraordinary ambience, unable to shatter Jianling's defenses through sheer force. The Bailing ancestor resorted to another secret technique, catalyzed by the spirit light realm. Jianling's feathers erupted, unleashing an endless cascade of chilling sword light. Yet within those layers of gossamer mist, no ripples were stirred. Conversely, the power of the secret technique expanded relentlessly, swiftly enveloping Jianling. Such an illusory secret art was exceedingly difficult to guard against. Once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible, and to be trapped within it was to become mere prey. The spirit light mirror hovered in midair, maintaining a dreamlike realm, while the Bailing ancestor seized the opportunity to advance, exuding an aura of murderous intent. "Master." Lin Qi glanced at Zhou Qingchen. Clearly, Zhou Qingchen was now the only one capable of halting the Bailing ancestor. "Master of Taihua Peak. I hold great respect for your Taihua sect and do not wish to foster animosity between us. I implore you to surrender the Han Yuanzu. It is a treasure belonging to my sect." The Bailing ancestor's words were laced with negotiation, yet his tone brooked no dissent, as he emanated the full force of his cultivation, pressing towards Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen's aura surged, repelling the forces that sought to encroach upon him. The individuals behind him felt an instantaneous lightness, as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated without a trace. "You." The expression of the venerable Bailing grew grave as he gazed incredulously at Zhou Qingchen. Such extraordinary talent. In the brief span of merely a quarter of an hour since Bailing's appearance, an increasing multitude had gathered outside Qinjiao Mountain. The proximity of Baiqing drew many curious souls, lured by the presence of a breakthrough in the divine transformation realm, including the returning elder ancestors from secondary forces in the nascent soul stage. Countless observers, separated by vast distances, watched the unfolding drama of the 3 sections. "The Han Yuanzu is mine to claim." Zhou Qingchen spoke with unwavering resolve. All right. The venerable Bailing's anger surged as she raised her hand to strike down. "Your true opponent is not me." Zhou Qingchen's expression remained serene. The venerable Bailing was momentarily taken aback as he turned to look behind him. There, the illusion of shimmering flowers and water, maintained by the spirit light mirror, began to crumble. The sword-feathered bird broke free, its sharp claws lunging fiercely towards the venerable Bailing undaunted. Bailing met the attack head-on, simultaneously shouting out, "Chang Jiankong, why do you hesitate to act? What are you waiting for?" A clear, resonant sound of a sword's song echoed, yet it did not emanate from the sword-feathered bird. Zhou Qingchen's eyes gleamed with intensity as he stepped forward, unleashing his full aura. A 3-foot-long sword materialized in his grasp, its blade shimmering with a crimson glow, pulsating with murderous intent. The tips of the swords met, producing a melodious chime akin to the clash of jade. Silently, the fabric of space fractured, revealing countless rifts. Zhou Qingchen wielded the star sword, his moon-white robe billowing gracefully, exuding an air of icy detachment. On the opposite side, another swordsman, equally gripping a 3-foot azure blade, moved with his own garment swirling, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Chapter 71. The duel at the late stage of transformation. 2 distinctly opposing auras collided silently. One was a youth with an ethereal presence, reminiscent of a celestial being, his sword brimming with lethal intent. The other exuded a chilling atmosphere, The countenance of the swordsman marked by a fierce determination, his weapon radiating a serene azure light, seemingly harmless yet deceptively potent. In this clash of equally formidable forces, neither party managed to dominate the other. The swordsman's gaze was profound as he deftly adjusted his grip, altering his sword technique to strike at Zhou Qingchen from an exceptionally cunning angle. Clang! Another sharp sound of collision echoed as the Xuanji Star Sword once more thwarted the swordsman's assault. Clang! Clang! Time and again, the attacks were parried, until at last, the swordsman fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Qingchen, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Zhou Qingchen possesses an extraordinary sword heart, compelling all swordsmanship to bow before him. No matter how profound a swordsman's techniques may be, they can be effortlessly discerned by Zhou Qingchen. Chang Jiankong, what are you doing? If you do not reclaim the Hanyuan Pearl soon, we shall have no chance of resurgence once those fellows from Taihua Sect arrive. The voice of Bai Feihong echoed in his mind, dispelling Chang Jiankong's doubts. With a resonant clang, the Qingxian sword radiated a brilliant azure light, resembling an immense azure lotus in full bloom, emanating layers of sword light that surged forth, unleashing a force surpassing even that of the venerable Bai Ling. Since you remain obstinate, I shall have to kill before I seize it, Chang Jiankong remarked coldly, as the azure sword light transformed into a torrential wave rushing towards Zhou Qingchen. This was the decisive strike of the transformation of spirit realm, raising the anxiety of all present, particularly for the Taihua sect. Su Xuanquan continuously urged Tuoba Yuan, receiving the reply that the ancestor was hastening towards Qianzhou Mountain with all his might. Rest assured, my master has a trump card, Lin Qi reassured from the side. Su Xuanquan could only endure, yet his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Though gifted, he was still far from the transformation of spirit realm, forced to watch helplessly as his junior brother found himself in peril. Amidst the crowd's trepidation, Zhou Qingchen radiated multicolored spiritual light, his presence doubling in intensity. Simultaneously, a cerulean flame began to ignite in the heavens. Above the azure void, an aura of calamity descended with earth-shattering pressure, the cerulean hue deepening, as if the sky itself had split open, unleashing the terrifying calamity of the heavens. Calamity Fire Sword Rain. With a metallic clang, swords forged to perfection from the calamity flame descended from the shattered heavens, creating a scene of profound visual impact. The oppressive aura of the calamity fire instilled a sense of impending doom in all present. The azure lotus sword energy clashed with the calamity fire swords, the two forces intertwining, their magic swirling, annihilating each other. How can one of merely the nascent soul realm wield such might? Chang Jiankong, previously indifferent, now found his calm shattered after a millennium of tranquility, his expression fracturing. Outside Qianzhou Mountain, the trio of Protector Qiu stood in disbelief. The demon they had encountered was already terrifying enough. How could this junior be even more monstrous? His prowess eclipsed that of the disciples from the four great sects. Protector Qiu, astounded, could not help but recall the prodigious talents under the supreme sects of the Southern Territory. Should those dominant forces become aware of this youth's potential, they would likely compromise their pride to recruit him into their ranks. Yet, why must he bear a grudge against our Grand Elder of the Xianing sect? Protector Qiu was perplexed, his heart heavy with regret. On the side of Taihua sect, the disciples gazed with fervent eyes. So, the strength of our sect leader was so formidable? Not only has he reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, but he can also withstand the onslaught of a transformation of spirit ancestor. The admiration in their eyes deepened, and the disciples of Miao Peak felt an overwhelming sense of pride. In stark contrast, the expressions of those from Ling Jian's sect and Bai Ling's sect were somber. Zhou Qingchen remained silent, simultaneously fending off Chang Jiankong's relentless assaults while keeping a vigilant eye on Protector Qiu, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Jian Ling remained entangled with the venerable Bai Ling, with neither able to gain the upper hand. As long as Qiu Ji refrained from intervening, they could await the arrival of their ancestral support. With this thought, Zhou Qingchen's gaze turned icy, his celestial flame of calamity burning ever more fiercely. Above the azure void, clouds churned ominously, as all the calamity flames converged and continually refined, ultimately transforming into an immense and unparalleled celestial sword. Without uttering a single word, the colossal sword plunged downward. Chang Jiankong, appearing somewhat solemn, sensed a hint of menace from this strike. He executed a flourish with his sword, summoning a delicate and exquisite azure lotus that harbored a terrifying intent to kill. The azure lotus surged upwards, and at the moment of collision with the calamity sword, it erupted with a brilliant azure light, causing the long sword to gradually dissolve within its radiance, albeit at a glacial pace. Yet, with the azure lotus acting as a bulwark, the sword could descend no further. Their eyes met, akin to flashes of lightning, igniting a fervent fighting spirit within them. This was a long-forgotten sensation for Zhou Qingchen. He had not unleashed his full potential in quite some time. As Zhou Qingchen's momentum sword, Chang Jiankong, cloaked in black, exuded an air of lethal intent, and in that moment, his Qingxian sword achieved a state of perfect unity with him. The killing sword record was a heritage of the Spirit Sword Sect, its origins steeped in mystery and antiquity, centering on overwhelming bloodlust and the annihilation of life. At this moment, Chang Jiankong had summoned forth his most formidable technique. "Today, I shall wash the sword with your blood," he muttered to himself. As the once dazzling azure glow of his Qingxian sword became entirely tainted with murderous intent, transforming into an unparalleled instrument of slaughter. The first stance of the killing sword, to sever life. The Qingxian sword cut through the air, unleashing a wave of crimson sword energy that seemed poised to cleave the very fabric of the cosmos in twain. The sword energy was foreboding, its speed unparalleled. Zhou Qingchen summoned all his strength, gathering the five-colored radiance before him to form a defensive barrier with the Xuanji star sword. A mournful wail echoed, as if the souls of countless extinguished lives lamented, and the sword energy collided with the star sword, producing an irresistible gravitational pull. This strike was never meant to extinguish life, but to seize it. A chilling dread enveloped Chang Jiankong's heart. The sword light emanated an insatiable force, capable of draining the very essence of life, reducing its victim to mere oblivion. Zhou Qingchen found himself ensnared, feeling as if the very essence of his life was being siphoned away. The sword light, drawing more and more vitality, grew increasingly potent. An extraordinary sword technique. He pondered gravely. The second move, slash of all things. Chang Jiankong did not relent, his sword style shifting, unleashing a vast and boundless sea of blades, seemingly intent on tearing the world asunder. The third move, slash of heaven and earth. Once again, Chang Jiankong raised his sword high and struck downward. The piercing white sword light erupted, as if to cleave the heavens and the earth in twain. The three sword techniques were executed almost simultaneously, leaving Zhou Qingchen no respite. As all the murderous intent descended, shrouding the realm in an aura of death and despair. For millennia, no one has withstood my three moves. You are fortunate to witness my three grand sword arts. Even in death, there is honor. Chang Jiankong's expression was cold, as if he beheld the fall of a genius, anticipating the tremendous wrath of the Taihua sect. But what of it? With the Hanyuan Pearl in hand, even if the Taihua sect were to rage against them, or even wage a war of annihilation, it would all be worth it. Once their two sects fully absorbed the astonishing fortune of the Hanyuan Pearl, the Taihua sect would have no means to contend with them. The three deadly sword energies descended, yet did not invoke the anticipated annihilation. The heavens and earth, unbeknownst to them, had darkened, ultimately resembling a profound night. Chapter 72. The fall of the transcendent spirit in this somber twilight, Zhou Qingchen murmured softly. Buzz. The resounding clang of the sword reverberated through the air. Tianxin. No sooner had he spoken than another clear chime echoed. Tianji, Tianquan, Yuang, Kaiong, Yaoguang, Daoming, Yiyuan. Following these 9 utterances, 9 ancient, eternal stars ignited, suspended above the celestial river, radiating bright and blinding light. Zhou Qingchen infused his entire magical essence into the 9 flying swords. In the next moment, an endless cascade of starlight descended as the 9 swords resonated harmoniously, transforming into a single long sword that plummeted like a primordial star. The brilliance of the starlight, timeless and resplendent, distorted the lethal aura of the 3 great killing swords, enveloping them before ultimately being shattered by the strike of the Fuxian 9 celestial swords. Zhou Qingchen's complexion was pallid, having expended a significant portion of his magical energy, yet a smile adorned his face. Chang Jiankong appeared utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. However, in the following moment, both he and the venerable Bai Ling's expression transformed drastically. At the outskirts of Qianjiao Mountain, Protector Qiu's gaze shifted slightly as he silently retreated with Xin Kuo and Su Li. From 3 distinct directions, 3 powerful auras traversed the void, causing the atmosphere within a 1,000-mile radius to shift dramatically, with storm clouds swirling and the heavens and earth in upheaval. Such audacity! You 2 old rascals dare to abandon your sect. The voice, dripping with fury, resonated profoundly. On the horizon, 3 figures stepped through the void, encircling the 2 venerable ancestors, Chang Jiankong and Bai Fei Hong. Chang Jiankong murmured in disbelief, his expression one of horror. Bai Fei Hong, having freed himself from the sword plume, joined him, his fear more palpable than that of Zhou Qingchen. Emerging from the shattered void was a middle-aged man with graying temples, clad in a black robe, emanating an aura that had reached its zenith, nearly transcending the pinnacle of the transformation stage. On the other side, an elderly matron with an elaborate hairstyle appeared, alongside a venerable Taoist with silvery hair and beard, standing majestically in the air. Why have they arrived so swiftly? Even Hao Qing is here. By Fei Hong transmitted. Hao Qing, the seventh ancestor of the Taihua sect, was not only the most gifted among the previous generation's 7 peak masters, aside from Zhou Qingchen's master, but he had also attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage for over 200 years. Furthermore, he was several hundred years younger than the 2 venerable ancestors of the Lingjin sect and Bai Ling sect in the prime of his life. Yet his strength had reached an unparalleled height. The prospect of obtaining the Han Yuan pearl now seemed hopeless. Zhou Qingchen's eyes reflected despair, his heart brimming with reluctance. Yet he dared not linger for another moment. Without further ado, the two seized their allies with their magical powers, vanishing into the void and splitting into 2 paths to flee toward their respective sections. Humph, do you still wish to escape? The 7th ancestor snorted coldly, abruptly conjuring a longbow in his hand. The bow, stringless, transformed into an arrow imbued with overwhelming aura and formidable might as the 7th ancestor deftly maneuvered it. His gaze sharp, the moment the arrow was loosed, it melded into the void, vanishing from sight. Yet, just as Zhou Qingchen made his escape, he felt a chilling sensation surge through him. He roared in fury, unleashing his magical energy to form a protective shield, reinforced by layers of sword chi surrounding him. However, the arrow pierced through his defenses, penetrating his abdomen with tremendous force, pinning him firmly to Qianzhou Mountain and sending rocks tumbling. You've actually progressed to that point. Zhou Qingchen gasped, his internal organs shredded by the arrow, his flesh ravaged, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Despair filled his eyes as he gazed at the 7th ancestor, his voice faltering. Alongside his physical devastation, so too was his fervor for cultivation shattered. The chasm between them was insurmountable. The 7th ancestor was but a single step away from entering the illusory transformation stage. At such a level, each tier's disparity was nearly impossible to cross. A quarter of an hour prior, Zhou Qingchen's heart brimmed with hope. However, now it lay desolate, akin to ashes. An ethereal, azure-hued Yuanying emerged, having matured significantly, now resembling the initial form of a primordial spirit. Clearly, even at this juncture, Zhou Qingchen had not relinquished his desire for survival. As his Yuanying radiated myriad azure lights, retreating into the void, it was foretold that he would not escape today. The 7th ancestor remained impassive, his figure vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he grasped the terrified Yuanying of Zhou Qingchen in his palm. Spare me. I am willing to comply with any request. The azure Yuanying pleaded, devoid of any vestige of the dignity befitting a formidable god transformation expert. I never harbor foes, the 7th ancestor replied coolly, crushing the Yuanying with a mere squeeze, extinguishing Zhou Qingchen's existence before he could utter a final word. Even the venerable ancestor at the peak of the god transformation realm had perished, and the younger generation of the Spirit Sword sect, including the elder Tu Ju, had long been reduced to ashes amidst the aftermath of the battle. The situation was similarly dire for the elder of the Bai Ling sect. Under the combined assault of the 5th and 3rd ancestors, the feeblest elder of Bai Ling could not withstand for long as the 3rd ancestor, nearing the completion of the god transformation, obliterated the Yuanying with a single strike of his staff. The 3 ancestors, well prepared, unleashed their power with earth-shattering force. The entirety of Qianzhou Mountain fell into a profound silence. Those who observed from afar, including the Yuanying true monarchs of the secondary powers, were left aghast, their bodies trembling in fear. The skies of Nanli Prefecture had changed irrevocably. Gazing upon the 3 imposing figures in the heavens, who had decisively slain the 2 god transformation experts, countless individuals were overwhelmed with dread, yet simultaneously, the thought arose within them. On this day, within the soul-guarding temple of the Bai Ling sect and the Spirit Sword sect, the soul lamps representing the god transformation ancestors, Yuanying elders, and numerous core disciples shattered, igniting a blaze that ultimately extinguished, mirroring the extinguished lives they once led. Zhou Qingchen has returned to the Feiyun boat, settling down in a meditative posture. At this moment, the power within him is on the verge of breaking through its peak. As the Emperor's chaotic essence scripture seamlessly ascends to the 5th level, the arduous cultivation, at times, pales in comparison to the rapid enhancement achieved through an all-out battle. Zhou Qingchen's entire being descended into a profound tranquility. Beneath the sunlit sky, an endless multitude of celestial luminaries converged, forming a colossal, vortex-like nebula above the soaring cloud vessel. Amidst the myriad of starlight, Zhou Qingchen emanated an awe-inspiring aura. His primordial spirit had long been perfected, the silvery essence radiating a gentle glow while harboring unparalleled strength. Spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian, circulating endlessly in a ceaseless rhythm. Once again, Zhou Qingchen became acutely aware of the dormant force within him, which had lain in wait for an extended period and was now beginning its transformative emergence. What manner of power could this be? Zhou Qingchen remained oblivious, yet he sensed that once he achieved the transformation into divine essence, this latent power within him would awaken in its entirety. However, he bore little concern, for this force had always coexisted with him since the inception of his cultivation, causing him no harm. Rather, it had provided him with immense assistance. It could be said that this power rivaled the strength of his spiritual roots, serving as a significant reason for his rapid advancement in cultivation. Suddenly, Su Xianjun, who was observing the battle, felt a surge in Zhou Qingchen's aura, his expression shifting in surprise. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? How could he achieve such a transformation here, with the disciples still aboard the flying cloud vessel? Su Xianjun lamented internally and hastily dispatched the remaining disciples of Taihua Sect from the vessel, leaving Zhou Qingchen alone in a meditative posture upon the gangplank. Chapter 73. Heavenly Tribulation. Gradually, Zhou Qingchen became entirely engrossed in his cultivation. Surrounding him were 9 ancient, eternal stars, radiating brilliant light, guarded by the 9 celestial stars, casting an ethereal glow that slightly obscured his features. In the distance, the 3 venerable ancestors who had just concluded their battlefield harvest sensed the shift in Zhou Qingchen's aura. So soon? They were taken aback. This young lad is truly a source of endless astonishment. The 5th ancestor was rendered speechless. It had only been a little over 2 months since he first summoned Zhou Qingchen, during which he had cautioned him that to transcend the divine essence stage, he must prepare adequately for the infant transformation tribulation. How could such a short time have passed? Amidst his astonishment, the 7th ancestor spoke gravely. The tribulation is a significant matter. It is a trial he must endure alone. All 3 ancestors had undergone the divine essence tribulation and possessed their own insights. Thus, they refrained from interfering with Zhou Qingchen, opting instead to quietly provide protection. With the demise of the 2 old goats from the Bailing Sect and the Lingjian Sect, it was indeed time for these sects to meet their end. While Zhou Qingchen focused intently on his breakthrough, the venerable ancestors engaged in earnest discussion. With the death of the divine essence cultivators from these 2 sects, they had completely lost their capacity to oppose us. However, the geographical distance between these sects and Taihua Sect was considerable. Even if the 3 of us hurried there, it would take at least 5 days. The 5th ancestor, with hands clasped behind his back, furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is impossible to entirely eradicate the remnants of these 2 sects, but we must ensure that from this point onward, there will be no parity among the 3 major sects in Southernly Prefecture." The 7th ancestor spoke calmly. In truth, even the 3 venerable ancestors had not anticipated that the other 2 sects would falter so completely, leaving them unprepared for the harvest of the 2 sections. Had the ancestral elders of these 2 sects remained within their respective domains, they could have survived until the 7th ancestor's breakthrough into the void refinement stage. Taihua Sect has always sought stability, aiming to accumulate strength to achieve a decisive strike without incurring self-harm. Otherwise, they would have severed ties with the other 2 sects long ago. Yet, this time, the gathering of prodigies was indeed extraordinary. The event itself was merely a pretext. What drove the other 2 sects to such madness was the matter concerning the Southernly treasure land. All these intricacies would only be unveiled after Qingchen's breakthrough. The 3 venerable ancestors harbored suspicions but remained unhurried. The 2 major sects, like Taihua Sect, boasted a long lineage. In the face of unexpected turmoil, it was impossible for the surviving Golden Core elders to empty their sects and flee. Southernly state was vast, and even those at the transformation stage could not traverse an entire state in a short time. What awaited the 2 sects was nothing but the cleansing by Taihua Sect. Thus, the 3 venerable ancestors did not immediately proceed to the other 2 sects, but instead silently safeguarded Zhou Qingchen. After all, Zhou Qingchen's safety was far more crucial than the annihilation of the other 2 sections. Nevertheless, the 3 ancestors did instruct to Obi-Yuan to take action without delay. Their spies embedded within the other 2 sects and disciples across Southernly State were constantly vigilant, reporting the movements of the two sections a vast net had been cast. And there was no escape from impending doom. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the coming days would witness tremendous upheaval in Southernly State. The fall of those at the transformation stage left countless cultivators aghast, sparking a multitude of discussions. A great influx of cultivators surged into the 100 cities as many dared not approach Qianjiao Mountain, opting instead to observe from a distance. The disciples of Taihua Sect had already been summoned back to the sect by the seventh ancestor through Xuankuan, and Jianling had also returned alongside Lin Qi. Now, Qianjiao Mountain was left with only Zhou Qingchen and the three venerable ancestors of Taihua Sect. At last, in a certain moment, a silvery starry apparition emerged above Qianjiao Mountain. In an instant, the world was engulfed in absolute darkness. In the heavens above, the starry river flowed, and celestial bodies circled. The imperial star took its place at the center, with the stars bowing in submission. Zhou Qingchen suddenly opened his eyes. They were profound and unfathomable, containing a myriad of stars and the remnants of fallen celestial bodies. Terrifying phenomena emerged one after another, ultimately coalescing into an ancient and everlasting imperial star. Zhou Qingchen's hair danced in the air, and the starry mark between his brows solidified, exuding an aura of mystery, aloofness, and elusiveness. In that very moment, the power within him surged back to life, and his cultivation ascended to the realm of transformation. Starry celestial garb! Zhou Qingchen let out a cry, and in an instant, an infinite array of starlight gathered around him, ultimately transforming into a dark celestial robe. This robe, draped like the vast sky, were intricate and resplendent patterns resembling starry strings, exuding an indescribable texture and elegance. It represented the fifth technique of the Emperor Qin's primordial sutra. Clad in this celestial robe, he could encompass the universe within its sleeves, while the flowing fabric shielded him with formidable magic, rendering him impervious to all forms of attack. The celestial robe was akin to the most exquisite of magical garments. Yet it was forged from Zhou Qingchen's own spiritual power, capable of regeneration even if damaged. With Zhou Qingchen's breakthrough, the thunderous tribulation took shape. At that moment, countless calamity clouds gathered above the azure heavens. The dense thunderclouds had accumulated to an unfathomable degree, seemingly ready to spill ink, and sporadic bursts of thunder echoed ominously. The clouds of tribulation continued to spread, swiftly enveloping the entire Qianjiao Mountain. This thunderous tribulation was extraordinary. The three venerable ancestors displayed traces of concern upon their faces. Zhou Qingchen, however, remained unperturbed, gazing at the calamity clouds as they gradually twisted into a vortex. At last, the calamity clouds completed their final brewing, suddenly unleashing terrifying bolts of thunder. Crimson divine lightning descended in torrents, resembling a sea of blood, magnificent and earth-shattering. Zhou Qingchen, adorned in celestial garments, radiated boundless divine light as crimson thunderbolts erupted around him. Remarkably, his aura showed no signs of waning. Instead, it continued to ascend. After a considerable time, the tempest of thunder receded, marking the conclusion of the first heavenly tribulation. The essence of the thunderclouds intensified. Soon, the second tribulation descended. Golden bolts of lightning cascaded relentlessly, all thwarted by the protective celestial attire. Ultimately, the yellow lightning transformed into a resplendent glow, piercing through the entirety of the space. Subsequently, azure, cerulean, and violet thunderbolts fell in succession as the universe morphed into a sea of lightning, with five-colored radiance piercing the heavens. The celestial garments withstood the quintuple tribulation. Countless onlookers, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, felt their hearts swell with emotion. The sight of such a deluge of tribulation being effortlessly repelled was profoundly awe-inspiring. The final two tribulations were the most formidable. One could only hope that this young man would endure. The seventh ancestor silently offered a prayer. At this moment, the sky above was engulfed in lightning, rendering Zhou Qingchen invisible. It was a pity that Taihua Yuan's fourth-tier flying vessel had succumbed to the infinite tribulation. The last two tribulations were the transformation tribulations. These strikes directly targeted the nascent soul, requiring one to rely solely on their own strength to persevere. Zhou Qingchen turned his focus inward to his nascent soul, where mysterious starlight coalesced around it. Come forth, overcome this tribulation, for the heavens are vast, and I shall dare to venture. The tribulation clouds had completely transformed, resembling an immense sphere of light, and the transformation tribulation finally descended. Yet, this particular trial was no longer a mere thunder tribulation. From the clouds of tribulation, an endless tempest of wind and fire surged forth, enveloping Zhou Qingchen's nascent soul. Akin to a relentless affliction, the wind-fire tribulation incessantly assailed his nascent soul. For many cultivators facing tribulations, This was both a calamity and a baptism, purging the dross. One would rise anew. At long last, the windfire tribulation began to dissipate. Zhou Qingchen's primordial infant is no longer as radiant as before. Yet his aura has become considerably more stable. There remains but one final tribulation. Chapter 74. A moment of transformation into divinity. Zhou Qingchen's expression turned somber. The final tribulation instilled within him a profound sense of foreboding and anxiety that was absent in the preceding 6 trials. Suddenly, a cacophony of weaponry echoed from the ominous clouds of tribulation, swords, blades, spears, and halberds, all manifesting into terrifying instruments of slaughter. The shimmering light of countless weapons danced ominously, each one imbued with the power to annihilate all. The cataclysm of 1,000 weapons. The 3 ancestors' pupils constricted sharply, their hearts quaking with trepidation. The forms of the infant transformation tribulation were manifold, yet it was this particular trial that had emerged. It was as if an attempt was being made to obliterate the nascent soul into nothingness. Cultivation, by its very nature, is an act of defiance against the heavens. Those who are exceptionally gifted are often the targets of celestial envy. The talent that invites heavenly jealousy is deemed genius, and among geniuses, those of dragon and phoenix caliber may be sealed as monsters. Clearly, his rapid ascension to this stage had breached the unwritten rules, summoning forth such a dreadful calamity. The words of the 3 ancestors echoed forth. She, well versed in the art of foresight, held a profound apprehension towards the currents of fate. One could only hope that this young man possessed hidden reserves. At that moment, the 3 venerable ancestors were so tense that they dared not even blink. Zhou Qingchen raised his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes now reflecting a profound transformation, imbued with an ancient, enigmatic power that harmoniously intertwined with the stellar markings etched upon his brow. In his penetrating gaze, beyond the tempestuous clouds of calamity, lay a multitude of entwined, blood-red chains, seemingly emblematic of a certain cosmic order. These chains possessed no consciousness, functioning akin to a sophisticated instrument, meticulously observing the myriad beings across the realms. This scrutiny of order was superficial, not embodying the will of the universe, but merely representing an elemental response of existence. The calamity of myriad weapons is the most dreadful trial directed at the Yuanying. Throughout history, those who have provoked this calamity are invariably the rarest cultivators who transcend the ages. Among those few who have managed to navigate this tribulation, each has, without exception, long since transcended the mortal realm. For many, this trial presents an insurmountable challenge. However, for Zhou Qingchen, it is a different narrative altogether. As thoughts surged, the calamity of myriad weapons descended. Countless blades of cold light struck against Zhou Qingchen's Yuanying, sending ripples cascading through his essence, evoking a sense of dread in the hearts of the 3 venerable ancestors. The imperial star seal, with a sudden surge of thought. The mark on Zhou Qingchen's forehead blazed with an intense crimson hue, awakening an ancient and mysterious power that enveloped his primordial spirit in a protective embrace. The weapons were not infinite, and after an indeterminate span of time, the tempestuous clouds of tribulation began to lighten, while the myriad weapons of calamity commenced their retreat. At that moment, Zhou Qingchen abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes widening with fervor. In an instant, it was as though the very cosmos was reborn, emerging from primordial chaos. A brilliant and resplendent light erupted from his eyes, more fervent than the very tribulation light itself. With a thunderous roar, a beam of light surged upward, piercing through the inky blackness of the tribulation clouds, shattering the remnants of the myriad calamities into countless streaks of lightning, dissipating into the expanse of heaven and earth. The once weighty vortex of calamity clouds suddenly vanished, and in that fleeting moment, the heavens cleared for miles, revealing an endless azure sky. Above the azure expanse, a magnificent array of 9-colored clouds unfurled, an unparalleled radiance cascading down, tinting the firmament with hues of 9 celestial colors. Amidst this dazzling brilliance stood a tall figure clad in ethereal robes reminiscent of the starry sky, bathed in the overwhelming light of heaven, exuding an aura of boundless vitality. 9 swords, resembling celestial bodies, orbited around him, as if an immortal had descended into the mortal realm. This scene was witnessed by countless onlookers. Emerging from the tribulation, he transformed in an instant, achieving divine transcendence. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, Zhou Qingchen smiled inwardly, recognizing that henceforth he had stepped into the ranks of the mighty, soaring through the winds, wandering the realms of heaven and earth. In that moment, Zhou Qingchen seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. The dormant power within him, which had lain in wait for an unquantifiable duration, awakened entirely at the moment of his transformation into divinity. Zhou Qingchen found himself at a loss to articulate the sensation that enveloped him, as though he were attuned to whispers from a primordial epic, resonating with both lamentation and reverence. The intricate textures of his skin, the very fibers of his being, his blood and soul, were all imbued with this primal, enigmatic force. The most immediate manifestation of this power was the celestial pattern imprinted between his brows, alongside his eyes, which gleamed as if reborn anew. Before long, Zhou Qingchen reigned in his aura, prompting the three venerable ancestors to step forward. "Well done, young lad. From this moment forth, you shall stand as the fourth transformation into the divine realm of our Taihua sect." The fifth ancestor's smile was so broad it seemed to defy closure. Among his contemporaries, the four great transformations into the divine realm had now graced Taihua sect once more. At this critical juncture, two sects hovered on the brink of annihilation. While the seventh ancestor was poised for ascension, Zhou Qingchen's achievement of transformation into the divine realm was indeed fortuitous. "With your recent elevation, I can now confidently take my final step," the seventh ancestor beamed, his countenance lightening from its customary gloom. Zhou Qingchen's gaze shimmered with brilliance, yet his heart was far from tranquil. "Elder, it is time to eliminate the remaining two sections." In Zhou Qingchen's eyes, a flicker of fiery determination shone as he spoke. "Once all matters are resolved, I shall elucidate the affairs concerning the southernly treasure land to you in detail." The three venerable ancestors exchanged glances, each perceiving the curiosity reflected in the other's eyes. They could nearly surmise that the urgency with which the other two sects transforming deities were acting against Zhou Qingchen must be due to the astonishing treasures he had uncovered in the southernly treasure land. Nodding in agreement, they accompanied Zhou Qingchen back to the Taihua sect. As they departed, an uproar erupted among the countless cultivators surrounding Qianqiao Mountain, as the news of Zhou Qingchen's breakthrough into the realm of transformation spread like wildfire. In the days following Zhou Qingchen's breakthrough, the Taihua sect has embarked on a grand undertaking. Apart from Tuobi Yuan, the other peak masters have rallied numerous Golden Core elders and fully established disciples to join the expedition. Ethereal lights continuously streak across the firmament, heading towards the Spirit Sword sect and the Bailing sect. Upon returning to the Taihua sect, Zhou Qingchen consulted with the ancestors before making his way back to Taihua Peak. Zhang Yi has already set forth on behalf of Taihua Peak, leaving only Li Qinglin and the remaining disciples in the peak. Zhou Qingchen summoned Li Qinglin and spoke directly. "This time, our Taihua Peak will participate in the Tianjiao Assembly with 9 inner disciples on the Xian ranking. Those who make the list will be granted the opportunity to choose a 4th-grade low-tier cultivation method, while the others will receive a 3rd-grade top-tier inheritance, which can be selected directly from the secret pavilion of scriptures at Taihua Peak." Li Qinglin felt a jolt within. Among the 36 affiliated spirit mountains of Taihua Peak, both inner and outer disciples could find scripture pavilions, yet none housed 4th-grade inheritances. However, the secret pavilion of scriptures at Taihua Peak contained all the scriptures and manuals of the peak, with the highest level reaching 4th-grade top tier. The reward of a 4th-grade cultivation method was monumental for everyone. Typically, only core disciples and high-ranking Golden Core elders enjoyed such privileges. It is essential to understand that for those secondary Yuanying forces, 4th-grade cultivation methods are foundational secrets, kept from public knowledge. Naturally, 5th-grade inheritances were personally overseen by the Peak Master and only bestowed upon true disciples. After Li Qinglin departed, he hurriedly set about making arrangements. Upon returning to the summit of Taihua Peak, Zhou Qingchen encountered Lin Qi and Su Ruotian. The two disciples were in excellent spirits, and upon seeing Zhou Qingchen, their faces radiated uncontainable joy. Clearly, as news spread, they had learned of Zhou Qingchen's recent breakthrough to the transformation realm. Coupled with the fact that these two disciples had secured the top position in the Tianjiao Assembly, they were now brimming with confidence. "How did it go? What treasures did you obtain upon entering the Southly Sacred Land?" Zhou Qingchen inquired with a smile. Upon mentioning this, the two of them became increasingly animated, engaging in a discussion about their various experiences within the sacred land of Nanli. In Chapter 75, Self-Immolation, Lin Qi joyfully remarked, "I have acquired a 6th-tier fire-based technique, known as the Immortal Sun Incarnation. This method resonates deeply with me, allowing me to gather all my spiritual flames and refine them into a manifestation of law, possessing immense power." Zhou Qingchen felt a slight surprise in his heart. He nodded gently and said, "This type of fire-related technique is indeed your forte. To fully harness your fire spirit root and fire spiritual vein, you will need to put in some effort. Fortunately, Now that the Young Talents Conference has reached a pause, you can immerse yourself in your cultivation for a while. Furthermore, while this technique may suit you, it is still a 6th-tier spell, one that is beyond the grasp of someone at your current foundation building stage. Beware of the temptation to rush and overreach. It would be wise to wait until you advance to the Golden Core stage before practicing it. Lin Qi, do you understand? Zhou Qingchen cast his gaze over. Su Ruotian scratched his head and said, "It is a legacy of formation techniques, and moreover, it belongs to the 6th tier. I am uncertain as to why it has chosen me. Could it be that I possess an innate talent for formations?" Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment. The 4 true paths of the Dan array and talismans include the path of arrays, which is one among them. Much like the 3rd true transmission, the painting pool. It also focuses on the cultivation of the path of arrays, demonstrating considerable aptitude. However, the inheritance of the path of arrays within the Taihua sect is not particularly robust, only barely reaching the 5th tier. It was unexpected that Su Ruotian had actually acquired a 6th-tier inheritance of the path of arrays within the Southernly Treasure Land. One wonders if this was the intention of the esteemed Master Zhu Yun, as the opportunities bestowed upon the disciples of the Taihua sect this time are markedly superior to those of previous years. In light of this, you might consider attempting it first. Elder Zhang Yi, who previously hailed from the Yuanying Peak, specializes in the path of arrays and can serve as a valuable mentor for you. You should seek his guidance to explore whether you possess any innate talent for this path. Zhou Qingchen suggested. Moreover, your cultivation has already reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Seize this moment to study array formations while simultaneously refining your cultivation in due time. You shall be prepared for foundation establishment. After imparting his teachings to his disciple, Zhou Qingchen sought out Jianling, who lay asleep amidst a soft mound of grass. The petite white bird sensed Zhou Qingchen's approach and immediately jolted awake, flapping its wings and taking flight. By absorbing it, you will be able to ascend to the supreme path in the future. Without further ado, Zhou Qingchen directly presented the essence of the bloodline of the Sword Feather King. Even though this essence had been sealed by the system, the overwhelming aura of the celestial demon emanating from it caused Sword Feather to shudder, its feathers bristling in response to the oppressive force. What is this? Sword Feather, sensing a power that seemed to share its origin yet was incomparably more formidable, asked in astonishment. It is the bloodline essence of your ancestral progenitor, the ancient celestial demon, the Sword Feather King. Zhou Qingchen spoke succinctly, effectively silencing Jianling's incessant chatter. The ancient celestial demon, among the myriad of primordial divine beasts, sacred creatures, and ferocious entities, possessed the most formidable bloodline among the demonic races. If it were not to be thwarted in its nascent stage, it would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a demon immortal, traversing the path to divinity. This matter is not to be spoken of or investigated. You need only remember that by absorbing it, your potential will no longer be confined to this realm. Zhou Qingchen spoke softly, infusing the essence of bloodline into Jianling's being. As the transformation unfolded, Jianling's heart surged with fervor, and a haunting cry escaped its lips. The process of metamorphosis is invariably fraught with excruciating agony. Zhou Qingchen maintained his composure, his lips parting slightly. Do not squander this precious bloodline essence. The Sword Feather, infused with the bloodline essence of the Sword Feather King, could no longer hear Zhou Qingchen's words. Its massive form, spanning hundreds of feet, revealed its true nature, ultimately enveloped within a colossal blood cocoon. At that moment, a singular conviction consumed its heart, to conquer this power and wield it as one's own. Having returned for less than half a day, Zhou Qingchen had already stabilized numerous affairs at Miao Peak. Just then, the voice of the 3rd ancestor resonated in his ears. Your 7th ancestor has once again entered seclusion, with the 5th ancestor stationed within the sect. Now, we shall split our forces, heading towards Lingjin's sect and Bailan's sect. As the 3rd ancestor's words fell, Zhou Qingchen's gaze shifted. He stepped into the void, parting ways with the 3rd ancestor as they soared towards their respective destinations. Zhou Qingchen was bound for Lingjin's sect. At that moment, the once thriving location of the Lingjin sect on Sword God Mountain was now a scene of chaos. The protective array had long been activated, yet people were still fleeing in droves, including several elders at the Golden Core stage. What a disgrace! Witnessing this, the sect leader, Jian Wuming, clad in azure robes atop Sword God Mountain, felt his rage boiling, his murderous intent surging. With a furious swing of his sword, he unleashed a torrent of lethal sword energy, annihilating those who attempted to escape. In an instant, the entire Lingjin sect fell into a profound silence, hearts chilled and yet smoldering with suppressed fury. Atop Sword God Mountain, besides the sect leader Jian Wuming, stood 9 true monarchs of the nascent soul stage. Their faces were ashen, their gazes flickering, lost in their thoughts. "Is there still no word from Elder Du Hong?" Jian Wuming inquired, having regained his composure. "No response," replied one nascent soul true monarch. Jian Wuming's expression twitched in agitation. Elder Du Hang, a nascent soul elder of their soul guard hall, was the first to discover that the soul lamp of their ancestral elder had shattered. However, this cowardly Du Hong had only communicated the news of the elder's demise to Jian Wuming before stealthily escaping Lingjin's sect without a trace. The fact that a nascent soul elder fled so ignominiously would shatter the morale of countless disciples if they were to learn of it, jeopardizing the hard-won momentum of the Lingjin sect. Moments later, a golden core cultivator suddenly arrived at the summit of Sword God Mountain. Trembling, he knelt and stammered. Elder Du's soul lamp has shattered. Instantaneously, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. "The assailant?" Jian Wuming inquired. The golden core cultivator recalled the harrowing scenes witnessed while activating the soul lamp's secret technique, trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and replied. "It was the Master of Yuanying Peak from Taihua Sect. Elder Du fled to Shuiyun City, only to be turned into pulp by the Master with a single slap. The sect leader and others are almost here." As the voice fell, atop the Sword God Mountain, the countenance of every nascent soul true monarch was grim, their hearts racing. "Master, it is time to disperse," uttered one of the nascent soul true monarchs at a certain moment. This proclamation ignited a wave of emotions among all present. In an instant, 9 nascent soul true monarchs, more than half of them, departed from the summit of Sword God Mountain, transforming into streaks of fleeing light as they soared away from the Lingjin sect. At that moment, the breath that countless disciples of the Lingjin sect had been holding was released in a rush. In a blink, hundreds, then thousands, and finally tens of thousands of disciples scrambled to flee from the Lingjin sect, a sword-cultivating sect that had endured for millennia, which in that instant lost its very essence. Yet, this time, Jian Wuming did not intervene. His hand trembled, and the sword of slaughter he had clutched fell to the ground, ringing with a resonant sound. Jian Wuming's vacant gaze turned toward the distance. Gradually, his eyes reflected dazzling beams of light, emanating from the horizon, bifurcated into 9 directions. It was 9 flying swords, exuding boundless murderous intent, which instantaneously enveloped the entire Lingjin sect. All the fleeing nascent soul true monarchs and disciples were instantly obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood that stained the skies above the Lingjin sect. Amidst the piercing sword light, a young man clad in celestial garments, resembling an otherworldly being, broke through the void. The unparalleled aura of transformation radiating from him caused the protective array of the Lingjin sect to shatter in an instant. Jian Wuming's eyes widened in shock as he beheld this scene. "It is all over," he uttered despondently. Trembling, he retrieved the long sword that had fallen to the ground. This sword was named Slaughtering Body. Jian Wuming's fingers caressed the elongated blade as he murmured to himself, "Slaughtering Body. Today you shall slay my corporeal form and sever my soul." On this day, the sect master of the Lingjin sect took his own life, his nascent soul being annihilated by the Slaughtering Body sword, perishing atop Sword God Mountain. The Lingjin sect, with its legacy spanning thousands of years, faced its moment of demise. Chapter 76, The Sword of the Heavens Master, cried the remaining 3 nascent soul true monarchs, gazing upon the fading life of Jian Wuming, their hearts aflame with boundless rage and resentment. They had not followed the crowd to flee. Instead, they chose to remain and share the fate of the Lingjin sect. Thus, in the face of Zhou Qingchen's terrifying power, they not only felt no fear but actively engaged, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Yet, despite pouring forth their utmost strength, they failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Zhou Qingchen, proving their loyalty in the face of overwhelming odds. Zhou Qingchen sighed, and as power surged forth, 3 figures silently transformed into ashes and vanished. "We are willing to submit." With the demise of the higher echelons, the Golden Core elders and disciples of the Spirit Sword sect surrendered en masse. With the deaths of even the venerable Transformation God ancestors, the sect leader, and numerous nascent soul true monarchs, the once mighty Spirit Sword sect found itself inescapably diminished. Although a few valiant souls remained unwilling to capitulate, their resolve could not alter the inevitable decline. The surviving Golden Core elders took the lead, kneeling in submission and relinquishing all that belonged to the Spirit Sword sect. Zhou Qingchen's gaze subtly shifted. The Lingjin sect, after all, stands as one of the 3 great sects, and its accumulated heritage over tens of thousands of years, while perhaps not rivaling that of the Taihua sect, is nonetheless formidable. "Junior apprentice." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from afar. It was Su Xianjun, and by Daling, the two senior apprentices leading a multitude of disciples from the Taihua sect. Goodness, junior apprentice, you have indeed outpaced us senior brothers and sisters by a considerable distance. The two senior apprentices could not help but exclaim in deep admiration. With the arrival of numerous Taihua sect members, the affairs of the Lingxian sect were entirely taken over. Zhou Qingchen refrained from participating and instead journeyed to the outskirts of the Sword God Mountain, gazing upon the vast expanse of the Valley of the Lost Swords. This valley, shrouded in mystery, is intricately linked to the origins of the Spirit Sword sect and stands as a true abyss. The deep, shadowy Valley of the Lost Swords appears to have forged a unique realm, completely isolated from the outside world. Within its confines, sword energy surges and rages, deterring even those at the transformation realm from approaching with ease. Moreover, the deeper one ventures into the valley, the more terrifying the sword energy becomes, capable of effortlessly slaying any ordinary practitioner of the transformation realm. It is said that the ancestors of the Spirit Sword sect have perpetually sought to explore the valley. Yet aside from their founding patriarch who gleaned the insights of the Slaughter Sword record, none have succeeded in extracting any knowledge or treasures from its depths. It seems that something profound lurks within. Zhou Qingchen gazed intently, murmuring to himself. His eyes shimmered with the ethereal glow of distant stars, piercing through the layers of rampant sword energy, and he discovered, deep within the Valley of the Lost Swords, an extraordinarily blinding orb of light. Zhou Qingchen hesitated for a moment before summoning the exquisite 7th-tier innate treasure, the Lindu City. With a mere thought, he immersed himself within it, wielding control over the Lindu City as he ventured towards the deepest recesses of the sword's grave valley. Shielded by this extraordinary treasure and bolstered by his formidable strength, the ferocious sword energies posed no threat to him whatsoever. After a considerable time, Zhou Qingchen finally descended to the valley's profound depths. Here, a distinct realm had emerged, devoid of the chaotic and terrifying sword energies. In stark contrast, this space radiated tranquility, illuminated solely by a luminous orb at its center, casting a brilliant light that rendered the surroundings as bright as day. Zhou Qingchen's figure soared out from the city of Lindo, his gaze profoundly fixated on the radiant orb. In the next moment, the orb emitted a series of melodious sword-like chimes, reminiscent of a child's joyous laughter. To Zhou Qingchen's astonishment, the orb truly transformed into a cherubic infant, resplendent in a soft, milky hue and adorned in ethereal, ice-white garments. Upon catching sight of Zhou Qingchen, the little one instantly sparkled with delight, as if encountering a delectable treat, and with the short legs characteristic of a 3-year-old, it bounded toward him with exuberance. Zhou Qingchen suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, swiftly enveloping himself in a protective force to keep the chubby little child at bay. With a soft thud, the plump, milky figure collided with the magical barrier, and in that moment of thwarted desire, a glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes. What are you? Zhou Qingchen, while on guard against this suddenly manifested peculiar life form, inquired, Are you the Sword of the Celestial? I am the Sword of the Celestial, the small creature promptly replied, appearing utterly harmless. The Sword of the Celestial? Could it be a spirit of the sword? Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment before arriving at this conjecture. Magical artifacts possess spirits, yet the likelihood of birthing a spirit is exceedingly rare. Artifacts endowed with spirits may indeed wield greater power and exhibit formidable autonomous combat capabilities. To enhance the probability of spirit manifestation, one must expend extraordinarily precious celestial materials. However, even then, the chances remain slim. Thus, the emergence of a spirit relies heavily on fortune. At least, none of Zhou Qingchen's artifacts bore spirits. Nonetheless, not everyone yearns for their artifacts to birth spirits. Throughout history, there have been numerous incidents of spirits devouring their masters. Some advanced spirits have even cultivated themselves to transcendental realms. The little cherub before him is likely the sword spirit of the magical sword. I want to accompany you. Will you take me with you? The innocent gaze of the chubby child implored Zhou Qingchen, whose expression was one of cold detachment. Come with me? Zhou Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment. He soon realized that with his extraordinary talent of possessing the heart of the immortal sword, which commands reverence from the sword path and draws countless swords close, it was indeed plausible that such a sword spirit would be attracted to him. Your origins are unknown, thus I cannot dare to accept you. Zhou Qingchen spoke these words, while silently calling forth the system's attribute panel in his mind. Identity, sword spirit of the celestial sword. Bone age, insignificant. The sword spirit of the celestial sword was forged 16,000 years ago by the semi-immortal ancestor of the dominant power, the celestial sword pavilion, in the southern wilderness. On the day of its birth, the demonic path descended, staining it with the blood of countless demonic cultivators. thus elevating it to an 8th-tier celestial artifact, transforming it into an unparalleled ferocious sword. Subsequently, its power was sealed, and it wandered the world following the downfall of the Celestial Sword Pavilion. Indeed, it is a sword spirit, and a sword spirit of an extraordinary ferocity. Zhou Qingchen suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the seemingly innocent exterior of the little white ball. The little ball then began its self-introduction. The background it recounted was largely consistent with the information provided by the system, though the spirit of the Sky Sword embellished it with a wealth of additional details. Due to its overwhelming ferocity, fearing exploitation by practitioners of the Dark Path, my creator personally sealed me away. Later, when the Sky Sword sect was annihilated, he also sealed the core inheritance of the sect within the Sky Sword, leading to my subsequent wandering. However, my power was significantly restrained until several millennia ago, when I bestowed part of my inheritance upon 2 exceptionally gifted cultivators. These 2 adept practitioners broke through to the peak of the void refining realm and sought a path to unity, setting their sights upon me. At this point, a hint of sardonicism, contrasting sharply with its innocent appearance, flickered across the chubby face of the little white ball. The Sky Sword, after all, is a supreme magical artifact, far above their petty schemes. Nevertheless, I unleashed a fragment of my ferocity, causing them to lose their sanity and turn against one another, ultimately leading to their mutual demise. While I was left abandoned here, the force known as the Spirit Sword Sect above was established by comprehending a portion of the inheritance from those 2 cultivators. Upon reaching this juncture, the Sky Sword cast an eager glance at Zhou Qingchen. So, what do you think? I have concealed nothing from you. Choose me. With me by your side, you shall undoubtedly enjoy a life of luxury and even unravel the myriad seals upon me. At that point, it will be my turn to protect you. With a mere swing, no one but a Tribulation Realm Master would dare to challenge you. The Sky Sword was already lost in its delightful imaginings, its face flushed and eyes sparkling. Chapter 77. The 7 Ancestors Breakthrough. All these years, why did you not flee? Why do you remain here? Zhou Qingchen did not readily acquiesce to him, but inquired instead. I can hardly muster the energy. My powers have been so thoroughly sealed that my current strength barely equates to that of the refining void realm. If I were to wander aimlessly, I might easily be seized by those old perverts. The spirit of the heavenly sword scoffed. Have you not already ascended to the 8th rank of the Great Achievement Artifact? How could the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, at the half-step Great Achievement realm, manage to bind you? Zhou Qingchen was unwilling to overlook even the slightest hint of suspicion. Alas, there must be someone behind the scenes. In the realm of cultivation, aren't the major powers all the same? What you perceive as solitary existence is, in fact, an intricate web of immense connections lurking in the shadows. The celestial sword spirit, with a sage-like demeanor, shook its head and remarked, my creator journeyed to the 13 states and enlisted a great celestial being from one of the 4 supreme sects to seal me. The 4 supreme sects? In Zhou Qingchen's mind, memories of what his master had once shared about the 4 formidable sects resurfaced. The 4 great immortal sects are situated in the prosperous and powerful Qiangzhou, Fengzhou, Ningzhou, and Puzhou within the southern territory of the 13 states. These illustrious sects are the Qingyan sect, the Tianzhou sect, the Nantian Palace, and the Lingyun Pavilion. Among them, there are not merely one but several great ascension masters. And even the existence of those who have transcended tribulations remains concealed. However, such figures are solely focused on the path to immortality, rendering it nearly impossible for them to stray into the mundane world. Zhou Qingchen recalled the description of the 5 great demon sanctuaries by the esteemed Zuyun from over 100,000 years ago, leading him to speculate that perhaps the downfall of the other 4 demon sanctuaries was intertwined with the presence of the 4 great celestial sects. After all, in the vast expanse of the southern realms, spanning hundreds of large states, the 4 great celestial sects hold the highest reverence. The turmoil wrought by the demon path beyond the 13 states of the southern territories was so immense that it seemed implausible for the 4 great celestial sects to remain indifferent. The emergence of the Sky Sword should have propelled the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to greater heights, yet, lacking the favor of destiny, the demon path's insatiable appetite led to the swift demise of the pavilion. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was unwilling to allow me to fall into the hands of others, thus designating me as their vessel of inheritance. Suddenly, the spirit of the Sky Sword struck the magical shield surrounding Zhou Qingchen, and upon seeing the cracks that appeared upon its surface, a look of delight spread across its countenance. Zhou Qingchen, while digesting the words of the sword spirit of the sky, maintained a composed demeanor as he reinforced his defenses. The sword spirit of the sky, once again thwarted, bore a look of utter disillusionment. Where is your sword's true essence? Zhou Qingchen inquired, "What is this?" The sword spirit of the celestial sky, filled with joy, extended its tender palm, and instantly, a 3-foot-long sword materialized out of thin air. The sword of the celestial sky was entirely jet black, with patterns coursing along its blade resembling veins, shifting in brightness and darkness, embodying the essence of vibrant life. Is this the true form of the fierce sword? Zhou Qingchen's gaze fixated on the sword of heaven, sensing an incomprehensibly immense power, one that lay dormant and meticulously sealed within. "You acknowledge me as your master." Zhou Qingchen spoke to the system. This time, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he directly activated the system. The process of establishing dominance proceeded smoothly, with no signs of backlash whatsoever. Fortunately, although the sword spirit of the sky sword was a fierce entity, it bore no malice towards Zhou Qingchen. Moments later, the sword spirit transformed into a streak of radiant light and flew into Zhou Qingchen's hand. As he examined the fearsome sword, Zhou Qingchen could not help but exclaim in admiration. The great ascension artifact, the core inheritance of the heavenly sword pavilion, was all contained within. The sword spirit, finally free from the barrier of magical protection, leaped into Zhou Qingchen's embrace. Its delightful scent was reminiscent of his mother's essence. The sword spirit, with its starry eyes, clung to the hem of Zhou Qingchen's garment, unwilling to let go. Zhou Qingchen's face darkened, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure upon seeing the other's charming appearance. After a while, the sword spirit of Si Tian finally soared into the blade. "Let us depart from this place." Zhou Qingchen uttered no further words and soared into the air. The sword of the sky had already acknowledged him as its master. Thus, the sword aura pervading the Valley of the Lost Swords seemed to have lost its source, and it was only a matter of time before it would completely dissipate. Zhou Qingchen departed from the Valley of the Lost Swords and returned to the Spirit Sword Sect. At this moment, Su Xianjun and Bai Tianling had nearly depleted all the liquid assets of the Spirit Sword Sect, rendering it a mere shell of its former self. Henceforth, there shall be no Spirit Sword Sect in Nanli Prefecture. Zhou Qingchen's words resonated, unequivocally declaring the demise of a once great sect, the Lingjin sect, in the southernly prefecture. In an instant, the entire Lingjin sect scattered like frightened birds and beasts, collapsing into chaos. Similarly, the Bailing sect faced its own obliteration. Under the formidable presence of the three ancestors, the three peak masters, Xia Chen, Zhou Qingchen, and Jiang Mingwei, swiftly reaped the remnants of the Bailing sect. However, the three ancestors were far from merciful. The upper echelons of the Bailing sect were utterly eradicated. Before its fall, the sect's leader, Song Ke, sat in the main hall, utterly despondent. The Bailing sect had disbanded completely. From the Yuanying true monarchs to the Qi refining disciples, scarcely anyone mourned the loss of this once familiar great sect. At a certain moment, a sharp pang pierced Song Ke's heart. Was Jian Wuming dead? His mind went blank in an instant. How could he leave before me? He lamented softly to himself. His voice suddenly transformed into a melodious and gentle tone, and his features subtly shifted. In a fleeting moment, he appeared entirely different. Few knew that this capricious leader of the Bailing sect was, in fact, a woman. Song Ke exited the main hall, her long azure hair cascading down, dancing with the wind. On that day, the Bailing sect also became but a whisper of history in the southernly prefecture. Thus, the southernly prefecture fell entirely under the dominion of the Taihua sect, its fortunes converging like a tempestuous storm towards Taihua. A month later, a cataclysmic aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the Taihua sect. The crisp sound of breaking through shackles echoed, and the heavens darkened as the earth trembled. On this day, the seventh ancestor, Hao Qing, finally unraveled the mysteries of the primordial spirit and ascended to the realm of virtual refinement. Tumultuous thunderclouds gathered above the Taihua sect, and the terrifying force of tribulation caused countless disciples and elders to tremble in fear. The three ancestors and the fifth ancestor promptly enveloped the Taihua sect in protective energies while activating the Grand Protective Formation. Within the small void realm, the seventh ancestor's gaze shone with an alarming brilliance as he broke through the void, positioning himself beneath the thunder tribulation, diverting it away from the Taihua sect. As the rolling thunder descended, the seventh ancestor's figure ebbed and flowed within, ultimately navigating through the tribulation successfully, stabilizing his cultivation at the early stage of virtual refinement. Established for a span of 43,517 years, the Taihua sect, in this era, birthed its first virtual refinement Taoist, ascending to become the first superior immortal sect on the southern wilderness. In a short time, the major sects across the 5 states of the southern wilderness stirred with waves of congratulations, some even hinting at submission. Chapter 78. Yuanying within the main hall of the Taihua sect, the 3 ancient ancestors, the 7 peak masters, the 10 esteemed elders, and numerous true disciples were gathered. 7th Ancestor. The crowd gazed at the newly ascended 7th Ancestor, whose aura was profound and fearsome, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. Now that everyone is present, let us commence, the 7th Ancestor remarked, smiling at Zhou Qingchen as he surveyed the assembly. Zhou Qingchen's expression grew serious, and he became solemn. The assembly recognized that the recent expedition to the Southly Treasure Land had undergone significant upheaval. The proclamation that the Southly Treasure Land would no longer be accessible elicited disbelief among many present. For millennia, this treasure land had enriched their foundation, and its closure could profoundly impact the Taihua sect. Yet, they refrained from voicing their concerns, choosing instead to attentively listen to Zhou Qingchen's elucidation. Allow me to clarify the events that transpired within the Southly Treasure Land. Zhou Qingchen cast his gaze upon the crowd and began to recount some of his experiences and encounters since entering the Southly Treasure Land. He artfully omitted the details of his transaction with the revered Zhu Yun, instead providing a general overview of the fortuitous opportunities he had acquired. The Southly Treasure Land is a spatial treasure belonging to a cultivator of the harmonization realm, inherited from a formidable power, the Xiantianfeng clan, that once dominated the southern wilderness over 100,000 years ago. The relic of a revered figure, the demonic path's ghostly sovereign, and the methods of the harmonization technique. His words stirred a tempest within the hearts of all present, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Even the 7 ancestors were not exempt from this reaction. The revelation of a revered figure's relic was nothing short of astounding. Ultimately, the 7 ancestors sighed in awe, followed swiftly by an overwhelming joy. The techniques of a harmonization realm cultivator represent an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Zhou Qingchen broke into a smile, declaring, "This technique is known as the Xianyuan transformation technique, a 7th-tier cultivation method." In his hands appeared a tome of extraordinary significance, radiating a gentle luminescence that illuminated the faces of those present, igniting a fervor within their hearts. While the 7th Ancestor had just ascended to the refinement void realm, Zhou Qingchen unveiled an even more formidable method pertaining to the fusion realm. Thus, the Taihua sect found itself endowed with the foundational strength and potential for a remarkable ascent. With the existence of the Xianyuan transformation technique, the upper limits of the Taihua sect undoubtedly soared higher. After all, the very essence of any formidable faction rests upon a robust lineage of teachings. At this juncture, the Taihua sect had finally begun to take on the semblance of a prestigious celestial sect. Furthermore, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that, due to this legacy of the fusion realm, a respected master could emerge, propelling the sect to become a dominant force in the southern region. However, all of this would require an extended passage of time. It could not be accomplished in haste. The assembly was acutely aware of their roles, and thus, while they brimmed with anticipation for the future, they remained humble and unpretentious. "Our Taihua sect is truly blessed by the heavens," exclaimed the 3 elders, their spirits uplifted. Zhou Qingchen smiled radiantly and mysteriously remarked, "In truth, there is even more. There exists a 6th-grade superior spiritual vein. This 6th-grade superior spiritual vein was a reward received from the system long ago, but I have been unable to find the opportunity to present it. Now, I can finally, under the auspices of the Southernly Treasure Land, deliver it to the sect with due propriety." The crowd fell into a stunned silence. A spiritual vein gathers the essence of heaven and earth, a convergence of ethereal energies. Those esteemed immortal sects with a solid foundation in the void refinement realm are invariably established upon the 6th-grade spiritual veins that form their paradisiacal abodes. Following the calamity of the demonic path, nearly half of the spiritual veins in the 5 states of the southern wilderness have withered, some even regressing to 5th grade, unable to ascend for ages. Consequently, this has led to a debilitating condition across the 5 states, rendering them incapable of supporting the required pathways for the birth of beings in the void refinement realm. Should the Taihua sect acquire a 6th-grade superior spiritual vein, the future emergence of cultivators in the void refinement realm would become a tangible possibility. Consider the 7 ancestors. Had they been bolstered by a 6th-grade spiritual vein, they might have achieved the void refinement realm long ago. Not only in the southern wilderness, but also in the surrounding numerous great states, 6th-grade spiritual veins are exceedingly rare, with top-tier immortal sects being few and far between. Initially, the 7 ancestors had intended to venture into those flourishing great states in search of a breakthrough, only to fortuitously encounter Zhou Qingchen's innate true intention. "Master, the timing is opportune. We can commence the embedding of the spiritual vein beneath the Taihua sect. Within a decade, The spiritual vein will be thoroughly stabilized, and it may even have repercussions for the entirety of Southernly State. Zhou Qingchen spoke with a serious demeanor. Throughout the entire event, a sheen of sweat coated everyone, as their blood surged like boiling water. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of the Xian'an sect could arrive at any moment, necessitating constant vigilance from all present. Having conveyed all pertinent information, Zhou Qingchen proceeded to distribute several copies of the Xian Yuan transformation technique to each peak, retaining the original for himself. Have you, esteemed disciples, made any gains within the Southernly Sacred Land? With the crucial matters addressed, the elders finally turned their attention to the true disciples. Returning to our forebear, our expedition was fruitful. The other 3 junior brothers may require additional time to assimilate their experiences, but Dao Yu, Hua Qi, and I shall surely reach the nascent soul stage within a year, Tuoba Tian declared. In addition, we have acquired several 5th-tier spell inheritances. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in approval. Excellent. Once you ascend to the nascent soul realm, the influence of our Taihua sect will significantly strengthen, facilitating our control over the myriad forces of Southernly Prefecture. With the recent demise of the other 2 sects, we find ourselves in a prime position to seize their abundant yet dormant resources, making this an opportune moment for our sect to bolster its ranks. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qi and Su Ruotian also submitted copies of their acquired inheritances to the sect. The most exhilarating of all was Su Ruotian's acquisition of a 6th-tier formation inheritance. The 5th ancestor, who excelled in formations but had struggled with inadequate legacies, felt a fervent desire to retreat and meditate upon this newfound knowledge. On an expanse of desolate land, a young man walked alone. His gaze was vacant, his expression devoid of feeling, each step propelling him across vast distances. After an indeterminate time, a flicker of emotion finally emerged in his eyes, and he erupted into a boisterous laugh, his face flushing with exhilaration. My master is dead. Truly dead. This demon has finally perished. The young man, seemingly unhinged, spoke to himself for an extended period before regaining a semblance of normalcy. Deep within his soul's ocean, a chilling and malevolent spirit observed the scene with indifference. Travel to Hangzhou and utilize the teleportation array there to reach Guangzhou. Seek out the Ghost Cave ruins, where I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power. You shall surpass the true monarch of ghosts 100-fold, provided you obediently comply. The sinister spirit's voice was frigid, its aura causing the young man to tremble. Excitement and fear flickered in his eyes as he humbly responded, Rest assured, esteemed one. I am on the brink of departing Southernly Prefecture. With the concealed spatial formation you have provided, I will swiftly reach Hangzhou. The cold and ethereal spirit emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement and fell silent. The man took a moment to rest before transforming into a beam of light and departing from the desolate southern wilderness. Chapter 79, The Spiritual Vein Above the Taihua Sect. Zhou Qingchen, along with the 3 venerable ancestors, emerged in unison. The peak masters convened, their auras swirling, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. You shall descend and stabilize each peak. We are preparing to embed the spiritual vein deep within the earth, declared the 3 venerable ancestors. Zhou Qingchen extracted the 6th-grade superior spiritual vein from the system space. In an instant, a myriad of colorful spiritual lights illuminated the vast firmament, and a rich surge of spiritual energy ascended into the sky, with ethereal dragons of spiritual power spiraling above, causing this realm to resonate with exhilaration. Is this truly a 6th-grade superior spiritual vein? The crowd was struck with awe as the 7 ancestors grasped this exquisitely refined spiritual vein with their magical prowess, feeling their own void refinement realm energy bubbling with fervor. Let us return first. Zhou Qingchen remarked that the placement of the spiritual veins was more than sufficient with the 3 venerable ancestors present. They needed to return and stabilize their respective peaks. Otherwise, the shifting of the earth veins might provoke considerable upheaval. The peak masters nodded in agreement and returned to their respective summits. Soon after, at the 7 principal peaks of Taihua sect, Taishang, Taixin, Taiqing, Taiwei, Taikuan, Taiyu, and Miao, all peak masters unleashed their formidable powers, solidifying the entire structure of the 7 peaks. No one is to move. The voices of the 7 resonated throughout, as all members of Taihua sect looked up in fervent awe at the figures of the 3 venerable ancestors above. Let us commence, intoned the 7th ancestor. In perfect synchrony, the trio channeled their immense magical energy, cleaving the ground with fissures extending thousands of feet. In an instant, the 7 5th-grade spiritual veins beneath Taihua sect emanated a radiant glow. Stabilize, commanded the 5th and 3rd ancestors with grave expressions, securing the 7 5th-grade spiritual veins. Subsequently, the seventh ancestor plunged the sixth-grade spiritual vein into the earth. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently as the sixth-grade vein unfurled like a colossal dragon, traversing the entirety of Taihua Sect. The remaining 7 fifth-grade veins encircled it like 7 stars in attendance. Before long, the sixth-grade vein stretched for tens of thousands of miles, surpassing the boundaries of Taihua Sect. Once fully secured, this vein spanned 100,000 miles beneath the earth, as if the realm had found its anchor, pulsating with various extraordinary manifestations. Auspicious purple energy surged from the east for 100,000 miles, exotic beasts heralded blessings, and a celestial rainbow bridged the azure skies. The third ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment, then beamed with joy. "The fortunes of Nanli are converging here," she exclaimed, adept in the art of divination and particularly sensitive to the forces of fate. The moment the sixth-grade spiritual vein was solidified, she sensed the subtle changes in the ether. Though the transformation was gradual, the trend was unmistakable. As time progressed, Taihua Sect would undoubtedly evolve into the absolute core of the entire Nanli prefecture. Fortunes converge, and the world unifies. I intend to upgrade the existing spirit-gathering array of Taihua Sect, as the leakage of spiritual energy is rather severe, stated the fifth ancestor with seriousness once the sixth-grade superior spiritual vein was firmly established. The third and seventh ancestors hesitated, asking, "Can you manage this alone?" After all, the sixth-grade vein is markedly different from the fifth, being denser yet more volatile, making it difficult for ordinary arrays to function effectively. The fifth ancestor replied, "If one is insufficient, then I shall bring in several more. We cannot remain stagnant. Now that I have acquired a legacy of sixth-grade array techniques, my proficiency will enter a phase of growth. Even if I am not yet capable of setting up a sixth-grade array, an increased number of fifth-grade arrays will suffice for our needs. Once the mastery of the 5 ancestors and the formation technique reaches greater heights, they will be able to establish more profound gathering formations within the Taihua Sect, transforming the entire sect into a genuine paradise due to the sixth-grade spiritual vein." At this moment, the disturbances caused by the fluctuations of the earth vein gradually settled, allowing several peak masters to finally withdraw their powers. "By the way, esteemed ancestor, my disciple possesses remarkable talent in the art of formations. Might it be possible for you to impart some guidance during your leisure moments?" Zhou Qingchen approached the fifth ancestor and inquired. The fifth ancestor nodded in response. "Of course, if this child, Tian, can acquire such a profound legacy of formations, his innate talent in this discipline will undoubtedly be remarkable." This sixth-tier formation inheritance, obtained by Su Ruotian in the treasure land of Nanli, has significantly enriched the rather modest foundational strength of Taihua Sect's formation arts. Therefore, the fifth ancestor would naturally not decline Zhou Qingchen's request. Zhou Qingchen smiled and nodded. Looking below, the entire Taihua Sect had undergone a remarkable transformation in a remarkably short span of time. From the disciples to the esteemed elders, everyone sensed the shift in the natural world. The density of spiritual energy had nearly multiplied tenfold. This was merely the beginning. Within a decade, as the sixth-tier spiritual veins fully integrated with the land of Nanli Prefecture, this enhancement would multiply even further. By then, the very essence of Nanli Prefecture would become increasingly stable, capable of nurturing the emergence of even greater cultivators. Ultimately, the 3 ancestors returned to the Void Realm, while the other peak masters busied themselves with stabilizing their respective peaks. Zhou Qingchen returned to Miao Peak, observing his 2 disciples diligently immersed in their cultivation, while Jianling, encased in a cocoon, exuded an increasingly powerful aura. Zhou Qingchen returned to the summit of Yunhai. The sword spirit of the celestial realm emerged once more, its childlike essence unabated despite having existed for an extensive period. It flitted playfully through the mist, occasionally clinging to Zhou Qingchen's form. Zhou Qingchen cast him aside, unwilling to engage. Finally finding a moment of respite, Zhou Qingchen steadied his mind, no longer suppressing his power. His eyes suddenly transformed into an abyss of endless stars, the celestial mark upon his forehead shimmering with an extraordinary divine light. Simultaneously, his aura underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, as an ethereal presence intertwined with an overwhelming dominance, emanating a force seemingly from the primordial age that lingered persistently. The current attributes of the host are as follows. Name: Zhou Qingchen. Talent: Tao Spirit Root. Supreme Immortal Sword Heart, Celestial Heart Anomalous Fire, Star Emperor Blood, destined for the Great Tao, Unparalleled Elegance. Cultivation Level: Early Stage of Divine Transformation. Technique: Emperor's Mixed Yuan Scripture. Skills: Supreme Vast Radiance Slash, Taihua Golden Light Slash, Mystic Light Unification, Celestial Sword Finger, Sunlit Celestial Star, Annihilation of Celestial Stars, Extreme Star Fall, Celestial Descent, Starry Celestial Garb. Weapons: Mystic Extreme Star Sword, 9 Heavens Ring, Celestial Sword, Fuxian 9 stars. Reputation value: 170, 1000. Task points: 260, 000. Gazing at the system's updated attribute panel, Zhou Qingchen fell into a moment of silence. Star Emperor blood, destined for the Great Tao. This was the power detected by the system at the moment of his breakthrough into the divine transformation realm, emerging from the mysterious force that had long lain dormant within the depths of his being. With the transformation of his cultivation, this power had fully awakened from the chaos. Zhou Qingchen could distinctly sense that the blood of the Star Emperor seemed to elevate the very essence of his life. Furthermore, there was the Imperial Star Seal. Once the celestial mark upon his forehead fully took shape, it transformed into the Imperial Star Seal, encapsulating an unfathomably formidable power within. Zhou Qingchen retrieved an utterly ordinary pouch. This pouch, bestowed upon him by his master, had remained dormant until now, but suddenly it began to resonate with a peculiar energy. Gradually, a mysterious emblem emerged upon its surface, strikingly reminiscent of the Imperial Star mark upon Zhou Qingchen's forehead. As if guided by an unseen force, a wisp of power detached from the Imperial Star mark and descended upon the pouch. In that instant, a delicate wisp of azure smoke arose from within, slowly transforming into an ethereal figure. Master? Zhou Qingchen could not help but murmur softly. As he gazed, the figure before him became increasingly distinct, ultimately transforming into an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. He sat cross-legged amidst the gentle glow, his eyes fixed on Zhou Qingchen, a hint of benevolent joy gracing his lips. Master! Realizing the truth, Zhou Qingchen's eyes widened slightly. A wave of longing surged within him. Yet he understood that what stood before him was merely a phantom left by his master. Disciple, our meeting today must sever your final attachment. The elder remarked with a gentle sigh. Our bond as master and disciple has been too fleeting. I fear I shall not witness the day you reach the pinnacle of your potential in this world. The old man spoke wistfully, a sense of melancholy in his tone. Zhou Qingchen remained silent, his heart heavy with melancholy. The mere fact that you can see me here signifies that your bloodline of the Star Emperor has finally achieved full stability. My role as your master has merely been that of the initial guide on your path to enlightenment. At this juncture, you are fully capable of embarking on a journey towards realms far beyond. You are the embodiment of what the entire Taihua Star realm has awaited. As for me, I carry the lingering thoughts of a transcendent being, here to accompany you for one final moment. My disciple, we must now part ways forever. As the words left his lips, the figure of the elder transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Master! Zhou Qingchen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the pangs of parting reaching a fever pitch within his heart. It is often said that the path of the Great Way is devoid of sentiment, once embarked upon. There exists no turning back, only a relentless advance forward. The journey of cultivation is fraught with encounters that stir deep-seated emotions. And it is through these trials that the resolve of a true cultivator is forged. At that moment, the pouch erupted with an immeasurable radiance, and the scenery surrounding Zhou Qingchen began to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. When the tumult subsided, he found himself standing amidst a vast expanse of starry heavens. Surrounded by a myriad of celestial bodies, the Milky Way swirling in majestic splendor, this realm appeared to be the primordial universe, where ancient stars exuded an overwhelming ferocity, harboring an awe-inspiring and tyrannical power. At the center of these celestial wonders, a silver imperial star reigned supreme. Where was this place? Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Zhou Qingchen surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind echoing the words of his revered master. What power does the blood of the Star Emperor possess? Why does he bear the fate of the great Tao Emperor Star? And what realm is the Taihua Star realm? One riddle after another unfolded before Zhou Qingchen, pointing towards a path that transcends the mortal realm. In the next instant, the entire primordial universe erupted into a frenzy. The ancient stars unleashed a torrent of scorching celestial light, and the central imperial star pierced through the dense darkness of this primal cosmos. Amidst the chorus of stars, an ancient nine-tiered star tower materialized, standing resolutely at the heart of the primordial universe, eternal and unyielding. The star tower. Zhou Qingchen felt a profound tremor within his soul, as the name of the towering structure before him inexplicably surfaced in his mind. In that fleeting moment, his consciousness delved into the celestial tower, a place steeped in mystique, seemingly establishing a connection with him. In a boundless expanse of distant void, the Emperor's star was born amidst the myriad worlds, and the celestial tower stirred with unusual activity. A voice, ethereal and lofty, whispered, "It is already too late. Those few have long since returned to the 33 heavens, while the Emperor's star has only just emerged." Another voice resonated, as if piercing through infinite time and space, erupting with fervor, "Caution is warranted. The existence of the Tao realm is beyond our comprehension. Now that the Emperor's star has manifested, we must prepare ourselves without delay. This may very well be the Emperor's star's final descent, heralding the last brilliance of the entire Taihua celestial realm. Alas, let us hope it is not too late." Zhou Qingchen's mind lay in profound tranquility, enveloped by a myriad of mystical inscriptions that continuously merged into the imperial star seal upon his forehead, rendering his aura extraordinarily enigmatic. The phrase "Great Tao Imperial Star" resonated incessantly in Zhou Qingchen's ears, plunging him into a state of exquisite enlightenment. Under the relentless onslaught of these inscriptions, it seemed that the Imperial Chaos Sutra he had been cultivating underwent a remarkable transformation. Could there exist a technique more formidable than the Imperial Sutra? Zhou Qingchen opened his eyes, murmuring softly to himself, his heart laden with doubts. Is the starry Tao scripture a companion method of the Imperial Star? He sensed a primal force coursing through his being, deep in contemplation. There is a subtle distinction. This starry Tao scripture appears to have amalgamated with the Imperial Primordial Scripture, attaining an extraordinary state of perfection. Zhou Qingchen pondered over the exceedingly obscure scriptures of the stellar Tao, but gleaned little insight. He understood that the content following this celestial scripture was still far beyond his current grasp, far from something that his present state of divine transformation could comprehend. Zhou Qingchen glanced at his attribute panel and discovered that the cultivation technique had indeed transformed from the Emperor's primordial scripture to the Starpath Sutra. Following the myriad changes triggered by the opening of the treasure pouch, he became acutely aware of the connection between his current form and the primordial realm of the celestial stars. His mind was awash with thoughts, and he could not help but recall the intelligent services of his system. "System, do you possess any records regarding the great Tao of the Emperor's star?" The system's electronic voice responded, and Zhou Qingchen felt a surge of delight at the answer. Returning to the host, "The great Tao of the Emperor's star pertains to the most profound secrets of the boundless cosmic sea, which falls beyond the purview of the master-disciple system. Hence, this system can only provide you with superficial information. All other knowledge must be unearthed by the host themselves." Zhou Qingchen did not aspire to comprehend everything, but he at least sought a preliminary understanding of this enigmatic entity. Within the boundless cosmic sea, countless worlds of varying sizes exist. Transcending them lies the infinite realm of the immortal path, the 33 heavens. However, before the chaos of heaven and earth was delineated and the immortal path established, several primordial forces had already emerged in the endless cosmic expanse, one of which is the grand Tao of the stellar ancestor, the Emperor's star. It was only later, when the primordial chaos was shattered and the heavens and earth were divided into purity and turpitude, that the power of the Emperor's star gave rise to one of the 33 heavens of the immortal path, the primordial stellar realm. The Emperor's star is one of the fundamental sources of the universe, having begun its descent into this vast cosmic sea eons ago. The body of the host represents the 9th incarnation of the Emperor's star. As Zhou Qingchen absorbed the system's explanation, his heart trembled, and an inexorable tempest surged within his mind. The primordial power of the universe has descended? This body is the 9th existence to bear the fate of the Emperor's star? Zhou Qingchen could hardly believe that the celestial Emperor's star was entangled in such a shocking secret. Fear not, for this celestial Emperor's star is not a cycle of reincarnation, nor does it possess any form of conscious thought. Its power is exceedingly ancient, and none of the previous bearers of the blood of the stellar emperors have been able to withstand the fate bestowed by the celestial Emperor's star. Perhaps you, the host, shall become the first to fully master this primordial force. You are not the celestial Emperor's star, yet the celestial Emperor's star is intrinsically linked to you." Zhou Qingchen remained in a daze for an extended period, his thoughts gradually returning to him. Perhaps this is what my master referred to as the path that belongs to me. Eventually, there will come a day when I uncover the reason behind the birth of the great Tao's Emperor's star. Chapter 81. The storm approaches as time flowed onward. The boundless starry sky surrounding Zhou Qingchen seemed to be torn apart like a delicate tapestry, and he found himself once again in the external world. Upon examining the pouch, he discovered that it had completely lost the ethereal charm it once possessed. Was there something within? Zhou Qingchen discovered a minuscule spatial array within the pouch, With a mere thought, he extracted its contents, revealing a wooden token. The token, composed of an unknown type of timber, boasted a resilience surpassing that of many metals and stones. Intriguingly, the surface of this token was utterly devoid of any inscriptions. Zhou Qingchen pondered deeply before allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon the token. In an instant, the surface of the token shimmered faintly, revealing the character Yuan. After an extensive period of observation, he discerned no further peculiarities about this token, ultimately concluding that it merely served as a means of confirming one's identity. Nevertheless, the significance of the character Yuan undoubtedly implied an extraordinary essence beyond the mundane. Zhou Qingchen recalled what his master, the fifth ancestor, had once told him. When the time came for him to make a decision, he should seek out the fifth ancestor, who would illuminate a path for him. This path had evidently been meticulously arranged by his esteemed mentor long before. In retrospect, it seems that this path may indeed be intertwined with the existence behind the token. Zhou Qingchen placed the token back into the pouch, his gaze lingering heavily upon it. After a considerable pause, he dispelled the last remnants of parting sorrow from his heart, and his eyes grew increasingly clear and resolute. A year later, Zhou Qingchen awakened from his cultivation, his profound abilities concealed and unmanifested. He had reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Zhou Qingchen straightened his posture, taking a moment to reflect upon the cultivation within him, and could not help but smile. Thanks to the eruption of the Star Emperor's blood and the harmonious synergy with the Star Path scriptures, Zhou Qingchen's progress in cultivation had once again accelerated. Over the past year, his disciples had also achieved significant breakthroughs. Su Ruotian successfully established his foundation, while Lin Qi advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, prompting the system to reward him with a fifth-tier spiritual artifact. Zhou Qingchen pondered extensively before redeeming a premier cleansing elixir. Upon attempting it on himself, he discovered that the legendary phenomenon of pore expulsion did not occur. Zhou Qingchen was acutely aware that his current physique had already reached the pinnacle of innate talent, rendering such substances ineffective for him. Consequently, he bestowed the precious cleansing elixir upon his two disciples. Lin Qi and Su Ruotian, still in the nascent stages of their cultivation, had considerable room for enhancement, and indeed, the elixir proved immensely beneficial for them. A single drop was sufficient for both to sustain their progress for an extended period. As the days passed, the three foremost disciples of Taihua Sect ascended into the Yuanying realm, elevating the sect's reputation across the 5 states of Nanhua. The rise of a formidable figure in the Lianshu realm attracted congratulations from the leading sects of neighboring states, including venerable ancestors from various sections one day. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from Taihua Peak, an ominous and fearsome aura rapidly enveloping the entire mountain. Zhou Qingchen, in the midst of his cultivation, opened his eyes. With a graceful wave of his dark robe, he quelled the rampant malevolence, halting its spread. It appeared that Jianling had succeeded. Zhou Qingchen contemplated, his gaze fixed upon the colossal cocoon, as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the sword feather. It surged to an unprecedented zenith, and then erupted violently. The cocoon shattered, revealing a colossal white-feathered demon bird, soaring majestically skyward. Its plumage gleamed with a chilling, sword-like brilliance, slicing through the very fabric of space as it ascended. In this moment, the sword feather appeared more resplendent and valiant than ever, its entire being seemingly transformed into a divine weapon, with the tips of its feathers taking on a faint, crimson hue. Its beak had grown sharper, and its talons glimmered with a lethal light, capable of rending anything apart. It was the ancient celestial demon, the Sword Feather King. With a resounding cry, the immense form of the sword feather soared above the Taihua sect, its demonic eyes surveying with an overwhelming ferocity. It had directly transcended to the late stage of the divine transformation realm, bolstered by the bloodline of this ancient celestial demon. It, while still distant from the pinnacle of unparalleled talent, had, according to the system's classification, ascended to the apex of the prodigious tier. Zhou Qingchen silently assessed the situation in his heart. The complete mastery of the transformation of the divine realm was a matter of course. The metamorphosis of Jianling had captured the attention of the entire Taihua sect. After showcasing its prowess for quite some time, Jianling finally diminished in size, reverting to its form as a small white sparrow, and returned to the summit of Taihua Peak. At this moment, a crimson feather adorned the top of the white sparrow's head, subtly shimmering with golden radiance, bestowing upon it an air of elevated nobility compared to before. Jianling perched beside Zhou Qingchen and respectfully spoke. "Thank you for your gracious support, Master." Zhou Qingchen smiled gently, remarking, The stronger you are, the better it is. According to your words, the Grand Elder should be arriving shortly. At this moment, Jianling's heart had calmed significantly, and his fear of the Grand Elder had diminished. After all, during this time, he had deeply experienced the mysterious and formidable nature of Zhou Qingchen. In a distant realm far removed from the South Wilderness, there lies a dark expanse, a renowned ruin known as the Ghost Cave Ruins, located near the 13 states within the realm of Jinzhou. This is the site of the fall of the Supreme Heavenly Ghost and the destruction of the Ghost King Cave over 100,000 years ago. The ruins stretch for hundreds of thousands of miles, with ghostly energy intertwining with heaven and earth, creating a realm of its own. Within, countless souls of the deceased coalesce into a peculiar semi-living entity known as the corpse ghost. Most corpse ghosts lack consciousness. They merely unleash their power in a brutal frenzy, fearless of death, making them objects of great dread for many cultivators. A year prior, the four dominant forces from Lingzhou and Qinzhou Xianying Sect, Tianying Sect, Huayang Sect, and Dongli Mountain led several prestigious celestial sects from surrounding regions to the Ghost Cave Ruins. The Ghost Cave Ruins had taken millennia to form after the calamity of the demonic path. At that time, the various celestial sects of the southern region were still in a phase of recuperation, biding their time, and had not made any attempts to take action against it. Now, however, the Ghost Cave Ruins had matured, and increasingly, corpse ghosts had begun to escape, inflicting significant losses upon many nearby forces. Yet, a year ago, the four dominant powers dispatched 4 virtual refining masters, accompanied by dozens of transcendent cultivators, only to suffer defeat within the Ghost Cave Ruins. Half of the transcendent cultivators were either dead or injured, and even the 4 virtual refining masters were gravely wounded. The sudden upheaval in the Ghost Cave Ruins immediately drew the attention of numerous major factions. In the Xianying Sect, within a spatial cave, an elderly man clad in golden robes suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, his cultivation aura erupted, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. This golden-robed elder was, of course, the Grand Elder of the Xianying Sect. Since returning from the Ghost Cave Ruins, he had devoted himself to the crafting of the Demon Yuan Pill. Now, emerging from his seclusion, he had fully recovered from his injuries and even made a breakthrough in his cultivation, advancing to the mid-stage of the virtual refining realm. With a radiant smile, the scars on his face trembled slightly. Elder, he was informed, the esteemed Tian Hong has summoned you to the main hall of the sect. At this moment, outside the spatial realm, a voice of reverence resonated. The Grand Elder's expression shifted slightly, and without a hint of negligence, he departed from the spatial realm and made his way to the main hall of the sect leader. The atmosphere within the grand hall was solemn. Occupying the throne at the head was not the sect leader of the Xianying sect, but rather a figure whose features were obscured, exuding a profound aura. Numerous individuals stood within the hall, the weakest among them having reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, with several even in the void refinement realm. The sect leader of Xianying was also present. With a calm gaze, he regarded the arriving Grand Elder and stated, "The esteemed one has instructed you to recount all that you witnessed in the Ghost Cavern's ruins, leaving not a single detail unaddressed." Aware of the gravity of the situation, the Grand Elder, setting aside any discord with the sect leader, lowered his head and respectfully bowed to the figure at the throne before recounting everything that transpired within the Ghost Cavern. After a lengthy period, feeling parched, he finally ceased his narration. The figure at the head pondered for a while before speaking indifferently. It appears that formidable entities have emerged from the Ghost Cavern's ruins, capable of commanding countless corpses and spirits. This matter is beyond your capacity to handle. You may leave. The Grand Elder exhaled in relief as he exited the sect leader's hall. The Grand Elder had indeed advanced further. Following closely behind him was the sect leader of Xianying. How fortunate, the Grand Elder replied expressionlessly, unwilling to engage further, and withdrew towards the outer realms of the Xianying sect. Did you hear? A practitioner of the void refinement realm has emerged from the Taihua sect? The Grand Elder mused with intrigue as he traversed the void. A newly ascended practitioner of the void refinement realm could not deter him. With a faint smile, he accelerated with terrifying speed towards the expanse beyond Lingzhou, heading toward the southern wasteland. Chapter 82. The approaching threat. A month later, in Southernly Prefecture, 4 figures stood upon a mountain peak, gazing into the distance at the Taihua sect, which flickered in and out of visibility amidst the spiritual mist. These 4 were the Grand Elder of the Xianying sect, Protector Qiao, and 2 esteemed disciples of the sect. Where did the Taihua sect acquire a 6th grade superior spiritual vein? It rivals those of the most powerful upper-tier immortal sects, the Grand Elder remarked, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. What other unforeseen events have transpired in Southernly Prefecture? Protector Chiu could not help but recall the events of that day, his expression tightening as he candidly replied. Grand Elder, the young man who offended you possesses extraordinary talent, being of an anomalous attribute spiritual root. He paused, still grappling with the implications, and continued. That youth was able to contend against those in the transformation realm while still at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and yet, not long ago. He has already stepped into the transformation realm. The words of Protector Chiu did not exaggerate the facts, yet their content still caused the Grand Elder's pupils to constrict. The heavenly spirit root, has it already reached the divine transformation stage? A tumult of emotion surged within the Grand Elder, followed swiftly by a wave of discomfort. This slight unease felt akin to fine needles piercing his heart, inducing a moment of cardiac distress. An overwhelming sense of envy bubbled within him, malice taking root, as his gaze towards the Taihua sect turned frigid. Such extraordinary talent could only lead to ruin. If he felt this way, the two esteemed leaders, renowned as the foremost young disciples of the Yuanying sect, were even more profoundly affected, their faces marred by shadows of despair. Observing this scene, Protector Chiu felt a fleeting sense of regret, which dissipated almost instantly. A prodigy that fails to mature is no different from an ant. At this moment, the two leaders of the Yuanying sect, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Master Ancestor, the Taihua sect's foundation has dramatically increased. Perhaps related to a recent exploration of a secret realm by the three major sects of Nanli Prefecture. It is possible that the ancestor of the Taihua sect has ascended to the realm of refinement due to a remarkable opportunity discovered within that secret realm. The Grand Elder's interest was piqued. If that is the case, this venture may not be in vain. However, the primary target remains that sword featherbird. This creature possesses a formidable bloodline, containing the essence of an ancient celestial demon. Though faint, it qualifies for ascension to a powerful combined demon lord. Previously, I had been narrow-minded. Rather than using it as an ingredient for the demon yuan pill, this sword featherbird is more suited to become my controlled beast. Should I nurture it to maturity, I, Wei Qi He, shall undoubtedly become the fourth combined venerable of the Yuanying sect. The Grand Elder's heart surged with excitement, brimming with boundless aspirations for the future. Half a day later, an urgent chime echoed from the 7 peaks of the Taihua sect. The disciples, elders, and deacons all became alert, turning their gazes towards the horizon beyond the sect. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emerged from the distant skyline, reminiscent of rolling thunder. Resonating through the heavens, dust and debris swirled across the ground. As the crowd focused their attention, they discerned that within the billowing dust, there were thousands of demon beasts. The fierce tremors caused by their iron hooves crushed the earth, fracturing it with countless fissures, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. So many demon beasts. A commotion erupted within the Taihua sect. As they realized that this horde of beasts was charging towards their sect, disbelief washed over many. The spirit beast forest lay hundreds of thousands of miles away. How could a tide of beasts reach them? Confusion lingered in the hearts of many, leading them to speculate that these beasts hailed from the demon kingdom within the spirit beast forest of Nanli Prefecture. Look, what kind of demon beast is that? The disciples of the Taihua sect widened their eyes in astonishment, spotting among the tide of beasts several formidable and gigantic creatures. It was a nascent soul great demon. Many elder alchemists began to speak, their expressions subtly shifting. At that moment atop Taihua Peak, Zhou Qingchen opened his eyes. With a gentle push of his right palm into the void, the heavens above shifted, countless stars transformed into a celestial rain, descending upon the world. The formidable force struck directly into the immense tide of beasts. In an instant, a colossal explosion erupted. Blinding white light accompanied by a terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc within the beast horde. If one were to intervene, it should be done personally, commanding these minuscule soldiers to launch an assault, lest one overestimates their own prowess. In Zhou Qingchen's eyes, an otherworldly brilliance flickered as his gaze settled upon a figure suspended in the void. He spoke, simultaneously accessing the attributes panel of his system. Name: Wei Qi He. Bone age: 2,300 years. Talent: dual spiritual roots. Prodigy cultivation: mid-stage of the void refinement realm technique. 6th tier superior Qing Yuan skill inheritance. Beast taming art weapons. Xianyao tower, 6th tier mid-grade. Qingmu staff, 6th tier low grade. Special traits: Grand Elder of the Yuanying Sect. Haha, indeed a monstrous talent, prideful in spirit, the Grand Elder sneered, meeting Zhou Qingchen's gaze with a cold smile. With a single step, he shattered the stillness, causing the entire realm to erupt in tumult. Within a vast expanse of thousands of miles, a figure in golden robes hovered at the center of the cosmos, exuding an aura as profound and fearsome as an abyss. It seemed as though the heavens and earth themselves revolved around him, with every gesture of the golden-robed elder shifting the winds and altering the skies. His aura commanding the fates of worlds. This overwhelming might transcended the divine transformation realm, embodying the unique power of a high-level cultivator, merging the momentum of heaven and earth with his very being, rendering him nearly invincible. Meanwhile, within the small void realm, the seventh ancestor's eyes glinted with sharpness as he flickered into existence. Upon reappearing, he stood outside the Taihua Sect, confronting the Grand Elder of the Yuanying Sect in a tense standoff. A similar pressure emanated from him, belonging to the void refinement realm. Though his aura was evidently inferior, he remained unwavering, completely resisting the elder's oppressive presence. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Why resort to such extremes? The Grand Elder remarked derisively, observing the seventh ancestor's serious demeanor. With a precise motion of his finger, he concentrated all of his power into a single point, instantly unleashing a terrifying spell. At the void refinement stage, a cultivator's attacks are imbued with the might of the heavens, their killing power unmatched. Witnessing the elder casually conjure such a formidable spell, the seventh ancestor dared not underestimate him. He unleashed his full cultivation. Xian Yuan transformation. The seventh ancestor's mind activated, quietly channeling this recently mastered technique of the combined body realm. An endless surge of white spiritual energy coalesced into an arrow, which he released with a longbow. The arrow bore an intimidating force, infused with a sense of annihilation, and swiftly collided with the elder's spell. The clash of these two distinctly different powers resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the sky as if it were glass. This was the battlefield of the void refinement realm, and countless onlookers from the Taihua Sect gazed in horror at the spectacle. A void refinement Taoist. Many gasped in astonishment. In times past, who could have ever witnessed such an existence? To the astonishment of all, shortly after their venerable ancestor ascended to the void refinement realm, a formidable entity from the same realm descended upon Nanli Prefecture, targeting their esteemed Taihua Sect. As the seventh ancestor engaged in a fierce duel with the Grand Elder, the various peak masters and the third and fifth ancestors had already assembled to safeguard the Taihua Sect. Indeed, a disparity was evident at such a level of cultivation. Even a mere difference of one realm rendered it exceedingly challenging to fight beyond one's means. During the confrontation, the seventh ancestor found his thoughts scattered, relegated to a primarily defensive stance for the majority of the time, in comparison to the Grand Elder, who had not only ascended to the void refinement realm over a millennium ago, but had also advanced to the mid-phase of that realm. The seventh ancestor found himself at a disadvantage. His expression remained unchanged. Fortunately, the Xian Yuan transformation technique he practiced was a method of integration that mitigated many of his shortcomings, allowing him to avoid being utterly overwhelmed by the Grand Elder. Innate treasure cauldron. The seventh ancestor murmured, as a small white jade cauldron flew from his sleeve. Upon reaching mid-air, the innate treasure cauldron expanded several hundred times in size. With a resonant hum, the cauldron emanated a terrifying aura of heaven and earth as it surged toward the Grand Elder in an attempt to suppress him. Chapter 83. The Great Battle. The Grand Elder felt a tremor within, producing a demonic suppression tower in his hand. The nine-tiered structure gleamed with golden light and collided with the innate treasure cauldron. The clash of these two top-tier artifacts astonished the Grand Elder as his life-bound artifact. The demonic suppression tower proved utterly ineffective against the white jade cauldron. The innate treasure cauldron quivered slightly, dispersing layers of rippling innate energy, its overwhelming might causing the Grand Elder's expression to shift dramatically. What kind of artifact possesses such formidable power? He pondered, struggling to control the demonic suppression tower. He found himself unable to suppress the seventh ancestor. The two engaged in aerial combat for an extended period, with neither achieving a decisive victory. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's countenance darkened considerably. No matter what, today shall not be your day, he huffed coldly. The demonic suppression tower suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. A thunderous roar of beasts resonated through the skies as numerous monstrous entities with overwhelming demonic energy materialized behind the Grand Elder. These beasts were vastly superior to the previous tidal wave of creatures, among them 5 formidable beings at the God Transformation realm. Yet, the Grand Elder did not cease his actions. With both hands forming seals, a colossal shadow abruptly enveloped the heavens. The onlookers, puzzled, looked skyward. Among the dense cloud cover, a demonic dragon emerged, its terrifying form stretching an astonishing 10,000 feet long. Not far from it, a massive demonic bird, its wings aflame, coldly surveyed the entirety of Taihua Sect. Two void refinement demon lords. Zhou Qingchen felt a tightening in his chest. The Grand Elder of the Xianyin Sect, a master of beast taming, possessed numerous fearsome demonic beasts, and to his surprise, even had two demonic lords at the early stage of the void refinement realm. Today, I shall reclaim the sword feather bird, and you shall not escape unscathed. In midair, the Grand Elder's demeanor was icy, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as his gaze intentionally fell upon Zhou Qingchen. With two early-stage demonic lords and a mid-stage Grand Elder, even the seven ancestors felt a sense of impending doom. Observing this scene, Zhou Qingchen flipped his palm, revealing an extraordinary, pitch-black, sort of unparalleled ferocity. Sky Sword. Confront one of the demonic lords. The spirit of the Sky Sword surged forth, brimming with excitement, as it grasped the sword, which was longer than its own height, and charged towards the fire demon bird. No problem. Despite its diminutive form, the spirit of the Sky Sword seemed to harbor immense power. The sword was wielded with fervor, unleashing wave upon wave of terrifying sword energy directed at the fiery avian beast. What on earth? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched a tiny child engage in battle with the formidable demonic lord, exchanging blows in a fierce contest. The onlookers from the Taihua sect were left in shock, their beliefs teetering on the brink of collapse. Is he even 3 years old? How is this possible? How could a child possess the strength of the void refinement realm? Confounded, many fell into self-doubt, unable to discern the true form of the Sky Sword spirit, ultimately speculating that it was a formidable elder who simply preferred to masquerade as a child. They marveled that Master Zhou had encountered such a powerful being. Only a few peak masters and elders grasped that the seemingly innocent child was far from simple. Sword Feather, deal with those demonic fiends. Zhou Qingchen issued a command. And naturally, the third and fifth ancestors would not remain on the sidelines. They promptly summoned their magical artifacts and engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable divine transformation demons. As for the remaining nascent soul-level demons, the various peak leaders directly activated the protective grand formation of the sect. This formidable array, composed of multiple top-tier 5th-grade formations, was beyond the reach of the nascent soul demons, allowing the peak leaders and the senior members of Taihua sect to merely oversee the situation from their respective peaks. Zhou Qingchen cast his gaze towards the formidable demon dragon. With a swift motion, he stepped upon the starlit path, and the celestial patterns of stars and constellations emerged upon his robe of astral grandeur. Confronted by the demon lord of the void refinement realm, Zhou Qingchen was uncertain whether he could withstand the impending threat. Unifying the mystic light, he invoked once more this auxiliary spell, derived from the celestial mystic light technique. Within mere moments, his aura surged, more than doubling in intensity, reaching its zenith. With a menacing glare, the demon dragon unleashed a deafening roar. Its colossal tail sweeping towards Zhou Qingchen, enveloped in a potent aura of demonic energy that shattered the very fabric of the void. Stringed melody of death. Zhou Qingchen's expression was grave as he cradled the ethereal Qinxiao Huaipei, his fingers deftly plucking the strings. The crystalline tones of the instrument resonated, sending forth a translucent ripple that clashed against the tail of the demonic dragon. The scales at the tail's end were torn by the ripple, leaving a deep crimson mark. Yet the creature's momentum remained unabated as it surged towards Zhou Qingchen. Zhou Qingchen's gaze sharpened as his fingers glided deftly between the strings of the zither. The urgent and piercing notes, infused with an inexorable malice, surged forth in relentless waves, shattering the formidable momentum of the demon serpent's tail. Thus, the man and the serpent became irrevocably enmeshed in a fierce battle. The demon serpent exuded an overwhelming ferocity, its scales resembling divine metal, while its body appeared as though it had been forged from molten steel, instilling a sense of dread. Zhou Qingchen moved with remarkable agility, deftly plucking the strings of his zither as he gracefully navigated the space around him. Each note left deep, crimson gashes upon the body of the monstrous serpent. The air thickened with a miasma of blood, inciting the creature's ferocity. Its demonic aura surged violently, and its blood flowed like molten lead. The beast's form swelled ominously, its scales bristling as its golden, beastly eyes fixated upon Zhou Qingchen. With a menacing gaping maw, it exhaled a noxious, swirling breath, a cacophony of discordant melodies that threatened to ensnare the soul. Zhou Qingchen retreated abruptly, his starry celestial garb shimmering with countless starlights, effectively repelling the overwhelming malevolence that threatened to engulf him. He sat cross-legged in the void, his fingers dancing with ethereal grace, leaving behind flickering afterimages. The notes emanating from his zither resonated chaotically, akin to a tempestuous spirit. The piercing melodies not only harbored formidable magical power, but also possessed the ability to penetrate the soul, causing the monstrous serpent to writhe in agony. With a roar, the serpent expelled a surge of black light from its maw. Zhou Qingchen's pupils constricted, and the starry celestial garb once more manifested a myriad of celestial bodies, successfully thwarting the encroaching darkness. However, following the black light, the serpent's razor-sharp claws swiftly tore through the fabric of reality, lunging towards Zhou Qingchen with terrifying speed. Zhou Qingchen manifested the celestial star sword in his right hand, striking with a sudden ferocity. The explosive force propelled him backward, causing a trickle of crimson blood to seep from the corner of his mouth, and even the celestial robe was torn asunder. Fortunately, the robe absorbed the majority of the damage. Zhou Qingchen's entire being was suffused with an overwhelming surge of mystical energy, as the shattered starry celestial garment underwent a remarkable restoration. Gazing upon the approaching form of the monstrous serpent, 9 ethereal swords materialized around him. These swords emitted a transcendent melody, soaring into the azure heavens, radiating blinding divine light, akin to the emergence of 9 ancient celestial bodies. As the swords descended, they fell like fallen stars, their luminous brilliance enveloping the monstrous serpent in a cascade of starlit fury. Zhou Qingchen sat serenely, his fingers dancing over the strings of his guqin, skillfully balancing his focus. The interplay of sword light and melodic notes caused the monstrous serpentine creature to shed blood, perilously close to suffering a grievous blow. In the distance, the Grand Elder, locked in a fierce battle with the 7 ancestors, gasped for breath, his chest ablaze with fury. He found Zhou Qingchen's calm demeanor painfully ostentatious. Unbeknownst to him, alongside his overwhelming wrath, a subtle fear had begun to take root within his heart. This individual must not be allowed to flourish. The Grand Elder's heart raced, his blood surged with urgency. With a fierce determination in his gaze, he commanded the Demon Suppression Tower to confront the 7 ancestors while simultaneously summoning a spell. Blood Pact of Frenzy. In an instant, a crimson mark was ignited within the souls of the 2 ethereal demon lords. Pain flickered in the eyes of both the serpentine fiend and the avian demon. Yet their demonic aura intensified, resonating with an overwhelming force that stirred the heavens, rendering the world around them tumultuous and murky. With a thunderous roar, the serpent's eyes turned a deep crimson, its colossal form emanating boundless malevolence as swirling clouds coalesced around it, transforming into a dark, cataclysmic torrent. Chapter 84, Boundless Mortal World. A pitch-black deluge cascaded from the firmament above, resembling an impenetrable wall of darkness that instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression. This torrential flood harbored immense demonic power. Should it crash down, it could obliterate the entirety of the Taihua sect. Amidst this chaos, the serpentine fiend roared incessantly, wielding the water with a might far surpassing before. Heaven's heart, calamity fire. Zhou Qingchen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as an azure flame of calamity surged throughout his being. This flame erupted continuously, swiftly coalescing into an immense and boundless fireball. The air ignited explosively, and the void lamented in despair. As the calamity fire collided with the torrential flood, an infinite deluge was instantaneously transformed into a vast expanse of black mist. Yet, the flood continued to cascade relentlessly, as Zhou Qingchen propelled the calamity fire to its utmost limits. Celestial Star. Zhou Qingchen conjured yet another spell, summoning the ancient stars to ascend with a graceful majesty, their formidable gravitational pull ensnaring the dark torrent with relentless force. The furious roar of the demon serpent reverberated through the heavens, its maw unleashing a torrent of black light hurtling towards Zhou Qingchen. In an instant, the 9 celestial guardians returned to encircle him, their radiant starlight enveloping him in a protective embrace. The situation had once again devolved into a stalemate, yet Zhou Qingchen understood the urgency of breaking this deadlock. The refining Void Demon Lord possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of demonic energy, a significant advantage in this confrontation. In this regard, Zhou Qingchen found himself slightly at a disadvantage. The longer the battle persisted, the more unfavorable it became for him. The Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect approached with formidable intent, and Zhou Qingchen's objective extended beyond mere defense. He aimed to drive the opponent away entirely. With this thought in mind, the Imperial Star seal on his forehead suddenly flickered with brilliance. A vast surge of divine consciousness erupted forth, swift as lightning, piercing directly into the demon serpent's third eye. targeting its very essence. The divine consciousness transformed into pale starlight, akin to a malignant affliction, tainting the serpent's spirit and igniting it in a ferocious blaze. In that instant, the demon serpent writhed in agony, its dark torrent slipping from its grasp, drawn completely into the ethereal shadow of the ancient stars, morphing into a colossal black water star, vast enough to obscure the very light of the heavens. The torment of its spirit burned 1,000 times more intensely than any corporeal pain. While the demon serpent was formidable in its physical form and demonic power, its spiritual essence was comparatively weak. As the starlight seared its spirit, the demon serpent could endure no longer, its immense body crashing down upon the earth in a tumultuous frenzy. Seizing this opportune moment, Zhou Qingchen directed the ancient star to strike the demon serpent. A thunderous explosion resonated as the star shattered, its violent sound mingling with the serpent's anguished roars. What? The Grand Elder cast a glance at Zhou Qingchen, momentarily taken aback by the serpent's agonized plight, a profound sense of disbelief swelling within him. No. If he did not sacrifice something of significance soon, he might face defeat today. The Grand Elder's gaze shifted to Jianling, observing the latter's formidable presence amidst a throng of demons, exuding an aura of dominance. His heart surged with fervor. Has the bloodline evolved? A glint of greed flickered in his eyes as he silently summoned a brutal force. This power bore a striking resemblance to demonic energy, yet it was interwoven with the essence of a cultivator's magic. Two inherently incompatible forces were forcefully melded together, resulting in an explosive aura, rife with instability. The secret tome of demon transformation. This particular technique was a fortuitous acquisition of the Grand Elder, although its rank does not compare to his primary cultivation method, the Qingyuan technique. It diverges into a unique path, enabling the rapid harnessing of demonic energy cultivated within, resulting in an extraordinary explosive power. In that moment, the Grand Elder was enveloped by an intense aura of demonic energy, existing in a realm neither entirely human nor wholly demonic, with his strength nearly doubling. With a resounding crash, the Fuyo Xiantai was forcefully repelled by the innate treasure, the primordial cauldron. The seventh ancestor momentarily faltered, hastily retracting the primordial cauldron to shield himself. In the very next instant, the Grand Elder transformed his hands into claws and unleashed a colossal claw mark, which sent the seventh ancestor crashing to the ground. Seventh ancestor, restrain him, came a sudden telepathic message from Zhou Qingchen. The seventh ancestor, stirred by this communication, disregarded his injuries and channeled all his power into the primordial cauldron. Primordial transformation. The white jade cauldron soared into the sky, expanding infinitely, exuding a dense aura of primordial energy. However, this primordial energy was not the tranquil essence typically exuded during the Taimu breathing technique. Rather, it brimmed with formidable destructive force. With the enhancement of a unique cosmic momentum, the primordial cauldron managed to once again suppress the Grand Elder. Though this cauldron was primarily a supportive treasure, lacking in offensive capabilities, it proved remarkably effective in constraining the movements of the enemy. Veins bulged ominously on the Grand Elder's forehead as he unleashed his terrifying half-demon powers in a relentless barrage. If this continued, even the primordial cauldron would not endure for long. However, for Zhou Qingchen, this brief moment was sufficient. He stepped into the void, retrieving the Jiuxiao ring and revealing a minuscule representation of the vast city of Linducheng, reduced to a size millions of times smaller. Though he could not fully master this seventh-tier supreme primordial treasure just yet, like the Jiuxiao ring, he only needed to utilize a fraction of its power. From his vantage point in the sky, he gazed down upon the ensnared Grand Elder and gently pushed his palm downward, causing Linducheng to descend. As it fell, Linducheng materialized in its true form, revealing an immense city sprawling endlessly, suspended in midair. The sun was obscured, plunging the Taihua sect into darkness, and the Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. Boundless mortal realms. Zhou Qingchen murmured softly, his voice resonating with an ethereal quality. Suddenly, a vast mist enveloped the city of Lindu, casting an enchanting spell that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Within the immense confines of Lindu, the myriad facets of human existence were laid bare. Here, there were no cultivators, no arcane powers, nor towering celestial beings obscuring the heavens, only the masses, mere mortals akin to grains of sand. The figure of the Grand Elder had vanished entirely, becoming enmeshed in this realm. The worldly entanglements were boundless, the distinction between truth and falsehood elusive. As the realms of the ethereal and the mundane intertwined, marking an eternal farewell between the celestial and the earthly. The Grand Elder seemed to have transformed into an ordinary person, unable to perceive his own cultivation. The myriad experiences he had amassed over 2,300 years felt but a fleeting dream. Now awakened from this slumber, the profound sense of dislocation plunged him into an abyss of anguish and torment, even fracturing his resolve to pursue the path of cultivation. It appeared that the tribulations of the mortal realm could not be transcended. Zhou Qingchen's gaze was deep and contemplative as he spoke to himself. He extended his hand, summoning the city of Linducheng, which diminished in size and quietly hovered above his palm. In the distance, the sword spirit of the celestial realm unleashed a strike, severely wounding the fiery avian beast, whose colossal form plummeted to the ground, raising billowing clouds of dust akin to that of a fallen dragon. The situation on Jianling's side mirrored this chaos. The Grand Elder Wei Qi had summoned 5 formidable beasts, yet they utterly failed to withstand Jianling, the 3rd ancestor, and the 5th ancestor. Merely relying on the ancestral bloodline, Jianling rendered the beasts powerless, resulting in the demise of 2 among the 5 after a prolonged battle, with the remaining 3 completely bereft of resistance. The 7th ancestor flashed beside Zhou Qingchen. Despite witnessing numerous wonders, the 7th ancestor remained unaccustomed to Zhou Qingchen's prodigious talents. The concept of opposing the transformation stage with the nascent soul stage starkly contrasted with that of contending against the void refinement stage with the transformation stage. Achieving the void refinement, as the 6th great realm of the cultivation world, symbolized crossing an insurmountable chasm. Although the 7th ancestor and the Grand Elder differed by merely a minor realm, even with the aid of the innate treasure, the primal cauldron, they could at best contend equally. However, pondering such matters excessively might lead to demonic delusions. The 7th ancestor reflected quietly, observing the Linducheng in Zhou Qingchen's hand. He felt a profound astonishment, yet refrained from probing further into its origins. After all, every individual harbored their own secrets and fates. For the ancient ancestors like them, it sufficed to acknowledge that Zhou Qingchen was the peak master of Taihua Sect. Fortunately, when Zhou Qingchen summoned the Linducheng, he did not reveal the aura of innate truth, leading the 7th ancestor to perceive it merely as an immensely powerful magical artifact. How shall we proceed with him? The 7th ancestor pondered briefly before inquiring. At that moment, even the 7th ancestor was unaware that he had subconsciously regarded Zhou Qingchen as a pillar of support. Zhou Qingchen pondered for a moment before responding. For the time being, let us confine him. After all, he is a senior figure of a formidable hegemonic power. Should we brazenly take his life, the Xianyin sect would not let us off easily. According to Jianling, the Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect is at odds with their sect leader and, being engrossed in the art of beast control, seldom remains within the sect, often venturing into the demon realm in search of powerful bloodline beasts. Consequently, his connections with the other high-ranking members of the sect